Hello, my name is Ellie Hall, and I would like to welcome you to my Sweet and Swoony Romance audiobooks channel. You are about to listen to a digitally narrated version of RIP Rip Academy Paranormal and Fantasy Romance complete collection. That's books 1 through 3. So I hope you sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Rip Magic Academy Paranormal and Supernatural Prison Series. Complete Collection Box Set Books 1 to 3. By E. Hall. Copyright 2020 E. Hall, all rights reserved. Prologue. Can you keep a secret? I hope so. Otherwise, I suggest you stop reading right now. There are all kinds of secrets. Some only I know. Ones I'll share with you. Others that I wish I knew. But if we're going to be friends, you should know that secrets are like wishes and shouldn't be traded, sold, or shared. All I ask is that you promise to keep my secrets. Keep them close like your deepest, most treasured wish on a star. But we'll get to the importance of wishes later. For now, are you ready? Okay. Here goes. Yesterday was my birthday and something weird happened. Not weird like the dogbrella my neighbor has for her Shih Tzu. It attaches to Stella's harness to protect her from the rain. Not weird like the winter hat with llama eyes face filter my bestie Chelsea thinks is hilarious and keeps sending on social. And not weird like how my cousin's mom cuts up his food with scissors instead of a fork and knife. No, weird like yesterday when I said my birthday wish and blew out the 18 candles on top of my ice cream cake. I kind of knew that my wish was going to come true. Like knew. Knew it would happen, like I know my name is Maija or that the sky is blue. Well, deep blue-black since it's dark out right now, but you know what I mean. I know you're not supposed to tell people these things, but you said you could keep a secret. You promised, right? Here it is. I wish that I'd fall in love this year. Cliché? Don't judge, I had to be quick because the ice cream was melting. Plus, I've never been in love. I've had a few crushes. For instance, movie stars and Carter Miller forever. Forever being since the 4 middle schools in my area combined at Hamilton High. If you ask anyone who knows anything about forever, 4 years is a long time. My older sister, Lila, who left for college and is best friends with Carter's best friend's girlfriend, informed me he hooked up with Naomi Cassini over the summer. Sigh. The wish thing was weird because I felt the trueness of it in my whole body. It smelled like fresh air, tasted like mint, and made my insides fizzy. No, I hadn't eaten any of the cake yet. I felt like love was coming for me. But I also felt something else, like my heart would shatter and that love would come at a great cost. Like I said, weird and a bit dramatic. But true for sure. Book 1 Law and Disorder. September 1. I'm going to fall in love and I'm not going to like it. Mostly. The thought is on repeat in my head, and the dread is in my body. Not the falling in love part. No, that'll be good, but the heartbreak part. You have a look, Maija, Chelsea says, as she trots across the sand and wraps me in a hug. My shoulder lifts and lowers nonchalantly as if to say, nope. No look. Cool as a cucumber over here. Little known fact, even in hot weather, the insides of a cucumber remain unaffected. Yes, I'm a dork. Even my parents are cooler than me. Story of my life. Chelsea wags her finger at me. I know you and you have a secret. I gaze into the near darkness, looking for someone to bail me out, because she isn't wrong. Her mouth drops open. You've fallen, she grabs my jacket and pulls me close. You've fallen in love. Who is it? Summer fling, she practically shouts. I widen my eyes and shake my head. Shish. No one. I'm not in love, I trail off. No, it's more like I'm currently obsessed with the possibility of falling in love, and terrified of the promise of heartbreak. I experience the fullness of those facts, the same way as right now I hear cars honking, doors slamming, and the rushing waves in the background as everyone gathers for the last beach bonfire of the summer before school starts tomorrow. They're irrefutable. Certain. I felt it like I can feel the breeze on my skin, the warmth of the bonfire on my face, and the sand under my feet. It was as real as the nervous fluttering in my stomach about going back to school. Senior year. Chelsea gets wrapped up in the recent arrivals, saying farewell to summer. Speaking of love, Kiko's high laughter harmonizes with Reggie's lower tones, their high school sweethearts. I hear chatter and hooting and happiness. Also, the melty chocolate scent of s'mores. I hightail it over to the fire and my friends. As I roast a marshmallow, I gaze into the darkness on the edge of the bonfire, hoping Carter will appear, telling me the girlfriend thing was only a rumor. How amazing would it be to cap off my high school career by finally dating him and having a high school sweetheart story of my own? Instead, Chelsea trots across the sand and wraps me in another hug. She's very touchy-feely. In one breathless flurry, she says, "Oh my gosh, what did I miss?" She spots the marshmallows, chocolate, and graham crackers, then makes grabby hands and says, "Ooh, gimme." I'm the designated s'mores supplier. I was assigned this job because last year Keiko ate all the chocolate before anyone else got to it. I pass a roasting stick. "A marshmallow magic wand," Chelsea says with a flourish and steps closer to the fire, promptly incinerating her marshmallow. My mouth drops open. "Wait, what did you do to your hair?" "It's pink." She passes me the stick with the scorched ball of goo on the end and strikes a pose. "Do you love it?" I couldn't see it before, but in the light of the fire, it glows bright pink. I was so tired of having mouse brown boring hair. It's a new year, I wanted to go bold. In that case, mission accomplished. I was saving it as a surprise. Consider it a belated birthday present. Chelsea laughs. My birthday was yesterday, and you got me a spa set and helped my parents with the confetti balloons, the pool party, and the whole shebang. The theme was confetti because I'm an enthusiast of all things happy, celebratory, and confetti-infused. Every time I find a little colorful piece of paper tucked in the hem of my skirt, in my hair, or underfoot, I smile. It's hard to clean up, but it's totally worth it. Chelsea interrupts my recent reminiscing. Remember, we were talking about how senior year is the time to step it up. Maija, now that you're 18, you have a license to be fatal, fierce. What do they say at pep rallies? Go Hamilton Hippos. Reggie says. No, the other one. Chelsea thinks for a moment. I don't know about being fatal or fierce. But she's right that change is in the air. While lounging in the pool yesterday, we did have a long talk about life. I guess I'm the same as I've always been, with medium brown curly hair, tan skin, and almond-shaped green eyes with golden flecks. I'm medium height, fit, Finnish on my dad's side, and my mom's from Jamaica. They met in college during a symposium for Olympic athletes. They're both sprinters and amazing. I live in the shadow of their golden achievements. I'm okay at playing piano, and my grades are up there. However, I don't have Olympic aspirations, a boyfriend, or anything exceptional to include on my college apps. I do not have pink hair. And I've never been in love, at least not yet. I'm actually pretty ordinary. Chelsea breaks into my lament. I remember now. At pep rallies they say go big or go home. She cheers, shaking imaginary pom-poms. I guess I'll be going home, I mumble, half joking about how average I am. Ha ha, no way, this party is just getting started and this is going to be our best year yet. Chelsea suggests I get a nose piercing or tattoo. Whoever's playing DJ has a strong reggae game, and Chelsea pulls me from my spot in the sand to dance. While we groove, her eyes fall on a figure in the distance, but because of the bright contrast of the fire, I can't see if she's spotted Logan Nguyen, the guy she's been texting all summer, or someone else. Did you hear about the two brothers? Chelsea asks, slightly breathless and windswept from the breeze coming off the ocean. Is this the beginning of a joke, or are you asking me a question? I ask as I dance. She looks at me sideways. The Thorn brothers? I thought I spotted one. She gestures vaguely. They live in that old house on Scary Street. The haunted one? Chelsea laughs. Yup. Remember when we went trick-or-treating with Keiko, Reggie, Ange, and Aaron? It was our last time getting dressed up and going door to door begging for candy. It was a dumb idea because no one lived there, I say. Emphasis on lived, she says in a spooky voice. We both erupt in nervous laughter as the song ends, and we return to my post at the s'more station. She says, Maija, I've been hearing rumors about these brothers. She leans toward the fire so her face takes on an eerie glow. That they're descendants of the witches from Salem and that they're zombies? Because if you say zombies, I'm cutting you off from that show you've been binge-watching on Netflix. No, I didn't hear that they're zombies, but that wouldn't be plausible anyway. Okay. Why not? I'm confused, but this is typical Chelsea, so I go with it. Because I heard the brothers are super hot and zombies are not. She giggles. Hot like your marshmallow that was on fire, or hot like, she juts her chin over my shoulder. A guy our age, wearing unusually formal dress and holding a top hat, appears beside the bonfire. Dude, Halloween is almost 2 months away. However, I can't help but stare at him. When he glances over, I startle and look away. His gray eyes. Certainly not zombie eyes and not vampire eyes either. Chelsea and I had a major thing for vampires a while back. But whoa, eyes that I could get lost in. I blink and he's gone. While I was distracted, Keiko commandeered the marshmallow roasting sticks and along with Chelsea and Reggie prepares s'mores. Or tries to. So why are we at the beach again? Reggie asks. So we can make s'mores, obviously. How do you keep the marshmallow from burning? Reggie fumbles with the chocolate. Or the graham cracker from breaking. Keiko adds. Reggie drops a square of chocolate in the sand. No, he says, falling to his knees. Why do I dislike the beach? Let me count the ways. Sand in the food, or in this case, food in the sand. Seagulls pooping on stuff and taking your food, and sand. He repeats, did I mention sand? Sand and food do not mix. The 5-second rule does not apply in this situation. He holds his hands up in dramatic agony. His partially melted chocolate isn't salvageable. Let the s'mores master demonstrate, I say, sliding the perfectly toasted marshmallow off the stick onto the graham cracker preloaded with chocolate and taking one delicious, gooey bite. While I make another, Reggie goes on. Sunburns, bathing suits. Sand in the food. Yeah, you said as much. Kiki steals the chocolate. Getting lobbed in the head with a volleyball or frisbee. Getting sunburned, he adds. I laugh. Yes, but the sun isn't out. I glance up at the starry night sky. I love the beach and everything about it. Sparks from the fire flutter toward the sky. I gaze up. A bittersweet feeling of endings and beginnings fills me half and half. The stars flicker and then one disappears. But I don't see a shooting star, otherwise I'd make a wish. I blink my eyes a few times because what I do see, or at least I think so, are the stars rearranging themselves. My mouth drops open. Maybe I had too much sugar. Like the airplanes that write love letters in the sky as part of a marriage proposal or congratulations on graduation day, letters form and twinkle. After they take shape, I see my name written like a wish among the stars in the sky. 2. The star letters flare and disappear. My eyes burn. I'm quite sure I saw my name up there. I turn my gaze toward the sea and blink a few times. As though branded in my mind like the hot coals of the bonfire, the shining, sparkling letters of my name written against the backdrop of night remain. Maija. When I glance back toward the group, the guy with the top hat and gray eyes stands off to the side. The firelight illuminates the sharp edges of his features. His eyes are as deep as the sea on a cloudy day, clear and cold, intriguing and sad. They invite me to wonder, but I look away. I tell myself to shake it off, the stars, the guy, the bittersweet feeling. Chelsea, Keiko, and Reggie have moved on to talking about which teachers they're hoping not to get. They gossip about scandals and schedules, assignments, and advice on who and what to avoid. If we stay up until midnight, we can get our schedules on the portal, Reggie says. I heard they're not releasing them until the moment school starts, Chelsea counters. Then how will we know? Who is that staring at you, Maija? Keiko asks. Chelsea flips her hair and says, oh, that's the new guy. One half of the brothers Thorn that moved into the old house at the end of Scary Street. The haunted one? Keiko scoots closer to Reggie. Chelsea dismisses this. I hear they're twins. Do they both wear Johnny top hats? Chelsea asks. Personally, I think it's super cool, says the girl with bright pink hair. Reggie says, sorry Keiko, I will not put one of those on for you. We all laugh because we know he'd do anything for her, including wearing a top hat, a beret, or fedora. However, I will dance with you, he says, busting his best moves while Keiko starts shimmying beside him. Whoa. He is staring at you, Maija, Chelsea adds as she starts to dance. He's like a cross between a hot young Mr. Darcy and Edward from Twilight. Also very Edwardian in that historical romance kind of way. She laughs as she twirls and kicks up the sand. I start to dance as she continues to talk about how our love story could be legendary, given his choice of clothing and my penchant for historical romance novels. I try to hush her as he strides over. Subtlety is certainly not her thing. Even though we're standing on the uneven sand, he's easily a head taller than I am. All pale angles like one of my dad's architecture models. He says, I'm JJ Thorne. It's nice to meet you, Maija. Do I know you? I ask. His eyes don't waver from me. It's as though his gaze stretches through time, seeking me, reaching me, seeing my past and scanning my future. I feel vulnerable, and yet I can't look away. I'm Chelsea, she says, breaking the spell that weaves itself between us. You pronounced her name correctly, JJ Thorne. Not Maija or Maija. Maija. Rhymes with playa like the beach in Spanish or fia like fire, she says, gesturing. Like you'd say if you're from Boston. Are you from Boston? I elbow her to stop rambling. Plus, I hadn't even said my name. I am not from Boston. Lovely city if you like that sort of thing. His voice is proper, slightly condescending, and British. Chelsea practically swoons. Me too. He stares at me with his startling, magnetic gray eyes. Come on, dance with us, she says, pulling his hand and mine together. When they touch, he yanks his away. In that brief moment, I registered that his fingers were cold, but I get a zing in my stomach, like that first plunge into the ocean at the beginning of the summer. Shocking and exhilarating at the same time. All of a sudden, Chelsea flies backward into the sand. I whirl around as Logan playfully tackles her. They're both laughing as he tickles her on the ground. I turn back to the guy in the top hat. How'd you know my name? I ask. It was in the stars, he answers. Despite the strangeness of his response, something floats between us. It's an unseen and unknown swoosh and swoop. It makes my insides rise and fall like being in a dark room and fumbling for the light switch. Then JJ juts his chin toward my mouth. He doesn't smile, but something like amusement plays on his lips. He points and says, "You have something there." I put my finger to my lip, and sticky marshmallow comes away. My cheeks burn. I crash back to reality. He holds my gaze a moment longer before he nods, tips his hat, and then walks away. I vaguely hear Chelsea urging Logan to dance, but my attention is stuck on JJ. Dumbstruck isn't my natural state or any state I've ever found myself in, but by the time I reconfigure my senses, feeling confused and annoyed, he's vanished into the darkness. Confused because of the way he was looking at me. Annoyed because he seemed repelled by me, not wanting to dance and at the marshmallow on my lip. Sheesh, give a girl a break. Not all of us can be dark, mysterious Mr. McHotstuffs. Keiko and Reggie call me over for some more seconds, and Chelsea and Logan join us. I notice they hold hands. I give her the "you better explain" look. As far as I knew, they'd been texting and hadn't graduated to the tackle-hug hand-holding phase. She responds with a later tilt of the head. Then, making our silent conversation audible, she says, "How do you know your name?" "How do know what?" Keiko asks. Chelsea looks over my shoulder. "Him, the one in the?" "He said his name is JJ, I say." "Jean-Jacques?" Reggie asks. Doubtful, he had a British accent. Chelsea teases, "I think you have a secret admirer." "Well, not so secret. I wonder what his brother is like. Hopefully he likes to dance." We talk about the brothers a moment longer, leaving me curious. How did he know my name? Was my name really written in the sky, in the stars? Why did he introduce himself? Just then, I hear my name over the rushing waves and crackling fire. This time, it's Riley Macmillan. "Oh Maija, how will you decide? JJ Thorne or Riley Macmillan?" Chelsea teases with a giggle. "He's had a crush on her for ages," she explains to Logan. I roll my eyes. It's getting late. He's probably going to offer to walk me home. I gaze into the distance where JJ had stood, stuck on that strange interaction. I've known him since we were in diapers. I've told you, this is not the boy next door scenario. Although, he does live next door in the light yellow house. Riley calls my name again as though I might disappear. But if you lived on Scary Street, that might be a different story. I saw the way JJ looked at you. Chelsea raises both of her eyebrows suggestively. Chelsea, he was wearing an old-fashioned suit and a top hat. Sometimes she exasperates me. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Maybe he was at an old-timey convention earlier. Chelsea shimmies her shoulders. Logan's brow furrows. I'm kidding. Sort of. She giggles. Hey Riley, I say in greeting. He and his mop of hair flops down into the sand with us. Any s'mores left, he asks. Sorry, Logan got the last one, Chelsea answers. I've always liked Riley as a friend, period. In the summer when we were kids, he was the boy I climbed trees with. In the winter, we'd make snow forts. Heck, we've even farted in front of each other. #real life, but I think of him more like a cousin than dating material. Unfortunately, he doesn't feel the same way, as evidenced by his insistent requests last year that I go to school dances with him. He'd walk me to school and carry my books. He gave me chocolates on Valentine's Day. He's very sweet. I trust he'll find someone who adores him and doesn't know that he ate a worm once. But when Chelsea brought the purpose of his affections to my attention, I tried to cut it off, but didn't want to rip out his heart. Anyway, there's the Carter crush. Maija, want to walk home together? I shrug and glance at the dying fire with no Carter in sight. Sure. After seeing my name in the sky and JJ Thorne knowing it without me introducing myself, I'd rather not walk alone. After I say goodnight to everyone, we walk along the dunes toward the road. I glance over my shoulder one last time, saying goodbye to my friends and Summer. Beyond them, the silhouette of a guy in a top hat stands off to the side, his gray eyes like chipped diamonds in the dim light, and they're fixed on me. 3. When I get home, my mom hurries me to bed because I have to get up early tomorrow. She knows I'm generally not a morning person. I want to text Chelsea about her pink hair, Logan's appearance, meeting the mysterious JJ, and the subtle nervousness that always accompanies me before the first day of school, but my phone is dead. I lay down hoping I'll pass out, but sleep doesn't come. I feel a gentle dip on my mattress and the swish of Filbert's tail, soft and ticklish on my leg. I pet our very large and very furry Maine Coon cat. His sparkling eyes remind me of the stars and JJ. I decide maybe it's best I go to sleep after all. The next morning, expecting to roll over with a ball of fluff in my face, the spot beside me where Filbert fell asleep is cold. The sun shines through the openings in my shades, the birds chirp cheerfully, and I remember it's the first day of school. My bedroom door creaks open. I expect my mom to tell me to get up, but it's Filbert. In his mouth he carries what looks like a rolled-up piece of paper. What do you have there, mister? I ask. Don't worry, even though I talk to my cat, I know he won't answer. If you have a family pet, don't even try to tell me you've never talked to it. He jumps onto my bed and I sit up, making room. He drops the scroll and starts to purr. I scratch behind his ears and then pick up the paper. A red ribbon holds it closed. Where'd you get this? I know, he's not going to answer. It's rhetorical. When I was little, my mom would leave notes in my lunchbox, but maybe she's getting creative, modifying old traditions as I get closer to graduation. I untie the ribbon and pull open the scroll. You are in grave danger. They're coming for you. Do not tell them anything. Do not give up your wish. What should you do? Run. Now. I flop back onto my bed and close my eyes. Behind my lids, my name burns brightly in the night sky. This must be one long strange dream. A furry tail tickles my nose. I sneeze. A pair of paws knead my stomach. I feel the pierce of a poorly sheathed claw. Ouch. No, I'm awake. I open my eyes. The note is still there. Grave danger? Who's coming for me? Run? This must be some kind of joke. I scoop Filbert up and follow the sound of my mother's melodious singing into the kitchen. The only time she's not singing or humming is if she's sitting still, which is seldom. I've even heard her singing in her sleep. She says her lungs were made for two things, running and singing. She's preparing coffee on a tray. From the other room, my father's voice rumbles in low conversation. Maybe he had to take an early call for work. Good morning, my mom says brightly. I was going to check if you were upright, dressed, and ready for a big day. I clutch the rolled-up paper in my hand and am about to ask about the note when I hear a second voice answering my father. I take a few steps forward and peer into the room. My dad sits tall with one ankle crossed over his knee. On the couch opposite sits a woman wearing a light yellow caftan. Beside her, an older woman in a darker yellow caftan sits. Her lips are pursed like she sucked on a lemon. I slip back into the kitchen, but my mom steers me into the living room. I stutter, starting to protest, but her tight smile reminds me to use my manners. Never mind that, I haven't even brushed my teeth. Good morning, I say, trying not to breathe on anyone. We're from the OMM, says the younger woman in the yellow caftan. My dad clears his throat. The Office of Magical Management. My father is many things, sensible, timely, organized, but having a sense of humor isn't at the top of the list. My mother is the comedian in the family. Is this a joke or? The woman in the light yellow caftan unfolds her hands and gestures to my parents. I'm Dina and this is Margaret. We're in charge of your case. My father rubs his hands on the legs of his pants, glances at my mom who nods and says, When you were born we were visited by the OMM. They said you might have special abilities. Specifically that you might be a wish witch, a rare type of witchcraft. My mother smiles proudly. Dina says, only time would tell if you developed any magical abilities. However, it's our responsibility to inform all parents that their child might have skills beyond the ordinary. So there are witches? I ask, hardly believing the words are coming out of my mouth. Of course. Typically, they perform household witchcraft, general spellmaking, the usual. Dina shrugs as if it's no big deal. Both of my parents nod solemnly. I feel slightly queasy. Not excited like I might have if I were reading about this in a book, eager to know what was going to happen to the main character. Rather, I'm uncertain, afraid, and very much like I learned something extraordinary about myself that goes way, way beyond pink hair. Well, if it's true, because as far as I know, I cannot cast spells or whatever it is people with magic can do. I lean back in the overstuffed sofa chair and rest my forehead in my hand. In the other, I still hold the piece of paper telling me to run. I glance from my mom to my dad, but neither indicates any of this is a joke nor dangerous. So what you're saying is I'm a witch? I squeeze my eyes closed and then open them, but the scene doesn't change. I am not imagining this. 4. My mom and dad, with their mugs of coffee in hand, are the picture of an average morning in our household. The two women seated on the couch wearing yellow caftans with what I now notice are little badges on their chests in what appears to be an X, or if I'm thinking about it in a witchy way, two wands crossed, are surreal. When I catch my reflection in the mirror over the fireplace, with my springy hair sticking out at wild angles and a stricken but tired expression on my face, makes I look crazy. Like the internet memes, I woke up like this crazy, or I got life-changing news crazy, or I've gone crazy crazy. From the silence, I repeat my question. So you're telling me, Maija Marie Wessels, an 18-year-old senior at Hamilton High School, soccer team captain, straight-A student, collector of sea glass and knitter of scarves, best friend of Chelsea Higgins, secret crusher on Carter Miller, stargazer, speedy swimmer, book lover, ice cream and confetti enthusiast. You're saying I'm a witch? Dina nods vigorously. Indeed. I don't believe you. The words drop like a heavy stone in a lake. But you must, Dina says, turning an anxious eye toward Margaret, who remains quiet. Can I have more information? I ask. Which doesn't make sense. Witches aren't real. Right? Dina's brow wrinkles. Witches are real. It's no big secret. Well, except to the non-magically talented. I glance at my parents, my eyes widening. Dina must pick up my meaning because she says, parents and authorized guardians have to take an oath that's bound by their silence on the matter. Her tone is grave. If they should speak of it, she trails off tremulously. My mother nods, confirming this. Everything will be explained at Riptovic Magic Academy. The thing to know is that you need to believe in your abilities before you can access them. Many people don't know they have these skills, so it's expected that they wouldn't believe they're talented in this way, Dina explains. I'm pretty sure you've made a mistake. My mother shakes her head. No, dear. These things often run in families. There's probably something you should know about Aunt Ida and Grandma. I assure you, there is no mistake. Why didn't you tell me? I ask, not masking the irritation in my voice. My father answers, we felt it best we leave the explanation to the professionals when the time came. Neither your mother nor I are magically talented. He takes my hand. However, we did teach you to run and sprint. And to sing, Mom says. To study and excel in school. To mind your manners. She arches her eyebrow as though she senses my patience is thin. But witchcraft isn't our area of expertise, and because sometimes these skills don't manifest until you come of age, it didn't make sense to tell you of the possibility sooner, my dad finishes. Didn't make sense? Annoyance toys with the otherwise enormous knot of confusion clouding my thoughts. Dad, this doesn't make sense. I woke up this morning and the cat, never mind. Seriously? You want to talk about making sense? Maija manners, my mother interjects, nodding at the visitors. She turns back to me and says, I know this is a lot to take in, but you are very special. So you've told me like a million times. I fight the urge to roll my eyes. Because it's true and because I believe in you. My mom smiles. I huff a sigh. She means that you're really, really special, my dad adds. If a non-magical person spoke of it, what would happen? I ask defiantly. I could really stand to talk to Chelsea right now. Strict punishment by the Coven Constabulary, Dina says urgently. Is that like the magical police? I ask. My parents nod. Is Lila magical? Does she know? I say carelessly. I feel fists and fire rising inside as my irritation grows. No. Then how'd you know about your sister? I ask, referring to my mom's comment about Aunt Ida and Grandma. My family was different, my mother says in a clipped tone, signaling this line of questioning is over. As though trying to douse the flames of a potential argument, Dina says, after you pack, we'll escort you to the academy. Am I going to travel to another realm? Surely not, Dina says with a laugh. Conveniently, Riptovic Magic Academy is only 6 hours away by plane and half that by broom. She winks. We moved to Boston because it's about midway between our families in Jamaica and Finland, however this works out nicely. You'll be able to visit your cousins in Helsinki. My mother makes this sound so normal, like how our favorite bagel place is right down the street. I could go for a toasted cinnamon raisin right now. Convenient? Helsinki. Where am I going? I'm moments away from shouting and stomping my feet on the floor in a tantrum. Concordia, of course, Dina says matter of fact. And where is that? North of England. It's a small, wealthy country, Dad says. Never heard of it. I'll help you pack. My mom gets to her feet. Your father will sort out any other details. As we walk upstairs, I say to my mom, does this make me like a genie? Dina calls after us, no, a genie or djinn is another class of magical being. I'm sure you'll have the pleasure of meeting one soon. Perhaps it's the early hour, the sight of these gently commanding women in their caftans, or my parents telling me I'm a witch, but a dormant part of me bypasses tantrum mode and streaks toward rebellion. I'm 18. An adult for goodness sakes. As the reality of going to a different school, away from my friends and the life I've always known, smashes down on me, I yell, do I twitch my nose and voila. Wish granted. I try, exaggeratedly wiggling my nose like in that old show that was made into a movie. No. Nope. I throw my hands in the air. Guess you made a mistake. No witch here. I whirl on my mother, ready to launch into an angry rant. But the tears in her eyes stop me. I always knew you were special. This is not a fairy tale, my dear girl. This is a true gift. You are here to do something big with your life. Something that will change the world. I've always known this deep down. Mom, I say, ready with a rebuttal. She cups my cheeks in her hands. Maija, you are magic. 5. Instead of packing, I slump down onto my bed. My mother busies herself, throwing open the curtains and picking up my dirty laundry. I nibble a granola bar. 100 questions bounce like ping-pong balls back and forth between my regular life and the one coming for me. What will I bring? What about Chelsea? Do I get a wand? Are there many people like me? What about college? What will I tell my friends? What does a magically talented person's life look like? I can't ask Filbert. I can't ask my mother. I can't ask Chelsea. JJ's image blazes like the bonfire into my mind. Last night I thought I saw my name in the stars, I blurt. My mother smiles as though not surprised. In the coming years, you'll see many things that might amaze you given your ordinary upbringing. My mother sits down next to me, wraps an arm around my shoulders, and gives me a side hug. My sister was born with magical abilities. In other words, they knew for sure right away. With some magicals, it's like that. With others, like you, we find out later when they come of age. I suppose it has something to do with maturing and the type of magical gift involved. My mother looks the same as she always has, high forehead edged by a scarf that holds back her long braids. Same proud cheekbones, kind eyes, and a grand smile. Her loose purple cotton tank dress reveals her strong shoulders and athlete's body from years of running competitively. However, something is different, as though she's introducing me to a part of herself she's kept hidden all these years. My sister was a wonderful little girl. We were best friends. She'd make the ordinary enchanted. Then when she got older, things changed. She realized she was different. Rather, that I was different from her and our mother. That's when I started running. I was hoping I could run away from the changes. I feel like doing just that. Instead, I ask, would you run away from me? My mother's dark brown eyes meet mine. Never. She holds me tight and I inhale her sandalwood scent. When we were told that you might have these abilities, we decided it would be best for you to know both sides, the non-magical and magical. That way, if and when the time came, you'd be able to have a greater understanding of the world. Understanding? Let's not keep them waiting downstairs. You'll need clothes. They provide a uniform, of course. But casual attire, pajamas. Let's see. She opens drawers and pulls out socks, shorts, and other items. I glance at the clock. My mom smooths my hair. Even if I didn't want to go, I'd have to. Yes, those with magical talent need to know how to keep themselves and others safe. It's the law. Why so far away? I've never heard of Concordia. There used to be a magical academy in New York. That's where my sister went. It was called Amsterdam Island Magical Academy. But it was closed. Turned into a jail. She gazes away. What if I get homesick? I imagine you will be. When I left Jamaica for Olympic training, I cried myself to sleep for a full week. I missed my family, of course, but also the sounds of the sea, the smells of curry and plantains, fried patties, and even the fish market. When I look back, I was thankful to have a home I loved so much to return to. If you don't miss us, then we did something wrong. She laughs as she exits to the bathroom to get my toiletries. I text Chelsea, telling her I don't feel well and won't be able to make it to school. Then I delete it, because I've never lied to her. I tell her my parents surprised me and are sending me to boarding school, which is closer to the truth. I add that I won't be able to talk until the weekend. Over the years, my parents have traveled a lot, so she might assume that it's for their convenience. I hope that she won't wonder why they didn't tell me sooner, because if I think about that too long, I find myself wondering the same thing, even if they said it was what made the most sense. After I get dressed and shower, taking my time because I can't muster up the enthusiasm to leave home and attend a school to cultivate my so-called magical abilities, I plod downstairs to my waiting parents and the two women from the Office of Magical Management. Ready to go? Dina asks. I don't answer and instead stare at my purple Converse sneakers. We'll miss you, my dad says, pulling me in for a hug. But remember, we're only a flight away. We'll send care packages and see you when you visit. And Family Fest, Dina chimes in. It's an afternoon when parents and caregivers visit the campus, get a tour, and learn about what our students do each day. I think you're going to like Riptovic if you give it a chance, Dina says knowingly. I harumph. How'd I go from Hamilton High School senior to a Riptovic Magic Academy witch in fewer than 24 hours? My mother takes my hands and squeezes. Make sure you keep asking questions. Curiosity is everything. Then she gives me quite possibly the longest hug ever. They wish me luck, and I lug my stuff out to a car that doesn't seem magical. I almost laugh because part of me was expecting a few brooms parked in the driveway. I get into the nondescript sedan. As Dina pulls away, I wave goodbye as tears gather at the corners of my eyes. We drive exactly 39 minutes to the airport in relative silence. Dina concentrates as though operating an ordinary car requires the full employment of her non-magical abilities. In other words, she goes as slow as I did when I first got my driver's permit. Margaret glares, as though the non-magical world is subject to suspicion. My mind races between sulking at this turn of events and being ever so slightly intrigued. At the last moment, I was half expecting everyone to say, "Just kidding, this was a joke." I already miss Filbert. I recall the strange note he carried, and my insides ice over slightly. That must have been a joke. From Riley, maybe? We don't pass the usual loop that surrounds the airport for departures and drive to a private hangar nearby. I get out after Dina and Margaret. Two brooms appear. The trunk of the car pops open. Wands are lifted. I can hardly believe my eyes as my belongings shrink and fill a pair of saddlebags on the end of a broom outfitted for two passengers. Dina gets on the front and signals I get on the back. I shake my head slowly and feel a thrust of wind like I was shoved forward. Shimmer fills the air. I grip the broom handle to steady myself. Margaret lowers her wand as threads of light dissolve. We can't be late, Margaret says. Dina smiles apologetically. They're not police officers, but I get the dynamic. Dina plays good cop and Margaret plays bad cop. I mount the broom, hang on, and in one swift motion, we take to the air. I want to ask about what I saw last night and my name in the stars, but the forward motion and rush of the wind are too great. My stomach lurches. As everything on the ground gets smaller, and I'm forced to assess whether I have a fear of heights, it's suddenly like we're in a bubble. The rushing wind disappears even as we streak out over the ocean, going impossibly fast. However, now I don't want to break Dina's concentration by asking questions. About 1,000,000 of them flood my mind. Margaret flies nearby, then she's gone. Disappeared. There is just the sky and darkness. Dina, we seem to have lost Margaret. She grunts. I'm guessing that although they're co-workers, they're not exactly friends. In Dina's silence, my mind continues to spin as we travel and doesn't calm until an island twinkling with lights appears in the distance. That must be Concordia, I say. While I expect a bit of information about the country or introduction to the school, Dina keeps quiet. Must be focusing. From above, regal homes come into view that reminds me of the manners in some of my favorite historical romance novels. But we fly on until we reach a barren plain that gives way to bogs. In the center is a black stone tower like a blade slicing the gray sky. A broad wall with piercing iron stakes encloses it. We land in front of a stone guard shack and blue-black light shimmers in a sort of magical wall, barring us from going any farther. Bumps work their way across my skin, and the hair on the back of my neck lifts. Dina dismounts from the broom, reaches into her caftan and extracts a wooden wand. She taps the air while whispering something, and the mild-looking woman turns into a pale, bald creature with thin, bony limbs. I gasp. She grabs me roughly by the arm and thrusts me toward the gate next to the stone structure. A guard meets us. Jin, did you bring us a new prisoner? Jin? I mutter, recalling the comment in my living room. Then follow up with, prisoner? No, I'm a student. I'm supposed to go to Riptovic Magical Academy. I eye the guard and then the figure who is Dina. She hisses, revealing pointed teeth. The guard assesses me by hovering a wand over my face, chest, and arms. Maija whistles. Which? Given that use of magic, I'm surprised when he consults a list on a clipboard. Says here that she's to go to Riptovic? My voice trembles. The glare I get from all the guards and the Jinn silences me. Consider yourself lucky that you're not going through this gate, the guard says. No one who enters ever leaves. His grin is grim. Lucky for now, anyway. The others laugh. Sorry, Jin. You don't get the bounty this time. The guard goes back to the building. Prisoner. Bounty? The Jin hisses again and angles the wand at me, indicating I get on the broom. In minutes, we alight outside another iron gate. This one is laced with ivy. It's flanked by 2 brick pillars. Stone walls, also covered in ivy, extend in both directions. It's a bit more of what I had in mind. Given the fact that there's an office of magical management, it should be no surprise there are officers and a jail. There must have been a mistake. Another guard meets us, assesses me, consults a list, and this time we're allowed entrance to Riptovic Magic Academy. At least that's what it says on the sign. The Jinn shoves me roughly forward. This morning, I was planning on starting my senior year of high school. Instead, I learned that I'm a witch, left my family, flew overseas on a broom, arrived at a jail, and now a magic academy. I can't claim that I'm all too pleased. Irritation builds inside, and I feel like I'm going to snap. The Jinn keeps the wand fixed on me, and I'd like to snap it and snap myself back to reality. As though sensing my intention, an eerie chill works its way over my skin as jagged threads of magic emerge from the wand. What are you doing? I ask, suddenly feeling helpless. The Jinn merely hisses, urging me forward to the gate. I'd be crazy to appreciate this turn of events, even though this place looks slightly more welcoming than that tower prison. But why am I being treated like a felon? I dig in my heels and turn. Tell me what is going on. The djinn remains impassive. Standing at attention, the guards wearing gold and deep red uniforms intimidate as they march toward me. One removes a wand from his belt and uses it to scan me. He grunts as though I'm no threat. Exactly, I say. He ignores me. My hands turn into fists, and anger at being dismissed rises inside. My parents always said I was a spirited, willful child, always curious and asking questions. They said it would serve me well when I was older. I figured they meant leading teams in my professional career, but a surge fills me and I feel like I could explode. But the djinn's magic works over me, suppressing my rising power. Student, delinquent, whatever, move along now, calls the guard at my back. The command is clear. The djinn's magic strengthens. Without an understanding of how or what would happen if I resisted, I obey. When the gate clangs shut, the first guard's words echo in my mind. Maybe this is what the note meant by danger, run. Too late now. I stand alone with my luggage on either side of me at one end of a stone path lined with willow trees. I glance back to see guards lining the gate, and on this side, instead of ivy, barbed wire glows and pulses menacingly like it's been magicked. How is that even a thing? It wasn't visible from the other side. What is going on? A formidable brick building comes into view, draped in ivy. Maybe this is a big misunderstanding. The guard said prisoner, and I saw the barbed wire, but this looks like a normal campus, though quiet. No one hurries here and there, like when we visited Princeton with Lila. If this is a school and not a magical jail like that other place, I wonder how many students there are here. What they're like, classes, the cafeteria, everything my parents and Lila evaluated when deciding which school she was going to attend. As the trees thin, several more brick and stone buildings come into view. It's beautiful, rivaling Princeton's campus. It's like an Ivy League or private prep school times two. Unlike the student tour guide from Princeton, the djinn doesn't sweep her arm grandly and say, "Welcome to Riptovic Magic Academy." She's gone. Apple blossoms perfume the air, and it's charged with something. Potential? Possibility? Pie. I'm not sure, but a strange sensation comes over me. The resentment at being sent here vanishes. There's a part of me that feels a little bit excited, and another part, though I know it's not sensible, at least not yet, feels like I belong. Like I've come home. However, as I glance back at the magicked barbed wire, there's a third part that's terrified. 6. I turn in a circle, take a deep breath, and walk in the direction of the nearest building, Lindholm Auditorium. I follow a path lined with pruned hedges and past a squat fieldstone structure. In the distance is another building with columns and several houses so overgrown with ivy they practically blend in with the forest bordering the campus. I'm starting to wonder if there are any other students here when a dull clamor issues from somewhere near a sidewalk, covered by a stone archway, leading toward the auditorium. I pull open a heavy door as another closes on the opposite side of the atrium. It suddenly goes quiet. A woman dressed in crimson sits behind a table and shuffles a few papers. When she looks up at me, her glasses slide down her nose. "You must be Maija Wessels." I nod. "This is Riptovic Reform School, home of supernatural misfits of all sorts. 5 vampires, shifters, and you must be a witch." She looks at me sternly as if this is a federal offense. Thinking back to the conversation about the Coven Constabulary earlier, my attendance is required at this school. In the magical world, not showing up is a violation. Did you say reform? I'm supposed to go to the Magical Academy. I'm Ms. Stork, recently appointed head of administration. You answer to me. If you want to stay out of jail, don't ask questions. That's my job. Yours is to behave. I see your sentence to serve at the Iron Tower was suspended, so you're with us as long as you follow the rules. She passes me a red card but doesn't let it go. Here you'll find your dormitory assignment, Fiona Penny Legion House. Classes, including the seminal seminar. She glances at me above her glasses and releases her grip on the schedule. The chancellor was able to sneak through the commencement ceremony, but don't expect it to be indicative of how things work around here moving forward. Ms. Stork's low tone makes everything sound foreboding. I go through a wide set of double doors. The floor of the old building creaks. The room is relatively dark, except for bands of tiny lights running in arcs along the domed ceiling. I can make out a lot of polished wood. The silhouettes of the tops of students' heads fill rows and rows of seats. I glance to my left but don't see one available. To my right there's a single open spot, but it's halfway in, meaning I have to squeeze past everyone. What sounds like the low pealing of a bell comes from somewhere high above in the building. Without another thought, I hurry past the row of students and scramble to the open seat. I whisper apologies as the bell's ringing continues. I plop down, slightly out of breath and with my cheeks flushed, even though no one can see them in the relative darkness. The bell stops, and it's even quieter than before. A single light comes up on the stage, illuminating a podium. A woman with features as sharp as a blade appears from the shadows. Her tight bun accentuates her height. Without any preamble, she says, "For those of you who are new, I'm Professor Darrington, co-head teacher at Riptovic Reform School." Her eyes narrow at the word co-head before she continues. A few items for you to know before we get on with the program. Students must abide by the 3 C's: cooperation, communication, and commitment. First, to cooperate means you'll review the rules of conduct and will not disrespect members of our community or school property. You will not bully or otherwise misuse your magic. We are strict about that at Riptovic. Infractions are met with severe recourse. Second, communicate. Should you have a problem, communicate with your fellow students, your teachers, or any of the pertinent faculty or staff about your issue. Finally, commit. We're here to instruct you in restraining and retraining your magic. You will restrict your magical skills. Each of your teachers and heads of dorm will discuss the 3 C's at greater length. But, given the enormity of our endeavor this year, she clears her throat as though making an invisible point. I imagine it will require repeated review. With that, I turn the podium over to co-head teacher, Professor Popperwell. The entire auditorium is as silent as the grave until the roundest man I've ever seen takes Professor Darrington's place. He wears a tweed suit, and the buttons on the jacket threaten to burst. A polite round of applause rises when he waves at the student body. His face is ruddy, and his smile bounces between cheerful good nature and amusement. What a warm welcome from Professor Darrington about our new changes. Thank you. Or perhaps the expression he wears indicates sarcasm and amusement. Welcome students, faculty, and staff. As noted, I'm the co-head teacher here at Riptovic Magic Academy. New students will take primary classes with us. Return students, secondary classes. Depending on your schedule, you'll also have arithmetic, language arts, alchemy, futurism, the arts, and for some of you lucky individuals, a bonus class. He clears his throat. No, I suppose none of you are lucky this year. I deeply regret that things have changed, but we will do our best. Ms. Stork appears on the stage and glares at him. That's enough. We are here to reform these students, not offer them condolences. They've misused their magic, and that is final. Professor Popperwell presses his lips together, and his nostrils flare. After the commencement ceremony, we'll meet in the dining hall for dinner, and then off to your dorms to settle in. I'm looking forward to a wonderful year ahead. You mean you're looking forward to reforming our magical community, Stork corrects. He exits the stage to a round of applause louder than the one that welcomed him. Strange that we received 2 nearly opposite messages from 2 opposite-looking people. Instead of quieting, the applause amplifies when what I can only describe as the wizard of all wizards takes the stage. He has long white hair and silver shimmery robes. His hair and robes almost match. I glance to the girl sitting next to me as if to ask, is this for real? But his voice booms through the auditorium. He lifts his arms as though receiving the full blast of excitement from the student body. Professor Darrington mentioned the 3 C's. These are guidelines you'll follow when you're here and long after convocation and you leave this campus. He stops mid-stride. My pulse thunders fast and hard along with at least 100 more. You're charged with the gift of magic, but it's also a great responsibility. Each time you use your powers, first say thank you, because when we operate from a place of gratitude, we're less likely to do harm and more likely to do good, which is precisely why we've been given our gifts, to do good. I believe that of everyone in this room. However, the man returns to the podium, clasps his hands and adds, however, there are those who disagree with magic. Are threatened by it. They want to put an end to it. What was once our illustrious school is now a place to retrain and restrain. He leans in. It's the last stop before the Iron Tower. A murmur ripples through the crowd. I hear the words jail, prison, and penitentiary whispered. Was that where the jinn first tried to bring me? If so, I'm thankful not to have been sent there. The wizard goes on. This year, as we navigate these changes, we can say thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to learn and... Someone shouts, and stay out of magical jail. The wizard wiggles his fingers in a sort of wave and says, I'm going to go get a slice of pie while there's still some left. Peach tonight, I believe. But I sure am looking forward to the apple. Then he disappears. Poof. The dude left the building. A low murmur rises among the students. I turn to the girl next to me. I have questions. Even in the near dark, her skin is luminous, her hair smoothed away from her face, and her eyes bright. Who was that? I whisper, but before she can answer, the spotlights come on and a pair of unicorns prance onto the stage. I am not even kidding. 7. 3, 4, 5, 6 unicorns appear. They shower us with a shimmering light show. Then tiny lights take the stage. The girl next to me whispers, Pixies? The fire, sparkle, and shimmer are spellbinding. Next, a troupe of elves does a lyrical dance. They glide gracefully, smoothly, otherworldly. Singing begins by several other figures that look somewhat human, but have a certain quality that I've never seen, or rather felt, when the Hamilton High Choir took to the stage. By the finale, my mouth hangs open at a display of fireworks shaped like hearts, stars, and miniature hopping toads. The elves do acrobatic feats that no gymnasts, not even Olympians, and I've seen many, could possibly do. They levitate in the air. At last, the stage lights up with glitter that rains across the audience. I'm astounded. I'm awestruck. Gobsmacked. I'm clapping along with what sounds like the entire assembly when the lights go down and the stage clears. Maybe it won't be so bad here after all. When the doors open, flooding the auditorium with sunshine, what must be nearly 200 students surround me. Like on the stage, not all of them are human. The girl next to me says, to answer your question, that was Chancellor West. Head of school. Most powerful wizard in history. Educator. Legend. All-around hero in the magical world. I could tell by your expression that you've never heard of him. Surprising. I'm Yassi, by the way, and no, I am not a unicorn. They come every year for the ceremony, but this is the first time other magical beings have taken part or even attended Riptovic. Also the first time we're a reform school. Her laughter reminds me of the wind in the woods. Who are you? I'm Maija Wessels. No way, I'm your socium. My eyebrow lifts. Social partner if you don't know. It's gibberish, an old school thing. I have a list of translations and definitions if you'd like to borrow it. I definitely needed to refer to it at first. Now I'm fluent. I must look confused because she goes on. Every secondary student pairs up with a primary student to help them get used to life at Riptovic Magic Academy, Reform School. I thought maybe you weren't coming. She looks sad, as though she somehow knows my tardiness had as much to do with my reluctance as it did a delay. Better late than never? I try to keep my voice light because Yassi seems really nice, but I'm not sure what to think or who to trust. She goes on. Never ever be late to Darrington's class. Her detentions are the worst. Popperwell is good as long as you don't have him right after lunch. He tends to get sleepy and loses track of what he's saying and blathers on and on. In fact, he tends to be long-winded no matter when you catch him. We get to our feet as our row empties. "Let me see your schedule," she says. I pass it to her. "Ah, so you have Darrington for conservation." Conservation? What exactly is that? Like saving the forest and stuff? No. You'll learn about it in detail, but conservation and creation classes are more like good and evil. Well, evil and good respectively. Conservation is how we protect ourselves against the bad stuff, conserving the good, so to speak, to fend off the evil. Creation is straightforward, creating good using our magic skills. They could have simplified it and called the classes fighting evil or creating good. Would have made more sense, I suppose. Then again, with everything changing, who knows? Yassie's smile falters. All I can say is one round, oh. I was not expecting that. Wand work, spellcasting, bubbling brews, maybe a hex or two, but not good and evil. Yeah, it's serious stuff. Long ago, the academies were for our kind to train to become warriors or guardians, depending on your talents and skills. Not anymore. About restraining and retraining our magic, that's not a problem for me, since I have no idea how to use it. It's our last chance before jail. Isn't this illegal? Depending on whose laws you follow. Yassie leans in. There are rumors that the Office of Magical Management is corrupt, non-magicals pushing their interests converted Riptovic to a reform school. There's no way our parents or the outside world knows. Don't we have rights? I ask. Not anymore. What else? She reads my schedule. You have language arts, you'll learn lots of spells, alchemy, which is like potions, arithmetic. All this magic stuff really comes down to energy equations. If you want to get geeky about it, it's like a math and science fusion class. And futurism, which I love. It's a class to explore how the past informs the future of magic. Cool. I love math. But you don't seem freaked out about the changes. She shrugs. Goodness will always prevail. That's what I believe anyway. Plus we have West. Also, worry isn't in my nature. She glances at the schedule card. Oh, and you have a bonus class. Seminole seminar. She stops mid-stride and looks me up and down. Her eyes soften and then brighten as she swiftly understands something. Oh, they didn't tell you. Who? Your parents. She shakes her head. Some parents choose not to tell their kids their magic. It's a shame. Sometimes it can get nasty. I've seen some angry disputes. I'm not mad. Not really. I was for like a minute. Now I'm just confused. Makes perfect sense. You woke up today and thought you were going to regular high school and instead were shipped off here with the PS, by the way, you have magic abilities. Sort of. Wait, how'd you know? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry. She smooths her hair into one long column. Pry? I ask, not following what she's saying. It's a habit, and sometimes habits are hard to break. That's part of the reason why we're here, to learn how and when it's appropriate to use our abilities or not use them. Hold on, did you read my mind? I ask aghast. She holds up a finger. That's a gross oversimplification. I don't understand. I'm still working on shutting it off. Or in the words of Professor Popperwell, knowing when to keep a lid on it. I drive my sisters nuts. Have you always had your magic? I ask. For as long as I can remember. Are your sisters like you? They have their own talents. But that's also why we're here. To learn more about each other. This is the first year Riptovic opened its doors to all magical beings. Then again, that's probably because we're now a reform school. Well, almost all magical. There are still a few restrictions. Thank goodness they don't let demons in. That spells disaster. Technically, this is the first integrated class, or I should say group of dangerous criminals. That's what they call us now. She grimaces. So you were here last year? Yup, and I loved it. You would have too. At least one thing hasn't changed though. Chancellor West said there's still pie. Come on, I'm starved. We exit the auditorium and follow the path past the houses covered in ivy to a circular building. From the outside, it looks like an enormous merry-go-round with walls. The delicious smell of pie greets my nose and my stomach rumbles. I didn't eat lunch, and breakfast was merely a bar I gobbled while packing. Round windows of various sizes dot the walls like portholes. Around the rim of the room are serving stations. Round tables already occupied with students fill the center. It's buffet style, so you can take what you'd like, Yassi says as we get in a long line that's nearly to the door. Over there you'll find standard comfort-type food, pot pies, potatoes, peas. Then pizza, burgers, macaroni and cheese. Sounds good for any school, reform or not. Much better than the Hamilton cafeteria. Yassi sniffs the air. Peach pie tonight, cherry last night. Late summer pies. But if you like pie, the apple is going to blow your mind. You're in for a treat. It's the school specialty since we have apple orchards. But first, how about tacos? Sounds perfect. Yassi is a few inches taller than I am and what some would describe as magazine perfect. Long limbs, smooth dark hair, olive skin without a single blemish and proportionate features. She moves with the grace of a ballerina and her voice is as pleasant as a lullaby. While we wait in line, she says, since you knew nothing about the magical world, I'll tell you everything I can about Riptovic. Then again, things might be different now. She stops in front of the food line. Where are the tacos? The woman behind the glass shakes her head and dumps a pile of slop onto a plate and thrusts it in Yassi's hand. Next. Thank you. I say to both Yassi for offering to fill me in on the details and the cafeteria worker for the plate when she passes mine. At least there's still pie, Yassi mutters. If I were at Hamilton as a senior, I'd be at the top of my game, no questions about what to do or not do. The numerous round tables, most of them filled, pose a problem. As if Yassi read my mind, because she probably did, she says, don't worry. Come with me. There is always space at my table. I glance around, thankful, and then spot a shadowy figure wearing a top hat. My heart leaps. But I must have been imagining things. Why and how would JJ possibly be here? 8. Yassi weaves easily through the maze of round tables. I end up bumping into a girl with one eye, a fae with crystalline wings, and a boy with golden hair and eyes. Sorry, excuse me, pardon, I say in turn as I make my way across the dining hall. Finally, when I move to sit down at an empty chair, Yassi whispers, no, not there. She signals a different empty seat. I rescued you from being bored to death by Quince. She gestures to the boy on the other side of her. He requires a buffer. We were in class together last year. Trust me, you don't want to hear him talk about his polymorphous theories. Boring. She mocks, falling asleep. Well, unless you're a changeling interested in hacking your biochemical makeup. Quince takes a bite of slop, sneezes, and pushes his glasses higher on his nose. A girl sits down on his other side, and as if on cue, he asks her, have you heard the relevant theory on? So, Riptovic Magic Academy 101, Yassi says, taking a delicate bite of the slop. Riptovic reform, she corrects. And this tastes like Gurg loaf. She makes a gagging face. That's maggot bread. I stick out my tongue. Gross. Okay, back to Rip, that's what we call it for short. More like rest in peace to my freedom, I mutter, pushing my plate away. A heavy sigh settles over her. Yeah, magic jail, Yassi says. Though not as bad as the Iron Tower. At least we can still meet up in the dining hall, and to study. Not that everyone does. Let's see. You have the geeks, bookworms, and perfect students. That sounds like me. Yassi laughs. And me. There are the athletes. She points to a few tables that overflow with larger-than-average students. They might be actual giants. Yes. They're giants. Used to go to LaBerge School. Wait. There are other magical schools? Of course there are, well, were, including Amsterdam Island. It became a reform school as well and then was destroyed. If you're wondering, Hogwarts isn't one of them. Some things really are fantasy. I scan the room for Hagrid just in case she's wrong. My attention lands on a table full of guys dressed all in black, reminding me of the guy by the bonfire. Who are they? I ask. The rebels. Looks like the shifters joined them. She tilts her head to the left. And the vamps? As in vampires? You got it. They're magical? Not all vampires, some of them are blood-sucking idiots, but a select few who are sent here, yup, lots of magic. I observe the table with quiet fascination. Chelsea and I went through an intense twilight phase. Yassi continues, the girls with the colorful hair are the changelings. You can tell because they have different colored hair, skin, facial arrangements, you name it, practically every day. I want to ask about Jin, but she goes on, when this was still an academy, there was the gold class, the elite and popular, practically royalty. And the red class, the rest of us ordinary folk. I nod, having seen enough of the social hierarchy to understand what she means. There are primary and secondary students as well as mastery-level postgrads. Or rather now, I should say our release rather than graduation. This is like a university, not high school. I guess I'll be here forever, since my magic feels about as far away as home. Yassi says, also the pixies, elves, and she trails off, turning toward the door. When I turn, I'm face to face with a mane of chestnut hair. Hi Wyatt, Yassi says in a cheerful yet shaky voice. Elf extraordinaire at your service, says a guy with curved ears. Have you ever seen hair like that? Yassi says softly to me, twirling a finger through her own. I'm so jealous. Gone is the radiant girl, and in comes the giggling flirt. Wyatt appears and suddenly she's goo. I have to admit he is handsome, tan, muscular, well-defined arms and a strong jawline. His hair is a long dark mane of silky shiny perfection. Everything about him is handsome, by anyone's standards. But given how strange my life just became, guys are the last thing on my mind. We met at summer camp 2 years ago. Some people in the magical world believe all magical beings should have access to the same opportunities. Others disagree because of long-standing feuds, prejudices, and dislikes. Never thought we'd end up here together. The look they exchange is the kind you get when struck by Cupid's bow, and I wouldn't doubt it, at least not at this school. 2 girls scoot Quince over as he drones on about his theories. Yassi introduces me to her roommate, Audra. She has the same smooth features as Yassi. She introduces us to her socium, Winnie Tarbell, a dwarf. Audra says, so what did I miss? I instantly miss Chelsea. I was giving Maija the riptovic overview, Yassi says. Good luck, Audra says. It's not just the food that's changed. There are magical reinforcements on the dorm windows. I've noticed the shimmer of magic. It's not like golden fairy dust but grim and threatening. Barbed wire along the fences, Yassi says. New curriculum, Audra adds. New punishments, Wyatt says. New administration. Yassi's brow furrows. Yeah, I met Miss Stork, I say, recalling the woman with the crimson outfit and stern command. I think she's someone to watch out for, Yassi says. And Darrington. Audra flares her nostrils. For sure. They're probably in cahoots. I hear Stork is part dragon shifter, Yassi whispers. Oh great, Audra says. Is that a bad thing? Winnie asks. Dragons don't have the best reputation among magicals, Audra says. They tend to aspire to gain power and possessions at all costs. Wyatt shrugs. Not all of them. A grim curse corrupted some. Yassi shivers and then says. So about those changes. New pie flavors? I can tell she's trying to infuse her voice with cheer. Yum, tell me more, Winnie Tarbell says, then turns. For instance, who's that? A guy with golden hair and golden eyes enters the dining hall. Almost everyone stops and stares as he waits in line for dinner. However, another, more familiar figure in front of him in line draws my attention. JJ wears his jaunty hat atop his head, an old-fashioned suit, and has the kind of confidence you can't buy, the kind that you can't wear, and the kind that knew my name without being told. What is going on? Yassi glances at me and JJ, then tilts her head. I've never seen him before. Her eyes close about halfway. Interestingly cute. Is that a thing? He must be a transfer student. I get up from the table and hurry toward him. He wears a guarded expression. The kind that warns everyone to stay away. Are you JJ? I ask as if I need to. There's no mistaking him. He blinks slowly but doesn't smile. If you know what's good for you, you won't ask questions. I tuck my head back. Well, hello to you too. Seriously, Maija, you have no idea what you've gotten into. He glances around suspiciously. Maybe he's a few eggs short a dozen, that's one of my mother's expressions. Then again, I am at a magical reform school. Yassi gestures at me to come back over. I hesitate, wanting answers. But certain JJ is not going to give me any. He bites into a green apple. I watch as he crunches, mesmerized by his unyielding lips. Drawn to his mysterious gray eyes. Maybe you won't give me answers, but that won't stop me from asking questions, I say before storming off. At my back, I hear him mutter, that's what I'm afraid of. Yassi says, he doesn't seem too friendly. Then she gestures toward the golden boy. Him, on the other hand. Who? I ask. She points. That is Bobby Gold. Everyone has a crush on him. Especially her. A girl, also with golden hair, sits imperiously at a nearby table as if she were the reigning queen supreme. Audra rolls her eyes. That's Honey. Yes, her name is Honey. And yes, her parents named her that. All you need to know is she's the alpha queen bee, has a girl posse, is rich, and is not above using her family's money and influence to get what she wants. She's also manipulative and a liar, Audra mumbles. Consider yourself warned, Yassi says. If her parents are influential, then what is she doing here if this is now a reform school? I ask. By law, we all have to register our magical abilities. Now, instead of being special, we're criminals, Audra says. Likely, parents don't know. Yassi sighs as though the social hierarchy is a more important topic at the moment. Where do I fit in? Oh, I don't. Yassi puts her hands up. Sorry. I did it again. I'll get out of your head now. I shrug. It's like we're having a one-sided conversation without talking, but what do you mean? I'm a wood nymph and do my best not to fit in anyone's box. Not labeling ourselves, or more accurately, not pigeonholing ourselves, you know? I think about this a moment. Everyone here has one thing in common, magic, and sometimes it seems like that's what divides us the most, Yassi says. Wyatt shakes his head and his hair ripples like a silky sheet. Yassi blinks slowly, watching him. A muscle in Wyatt's jaw ticks. Yeah. I've already heard people making fun of my kind. For the record, I don't frolic in meadows. I'm an elf. A warrior. And proud of it. More like prisoner. Audra's tone is low, serious. Food aside, everything here seems about the same as it ever did, but this is a reform school now. We're criminals. We have to be careful. After what Chancellor West said, maybe things will go back to normal, I say, trying to be hopeful. Wishful thinking, Audra replies. Bobby sits down at our table. Winnie Tarbell chokes on her pile of slop and Audra's cheeks tint pink. His attention floats over to me. Hello. Haven't seen you here before. Yassi fights, rolling her eyes. I think she read his mind. This is Maija. It's lovely to meet you, Maija. He takes my hand and then closes his eyes. Which? I draw my hand away, feeling like he saw all of me, like he saw me naked. But when I look at his square jaw, full lips, and golden eyes, I suddenly don't mind so much. A little sound like a purr accidentally escapes. I take a long sip of cold water. Bobby snorts. I overheard what you all were saying. They're going to try to reform us? It's bound to backfire. We're too different. Werewolves running all over campus. Vampires creeping around. Dwarves, mermaids. It spells disaster. Wait, mermaids are real? I ask, eager to change the subject. Merpeople, Yassi corrects. My question is, how is the administration going to accommodate them? If they think I'm taking my classes down in the pond, they're vastly mistaken. Bobby shrugs like this isn't his problem. Better than being at the Iron Tower, Audra mutters. Yassi rounds on Bobby. If you'd pay attention in class, you'd know that merpeople can come on land. There are ways. He scoffs and leans closer to her. Whatever. If you paid attention, you'd see that this is all pointless. Wyatt stiffens and clenches his fists. Bobby pauses. An interesting time to be a criminal. Bobby casts a smolder in my direction and then gets up to clear his tray. I watch him and then catch JJ across the room, a black and white image as though plucked from an old photograph, gazing in my direction. No glaring. 9. After dessert, a sliver of peach pie, I couldn't resist. Wyatt walks with Yassi and me to the dorm. The twilight shadows, the mild late summer air, and the low murmur of them talking remind me of where I am. It feels magical. High school magical. Then again, there's the glowing barbed wire in the distance along the boundary walls. Reform school gloom. I don't know which. I don't quite believe that I'm a witch. Yassi's words echo in recent memory. She said she tries not to fit in. Maybe that's the point after all. Maybe by being myself, a witch, finding my way at Riptovic won't be too difficult. Even though I'm starting at the beginning here, maybe I can just be me. First, I have to figure out who that is. Second, I have to figure out a way to get out of here because if nothing else, I do not like the look of the barbed wire or the sound of reform school. I'm not a criminal, and I'm certain that none of the people I've met so far have done anything wrong. Lanterns illuminate the path back toward the ivy-covered dorms, and I feel a surge of warmth, like the sun passing overhead or a star brightening even though night has fallen. Yassi and Wyatt walk a few steps ahead. Despite everything, they're laughing and falling in love. It's so obvious and so sweet I can't help but smile. When we reach the wooden porch in front of the dormitory, Wyatt says goodnight to Yassi and trots off. Yassi's laugh turns into a long sigh. Isn't he handsome? The hearts in her eyes tell me she's definitely not talking about Quince. When we enter the dorm, Yassi spreads her arms wide and says, "Welcome to Penny House." An irritated and irritatingly high-pitched voice says, "Fiona Penny Legion Oaks House, actually." Yassi rolls her eyes. Correction, Honey Oaks is great. How many was it again? She waves her hand dismissively and not waiting for Honey's response says, "Never mind. We call it Penny House." Honey cuts her eyes at Yassi. By the end of this year, you'll learn to be respectful. Yassi's eyes lower halfway and she says, "Honey, respect is something earned and you know the exact moment you lost mine." Honey grits her teeth. "Get out of my head or I'll report you." "Defensive use is not prohibited," Yassi counters. Honey shakes her head. "You better watch out. Things are different now." Then her eyes flash, noticing me for the first time. She hesitates as though we've met and she can't remember my name, but of course we haven't. She must come to some unpleasant conclusion because next she glowers at me, full-on narrowed eyes and pinched lips. Yassi mutters, "Don't mind her, she's bitter." Long story about a boy we both had a crush on. It turns out he asked me to the sweetheart dance last year. As we shuffle out of the entryway, she goes on. She thought I told Dane yes. I didn't because our friendship meant more to me than a boy, but she went ahead and gave me a tummy trouble brew. Before I realized what hit me, I was in the infirmary, and she took my place and went to the sweetheart dance with Dane. Not that it matters. I'd be surprised if there is one this year. That's awful, I say, suddenly missing Chelsea and our homecoming plans a ton. As we continue down the hall, Yassi gives me a tour of the old house, converted into a communal living space. The library and kitchenette are small and have an enchanted quality with cubbies and nooks and lots of low lighting. I smell chocolate and butter and sugar. Lace curtains cover small tables and framed needlepoint decorates the walls. Yassi stops abruptly, gazing at the window. She holds out her hand and then shakes her head. Magical enchantments to keep us in. Her eyes widen. I'm afraid this is just the beginning. No way they'd have gotten us all back here if they made the changes right away. There would have been protests. No, they'll make the changes slowly, sinisterly. Soon we'll be no better off than if we were locked in the Iron Tower. I was going to say that I almost feel like I'm in a dollhouse or a fabled grandmother's cottage, I start. Jail is more like it, Yassi says, pushing open the door to the common room. About that, they brought me there first. A djinn disguised as a worker from the Office of Magical Management came to my house. I hesitate, not sure how to explain or who to trust. Whatever she's about to say is swallowed up by about 20 girls gathered and chattering. Little balls of light hover along the ceiling like twinkle lights, but without a cord. The girls fill the spaces on the couches draped with knit blankets and patchwork quilts. The room practically glows with welcoming smiles. It's all very quaint and cozy. I instantly love everything about it, but worry tugs on my mind and sours my stomach. Except for Honey. The words I hear from her mouth are bitter criticisms, her comment about smelling wet dog blatantly aimed at the two girls, and her expression is sour, directed at everyone except her closest accomplices, two girls who look terrified of her. There's always one rotten apple in the bunch. I do my best to ignore her negativity when a radiant woman with shiny curly hair enters through the two French doors. Everyone hushes. Girls, I'm Miss Mayweather. Welcome home. Well, her brow wrinkles as though about to give her usual spiel to begin the year. Things are different now, but we're still a family here, even though we have new rules and guidelines. She reviews the new rules for dorm life and is met with groans. We break off into groups, and Miss Mayweather brings us each cookies and milk, yes, for real. Shush. Don't tell the administration, she says. Reese and Sadie, the two girls, talk to us in hushed tones. Sadie says, if Stork found out about this, Mayweather would get fired and be replaced with a correctional officer. Like the regular jails in the human world? Reese asks. That's what I heard. My lips are sealed, I say. Yassi leads the way up to the third floor and down the hall. Primary students have to walk the extra flight, she says, as though relieved her room is downstairs. We pass doors bedecked in banners and decorations, welcoming all the new residents. We stop in front of a door with my name on one side in sparkly gold letters and Bree on the other. I'm relieved it doesn't say Honey. Primary year, you're assigned to room with another new student. Next year you can pick your roomie, Yassi explains. Though if what Sadie and Reese said was true, we might be in cells next year. I don't think I'll get used to her reading my thoughts. I turn the doorknob, not knowing what to expect. I've had the same bedroom my entire life. Inside, all I find are two beds on opposite sides of the room, along with a pair of dressers, desks, and windows. Two of everything, split right down the middle. However, in the center of the room, only my luggage waits. So what do you think? I turn in a circle and shrug. Simple, clean. Yassi bites her lip, peers out the door and pulls a wand from the deep pocket of her dress. She waves it a couple of times and the bare walls glitter. I blink. She's transformed my side. Gauzy fabric drapes from the ceiling, creating a canopy. Little balls of light like in the common room appear, twinkling. Fluffed blankets make my bed look inviting after this long day, my bags are empty and stowed in the closet, and photos of my family rest atop the dresser. How's that for a magical makeover in less than a minute? She asks. I love it. Do you also do hair and makeup? I ask. Also fashion, I could certainly use some new clothes. She laughs. We're not really supposed to do this kind of thing, especially now, but with so many sisters back home, I'd sometimes get carried away. Now it's kind of my specialty. You'll be able to do your hair and makeup in no time. As for clothes, we have required uniforms. At her words, a drawer on the dresser opens and a plaid skirt, knee socks, white button-down, and a sweater vest with the school emblem on the chest shake themselves out. For real? I ask, holding up the red plaid skirt. She shrugs. You get used to it. No, I like it. A lot. Better than prison jumpsuits. Anyway, the good thing is the pockets are deep. She slides her wand back in and adds, you can wear casual dress on the weekends, well, as far as I know. Where do I get a wand? Yassi takes hers out again and balances it on her delicate fingers to show me. This one was custom made for yours truly, but for now you'll get a school-issued wand. You need to know your magic first, and then a joiner can customize one for you. That is if they let us keep them. A joiner? I ask. A wand maker. They join your magic with a piece of wood, metal, or stone. It has to be an element. The school wands are made of wood and only perform the basics. I tilt my head with curiosity. So what exactly does a wand do? A wand amplifies and directs your magic. Don't worry, your teachers will cover all of this. Some people like Chancellor West can perform magic without a wand, but that's a really advanced technique. Or rather, they'll probably teach us how not to use it. But what about things like reading people's minds? That's a different kind of magic. Interior. Whereas wand use is exterior. I have a lot to learn. Thank you for everything today. Of course. I want to say that I hope you like it here, but she cups her head in her hands. Sorry to sound all doom and gloom, but I heard Miss Mayweather's thoughts and she clamps her palm over her mouth. Never mind, I shouldn't say. Just that it's going to get worse, and there's nothing we can do. She moves toward the door. Wait. I feel torn between my old life and new. The fact that the academy is transitioning into a reform school. What I knew and what I don't yet understand. So far, Yassi seems like the only one I can tell, if she doesn't know already given her skill. Dina, the officer from OMM seemed nice, then transformed into a djinn after we landed in front of what I know now is the Iron Tower. The guard said something about a bounty and prisoner, I blurt. I couldn't hold it in any longer. Yassi's eyes go wide. Now I'm here and this is no longer Riptovic Academy, but a reform school. I shake my head. I'm not a delinquent. I didn't commit any crimes. Yassi meets my gaze. Apparently, our crime is our magic. She frowns slightly and then brings her hand to her mouth. It's happening. I thought it was hearsay and conspiracy theories. I knew something fishy was going on. It happened at Amsterdam Island Academy too. They became a reform school, RIP Jr. Now us. After the brightening, it can't be another shadow army, but something bad is going on. This is the last stop before prison. If they were going to send us there, they'd have done it already. There's something else. They must want to change us in some way and send us back out into the world. But what? Why? She shakes her head. It must be something awful. But can't the magical community put a stop to it? She grabs my arms. We are the magical community. Our parents have no idea. We arrived here to all of these sudden changes. Since we had the commencement ceremony, it seems like some of the professors and the chancellor are fighting against it, but for how long? How long until we're no better off than the inmates in the Iron Tower? Yassi starts pacing. So everyone was tricked. By who? Who has that amount of power? The gates around campus look the same, but you notice the barbed wire and magic, right? I nod. So everything looks normal from the outside. Exactly. Then in here they'll slowly take away our freedoms, suppress our abilities, and But why? They probably want to strip us of our power, so we're no longer a threat to the non-magicals. Well, I don't have any powers, so why was I brought to the Iron Tower by a rogue djinn? Why am I here? The sensation of anger when I face the djinn wells and resurfaces, reminding me of that surge of energy. My magic? Yassi lifts and lowers a shoulder. I don't know. As she exits, I remember I have a roommate, Bree. Any idea where my roommate is? I didn't meet her downstairs. But Yassi is already gone, leaving me with her comment about how things are going to get worse. That's exactly what I'm afraid of. 10. I wake up to a tinkling sound and a flash of light as I open my eyes and the door closes. Bree, I call softly to my roommate. I pad across the room. There's no sign that she was here, except when I pull the heavy curtains open, the center of her mattress shimmers. I brush my hand over it and come away with a light dusting of sparkle on my fingers. After dressing in my school-issued uniform, the socks are itchy, I check my schedule and reference the campus map on the back. Several girls, including Yassi, chat in the entryway downstairs. Good morning, they chime. Yassi links her arm in mine and asks, ready for your first day? I nod. And I'm ready for breakfast. Good, because I want waffles, and I'm hoping Wyatt is in the dining hall, she says with a smile. After we do not eat waffles because they're only serving porridge and with no sign of the elf or Bobby Gold, Yassi walks me to the biggest building on campus, Hawthorne Hall. It's 5 floors complete with spires and turrets. It reminds me of a castle. Ivy clings to the stone walls, and the windows reflect the morning sunshine. You have period 1 with Popperwell. Lucky you. Last year, I had Darrington first thing in the morning. She makes a sour expression. For Popperwell, sit on the eastern side of the classroom because he has a hard time hearing out of his left ear. Good to know. I glance around at the other first-year students, filtering up the stone steps and under the pillared archway. From atop a hill, bells chime from a stone chapel. Gotta run. See you at lunch. Good luck, Yassi calls as she races toward her class. From across the lawn, a group of elves troop. As the bells continue to chime, I square my shoulders and take a deep breath, ready to begin my magical education. The busy first day brings me swiftly to the end of the week. There are increased restrictions with each day, tighter rules, and the guards started to patrol the perimeter rather than relying on the barbed wire to do the work of deterring anyone from trying to leave. My bonus class, the Seminole Seminar, seems to be bogus because every day when I show up to the appointed room in Nightingale Hall, no one is there. My roommate still hasn't made an appearance either. More than anything, I want to tell Chelsea everything and maybe get a hug from my mom. I can't call her. Apparently, the campus is a technology-free zone, meaning students had to do everything the old-fashioned way or the magical way, as the case may be. My wand is little more than a lousy stick with a crack in the handle. The only upsides are Yassi because she's awesome, and Dewey Dunkle because he's hilarious. He's a dwarf and has the same schedule as me minus Seminole Seminar. Through this crazy chaos, he somehow manages to make me laugh even though sometimes I want to cry. Not because I see JJ wherever I go, and he glowers at me like I'm actually a criminal, but because day by day we're treated more and more like inmates. Because we are. I search my mind, trying to figure out a way to notify my parents, but the gates are locked. The walls fortified. No phones or technology to be seen. I contemplate going to the administration office, but if I never see Stork again, I might just stay alive. That woman is wicked. There was the chancellor, who seemed nice enough. Maybe if I explain my situation, someone will understand. I march toward the administration building when a shadowy figure appears down the path, looking like a storm on a perpetually dreary day. The misty morning doesn't help. I turn and start walking the other way, only to hear JJ's footfalls pounding closer. West wants to see you, he says. Funny, I was just going to look for him. The note I received from Filbert, telling me I'm in danger and that I should run, comes to mind. Should I run from JJ? I hesitate on the path as he starts walking. He looks at me expectantly. West won't want to be kept waiting. The comment stands in contrast to his strong jawline, dark lashes, and the particular set of his lips that bring to mind one word. Kiss. If this were another life where we were on the streets of Paris or some romantic place, I'd swish my fancy skirt, loop my arm in his, and we'd eat chocolate and stroll along the Seine, listening to the street musicians. Yes, I've read way too many period romance novels. I needed a break from the pressure of constant scholastic achievement. Instead, I stomp after JJ, cursing my bad luck and the stubborn and confusing attraction I seem to have in his presence. JJ leads me to an office in a formidable brick building. Candles burn in scones on the wall and the wooden floor is well worn. Yassi could come in and spruce things up. Dust and cobwebs fill the corners of the room filled to the brim with books, parchment, and odd devices that gleam in the low light. Deep in thought, the chancellor sits behind a broad oak desk with his fingers steepled. Sir, JJ says. You wanted to see us? Us? West looks up and smiles slightly. It's worse than I thought, West says. JJ folds his arms across his chest and leans against the wall as if to say, duh. Hope, JJ. Don't lose hope, West replies. I cat my head between them, trying to make sense of what they're talking about. It's not gibberish, but I don't follow. As if sensing this, West says, Maija, you're not just any witch. You are the witch. His gaze holds mine as though this should mean something. That's news to me. You are the one they've been waiting for. The wish witch. The who? The what? I tilt my head in question. Your wish is the power they desire. Not a stone or a crown as in the past. No, they want you. With your wish, you can give them anything they desire. In case my teachers haven't reported to you, I'm not all that, powerful or proficient. If you give grades here at Riptovic, I'm probably failing. Not something I'm proud of since I got a perfect score on my ACT. I trail off as West continues to gaze intently at me. You are new to the magical world, I understand. This must all seem very strange to you. You can say that again. Deep down I want to ask more questions, but I'm afraid if I do I'll seem even more stupid than I already am when it comes to the magical world. West presses his lips together as though concentrating on something outside this room. Trust me, you are in danger. This is going to sound strange, but someone gave my cat a note saying that very same thing. JJ shifts from foot to foot. It was you. I ask. It's true, Wes says. You're only lucky that JJ was able to locate you first. We have to be careful. Do not tell anyone that you're a wish witch. But you need to know so you don't give up your wish. I recall my birthday wish and wonder if I already did. Now is not the time to ask. In that case, shall I keep looking after Maija? JJ asks. Wes nods. Absolutely. I do a double take. More questions flood fast and furiously at me. You've been looking after me? Of course. I almost think his eyes sparkle, but it must be a trick of the dim light. Wes leans in. I'm going to ask a lot from both of you. Maija, I need you to get close to two people. Find out everything you can, but don't give yourself away. He speaks authoritatively. I let out a long breath. Do I have a choice? He slides his head from side to side. I shrug in surrender. Okay. Who? Agnes Stork and Bobby Gold. I balk. My first question is, isn't that illegal? It's not a crime if you don't get caught, Wes says simply. My brow ripples. That sounds sketchy. My second question is, why? They're somehow connected to the enemy. The ripple deepens. You want me to spy on the head of administration at Riptovic? I'm pretty sure the chancellor isn't supposed to ask that of a student. You're not just any student. No, that's right. This is a reform school. I'm an inmate. Irritation about how my life has turned so sharply in an unknown direction makes me fume. Heat and tension build under my skin. That's just it. Forces are at play that are unclear even to me. The OMM has bound my hands, removing my influence on the Board of Trustees. He shakes his head in dismay. But I think that is part of the design. This is something that I'm not meant to solve on my own. He looks pointedly at JJ. I let out a long breath. Does this mean turning this place back into an academy? And more importantly, being free. Will you do it? I nod slowly. Just don't give yourself away. West levels me with his gaze. And keep your particular talent a secret. I stagger backward. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to make sure Stork doesn't banish Pie from the dining hall. West almost smiles. Is he serious? I ask JJ as the door closes. About the assignment or the pie? When JJ speaks, he somehow steals the air from the room. I shake the fuzz out of my head and then cock it to one side. Did he make a joke? JJ's gaze drifts over me. His eyes dim like he's not pleased with what he sees. Story of my life. I've always had to prove myself. I've never just been accepted, strive harder, achieve more. The bar for perfection has always been impossible for me to reach. I'm a witch who can hardly use her magic, and it would seem to JJ that I'm not good enough for him either, except he has to look after me. I gaze down at my purple Converse sneakers, the only reminder I have of my life before. Would I wish myself back if I could? Maybe. Would I wish myself to be the most popular, smartest, coolest girl? It's tempting. JJ's cold hand lands on my chin and he lifts it so we're eye to eye again. Whatever you're thinking? No. He must read my thoughts, but does he mean the use of my power, or the other thing, how I've never quite measured up? Probably not that. Come on, he says in his accented voice that never fails to give me those stupid flutters inside. Even right now. They go into overdrive as his hand lands on the small of my back and he guides me out of the cottage. I tell myself it's because this new world I'm now a part of just got even more strange and dangerous. It's Friday evening and I have so much homework I declare I'm locking myself in my room all weekend to catch up. My futurism teacher received notification during class that if we fail, there are dire consequences of losing what little freedom we have. I hear the library has a dungeon if you're serious about that, Dewey says. His brown eyes sparkle with mirth. Ha, I say dryly but smile at the same time. Yassi says, I was going to say you'll get used to the load just before graduation, that's what the mastery students always said anyway. But we now have school-instituted weekend lockdown and there are no longer mastery students. We're here indefinitely, so it's not like you have much of a choice. Dewey Dunkel's eyes widen. Yassi nods. Yep, I heard. I'm sure they'll figure out a way to restrict my abilities before long, but that's what Miss Mayweather was fretting about this morning. What am I supposed to do if I have a teacher that's a no-show? Who? Can I see your schedule? I pull the card out of my bag and point at Professor Aerosmith's name. I'm sorry I didn't notice this before. See this asterisk, she says. That means it's a celestial class. At night when the stars are out. I feel my face blanch. Does that mean I've been missing a week of classes? I assumed it was right after 6th period. Around a mouthful of starchy slop, Dewey says, the good news is it's been cloudy the last few nights, so maybe you didn't miss much. I've never had a night class, but he's probably right, Yassi says. From what I've heard, Aerosmith is an interesting character. She's choosing her words carefully and being polite, Dewey says. I raise an eyebrow. I swear by Great Gregor's mighty axe, she lives in the attic in my dorm. A voice with a deep register says, I'd say she's unique. Yassi brightens at the sight of Wyatt, lowering to the table. I've never had Aerosmith as a teacher, but she led a stargazing workshop at camp, and she's all of those things. Interesting, weird, unique. Yassi says, counting off on her fingers. She's never in her classroom, I say. No, probably preoccupied with all the clouds lately. It is almost autumn. Well, whatever. You'll know her when you see her. She wears a shawl. And beads. Yassi clears her throat. Also, she paints her face, but only during celestial events. As I said, she's weird, Dewey says. And she'd probably tell you that remind her of Imogen Hawks. Imogen who? I ask. I was assigned her for my historical figure study, a witch famous for her knowledge of the stars. And a megastar. Practically everyone in the magical world has heard of her. How could you not? Yassi says, tapping her chin and examining my face. Dewey digs through his bag and pulls out a thick book. He flips to a glossy page with a sepia-toned image of a woman wearing an old-fashioned gown with a plunging V-neck. Her cheekbones are strong, she holds her head high, and her almond eyes lift as though staring at the heavens. Yassi's roommate, Audra, along with Philomena, a she-elf, joins us at the table. Audra follows Yassi's gaze from the woman on the page to me and back again. Is that Imogen Hawks? She asks. Dewey nods vaguely, staring starry-eyed at Audra, nods absently, having forgotten about the book and me. She was the subject of the last great prophecy, Wyatt says thoughtfully. And there's something about her that reminds me of you, Maija, Yassi says. Something about the eyes. I shrug. Isn't there a saying in the human world about them being a window or something? Dewey says while staring deeply into Audra's. Just then, the book slips from Dewey's grasp and clatters to the floor. Pink-cheeked, he quickly recovers by taking a bite of his slop. Conversation shifts away from Imogen Hawks and my worries about my homework load to a debate between Yassi, Wyatt, Dewey, and the others about what's better. Crystals are better than amulets, Yassi says. Tarot is better than palm reading, Audra asserts. Dewey shakes his head as though they have it all wrong. Donuts are superior to bagels. You're always thinking about food, I say, joking. I won't argue with that. In case you were wondering, cupcakes are better than muffins, he adds, nodding. And everything is better than this. He drops his fork on the plate. We all agree on this and debate fries and onion rings, ice cream flavors, and so on until we run out of food combinations. Then Dewey says, I've got one, video games are superior to books. That's where we differ, I say, and we erupt into laughter and the merits of books. Dewey is alone in his love for video games. I glance at his old textbook on the table between us with the image of Imogen Hawks. Our features differ, her lips turn down slightly and I'm all bright smiles. My cheekbones are slightly more defined and her brow is pronounced, however, I'm a bit unsettled about how Yassi was right. The glint in her piercing matches mine. What's almost stranger is it gave the year she was born, which was hundreds of years ago but not when she died. 11. During the second week, a box arrives from my parents. It's a care package filled with snacks and treats, the spa kit Chelsea gave me for my birthday, my favorite fuzzy socks, and a pack of colorful pens and paper. However, the letter they wrote is crossed out with a thick black marker in places. I get the gist though, they want to know how I'm enjoying boarding school. They did not get the reform school memo. How could they? Before my first class on Monday, I march across campus with a mission. I'm resolved. I'm going to get answers. The administration building is intimidating on a regular day, but its stone exterior burns as the sun rises and doesn't give me the faintest sense of hope that a new day otherwise might. Nonetheless, I forge ahead. Inside, it's quiet except for the ticking of a clock. No one sits at the desk, and I wait a few polite minutes, expecting someone to come out from the washroom or another office. Nothing stirs. I clear my throat. Hello. I call, uncertain. There's what I could only describe as a roar from somewhere deep in the building. A basement? A door slams. Feet stop. Stork appears through a door. Her eyes meet mine with anger, as if I interrupted her morning routine. What are you doing here? My anger rises to meet hers. This is an office. I'm a student at Riptovic. I've been patient. I've been waiting for an explanation. Since none has come, I'd like to contact my parents. She growls a laugh. No, it's a roar. Magicals gave up their rights the moment they walked through those gates. You are no different. You aren't important or special. My mother's voice about how I am special whispers in my mind. So does her reminder to use my manners. She says you catch more flies with honey, but what about dragons? The bells toll. Don't you have a class to get to? Stork glares. I huff off. She calls, Maija, be careful. I whirl because it sounds like a threat. My manners go out the window. Why's that? You don't know who you're dealing with or what's coming. Her eyes flare. My anger gutters like a candle and goes out. Definitely a threat. Definitely getting out of here. Assignments consume me, leaving little time to think about how much I miss my family and to wonder what senior year would have been like at Hamilton High or what Stork said. On Friday, I make my way to Nightingale Hall. The shadows of twilight stretch long and fog rolls in from the mountains. The lanterns flame to life, casting halos of light along the path. While waiting outside Professor Aerosmith's classroom door for the 10th time in a row, ruminating on how she should have at least let me know if she was canceling the class, footsteps echo from the stairwell. Finally, I mutter. I linger in the alcove next to the doorway, preparing a polite but meaningful statement about communicating the schedule better. I could have been spending this valuable time in the library. However, instead of a stout teacher wearing a shawl and beads like Yassi and Dewey described, a familiar dark figure fills the hall. He's wearing a top hat. JJ strides toward me, but his face is set like stone as though he's deep in thought. He reaches the door and turns the handle before startling. What are you doing lurking in the shadows? He asks in an accusatory tone. I'm not lurking, I reply. I'm waiting. For who? Professor Aerosmith. Seminole seminar. I'd argue she doesn't exist and that this class is a joke, but other people claim to have seen her. It says on my schedule that I'm supposed to be here. He grunts. So here we are. He pushes the door open and enters a dim, dusty classroom. I never thought to go right in, I mumble, following him. The door closes behind me. At the bang this time, I startle. The air feels cooler, almost like we're outside. JJ turns on a low lamp. It illuminates the angular planes of his face. I imagine he spends more time in the moonlight than in the sun. Being in this classroom, I almost feel like we're on the moon. The space is sparse with several tables on the side near the door. On the opposite wall, shelves contain numerous instruments, mostly made of glinting metal and glass. In the center of the room are cushions set up haphazardly atop a rough stone floor. I lean against a table, clutching my textbook to my chest. He's staring up at the ceiling. When I look up, puffy clouds float above us. Instead of plaster or tin, like most of the other ceilings in these old buildings, this one is made of glass. Wow, I whisper. When I glance back down, JJ stares at me. The memory of meeting him at the bonfire, and how he knew my name, flares in my memory. I was going to say the same thing, he says in a voice so low and thin I'm afraid I imagined it. That night when we met at the bonfire, how'd you know my name? I ask. He eyes the door but doesn't answer. Instead, he looks up at the ceiling again. I wonder what his smile would look like. He swallows hard when I repeat the question. I don't think she's going to show up, he says, evading my inquiry again. I step closer to him. Did you hear me? After a long pause, he says, yes. How'd you know my name? I repeat. I told you already, the stars. Explain, I say. Irritation prickles my skin. He gets to his feet and crosses the room to the door, but it won't open. He tries again, but it's locked. He whirls around. The hem of the old-fashioned jacket he wears over the boys' version of the school uniform, slate gray slacks, white button-down, and coordinating sweater vest, widens like a cape. Fists form at his sides and his expression turns harder. It's the only door, I say, having already scanned the room, part afraid of being locked in here with him, and part eager to get back to my dorm since Aerosmith is a no-show. We'll use the window, he says gruffly. That's dangerous. Dangerous, he retorts with a cold laugh. I inspect the singular window at the front of the classroom. It's a vertical drop 5 stories down at least. We'll call for help, I say. That's deadly, he says darkly. His eyes float over mine, and I push away a shiver. Our gazes meet. His lips quirk like he senses my consternation, and it amuses him. His lips are what's dangerous. The shiver returns. This time I push both the thought and sensation away. JJ, I've come here 10 nights in a row waiting for this stupid class to start. I have loads of homework. I don't want to be here either. But the fact that you are and I have a question you refuse to answer is frustrating. You're maddening and confusing and cute in an odd kind of way, but I leave that part out. He folds his hands in front of his chest and leans against the wall. Most people say I'm moody and mean. I prefer to think I'm misunderstood, he says dryly. I exhale sharply. Proud of that, are you? He shrugs. Just then, my eyes land on something shiny and metal across the room. I'll tell you how to get out of here if you tell me the truth. The quirk of his lips returns. They're dangerous and deadly. Which truth, he asks. Why are you so mysterious? I say. Frustration strains my voice. Moody, mean, misunderstood, and mysterious. I like it. He chuckles and pushes to his feet. Insufferable, I hiss, quickly coming up with a plan to make him as annoyed as I am. It might be juvenile, but I don't care. He's so intolerable, I'm willing to take desperate action. He crosses the room, and I follow him like a shadow. When he reaches his arm up to check the door again, I do the same. When he clears his throat, I copy. When he scuffs his boot on the wood floor, I mimic him. What are you doing? He asks. What are you doing? I repeat. The corner of his lip curls up. Mine follows. Oh, I see. Oh, I see, I repeat. I meet his eyes. Those gray pools almost make me forget that I'd rather get out of this room than play this game. Almost. Our eyes stay locked like that for what feels like forever. Forever until he leans closer. This time, I don't copy him. I can feel his cool breath on my neck when he whispers, "You did say you knew a way to get out of here," he says. Slowly, ever so slowly, reason comes back and the swoony spell lifts. My eyes land on the ladder I saw before. He spots it and says, "Aha." I want an answer, I say, as he checks the ladder's stability before climbing. He pushes open the glass hatch to the roof. The night air relieves me from that strange and intense moment as our eyes swam together. My answer is, let's get out of here. I follow him up the ladder and onto the portion of the roof that isn't glass. The wind blows my hair back, and he grips his hat as we both scramble along the edge toward what appears to be a second roof, lower down. He slides down a drain pipe and lands on an outdoor patio still 3 stories up. I hesitate. Heights aren't my thing. Neither is being locked in a classroom. Neither is JJ. I grip the drain pipe, willing my feet to leave the relative safety of the roof. JJ tries the glass doors and thankfully they open. Coming? He gazes up at me and clicks his tongue before coming back. I'm frozen. Extending both his hands, he says, "If you fall, I'll catch you." Why should I trust you? You shouldn't. Then he adds, "But of everyone here, I'm just about the only person that you can trust," he says. I think. A gust of wind blew at that exact moment, gusting away the words. It's this or get caught by the ever-increasing number of guards patrolling campus and be accused of trying to escape or something. I carefully shimmy onto the drain pipe, holding on for dear life. JJ steps closer, and as I slide down, I feel his arms gather around me. My stomach does a weird thing that has nothing to do with my already present nerves. I turn as he lets go, and we're nearly eye to eye again. You okay? JJ asks. No, I croak out. Come on, he says, gesturing to the door. We're in an atrium with numerous potted plants, some bigger and taller than him. The light is dim and the air earthy. I'm going to answer my questions myself. You didn't use magic to unlock the door, so your skills are at least as poor as mine are. You didn't tell me why you knew my name, so you have secrets. He closes the space between us in 3 strides and puts his hand over my mouth, silencing me. Footsteps echo from the interior of the building. JJ pulls me into the shadows behind the door we exited. I try to wriggle away, but his grip tightens. The figure, with golden hair and the glint of golden eyes, slowly passes. It's Bobby Gold. It's as though he's looking for something or someone. I'm about to call hello to him, but JJ grips me against his hard chest, still holding his cold hand over my mouth. I fight the urge to bite his fingers. We remain silent until a door down the hall opens and closes. You shouldn't ask or try to answer questions, Maija, JJ says, gliding as quietly as a ghost toward the stairs. When we reach the bottom, a shadow grows on the wall, and Bobby comes around the corner. Well, hello. I was looking for you, Maija. Me? I ask. Bobby glares at JJ, who returns the obvious contempt. JJ ignores him. Bobby says, it's late. You should be back in your dorm. Don't you have homework? What about class? JJ asks me as though we didn't already establish our teacher is absent at best, a flake at worst. With Aerosmith? Bobby scoffs. Cancelled. Indefinitely. Something unfortunate happened. She won't be able to make it. That's why I'm here. He beams a smile at me. JJ shifts so he's standing close to me, almost like a shield. He stiffens. His lips part as though choosing careful words to direct at Bobby. Instead, he turns to me and says, let's go. I'll walk you back if you'd prefer, Bobby says sweetly. My attention volleys between the two. I've tried not to think about how West ordered me to spy on Bobby. Will I get class credit for it? JJ says, my dorm is next to Fiona Penny Legion House. I'm going in that direction anyway. I give him a look, a reminder that I'm supposed to spy. Bobby's golden eyes smolder. It's chilly. I'll make sure you stay warm, Maija. How about we all walk back together, I suggest, not sure how to handle the demand from JJ or the sudden appearance, interest, and overture from Bobby. I'd rather rot, JJ says. You would, wouldn't you, Bobby says, and then turns his golden smile to me. Ignoring them, I start toward the door. Bobby catches up and JJ trails behind. Once we're outside, I take a deep breath of the cool night air, eager to get back to my dorm. Bobby asks me questions about myself. Ones I'm all too happy to answer like a normal person, unlike JJ and his pride at being moody, mean, and mysterious. We talk about my life back home, my parents, and how I had no idea magic was real. I leave out the part about being a wish witch, because I don't even know if that's true. By the time we reach the glowing lights of Penny House, he's practically heard my life story and we're both smiling. The problem is, I'm supposed to be getting inside info on him. Spy fail. So what about you? I ask. Well, it is getting late, save that for next time. But let's meet up again soon. Maybe this weekend? I'd like that. I turn into my dorm and the electric shock of my time locked in a room with JJ gives way to the golden warmth of the walk with Bobby, even though I'm a double agent. I hurry up to my room to start my homework, buzzed and unable to concentrate as I replay the moments bringing me back to my dorm and everything that happened before it. The next morning at breakfast, I tell Yassi about being locked in the classroom in Nightingale Hall with JJ Thorne. As if on cue, he appears. When our eyes meet, something like relief washes over his face, but his expression quickly turns stony again. He glides past, hardly even mumbling a hello. He seems angry or preoccupied, but his eyes say something else. Concern? Relief? Curiosity? When he's out of earshot, Yassi says, I think half the school has a crush on Bobby Gold and the other half on him. Shiaz Day. The girls in choir won't stop talking about him. This is only the second time I've seen him and we've been here for 2 weeks already? He's like a ghost. 3 weeks, I correct. And I see him every day. If we weren't stuck on this campus crossing paths all the time, I'd fear he's following me. There's something forbidden about him. Maybe that's why I find myself strangely and frustratingly attracted to him, or maybe I'm just as mixed up in my non-love life as I am in my witch life. He's got swagger. I'll give him that. Like Harry Styles in a top hat and waistcoat. I wonder if he has tattoos and can sing. You know about Harry Styles? I ask. Yassi gives me a side eye. I don't live in a cave. My grandmother did though. Besides, my sister has a major crush on him. Justin Bieber too. JJ settles at a vacant table. I think of our staring contest last night and how he leaned in. Not like he was going to kiss me. No, like he was testing me to see how far I would take the game. Yassi goes on, he's like some kind of Edwardian throwback. Maybe he's a time jumper. Her eyes soften. Then she shakes her head. No. He's not that. Something else though. What do you mean? He doesn't smile. Something about him is a little crooked. Be careful, Maija. 12. It's been 3 weeks since I found out that I'm a witch and left home with a djinn disguised as an OMM official for an uncertain future. I'm homesick and write my parents a letter. I have tons of questions but mostly do the reverse of the conversation I had with Bobby Gold, telling them everything about my new life like I told him all about my old one. I explain exactly what happened with the djinn and how now I'm basically in jail. But like their letters, these parts will probably be crossed out with thick black ink or magic. Still, I'll do whatever I have to in order to get out of here. I've seen Bobby in the dining hall a couple of times since the night we walked back to my dorm together. His smile somehow stays with me like sunshine, following me wherever I go, even on these dreary, cloudy, almost autumn days. I can't take my mind off him or his golden eyes. I have no idea why West wanted me to spy. JJ seems more suspicious, skulking around. Maybe I should spy on him? What do spies do anyway? Remain unseen or at least unnoticed and collect information. No doubt there are nefarious goings-on at this academy-turned-reform school. But the usual questions remain: why, what, and why? When I write to my parents about my non-class seminal seminar, another pair of eyes replace those. They're steely and powerful. I try to flash back to Bobby, but my brain won't budge. I have to write a futurism paper and quote my father. It's our differences that make us unique, and figuring out what we share in common brings us together. Apparently, that doesn't apply to my roommate Bree because I have yet to see her. I wander downstairs to see if Miss Mayweather can mail the letter for me. She's in her office and asks me how my classes are going. Fine. But Professor Aerosmith never showed up. Oh yes, tragic accident. Turned to stone. Transfixed, we suspect. It's been all over the news. Not the regular news, mind you. We have the Daily Vine. They say print is dying, but not in our world. The papers from the trees are actually still alive. It's a magical form of recycling. So my class is cancelled then? Best to see someone in the administration office to answer that. They'll have to find a replacement. It's vital you cultivate your witch abilities. Her cheeks turn rosy and she shifts as though suddenly uncomfortable. I scoff. I can hardly cast a levitating spell. Popperwell isn't pleased with me. I have to go in for extra help next week. She fixes me with a sympathetic gaze. You have to be the first to believe. Anyway, I'd bet my life on it. She glances around. Don't tell anyone I said that. Things are changing, and that's not just from what I read in the Daily Vine. The chancellor is doing what he can, but... At her words, bumps creep over my arms. As the next week passes on campus, the heat of the summer sun gives way to cooler, dewy nights. The leaves begin to turn color, and at last, the cinnamon-scented rumor of the famous apple pie Yassi promised wafts from the dining hall. However, it takes a few days to make so many pies, so we have to wait. Gossip spreads that they're going to ban pie on top of free time in the afternoon. We have study hall now. Yassi's choir group and other student activities were cancelled and prohibiting mail. No more care packages. What's worse is my trip to the administration building to get my bonus class sorted. Ms. Stork wears a grimace and a maroon suit. I wait for ages until she addresses me. Precious time I could be using in the library to research an essay on wand lore. She opens my file and shuffles numerous papers before finding what she's looking for. Replacements for Professor Aerosmith are being sought. In the meantime, she pauses, reading something silently. In the meantime, you'll have Chancellor West for instruction. Her tone suggests this is a surprise to her. She looks at me from over her glasses and then says, "Interesting." She lifts her chin and seems to sniff the air. I shift uncomfortably, covertly sniffing in case I smell bad. Where do I find Chancellor West? I ask, eager to get out of here despite what he asked me to do. She scares me. Stork takes off her glasses as though they'd been obscuring her vision and continues to study me. Her eyes are amber and piercing, penetrating. Instead of round pupils, she has slits. She must be part dragon, like Yassi and the others said. He'll find you. She tsks. Don't get any ideas, Maija, I'm watching you. A shiver ripples through me. So much for obtaining top-secret confidential intel. I hurry to the exit, eager to get out of here now. As I grip the door handle, Stork calls, "Maija." I stop and slowly turn. A muscle under her eye twitches. We'll be showcasing the students' special talents soon. What special witchery skills do you possess? I shake my head slowly. None, Miss Stork. I'm a hopeless case. Can't successfully cast a spell to save my life. She snorts. But someone else's life? You'll be working with West. Like I said, I'll be watching. I don't know what she means, and then it dawns on me. She thinks West is out to use my witchcraft for what? To turn this academy back into a school? You betcha, and I'll help him too. I bite my lip. Miss Stork, what kind of special skills do you have? I hardly believe I asked such a bold question. Again her eye twitches. Her cheeks burn red. That, young lady, is none of your business. I straighten. My magic is none of yours. She gets to her feet and strides over to me. Steam practically pours out of her ears. I will make it my business. I'll soon see to it you go to the Iron Tower. I know there's something different about you, and I will get to the bottom of it. She growls. I swallow hard. Good luck, I say and exit. That evening, arguably the best apple pie I've eaten, follows the usual dinner. It was the perfect blend of sweet and tart, cinnamon and butter, and the crust was flaky perfection. With full bellies, Yassi, Wyatt, Dewey and I walk back to Penny House chatting about pie. Everyone loves the apple, but the merits of pumpkin, chocolate cream and key lime, my mother's specialty, are also discussed. When we round a corner, shouting and commotion come from the other side of the hedge. At the opening, a giant, a fae and an elf crouch in fighting stances. A female elf pounds the ground on the edge of the fray. Honey and her group crowd together nearby, surveying, observing, and not doing anything other than watching with eager interest. The giant reaches his meaty fist back to pound the elf, but she's too fast. A vampire lunges at the fae, misses, and crashes into the hedge. There's yelling, although I can't quite get the full story about why they're fighting. However, it's clear that it's over their differences, something about space on the sidewalk, taking up too much room and going back to where they came from. I rush forward without thinking, urging them to talk about it when a pair of cold hands grip my shoulders. It's JJ. My chest heaves and I shout, why fight over it? Why not just, but I don't know what. I don't have a solution other than the obvious, sharing the space. Seems simple enough. Honey hisses, because we're all too different. That's why. We all shouldn't be here together. It should go back to the way it was. Maybe this is why we're now deemed criminals. Magicals don't know how to get along. Yassi turns to me. Her expression is far away and her eyes sad. Yes, in our world, unicorns are real, rainbows are magical, but there are also problems. Honey shakes her head at me, which? It sounds like an insult. However, maybe I misheard her, and the word she used starts with the letter B, rhymes with witch, and is unmistakably an insult. Before the fight can get worse, there's blood, flame, and bruises already. Several guards appear. When the scene clears, JJ storms away, dark and brooding. His turns over his shoulder, and his eyes land on me. Relief softens his sharp features. Yassi says something, pulling my attention away. Before I get a second glimpse, he's gone. Uncertainty colors the days following the fight. The various groups of magical beings eye each other carefully, either giving each other plenty of room when passing or casting intimidating glares and shoving into personal space. Guards patrol the dining hall and the pathways between buildings. From what I've gathered, Chancellor West has fought for Riptovic to go back to being an academy, but the powers that be, mainly the Office of Magical Management, together with the non-magical authorities, have mandated the crackdown on magicals. Our crime? Who we are. Like Yassi, I try to be friendly to everyone, but there's a chill in the air and something dense and boiling simmers below the surface. On my way back from my last period, I get lost in the corridors of Hawthorne Hall. I was supposed to see Professor Popperwell about my extra credit assignment. I'm not failing, even though the system used here is a little different than I'm used to. However, at this point, if there were an equivalent to Hamilton High report cards, I don't think I'd qualify to go to Princeton like my sister. I cannot get the hang of using my wand or magic at all. If the professor had hair, I would have caught it on fire. I reach a dead end in an unfamiliar corridor, with a massive stained glass window casting patches of colorful light on the statue of a witch, immortalized in marble, and reminding me of the rumors about Professor Aerosmith having been turned to stone. The nameplate reads Imogen Hawks. I gaze at her from top to bottom. There isn't a physical likeness, but something in the eyes, I guess. One of her hands is firmly on her hip and the other is open, with her fingers curled slightly inward like perhaps she was once holding a wand. Instead, there's a small piece of paper rolled up. I pull it out from her stone grip. Like the note I received the morning I was sent here, a ribbon encircles it. I unroll it to find it's for me. I glance around, but there's no one down here. Maija. You're still in danger. Do not give up your wish. What should you do? Watch your back and your heart. It might be from Chancellor West since I'm supposed to see him, but that's an odd way to connect with a student, even for a legendary wizard. I pause, waiting for an explanation, but when one doesn't come, I roll the note up and put it in my pocket. With one glance over my shoulder at the statue of Imogen, I retrace my steps, nearly forgetting about going to see Professor Popperwell. Up ahead, Bobby Gold shines like a radiant sun from inside a classroom. There are a few others gathered around and they speak in low tones. I'm not a snoop, but I am a spy and this seems like a private meeting. I creep closer, lingering and overhear words like secret and recruit. Suddenly Bobby fills the doorway. Hey, he says. Hi, I croak, clearing the cobwebs from my throat. We were having a meeting. Want to join? He asks with a raised eyebrow. His golden gaze transfixes me. You're a spy, Maija, I tell myself, regaining my senses. What's it about? He smirks and says, you. Ha. I stagger back slightly. Girls like you. Guys like me. Social inequity. Law and disorder. Bobby chuckles his golden chuckle. I brighten because I've wanted to do something to ease the tension on campus, but don't know how I can help, and maybe I can find out some info for West. Sounds interesting. I'm on my way to Professor Popperwell's office, but can stop in for a minute. Bobby grips my arm, sending pleasant warmth through me. My vision goes fuzzy for a moment. Come on in, he says. I land in the room with the others, who are so laid back and cool, they'd be bordering on menacing if it weren't for their golden auras. Bobby closes the door. We're plotting. But he's still smiling, so I imagine he's showboating in front of his friends a bit for me. For me. I laugh. Senior pranks? I recall the big plans to fill Hamilton with sudsy bubbles. But then remember, riptovic is more like college, since I'm a primary student and the youngest one here, unlike non-magical schools. Maybe you could help us. Bobby smirks. The lights go out. A jolt of nervous energy runs through me. Or maybe it's the tension diffusing from my recent encounter with Stork. A flash of light issues from my hands at the same time. The several candles held by Bobby and the others flare to life. He blinks a few times and gives me an odd look before putting one of the candles in my now dark hands. Our fingers brush and that warmth reaches a fever pitch. I blink a few times myself. What just happened? It was almost like the kind of magic that sporadically comes through my wand came through me, then just as quickly disappeared as soon as the other candles were lit. Did Bobby do it, or did I imagine it? I fight the urge to back away slowly, but this is Bobby Gold. He can't possibly be involved in anything sketchy. West is paranoid. If anyone is up to no good, it would be JJ Thorne. Maija, when the candles go out, will you make a wish? Bobby asks in a smooth tone. Like on a birthday cake? Now? I laugh and then remember my own wish. Something like that. He chuckles. Soon, you'll have the opportunity to do something that can change the world. Will you help us? What's the wish? I'm still relatively clueless about my wish witchery and have to keep it secret, but the notes I received flash in my mind. Riptovic Academy used to be prestigious, amazing, our version of university. Now we're treated like misfits. We want to make things right. We need your help. To be honest, I like the idea, but I'm not too keen on a half-dragon administrator's wrath or being sent to the Iron Tower. Then again, despite what Yassi said, here, I feel like an outsider. I want to fit in. To accomplish something. To make things right. I've always lived in the shadow of my parents' many accomplishments and prestige. For once, I want to belong. I'm willing to do almost anything to achieve that. What do I have to do? I ask. Bobby whispers in my ear, telling me a spell in a language that sounds like gibberish. He leaves me with shivers that fight with the swoony kind. You'll know when the time is right, he says, winking. My cheeks flare. My stomach dips. The whole thing seems harmless enough, probably the equivalent to regular student pranks. What do I do with this information? Tell West and potentially get Bobby in trouble, or keep it to myself because it probably doesn't matter. When I get to Popperwell's, before I can even ask for help with my assignment, he goes on about various other things, including but not limited to his preference of candles in the classroom to electric lighting, his recent holiday to Macau, China, a golden city, both reminding me of Bobby, and the search for the first print run of a favorite book of his. He seems completely unaffected by the Magic Academy becoming a reform school, and for him, it's business as usual. Typically, his stories have a fascinating quality because they seem so unlikely, but I can't stop thinking about Bobby and his request. When I finally leave, JJ stands outside the classroom. We haven't spoken since the fight on the sidewalk, but sometimes when I spot him from across a room, in class, or passing on the paths around campus, it's as though we're communicating. Me, give me answers. Him, no. Me, yes. Him, no. If you can call that communication. Sorry. He has a habit of droning on, I mutter, thumbing the office behind me. I was waiting for you. JJ rolls his shoulders back. Oh. Then he says, Bobby Gold. What about him? What did he say to you earlier? How do you know he said anything to me? What kind of group does he have? Are you following me? I say, narrowing my eyes. Why should I answer your questions if you won't answer mine? No. I'm not following you. He pauses as though he wants to add something, but instead exhales. What did he want? You answer my questions first. I can't. Fine. Until you do, I'm not telling you anything, I say, not hiding the irritation in my voice. If you're not going to tell me, then know this, stay away from him. What? I ask, stunned. Wes told me the opposite. Tell me why. No. His tone is commanding. No. I can use that word too. Stay away from him? No, I won't, I say, storming off. JJ calls after me, but I keep walking, passing the sculpture of Imogen Hawks. Just then, I feel something warm in my pocket. I pull out the scroll of paper with the note to find it little more than ash. As best I can, I recall the message. You're still in danger. Do not give up your wish. What should you do? Watch your back and your heart. My back? Definitely. My heart. Whatever. But a more important task is at hand. Who am I? That's a question I can't answer yet. But I'm no longer just Maija Marie Wessels, an 18-year-old junior at Hamilton High School, soccer team captain, straight-A student, collector of sea glass, and knitter of scarves. Best friend of Chelsea, secret crusher of Carter, stargazer, speedy swimmer, book lover, ice cream and confetti enthusiast. I'm a witch, and I'm going to find out exactly what that note means, why JJ Thorne won't answer my questions, and why I'm here. October 13. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and for one foggy moment forget where I am. However, when my eyes pop open in the morning, today and every other day since I arrived at Riptovic, aka Rip, I vividly recall where I am. But not why. It's shocking not only because I thought witches, wizards, unicorns, and other magical beings were the stuff of fairy tales, but because I have yet to display even the slightest magical ability. Okay, that's not entirely true. In spellcasting, I did manage to levitate a book about an inch off the desk, and promptly incinerated it. I also seem to be talented at roasting things, socks, wads of tissues, and other items that don't react well to heat. A bag of marshmallows would come in handy. Instead, I just set things on fire that shouldn't be set aflame. They place more and more restrictions each day. Yassi tried to magic her room clean before dorm inspections and couldn't access the spells, so it's not only me. I sit up and gaze out the window at the sprawling campus bound by razor wire and magic. In the morning sunlight, the leaves of the maple sparkle golden with dew like earthbound stars. This reminds me of the fateful night I saw my name in the sky, bringing to mind JJ Thorne, the maddening guy who's as mysterious as he is cute. But don't tell anyone I said that. We're kind of enemies at this point. I flop onto my pillow and drape my arm over my eyes. It's not that I want any of this magic to go away. Actually, after the initial confusion, anger, and nervousness, it's pretty cool being a witch. Sure, I miss my friends and my family, but everyone here is great. Well, except JJ. In 2 words, he's moody and mean. He says he's misunderstood. I say he's a big jerk. And mysterious. And handsome. I wish he'd get out of my head. Maybe there's a spell for that. I'll have to ask Yessie. Then Bobby Gold drifts into my thoughts. He's dreamy and golden. Kind of literally. I mean, not like painted gold, but there's this golden aura surrounding him. His smile. His eyes. Sigh. Also, he's not a jerk like JJ. Maybe that's what his initials stand for. Jerky jerk. Bells chime, breaking my trance and the early morning quiet. All right, I'm getting up. No, Filbert, my cat isn't here. I miss talking to him. No, my roommate isn't on her side of the room either. Yes, I'm talking to myself. That's beside the point. My roommate Bree, a pixie, is never here. She's elusive, secretive, tiny. I glance over at her empty desk, vacant bed, and dresser. Compared to the magical makeover Yassi gave my side of the room, it's lonely town over there. I wonder if Bree misses home or her family and friends. I do, but we're all stuck here together. Fact: magically talented beings are now required to get a magical education to learn how to manage, aka suppress, our magic. If I'd arrived here 2 years ago, I'd be educated instead. I cross the room to Bree's side and sit down on her bed. Weeks ago, I discovered a faint dusting of sparkles on the mattress. It's all but faded. I tap my finger on my chin, gazing at my side from what would be her perspective. What she needs is to feel welcome. I dig my wand out of my school uniform and skim my notes from spellcasting. I know it won't compare to the transformation Yassi gave my side, but anything is better than empty. I get to my feet, take a deep breath, lift my wand, and incant the transformative spell. I hold my breath and look away. When I open my eyes, it's still a blank canvas, begging for at least a poster, some blankets and pillows, anything to make it look more inviting. Trying again, I visualize glitter, sparkles, happy colors, and confetti. I picture fluffy pillows, a cozy blanket, a desk lamp, and all the things that make a room cozy. I lift my wand and try again. Nothing. I pace back and forth, summoning what my spellcasting professor insisted I need to work on: presence. She said it's vital to be rooted to a place and not think about other things. Apple pie, delicious; hot cocoa, yum; and boys, also delicious in that golden aura. I could gaze at Bobby all day and never need to eat again kind of way. Yassi gets that look in her eyes when Wyatt comes to the dining hall, so she'd understand. I try the spell again, to no avail. Presence. I'm in my dorm room. I smell the smells, crisp air, the windows are drafty, hear the sounds, a dozen girls getting ready for the day, see the seas. This isn't hard since I'm right here, taste. I'm so not licking the wall. And feel the feels. How do I want Bree to feel when she comes in here? Warm, welcome, and like this is her home, despite it being a classed-up penitentiary. I try the spell again and her mattress catches fire. Oh my goodness, what do I do? There's a knock on the door. I scramble around. Do I try to smother it with a blanket? The knock sounds again. Do I stop, drop, and roll? The knocking becomes more insistent. There must be a spell. Just then, the door flies open. Yassi's light brown eyes meet mine. Her mouth forms a little O, but then she raises her wand and incants. The fire goes out and I exhale. Should I ask, she says. I fan my hands nervously. Bree is never here, and I thought I'd give her side a little makeover to give her a warm welcome. Warm? By lighting her mattress on fire? It was an accident. Yeah, but Yassi's mouth widens into a much larger O. I turn. Bree, red-faced and fuming, glitter puffing from her tiny body, flitters from the doorway. I rush after her, calling, "It was an accident." She's gone before I can explain. And boy, do I need to explain. 14. I drag myself through the day, torn between trepidation about running into Bree, pixies are scary, and seeking her out because I want to apologize. As ever, I don't see her. She has the opposite schedule as me and never goes to the dining hall. I wonder where the pixies eat. I wonder what they eat. The cinnamon scent of apple pie lures me across campus after rumpus. That's the official sport of the magical world. It's like rugby, but magic is involved. Wands are allowed. No brooms, though. There's running, jumping, throwing, and spells. Certain spells are allowed on the field, none of which I can do. At least the administration hasn't cancelled that. It's all action, and everyone rotates teams. I used to be the soccer team captain at my old school, as a sophomore if that says anything. None of my speed, skills, or snappy moves matter in rumpus since I'm lousy with a wand. I take a seat at the usual table with Yassi, Audra, and Dewey Dunkel. I snap my fingers for his attention when I catch him gazing at Audra all moony-eyed. "What were we talking about?" he asks, surfacing. Yassi wags her finger between herself and her roommate. "We were talking about Family Fest. It was supposed to be tomorrow." Dewey hangs his head. "My dad wouldn't have been able to make it anyway." "Work." "What does your dad do?" I ask. "He's a miner and helps keep Snow White company. he says around a bite of an egg sandwich. Wow, really? I ask. Dewey smiles and slaps the table in an I gotcha way. Gregor's acts, he's an accountant. I guess one of his clients had trouble with the IAS. Couldn't step away. IRS? I ask. No, the Intermagical Accounting Service. Non-magical currency gets tricky when it comes to business, exchange rates, tax schemes, and that kind of thing. Audra's chin rests on her hand, staring quite unabashedly at Dewey. Usually it's the other way around. Yassi leans into me. She has a thing for numbers, numerology mostly. If he continues to go on like that, Dewey Dunkle might find himself with a date to the sweetheart dance after all. She winks at me. I understand the numbers thing, and for the first time ever, miscalculus. Gregor's axe? I belatedly ask, having heard the expression a few times. Great Gregor's mighty axe, Dewey corrects. It's a collect-all term in the magical world to refer to anything outrageous or outstanding, and can be used emphatically. I think there are words like that in the non-magical world called swears, Yassi says. I repeat the term. I hope they still host the Sweetheart Dance in February since they cancelled Family Fest, Yassi says. I couldn't go last year. Gregor's axe, I hope they don't cancel. Sounds fun, I say. Dewey smiles approvingly. Perfect usage. Outside, elves, dwarves, nymphs, all of us gather as a gang of grizzly guys are brought in through the gate. They're all in shackles. Next comes a group of vampires, werewolves, and then elves. Several official and intimidating men and women gather at the tail of the group. They wear fitted brown uniforms under thick leather overcoats. They each grip a sturdy wand and carefully survey the crowd. Yassi comes up beside me and says, "That's the Coven Constabulary." The magic police? I ask. Dewey tucks his hands in his pockets. My father follows all the IAS laws. I'd swear to it. They're probably here to keep the peace, I say. The vampires staring gimlet-eyed at us confirm that's the case. Come on, Yassi says. We don't want to be late for class. As we enter Hawthorne Hall, a new stone statue sits fixed by the entrance to the staircase leading to the second floor, disrupting the flow of traffic. That woman looks petrified. Dewey squints. Wait. That's Professor Aerosmith. Wasn't she supposed to be your seminal seminar teacher? I nod slowly. She was turned to stone, petrifaction. It's a Gorgon spell. Who did it? Why? How'd she get here? Yassi asks rapid fire. We pass the slightly more familiar statue of Imogen Hawks. Dewey cats his head from the statue to me and back again. She reminds me of you. Do you see how her outstretched hand is curled? The story goes that she used to be holding her actual wand. It was made of a rare stone said to have come from a comet that crashed into the earth. A smooth, reddish crystal that almost looked like it contained fire. It was lost or stolen years ago. No one knows what happened to it. Is it dangerous for another witch or wizard to have someone's wand? I ask. In most cases, since a wand is joined with a specific witch or wizard's power, mostly it would be useless to anyone else, but who knows? The bells chime. We hurry to the classroom. Later, we meet up and discuss how frustrating it is not to have serious magic lessons. For one thing, with all the fights breaking out, we'd all like to know how to better defend ourselves. We should form a club, I suggest offhandedly. Stork outlawed those. Yassi scowls. She loved choir. A secret club. Dewey lowers his voice. Not a bad idea, Audra says. He beams. My thoughts flash to Bobby and his friends meeting in the room. That didn't seem secret, but he did joke that they're plotting and asked me to help him. I understand how Dewey feels getting that stamp of approval from someone he likes. But do I like Bobby or is it something else? Something otherworldly? I don't know. As everyone discusses ideas for our secret practice club, I think about the mysterious note I found recently in Imogen's wandless marble hand. 15. 3 giants join my language arts class. Partway through, glass shatters. 2 of them clobber the other. I gasp and shift away as they fight. Dewey whispers, "The constabulary will be on them in 5, 4, 3. Sure enough, the intimidating figures in their leather coats swoop in, literally. They don't ride brooms so much as glide through the air. No one can tear their eyes from the spectacle. The professor requests, and then demands our attention. Now that our little diversion is over, let's have a student volunteer come up and demonstrate some of our recent lessons. No one makes a peep. No one offers to go up. So of course she calls on me. I remain in my seat. Professor, my wand, I've been hesitant to tell her it's broken, mostly because I'm afraid she'll think I misused it or wasn't careful. Miss Wessels, she says. If you please, you're going to lift this piece of paper from my desk and deliver it to someone in the back row. I extend my arm and speak the incantation. Nothing happens. The professor's laugh is dry. Try again. Nope. With intention presence, she says. I obey. The paper bursts into flames. I didn't mean it. I promise. With a stern lift of her eyebrow, she sends me back to my seat. I consider going to Ms. Stork and telling her about the djinn, how the OMMs made a mistake. I don't think I have these so-called magical talents. I have yet to do anything other than set stuff on fire. But then her comment about how she's watching me and my last visit keeps me in my seat. Later, the dining hall is chaos. A bunch of Cyclops occupies the usual spot where I sit with Yassi, Dewey, Wyatt, Audra, and the others. Bobby waves me over to join his table with his big group of friends. My cheeks warm and go rosy. I blink a few times, feeling like a marshmallow on fire. Just then, I spot a dark-clad figure across the room also staring at me. However, my cheeks don't flare. I go icy inside. My brain doesn't turn soft. I think of all the reasons I do not like JJ Thorne. A glare as sharp as a knife cuts across my features. Then I notice he's not sitting with anyone. Maija? Bobby says, appearing in front of me. Come on. You belong over here. He doesn't have to drag me to his table, but I glance back at JJ, a black and white snapshot of loneliness. At least I would be if I always had to sit alone. She reminds me so much of Imogen, Bobby says, pointing at me and addressing his friends who all have the same golden glow he does. I assume they're all mages, alchemists whose specialty is tempering gold and other fine metals. Another says, it's not so much her face, more in her expression. Bobby smirks. The set of her lips. Determination. Strength. Confidence. Bobby beams at me as though that settles something. The greatest witch in history and the subject of the last great prophecy. Yassi tugs me away and whispers, I know he's hot, but it's best not to bother yourself with them. She gives me a look like she read into their thoughts. I'm supposed to be spying and gleaning information, but get swept into Bobby's smile. I scold myself. Nonetheless, I smile and laugh it off, giving Bobby an apologetic smile of my own, then settle with my friends. I want to ask what kind of magic they have, but I feel dumb for not knowing, and it seems rude to ask the other students questions like that, so I keep my mouth shut. A high-pitched shout comes from across the room. A girl with dark curly hair spins wildly with her limbs flailing before smacking into the ceiling. I look around for someone with a wand, holding her there. A crowd gathers below. Get her down, someone shouts. Don't let her fall, another yells. But no one is doing anything. Without thinking, I draw my wand, managing to hold the spell to slowly lower her. Then I have a frightful thought. Given my record, I might incinerate her like a marshmallow. I panic, breaking my concentration. She bumps to the floor. It's a girl from my futurism class. I stow my wand, extend my hand, and help her to her feet. Are you okay? She glares across the room. Thanks for helping me, but your friends are wicked. She brushes herself off and storms away. I glance over my shoulder to my table, watching innocently, and then to Bobby and his crew. They were the subject of her glare. They're so golden and glowy it's hard to tell if they're concerned or upset. I take a deep breath, not having realized I was holding it. Yassi comes over and bumps me with her hip. At least you didn't set her on fire. How did you know it was me that helped? Yassi shrugs. Magic leaves messages. Some magicals can see it like mist in the air. Even if you had set her on fire, witches don't burn if she's a witch. Her expression is grim. That's news to me. I wonder what else I don't know, namely if Bobby and his friends actually did that, and if so, why? We return to our table and the mood is boisterous, bombastic, and chaotic. 3 conversations happen at once, the giants fighting, there's talk of a lawsuit, 5 vamps that went missing, apparently a transportate spell went wrong. Then someone asks about the girl on the ceiling. I'm pretty sure that's Bobby's little sister, Dewey says. He's never mentioned a sister, Winnie counters. This is news to me too. Do you talk to him a lot? Audra questions with a wink. Winnie's cheeks turn rosy. No, I just listen. She doesn't have that glow though. Thinking of the way Bobby looked at me earlier warms me through right up to my cheeks, just like Winnie. He and his friends couldn't have been behind that awful prank. Why would they do such a thing anyway, especially if she's his sister? I glance at the window and the glass reflects my image. Over my shoulder, my gaze falls onto a pair of gray eyes that smolder like ashes after a fire. JJ doesn't look away. An icy jolt works through me and I swallow hard, but I can't break my gaze away either. Why does he seem to hate me? The talk around my table turns back to the giants and the vamps that went missing. I'm not sure what's worse, getting lost in a labyrinthine realm after a wonky transportate spell, or being the subject of JJ's hatred. 16. The weekend consists of piles of homework and spellwork. But the bell rings me into Monday with the certainty that the new week won't delay for anyone. The only highlight is the promise of apple pie at dinner. The line is long and a giant and Cyclops elbow each other out of the way, vying for a spot. Ahead of me in line, Honey's silky sheet of hair ripples while she talks in hushed tones with one of her minions. I don't mean one of those cute little yellow guys from the movies. Honey has 2 student minions, as Yassi likes to call them. Their real names are Elisha and Polly. Elisha keeps glancing over her shoulder at the girl who was magicked up to the ceiling, behind me in line, also waiting for pie. Honey and Elisha laugh, not in a mirthful we just told a hilarious joke chuckle, but a we're trying to make someone uncomfortable titter. Could they be any more annoying? Could this line move any slower? I shouldn't even ask those questions. The girl with dark curly hair hunches into her shoulders as if she knows she's the subject of their whispering and staring. Hi, I say, turning so my back isn't to her. In reply, her smile bunches onto her lips and then vanishes. Waiting for pie? I ask as if this isn't obvious. This will be my 3rd piece in as many days. I can't get enough. It's the only thing edible here. The laughter from the girls are like little darts aimed right at the girl. I catch one and I say, isn't waiting in a ridiculously slow-moving line hilarious? Doesn't it make you want to laugh and stare at people, prompting them to feel uncomfortable and ask themselves questions like, do I have something on my face? Do I have bedhead, a pimple, or a horrible mutation caused by a spell that went wrong that wasn't there last time I looked in the mirror? Honey and Elisha look at me down their noses with smug smiles on their lips. Or are you trying to make yourselves feel superior? I ask and fold my arms in front of my chest. I take a deep breath, looking from the girl to Honey and Elisha. They turn away from us. The girl stifles a laugh. I introduce myself to her. I'm Maija. What's your name, and do you have any idea what their problem is? Sunshine dawns on her face and she smiles widely. I'm Sage, and they're probably laughing because I'm not like my brother. My sister and I are complete opposites, I say as the line moves forward. Is Bobby your brother? Unfortunately. She gives me a careful look, as though assessing whether I'm talking to her because I like him. I'm not sure how I feel, only that I know how he makes me feel. I bite my lip. We've hung out a few times. I saw you guys in a room with candles. She waggles her eyebrows, but her eyes beneath are dim. Oh yeah? That. I quickly play it off, not mentioning what he asked me to do, because I don't quite understand it myself. She leans in. Be careful, Maija. Not everyone is what they seem. At least that's what I think she says, because Honey and her friend's laughter drowns her words as they strut past with pie in hand. I'm about to invite Sage to sit with me, but she's disappeared into the crowd. I pass Honey and Elisha, seated at the table where Bobby Gold and a few of his buddies linger over dinner. I flash him a smile and get one in return. Honey's scowl deepens. After I sit down, a twinkle flashes and I blink my eyes a few times. Bree, my roommate, stands over the table in front of me with her arms crossed. She taps one foot impatiently. A few other pixies flank her as though ready to do battle. I didn't realize they changed size. If I were standing, we'd be eye to eye. I can't get my apology out before she says, "What were you thinking? You almost set the room on fire. Why would you do that? You have your space. I have mine. I didn't ask to be your roommate or even be here," and, as she talks, her voice gets higher and higher, and her pixies shimmer darker and darker. Wyatt clears his throat loudly, which would get anyone's attention because of the command in it. Everyone turns their attention to him. Calm down. Let's talk this out. Bree fumes. Talk this out? She cast her awful magic all over my side of the room. She started a fire. I was trying to make it more inviting, so you'd want to stay, to hang out, I try to explain. I'm sorry I didn't ask you what you'd like your side of the room to be like. But how could I? You're never there. She blanches. Don't tell West. Where has he been? Bobby Gold asks, tilting back on his chair and joining our conversation. He winks at me. Seems like he doesn't care too much about this school anymore. Left us in Stork's hands, Wyatt says. She's the one we should worry about, I mutter. Everyone starts talking at once, going back and forth about the faculty, administration, and the state of the reform school. The chatter turns into an argument. Then a plate smashes. A vampire and an elf face off. A gray, shadowy figure comes into focus next to the table. He removes his top hat and smooths his fingers along the brim. Wyatt looks at JJ curiously. Their eyes meet, and for one moment, I almost think I see a flash of recognition pass between them. Despite Wyatt's elven warrior status, he's a peacemaker and whistles, and everyone falls silent. JJ, in his gruff British accent, says, "How much should we complain before we do something? What's the threshold between working out our differences and pointing fingers, blaming someone else?" At my old boarding school, a vamp interrupts, calling, "When, in 1882? JJ scoffs and ignores him. We're practically prisoners. It's like they've thrown us all in here together and hope we don't kill each other. Or maybe that's what they want." He inclines his head. I say we don't let them have their way. A few people start clapping, and then a few more. I feel Bobby Gold's eyes on me. He says, "Or not. We don't have to get along." I laugh at his sense of humor and add, "We may have disagreements and we're different, but we're also alike. Stuck at this place. We all have talents. That's something in common. Let's try to get along." A few people laugh, others clap softly, but mostly my words settle quietly over the dining hall. Bobby's eyes hold mine, and then his hand lands on my shoulder, sending a delightful warmth through me. "Whatever you say, babe." My smile only falters when JJ storms off, slamming the great wooden door behind him. Is he ticked off, or is he? A word flies into my head. Is JJ jealous? No, I tell myself. That can't possibly be. 17. The conversation about the administration and Riptovic's status as a reform school carries into the next day. There are rumors and dangerous ideas about how they didn't plan carefully enough and threw so many different magicals together without thought of the consequences. Others blame the OMM for not creating policies. I overhear talk about dissent and protests. And others seem nonplussed. I'm deep in thought when I arrive at arithmetic class and don't notice I bump into someone until my books fall from my hands and my notes scatter to the floor. Crouching, I hurry through an apology, cleaning up because if I'm not in my seat at the bell, Professor Frickman will most certainly give me a detention. When I get to my feet, Bobby Gold passes me a tidy stack of papers. "Thank you," I say, backing toward my desk. He sits beside me in a vacant spot. From across the room, Winnie Tarbell's eyebrows lift and her eyes widen. I shrug and grin before taking my seat. Bobby says, "Math isn't my thing, so I was sent to this class to catch up." I'm about to respond, but the bell chimes. Without preamble, Frickman launches into the lesson. Like a moth to a lantern, I want to turn toward Bobby. I steal a glance. His tiger eyes meet mine and he smirks. Every few minutes I sense his gaze on me, and I fight the urge to smooth my hair and fidget. Spying is proving easier than I thought, but there's nothing to report other than how hot he is. Halfway through class, Frickman gives us 10 minutes to complete a problem using a new equation. "Do you have an extra piece of paper?" Bobby asks. I pass him one and our hands brush. I check my skin as though his gilded gorgeousness will rub off on me like pigment. I try to focus on the equation, but my thoughts repeatedly travel back to my birthday when I made a wish and somehow knew I'd soon fall in love. I can feel the warmth of Bobby beside me. Could it be him? I'm so giddy I practically squeak. He whispers, "Maybe you can tutor me." I'm terrible with numbers. Dewey would probably be better suited since this kind of math is new to me, but I won't pass up the opportunity. Of course. When Professor Frickman resumes his lesson, Bobby's hand grips mine for a split second as he discreetly tucks a piece of paper in my palm. Before I open it, I realize he must be the one who left me the note at Imogen Hawk's statue last month. He was in Hawthorne Hall. It had to be him. Bobby Gold is my secret admirer. He's looking after my heart because he wants it for himself. My leg jitters and excitement bubbles inside. I can't wait to tell Yassi. As quietly as possible, I unfold the paper. In scratchy block letters, it says, "Come watch me play rumpus after classes are over today." He flashes me what I've come to recognize as the classic Bobby Gold smolder. My pulse quickens and I give a little nod. After the bell, I spot Yassi along the path on my way to futurism. As I pick up the pace to catch up with her, I overhear people talking about the incident at dinner. Like the game of telephone played in kindergarten, the stories have already changed. One person says a pixie got into a fistfight with a witch. Others say magic was cast. Not even close. Bree and I ended things on good terms with a promise to have a private talk about being better roommates. I'm outside Popperwell's classroom where he's talking to a group. The bell chimes. No one moves. Without pause, Popperwell comments on a law passed less than 50 years ago giving all magical beings the same rights under magical law. Under Chancellor West's direction, we were making progress at the academic level and opening our doors to magicals beyond witches, warlocks, and the like. It's a delight getting to know all of you, your backgrounds and interests. Did you know my great-great-great-uncle was a cyclops? This was long before any intermingling was acceptable. Each time a baby has been born into the family, we anticipate the gene. He points to his face. 2 eyes. 1 working ear. Everyone laughs. He continues to talk, poised halfway in his classroom for the benefit of his students and halfway in the hall for those of us gathered. I've never been one to do things the traditional way. When I was your age, I was in love with an elf. It didn't work out. Back then, things were much different. Her family didn't approve. Mine couldn't imagine grandkids that were part elf, and potentially only with 1 eye. Foozles. Yassi shrugs like it's no big deal. At the question in my expression, she says, "Foozle means foolishly old-fashioned." Darrington's stern voice commands from down the hall. "Professor Popperwell, if you'd please relieve my students from your fascinating discourse, it would be appreciated. They're missing their final period lessons." Popperwell pats his ample belly again. "Ah, of course, my apologies, Professor. The students have raised an important inquiry. Best to employ the 3 Cs, am I right?" "Not on my time." Of course, of course." He shoos us away. "Lovely chat, let's do it again sometime soon. And if any of you need late notices for your teachers, see me." As Yassi and I go in opposite directions, I call to her, "I'm going to watch Bobby Gold play rumpus after class. You should meet me." Everyone late for language arts gets a stern warning, but I'm relieved I missed the practical part of the lesson to avoid starting anything on fire. When the bell rings, indicating the end of the day, I'm giddy all over again, remembering the note from Bobby and how he might be the one. I picture us together at the sweetheart dance and feel the heady warmth of a swoon coming on. However, the feeling promptly fizzles when JJ approaches from the other end of the hall. He's like a rain cloud, showering everyone he passes with misery. Some duck and take cover. Others, the brave girls, watch him with cat eyes as he passes, curious about the mysterious JJ Thorne. As I said, he's handsome in his way. However, the sureness in his step as he angles for me makes me want an umbrella. 18. JJ pauses in front of me. We look each other over as though assessing what weapons the other brought to the duel. He extends his hand and instead of a pistol, he passes me a small envelope. I don't get the same flutter of hope I did when Bobby gave me a note in arithmetic. Like when our hands have brushed in the past, a cold zing shoots through my stomach. Showers with the chance of icy rain are more like it. I should probably take shelter. I turn the envelope over. "What is this?" I ask. Printed on the front in swirly calligraphy is my name. No way did someone as grim and colorless as JJ write it. Bobby nears us like a beam of sunshine, warming me from down the hall. JJ nods at the envelope and says, "It's from Chancellor West." I tear it open, reading that seminal seminar resumes tonight and that my attendance is required. I groan. Bobby casts JJ into shadow, smirks, and then takes my hand. He says, "Ready to rumpus?" I smile despite the clouds across from me. Bobby turns to JJ. "Funny, I never see you on the field." JJ grunts. "It's been a long time since I played." I'll say, "Afraid you're out of shape?" Bobby titters. With a snort, JJ dismisses him and to me says, "Don't forget the note." "What note?" Bobby asks. "Something from the administration about a class," I say, brushing it off and not wanting Bobby to get the wrong idea, given his note passing earlier. When we exit into the late afternoon, passing a few students on the footpath down to the lower fields, I realize I'm holding hands with Bobby Gold. The Bobby Gold for real. My palm starts to sweat, so my small talk turns into rambling questions about classes in second year. Nothing that I couldn't find out from Yassi or any of the others, but I don't know what else to say. Bobby has me tongue-tied and stumbling, literally. I trip over a root as he hustles us down to the field. Thankfully, I don't fall. I hardly hear his answers as we parade across campus. As we pass groups of girls, their eyes land on him. Smitten, they giggle. When we reach the stands, he leaves me with a wink and a smile that I'm pretty sure everyone nearby saw, including Honey and her minions. Instead of giggles like from the other girls, I get a glare from them. And from JJ. After the game, I trail behind Mr. Moody Top Hat until we both reach Professor Aerosmith's classroom. Being back in here, I'm almost dizzy with déjà vu, but I don't let the door close behind me and lock us in this time. "What are you doing here?" I ask. He looks smug, like in another life he was a prince or someone important and knew it. His gray eyes are especially dangerous tonight. "It's on my schedule." "It's like you're always around," I mutter, crossing my arms in front of my chest. The top of his lip lifts, almost in a sneer. I think you'll find you want me around. The sound I make is less like a laugh and more like a squawk. That's ridiculous. I start to argue with him when a man clears his throat. Hello, Chancellor West says. Please take a seat. He gestures at the cushions set up haphazardly atop crushed rock. The first time I was in this classroom, I thought of the cold, crunchy surface of the moon. West goes on, I'd apologize for being late, but you'll soon find that time is a rather fluid thing, not moving from one end of an hour to another, but in an altogether different motion. And I thought Rumpus was confusing. He already lost me. Chancellor West paces in front of the cushions with his hands clasped behind his back. He gazes up at the ceiling and smiles privately. It's been a while since I held the title professor. I suppose once a teacher, always a teacher. Given the unfortunate circumstances with Professor Aerosmith, I'll temporarily be taking her place. Before continuing, he crosses the floor again. His silvery robes shimmer in the low light. Given the familiarity the two of you seemed to have had when I arrived, I trust you've gotten to know each other. I force myself not to grunt. Let's make introductions anyway and remember our manners. As you know, I'm Winslow West and became Chancellor here at Riptovic Magic Academy because I believe that our future starts with you. But it's a reform school now, I say, eager for answers. Finally. Yes. That's a little matter to take up with the administration. West folds his hands together. There have been recent changes at the Office of Magical Management. It seems the non-magical community has had a thing or two to say about our kind, mostly that we're unnatural. Criminals. All of us. JJ's glare deepens. So, we're being punished for who we are? You might think of it that way. West leans in and lowers his voice. Or maybe you're being prepared. Have you found out anything? I glance at JJ, who gives nothing away in his expression. Not really. Stork is mean. She told me that, and I quote, magicals gave up their rights the moment they walked through those gates, and that I should be careful. When I asked why, she said, you don't know who you're dealing with or what's coming. The lines around West's eyes suggest he's seen both laughter and sadness in equal measure. But this information seems to harden them. He's fit and not feeble, but if I had to guess, I'd say he's at least 462 years old. He carries that much knowledge in his steady stride, the stripes of silver in his hair and the depth of his eyes which land abruptly on me. If he didn't have a genuinely kind smile, I'd flinch. That's concerning. Let's talk about witchery. JJ winces with what looks like the peculiar discomfort I feel when Yassi reads my thoughts. He quickly masks it with a scowl. Let's begin. The first rule of magic. You must believe. You must believe in yourself, in each other, in whatever cause you find yourself behind. You must believe in your magic. We don't accomplish great things by doubting. I shift uncomfortably. Easier said than done. Magic works in contrasts. We have creation and conservation, as taught by Professors Popperwell and Darrington. I shrug. It's like good and evil, right? That's an oversimplification, but you're on the right track. It's more nuanced. Very little in this world is clear-cut, black and white. Even though some would have you believe otherwise. Magical concepts are most often complex forms of paradox, when two seemingly incongruent elements or ideas fit together. JJ grunts. West goes on, to take it further, for there to be creation there must be conservation and vice versa. It's coexistence and interdependence. It's a delicate balance. Light and shadow. Without evil, there could be no good, for example. Do you follow me so far? West said in a few sentences what Popperwell has taken weeks to cover. Perhaps I won't flunk the next test after all. He paces. So if granting a wish is one form of magic, the balanced opposite is? I stutter, trying to answer but fail. JJ says the opposite of a wish is a curse. West nods. Yes, I see you're familiar with that as well, JJ. He mutters, unfortunately. Okay, now define a wish. I've got this. A wish is a hope that something will happen. Like when you see the first star appear in the night sky, toss a penny in a fountain, or blow out your birthday candles. I remember my last wish well. JJ's eyes drift over to me, and I detect amusement on his lips. He says, a wish is manifesting the heart's deepest desire. It's focusing all of one's energy on creating something beautiful. Then action is taken in the form of transferring energy from abstract to actual. It is bold because the person wants it no matter the consequences. Yes. That's a great start. Now define curse. JJ slouches deeper into his seat. A curse is the worst. I bite my lip. Darrington said a curse is intending to inflict harm on another. JJ adds, if a wish answers a person's deepest desire, then a curse is the inverse, it can take it away. Good, West says. These are broad explanations, but we're moving in the right direction. Let's first talk about what a wish witch can do. They aren't necessarily limited to a number of wishes. Rather, the wishes they grant are proportionate to their power. Where does power or magical energy come from? I try to remember some of Quince's explanations, but JJ beats me to the answer. Belief. Confidence. The energy in the universe. He gazes skyward through the glass ceiling. West nods in approval, all the while pacing. Right. Channeling the energies available. Define what a witch or wizard with the talent to curse might be capable of. There isn't a clock in this classroom, but as West goes on to talk about the art of magic, special talents, and channeling energy, the night sky through the ceiling above us grows brighter with the rising moon. We can direct energy toward others, and some can draw it away. It's of utmost importance to protect oneself against someone tapping into your magic. I want to ask him if I was channeling my name in the stars, or if that was someone else, him even, but he goes on. For our first lesson, you will learn how to master your thoughts and the magical energy you're channeling. JJ, you're first. I'm going to attempt to seize your energy. You're going to try to deflect and conserve your energy. The two stare at each other for several intense moments. West breaks eye contact and says, you're very skilled at this already. Rare unless you're born with the talent. I can see how that might be useful and troublesome. Maija, your turn. I have no idea what I'm doing, how to deflect or conserve my thoughts or whatever. I won't lie, I have apple pie with whipped cream on my mind. After a moment, West chuckles. When presented with a slice of pie, never pass it up. He claps his hands together. Okay, why might learning this be of utmost importance? JJ doesn't hesitate. So someone doesn't try to steal a wish. I didn't know that was possible. Or a curse, West adds. That would be disastrous. I start to argue that I'm probably not a wish witch. How do I know when to grant a wish? I can hardly use a wand. West gazes into my eyes, and then to the ceiling. He nods. You are a wish witch, Maija. How do I grant a wish then? We'll get to that, but for now, understand that when someone opens their heart to you and asks you for a wish, or when you desire to grant theirs, your energy will be summoned. You won't be able to resist it. When you have the who and the why, the how will come to you. I start to argue again, but he lifts a hand. Right now, it's most important for you to learn not to allow anyone access to your thoughts or energy. His voice lowers. You have a gift, but that's not to say you can't give it away, or perhaps, given an unfortunate set of circumstances, have someone take it from you. The lesson continues for another hour at least. West involves us both in the conversation. However, unlike JJ, when I ask Chancellor West questions, at least he answers. But I don't have the chance to ask him about my name in the stars. I glance over at JJ. His expression is as still and ageless as stone. His eyes are dark and deep, like he's soaking up the lesson, or trying not to let West know he'd rather be asleep. He's a cold figure next to me, not letting anyone in. I'd much rather be seated next to Bobby, tutoring him in arithmetic. However, when JJ glances over at me, the sadness in his face makes me wish I could take the thought back. 19. As the next weeks pass, pie is on everyone's minds. It comes in the form of apple pie variations, crisps, crumbles, tarts, and buckles, all menu items for the special meal on Hallows Eve, aka Halloween. Second to pie ranking high in conversation topic popularity are the ongoing arguments, debates, and brawls. The staff has had to break up 3 fights, one between a couple of giants. They get hangry easily. The second was between a changeling and a cyclops. There was some teasing about 4 eyes versus 1. Then one of Bobby's friends clashed with an elf. Sage gave me the details. For once, the vamps allied with the elves. Rumor is, if this gets worse, the coven will be called to intervene. Tension on campus builds and I yearn for home, but remain in my room, doing homework almost the entire time. I want to visit Chelsea and my friends. They're probably busy with homecoming, while I finish writing my essay on Salem in the new century. When I'm done, I find Yassi in the common room. She fills me in on all the gossip going around. Lately there has been a lot. Audra and Winnie come in, followed by a hesitant Dewey. Hey guys, I say, glad to see friends, a consolation since I couldn't go to homecoming like I'd been planning all summer with Chelsea. Dewey lingers on the threshold. Yassi says, it's okay. You can come in the common room. Only upstairs is off limits to boys. Cozy, he says, looking around but not taking a step closer. We don't bite, Yassi says. Speak for yourself, Reese says as she opens a bag of beef jerky. Dewey turns pale. I'm kidding. I mean, be careful around the full moon. That's why we're here, right? To learn how to use and control our magic. More like not use it, Audra mutters. Did you guys hear that the OMM task force found the vamps that went missing? Yassi nods. Where were they again? Audra answers, Holland. Isn't that crazy? My mom works for the OMM. She said they've never had such a large number of people go missing for so long and across so much distance. How exactly did they manage to get to Holland? I ask. That's probably what they're trying to figure out. Transportate spells only work with strong intention and a lot of power. I'm guessing the only person capable of that on campus would be Chancellor West, Audra says. Plus runes are outlawed and portals are closed. And why would he send vamps away? Exactly. He wouldn't. Yassi says, however, if enough people get together and incant certain spells, they can perform powerful magic. If people here could do that, wouldn't they just break out? I ask. I've been hearing rumors, Dewey says. The other night I went down to the basement in my dorm to get a snack from the vending machine. He holds out his hands as though we criticized him. Have you ever eaten a Butterfinger? Everyone but me shakes their heads. I like a little midnight snack, and that vending machine is stocked. Anyway, a few guys were talking in hushed tones behind a closed door, one of the study rooms. It was late, I was half asleep and having a chocolate craving. Who knows, maybe they had an exam the next day, but I heard the words secret society. Yassi narrows her eyes. That's all I know. But it's common knowledge that over the years there have been numerous secret societies and groups, even on campus. He goes on to talk to us, his captive audience, about conspiracy theories, dinosaurs helped build the pyramids, and spies, aliens are plotting our every move and schemes. My favorite was how the school pie contains a secret ingredient to keep us coming back for more. I won't argue with this. Before I completely lose myself in a fit of laughter, Bree appears. We were just hearing about Dewey's crazy spy and secret society theories, I say. They're not crazy, Bree starts. The dinosaur one definitely is, Audra counters. But about the secret society. I've heard things. Her voice is a low tinkle. Everyone hushes. She shrugs and nudges the napkin on the table. Being small has its advantages. What did you hear? I ask. A group of students connected with an old group tied to the Skirkin. They call themselves the Golden Hive. Skirkin? Dewey asks. Aren't they the ones who were trying to keep magicals apart? Yassi says, present tense. The Golden Hive are trying to make things go back to the way they believe they were in the beginning. They rally to keep bloodlines pure. According to them, there are true magicals with unadulterated blood, mixed magicals, and non-magicals. They don't believe in any of us cross-partnering or mating with other kinds. She shakes her head. Foozle nonsense. They just want power over us. To rule. Yes, but apparently the student group is upset because the Hive rejected them, Bree says. Yassi shakes her head. If the Hive said the students can't be in their secret club, then we don't have anything to worry about. Not unless they form their own group here on campus. Guys, this convo is wacky, Winnie says, getting to her feet. What's important is what everyone is wearing to the Hallows Eve party. Maybe this is what West wants me to learn and report back. But why me? Bree is a better candidate with her advantage of being small when she wants to be. Conversations break off as everyone chatters about the upcoming and covert celebration. I have the perfect costume idea for you, Yassi says to me excitedly. She glances at the clock. We have an hour before check-in. Come on, I'll show you. I follow her into the cool night to Hawthorne Hall. We pass through several winding corridors. I mutter, I'm convinced this building expands, shrinks, and reconfigures itself because I get lost every time I'm in here. Yet somehow, I often end up near the statue of Imogen Hawks. As we pass, Yassi says, What's that? Sure enough, there's a roll of paper in her outstretched wand hand. Yassi reaches for it. Looks like a note. Ooh, maybe it's a secret love letter or a secret society communication. My stomach finds its way to my throat. She unrolls it. Wait, it's for you, she says, reading my name at the top. I recognize the same handwriting from the other letters. 20. Yassi grabs the note from my hands and reads, Maija, your sunshine. You are my moonbeam. You're this world's greatest treasure. I don't stand a chance. She makes kissy noises and prances around. It is a love note. Oh my goodness, you have a secret admirer. I sigh, nod, and tuck the note in my pocket. She stops short. Hold on. This isn't the first note, is it? I sigh, nod, and recite from memory, You're still in danger. Do not give up your wish. What should you do? Watch your back and your heart. What does that mean, and more importantly, why didn't you show me? Yassi asks, bunching up the sleeve of my coat in her hand. I couldn't. It incinerated. You mean you tried to do spell work on your warning/love note and blew it up? Destroyed the evidence style? Why? No, I was standing almost right here, and it suddenly turned to ash in my pocket. I have no idea why. And no idea who left it for you? She turns in a slow circle as though the answer will appear. I'm not sure. I did get that note from Bobby about going to the rumpus game. I leave out the part about the handwriting being different because the content of these mysterious notes worries me. Her right eyebrow shoots up. Bobby Gold doesn't seem like he'd do something so subtle since he already sent you that one. She taps her chin. 2 notes, but from whom? She narrows her eyes, and I almost feel her energy searching the space around us, as though seeking residue left by magic. She turns back to me. Well, it's pretty sweet that you're someone's sunshine, a treasure. She bounces on her toes. It would be nice if I knew whose moonbeam. I'm not big on surprises and mystery. I wasn't thrilled on my 13th birthday when everyone jumped out and shouted, Happy birthday. Give me the choice between mystery and romance novels, I pick the latter. Maybe he'll reveal himself at the costume party and sweep you off your feet, Yassi says. I've been meaning to ask you, what are you going to dress up as? I say, changing the subject. I'll be going as a unicorn, of course, she answers. How about you? Wait, non-magicals dress up for Hallows Eve, right? Yes. Let's see, last year I went to a Halloween party dressed as a Hershey's Kiss. My friends and I were all different types of candy. The year before that, a tooth fairy. It seems fitting in retrospect. Oh, when I was 11, I dressed up as a witch. Pointy hat and all. She honks a laugh. You thought witches wore pointy hats? Yeah, pointy black hat, a wart on my nose, long black fingernails. Oh, and I carried around a black cat stuffed animal. That's a lot of black. I've never seen a witch like that. Then you've never seen a Disney movie. I laugh. I've only ever seen 2 movies. One was about pirates. Nymphs, fairies, elves, many of the woodland magical beings avoid technology. My mom says it interferes with our intuition. For me, that's the gateway to my magic. She shrugs. The other movie I saw was at a drive-in. My sister was dating a human boy and we all snuck out. Don't even ask how much trouble we got in. Anyway, I fell asleep for the second feature, but the first movie was about these little blue creatures, and no, they weren't long-tailed croops. Croops? Yeah, those little lizard messengers. They curl around your finger, but then if you throw them, they sort of like lasso around an object. Every kid had one when I was little. I've never heard of them, but do you mean you saw the Smurfs movie? Yes. That's the one. Have you seen it? She asks. I nod, then get an idea. I know, I say, fluttering my hands. Maybe I should go to the Hallows Eve party as a Smurf. Ooh, you'd be adorable. She leans close, smoothing my hair from my face and examining me closely. Do you trust me to try a tansacetum annum potion on you? I could temporarily make you blue. Don't worry, it's mostly composed of Moroccan tansy flowers and isn't permanent. Yassi is a pro at redoing rooms. I'm sure she could make a wall blue with no problem, but I'm not so sure about my skin. I was thinking of face paint. But didn't you have an idea for a costume? Isn't that why you dragged me out here? She looks over my shoulder and points at the statue. You're right. I was thinking you go as Imogen Hawks. Before I can argue, she pulls me down the dim hallway, down another I never noticed, and up several flights of stairs. Couldn't you have told me that in the dorm? I ask, catching my breath. She shakes her head. No, you have to see this. There's a small collection of historical artifacts, including, she stops in front of a glass case, a dress once worn by the lovely Miss Hawks herself. It's the one from Dewey's textbook, I say, recognizing it from the image he showed us when he declared the historical figure resemble each other. It's magnificent. Embroidered in sheer fabric, golden thread adorns blue, almost black like the night sky. Small gold embellishments, like moons and stars, form a celestial pattern. It's stunning, she says. Beautiful, I whisper. But I can't wear it. We can't just take it. No, but we can replicate it. In a few days? How? Magic, of course. From somewhere in the building, a door opens, and voices rise and fall. I have a sinking sensation in my stomach. No, I can't go as Imogen Hawks. It isn't right. People say I remind them of her, but I shake my head. I like the Smurf idea better. She sighs. If you wore a gown like that, whoever wrote you those notes wouldn't be able to resist revealing themselves and professing their love. Yassi sing-songs. Let's not get carried away. I scrunch up my face uncomfortably. It seems odd how everyone comments about her and me. Didn't she live like over 100 years ago? Yassi answers, you don't look alike, but there's a gleam in your eye and something about your magical aura, your message, that reminds people of her. The talk of her being a legendary witch and the so-called prophecy makes me want to keep my distance. What if people expect me to live up to her standard? I already tried that with my parents. I can't even patch the burn hole I made in my sock, using magic. Also, dressing up as a dead person gives me the creeps. I don't do well with ghosts. I shake off a shiver. We should get back to Penny House. You can experiment with the Smurf spell, just for fun. Our voices echo in the empty corridor as we debate my costume options. Yassi continues to try to convince me to go as Imogen Hawks. When we pass Professor Frickman's classroom, he dismisses a group of my classmates who needed extra help. They're glassy-eyed as they stump down the hall. I probably should have been in there for tutoring. I wonder if Bobby is inside, but Yassi hurries me along. In the distance, the bells chime. Miss Mayweather won't be happy if we're late for check-in. Once outside, fog rolls in a smooth wave down from the mountains and creeps across campus. Its fingers wind through the trees, leaving us under the blanket of a quiet, peaceful night. The air is the kind of crisp I remember from when I used to go trick-or-treating. Little puffs of our breath dissolve as we hurry toward Penny House. We're near to the dorms when from the opposite direction, shadows slink along the brick wall of a building. I guess we're not the only ones almost late for check-in. Low voices chatter followed by joking laughter. Then a groan and a grunt. Yassi grips my arm. What was that? I tilt my chin in the direction of the shadows. We sneak toward the sound, but as we get closer, the shadows disappear, the laughter fades, and the side door to a boys' dorm closes. Maybe it was a secret society initiation, Yassi whispers. Do you think what Dewey was saying about conspiracy theories could be true? I ask with disbelief. There's only one way to find out, she says, drawing me toward the boys' dorm. We can't spy. What about getting back to Miss Mayweather? I stop on the path. Wait a minute, that's Wyatt's dorm. She smiles mischievously. Don't you wonder what he's going to wear for the costume party? You'll find out next weekend. Now come on, before we get in trouble. Once back in the dorm, Yassi flops onto her bed and flings her arm over her face. Have you ever been in love? Crushes, yes. Love, no. You? I ask. I know the answer before she replies. We talk about Wyatt well past midnight. Bobby has his eye on you, and so does a certain fellow in a top hat. I squawk a laugh. But Honey has her eyes on both of them. Greedy daughter of Yassi breaks off. I don't know much about JJ, but he doesn't seem like the type to hang around with a girl like her. She's pretty. I trail off. She's not nice, Yassi says. That doesn't seem to be high on JJ's criteria. He's not nice. And there's no way I'd ever like him. Yassi laughs like that's the most hilarious thing she's ever heard. Anyway, you're pretty too, and pretty fierce. You just don't realize it or how you feel about JJ Thorne yet. 21. In the next days, everyone gears up for Hallows Eve, leaving homework as an afterthought as we perfect our costumes to prepare for the party, doing our best to fly under the professor's radar. There's a secret committee for refreshments, decor activities, and some that are super specialized. Rumor has it that the decoration committee has something huge in store for us. I'm on cleanup duty the next day. Not too glamorous. When Friday finally arrives, everyone is eager and excited as we meet before classes to practice magic. Me? Not so much. Not because I'm still a failure with my wand, and not because it's Friday the 13th, and Reese just told a story about how her roommate's older brother was at Riptovic last time Hallows Eve fell on a Friday the 13th. A student, an apple tree, and a ghost went missing, never to be seen again. I set aside my apple. Did they check Holland? I ask, thinking of the recent vamps. They did. I'm staying out of the orchard, I say with a shiver. I saw Sage, Bobby's sister, sneaking around down there the other day. She seems nice, but there's something I don't know different about her. Yeah, she lives in the golden shadow of her big brother, Dewey says. I know the feeling, but I live in the golden glow of my parents' Olympic wins. Sage is nice. But that's not my concern. I'm stuck on a feeling of uneasiness. Could it be what Bobby asked of me? He hasn't said a thing. Maybe it was all a joke. Are you okay? Yassi asks. You realize we have to pass through the orchard to get to The bells chime, indicating we'd better get to class. Chairs slide across the floor, students shuffle their bags and bust their plates. I take a deep breath, focusing on the fact that I'm going to dress up as a Smurf, not Imogen Hawks, and there's no such thing as ghosts. Audra, Winnie, and the others talk about their costumes on the way to class, but I can't shake the tingles along my spine from the mention of all things eerie. The overcast sky, the fog hanging over the mountains in the distance, and the crows scattering from the dark pockets of the woods bordering one side of the campus don't help. However, Popperwell puts me in a pleasant mood with a distracting story about a trip he took to the Amazon several years ago. He describes the sunshine, the organisms, and a long conversation he had with an ancient tree. Whether or not it's true, it's funny to imagine my plump professor talking to a wimba tree in the jungle. In arithmetic, Bobby is absent, but that prompts me to imagine him on the rumpus field where I last saw him. A test in alchemy provides a focused distraction, mostly because I'm afraid to fail. Darrington doesn't scowl when I arrive in her class, which is a first. She practically flits around the room, lowering the screen she uses to project images from her wand, not a machine. While we settle in, she makes a sound, almost like a laugh, but sharper and a little like something dense being hit with a wooden club. At least she isn't yelling at someone because they forgot their homework or slicing us to ribbons with her glare. Typical Darrington behavior on a Friday. She dims the lights and says, "Today is very important. For those of you not familiar with Hallows' Eve traditions, particularly insofar as they relate to conservation, this will be a treat." A student mutters something about her relatively pleasant mood being a trick, given it's Halloween. By the tapping of fingers on desks, darting eye movements, and the general uneasy tension in the room, we're all suspicious of Darrington's good humor until her "dare me to give you a detention" look silences the laughter after the trick-or-treat joke. As she explains the significance of Hallows' Eve, my body gets colder and colder, like my blood slowly chills in my veins. Her voice cuts through the quiet in the class. "On this auspicious night, the veil between the two realms thins," she says. When she starts to highlight the difference between ghosts, ghouls, and spirits, I stop listening. When I was 6, my dad's mother came to stay with us. She was super old, stooped shoulders, cane, wrinkly, crotchety. Not a cuddly grandma like on my mom's side. Though finding out that grandma's a witch stirs up all kinds of questions. Anyway, looking back, I imagine my grandmother came to stay with us so she wasn't alone in her senior years, and so my parents could look after her. She rarely came out of her room, yelling for my dad to bring her more Epsom salts to soak her feet. She rarely ate, and if she did, complained my mom's cooking was too spicy. My dad's hair rapidly went gray, my mom had to keep shushing me, and her singing stopped. It was a dark, silent time in the Wessels household. I don't think my grandmother was there for a full month before she died. Then the noises started. Raspy howling like wind rushing through the winter woods. Clanking and a 3-part stomp, stomp, stomp. The sound of my grandmother crossing the floor and leaning heavily on her cane. I was terrified to go upstairs, and especially to pass the guest room. One night I woke to a rattling, breathing sound. I sat up in bed and she was sitting on the edge watching me, a gray figure, exactly like herself in the old black and white photographs my dad displayed at her funeral. I tilt my head, realizing something. It was shortly after my grandmother passed away that Grandma visited from Jamaica. Sure enough, the sound stopped, my mother started singing again, and my dad finally looked like he'd had a good night's sleep. Maybe she performed some kind of ghost-banishing magic. I snap back to reality, as Darrington goes on to say that we'll all meet in the old cemetery for the ceremony to welcome the traveling spirits as the veil thins. She says something about how it's our job to encourage their journey forward to the other realm where they'll travel onward to the Sea of Dreams. She adds, when Hallows' Eve falls on an auspicious day, the moon is full and the energy is powerful. Sometimes the veil doesn't just thin, it lifts. The bells chime, and everyone quickly gets to their feet and rushes from the classroom. However, JJ lingers by his desk. With a backward glance, I hurry out as though my grandmother is back there too. 22. After dinner and a sampling of all the apple pie variations, the cinnamon crisp was my favorite, we returned to our dorms to prepare for the covert costume party followed by the Hallows' Eve ritual. I wasn't listening during Darrington's explanation of what that entails, and quite honestly, after she said the stuff about ghosts, I don't want to know. I go down to Yassi and Audra's room, dressed in a little white dress and Smurf hat. Audra looks up from applying swoops of dark eyeliner. You look adorable, but something is missing. Yassi exclaims, I haven't made her blue yet. Audra goes to her closet while Yassi stirs a blue concoction in a cauldron. No joke. Am I supposed to take a bath in that? I ask. No, this is for the ceremony tonight. It's one of my alchemy assignments. Q. For a minute there, I thought I was going to paint it on my face or something. She laughs. Of course, it's the Tanacetum annum potion. Don't worry, Professor Collini supervised. Now drink up. What? I ask, slapping my hand over my mouth. We argue back and forth, but in the end, I swallow mouthfuls of the earthly floral liquid that has the consistency of milk. I gag a few times. Yassi pats me on the back, and before our eyes, I turn grayish, then blue, bluer, and bluest. Yassi exclaims, Smurfy. Audra emerges from the closet, jumps back, and says, Wow. That was fast. Oh, and I found what you were missing. White shoes to go with your Smurfette costume. White high-heel boots to be exact. I slide them on and totter out of the room like a very tall and wobbly Smurf. The Penny House girls gather in the common room. Yassi is a gorgeous, ethereal unicorn. There's a scarecrow, a giraffe, several creatures I've never seen before, a rainbow, and others in dark robes. We sneak out of the dorm, along the lantern-lit paths, and toward an old mansard-style house named after Chancellor von Freak, who initiated the Hallows' Eve ceremony hundreds of years ago. The place looks haunted during the day, so I don't imagine the decorating committee had to do much, except put a spell of concealment over it so the teachers don't see. When we reach the house, cobwebs spread wide and sticky along the walkway leading up to the porch. A click, click, click like high heels echoes. Oh, that's probably me. Then a large, hairy leg stretches from one of the webs. Mine is blue and not hairy. This leg belongs to a huge, lifelike spider. I gasp and grip Yassi's arm. From a window above, bats pour into the night, their wings sharp against the sky. Candles flicker on nearly every surface as we enter the house. Organ music plays a chilling tune even though a fire crackles in the large stone hearth. I don't see many costumes from regular Halloween except for multiple zombies. Others are variations of magical creatures, some with horns, others with fangs, scales, and a few elves and pixies, though not like the elves and pixies that actually attend Riptovic. These are dead versions of students, a cyclops with an arrow through his eye, gory fae, a headless elf, and mangy werewolves. Reese and Sadie, each wearing ballerina costumes, glare at them. The changelings look like your average humans, which is surprising because I assumed they'd go all out, considering their abilities. Wow, I say. It's all startlingly realistic. Yassi asks, isn't it cool? Some use metamorph spells, potions, and of course regular costumes. We wander over to the refreshments table, laden with bowls of colorful candy, never-melt ice cream, and s'mores magic bars. At least they look like the ones my mom makes. It's warm in here, so I dip the ladle into the punch bowl. Yassi grips my hand. No, not that one. Her face is grave. It's for the vamps? Blood? Yup. Something smells like the mud from the bottom of a lake. A scaly, slimy creature sidles up beside me while I try to decide if I should have a brownie or a cupcake, and make sure they're safe for eating. I hold my breath, but the stench is so strong I back away. I don't let Yassi's unicorn horn out of my sight as I weave through the crowd of costumed students. She's standing beside Wyatt, whose hair is in a man bun, along with a pair of twin baby dragons, Dewey and Winnie, and a mummy. Not sure who that is. Dewey says, the beast trainer apprentices bring actual spiders, bats, swamp monsters, ghouls. Cool, huh? I think I smelled the swamp monster, but ghouls? A lump forms in my throat. Wait until you see the ghosts later, Yassi says. Trust me, I can wait. Despite the overall spookiness of the party, the organ music eventually goes quiet and dance music comes on. Yassi and Audra sing along to songs I've never heard before and pull me onto the dance floor. As one song turns into another, I'm having fun. The swamp monster stinks, but still it's pretty rare to see. I let my blue limbs loose and dance along with my friends, losing track of time. A boy dressed up as a golden angel slides between Yassi and me, Bobby Gold. He draws me from the middle of the dance floor into a circle of his friends, also dancing. I can't tell who's who disguised as undead elves, vampires, and a mangy werewolf. We dance and dance. The vague recollection of Phi court dances springs to mind and just as quickly spins away. I never want to stop. Bobby grips my hand, twirling me around. My thoughts fade. I feel a golden glow inside. I linger there, in a lovely buoyant place of forgetting. I dance in Bobby's arms as students circle around. I'm dizzy with delight. The room spins and spins until I see stars as brilliant and bright as the night sky. Then the twinkle fades, and flashes of my classmates fleeing campus enter my vision. Masked figures in capes drive dwarves, elves, and the others off campus. One of the masks slips and it's me. I'm one of the cloak-wearing creeps. No. The pleasant warmth turns into fire. I'm burning up inside, slamming back to reality, feeling scared, violated, and confused. Bobby grips my hand and his brow wrinkles with concern, but his lips tilt toward a smile. Maija, are you okay? You looked far away for a moment. I brush my hand over my forehead. I'm fine, I lie. I need some fresh air. I excuse myself as he calls me back, but our hands slip apart. I lose him in the crowd. I don't know what just happened, only that I was watching the room whirl before my eyes, then saw a horrific scene. I spot Yassi's unicorn horn by the refreshment table. She and Wyatt lean close in deep conversation. The others are leaving the dance floor. Dewey asks, thirsty? I'd say that you look like you've had a fright or seen a ghost, but that's not for another hour. The fright or the ghosts? My voice quavers. He laughs. Eyeing the vampire drink, I warn, avoid the punch bowl. Dewey disappears to the other end of the table. Everyone knows to avoid the punch bowl, a sing-song voice says, as if this is common knowledge. It's Honey, dressed like an angel complete with wings and a halo, the female version of Bobby Gold's costume. You know what else you should avoid tonight? Who? Bobby? I ask brazenly, knowingly. Likely, she saw us dancing and is staking her claim. Her eyes narrow and she titters. If it was up to me, yes, but I'm talking about these friends of yours. Why do you say that? I ask, feeling the flush of irritation building inside me. My fingers flex. Things are changing at Riptovic. You've been warned. Her words are sticky. She swiftly looks me up and down, and then pushes her way through the crowd. I move to follow her and find out what she's talking about, but Yassi rushes over. Are you okay? She asks. Everyone keeps asking me that. Just tired. Tired of all this uncertainty, these warnings, and hardly knowing a thing about the world I entered. Oh. I hope the tanacetum annum potion isn't blocking your sweat glands. It is hot in here. That sounds gross. No, it's just. Her eyes narrow, and like in the past, I feel her thoughts enter mine. She snaps back and her face pales. I'm sorry. I didn't mean. I turn away, afraid she saw the disturbing vision I had. Honey's warning rings in my ears when Dewey returns with 2 cookies balanced on top of 2 cups. Yassi, there you are? As a second year, maybe you can answer this question. Is it unusual for students to dress up as dead members of the school community? What? She asks, popping a piece of candy corn in her mouth. Haven't you noticed the group of students dressed up as other students afflicted, impaled, or otherwise? He drags his finger across his throat. Yeah, I say. I thought it was a Hallows Eve thing. Zombies are really popular Halloween costumes. Yassi shakes her head and her face falls as though realizing the meaning behind the costumes. Even though Hallows Eve is a night to celebrate the dead, it's also a time to respect life. So, the person dressed up as a vampire with a stake through his heart is unusual? Yeah, she breathes. Standard Halloween fare in the human world, I counter. Her eyes meet mine, and I'm sure she saw my vision. Her jaw tightens. No. Something isn't right. I think it's the secret society, Dewey says. Trying to scare us or make a point. It's not every day I see a dead dwarf walking around. I don't like it. It's wrong, Audra says, helping herself to Dewey's second cookie. I need some fresh air. I hurry outside, avoiding the massive spider's web, and sit on a bench. In the shadows, a familiar guy with a top hat confers closely with the boy wearing a vampire costume with a stake jutting from the chest. If Dewey is right and there's a secret society aspiring to divide magicals, does JJ want to join? Is he already a member? He is moody, mean, and mysterious after all. Before I can speculate further, the bells chime 11 times, indicating it's time for us to go to the cemetery for the ritual. I'd rather return to the safety of the dorm, but don't dare walk back by myself. I wait for my friends, despite Honey's warning and my trepidation. Von Freak House clears out, and we follow torches lighting the way through the orchard, the pumpkin patch, and to the iron gates of an old graveyard. Yassi says, this is where all the chancellors are buried, some of their family members and others associated with Riptovic. It also used to be a portal to the other realm. She leaves out the part about how it's creepy. Mist hangs low around the tall stones as we form a wide circle around the perimeter. Lit candles make their way around the ring until we all hold one. I recall the spell Bobby told me when he and his buddies held candles in the classroom when I ran into him on my way to get help from Popperwell. My stomach swims with so much anxiety I can hardly think straight. Darrington tends a fire in front of a tomb, and everyone is so quiet I can hear the crackle and snap of the wood, along with the wind whispering through the trees in the nearby forest. I think of the beach bonfire the night before I found out that I'm a witch and ended up at Riptovic. She welcomes us, invokes the cardinal directions, honors the ancestors, and asks that the dark mysteries guide the spirits to their final resting places. Sparks blaze from the fire, lifting toward the sky and warming me despite being in a cemetery on Friday the 13th. Let us not extinguish our light tonight as we guide the spirits to pass to the next realm. We repeat several chants we learned in conservation class, and then fall silent and still as a hazy figure rises from behind the tomb. Is this what Bobby meant? Am I supposed to do something to stop this? I swallow hard. The warmth leaves me. Witch or not, this feels wrong. Darrington raises her arms and speaks stridently. Those gathered are here to protect and light the way, so you may safely travel onwards. Go, be free of this mortal life, now and forevermore. The ghost of a man wearing a winter jacket and snow boots shambles along a worn track in the grass. His eyes gaze straight ahead as though he doesn't see us. When he reaches the edge of the ring, it's as if an invisible hand snatches him up, and he disappears into the night. I stare up at the sky. Clouds shift past the full moon, stars spark to life, and I wouldn't be surprised if I see witches up there on brooms. But I don't. Instead, we stand guard as several other ghosts make their journey to the other realm, wherever that is. My legs tremble. I brush cold sweat from my brow. The spell Bobby told me to grant our freedom is on my tongue. I try to find him in the flickering light, but don't. Another ghost appears. Around the circle, several candles suddenly snuff out. The circle of light breaks. Fear keeps me from speaking the spell or making a wish. Instead of the ghost moving smoothly forward like the others, he flickers like a flame in the breeze. When he nears the edge of the circle, instead of vanishing to the other realm, his figure darkens into a ghastly vision of death and decay. From the gravestones, more spirits appear, and over the shrieks of students, Darrington shouts for us to relight the candles and return to the circle. I scramble, scanning for Bobby. Did I do something wrong? Or keep things from going right? Everyone scatters. I trip over a mossy rock. Spirits, ghosts, and ghouls rise from the graves. Cold seeps into my skin. A piercing feeling, like Yassi reading my mind, but amplified, penetrates the deepest parts of me. I get to my feet as everyone stampedes from the cemetery. I shout for Yassi, Dewey, and Wyatt, any of my friends. The fire smolders, and I can't tell which direction leads back to campus. Several of the grim, creepy figures surround me, chilling me further. They drain me, suffocate me, and I need fresh air more than I did when I had the vision on the dance floor. I spin in a circle, but they close in. My head aches and my vision blurs. I feel weak, like I'm slipping underwater. I struggle to breathe as the air is leaving me, and I move away from this life. Then someone sweeps me off my feet and pulls me tight against them. The figure is a blur, or maybe I'm losing consciousness. I squeeze my eyes closed as air moves swiftly across my skin. Silence surrounds me. Fear grips me. I open my eyes. The bushy rows of the apple trees in the orchard take shape. The stars twinkle high above. A single cricket chirps a lonely tune. I look up into a pair of gray eyes. JJ's brow furrows as he concentrates on the path ahead, carrying me. He smells like the fresh air I longed for moments ago. We stop under a gnarled tree. I blink a few times. JJ, without his hat, gazes into the darkness at my back. He brightens slightly when our eyes meet. "Are you okay?" he asks. I'm not sure. The vision while dancing, the ghosts in the cemetery, and our flight left me feeling cold and shaky, lost and confused. He looks at me a moment longer and says, "You're okay." I feel sudden warmth, like the stars above light me up within. Something like relief or amusement flashes across his face. Then it slides away as quickly as he lowers me to the ground. I smooth my costume. "What happened?" I ask. He shakes his head. "JJ, you owe me an explanation," I demand. "You have to answer me this time. What matters is that you're okay." His voice is low. Grave. His eyes hold mine. Intense. Then he hurries away. I call after him, but he fades into the darkness like a ghost. November 23. The night feels like a forbidden thing. In the distance, the bells chime, indicating it's midnight. JJ walks in front of me. His gaze travels ever upward as though seeking something beyond. I grip his arm, stopping him, and shiver. "I didn't do it," I say. The moon lifts higher in the sky, as though trying to get farther away from everything that happened in the last hour. I'd like to do the same. We're still in the orchard. Now he paces, gazes skyward, and every once in a while steals a glance, or rather casts a glare at me. As if this mess is my fault. Is it? To his back, I say, "For the record, I had no interest in the Hallows Eve ritual. I am not a fan of cemeteries. My candle stayed lit as instructed. I didn't say the spell." JJ looks sharply at me. I have no interest in answering the question. He's sure to ask, "What spell?" I was the one who was swarmed by those ghastly ghouls or whatever. I stalk toward him as my voice rises. And just so we're clear, I hate ghosts. I grind out the words. If I didn't know better, I'd think the stoic, the cold. Literally, his skin is icy, and moody JJ Thorne flinches. Maybe I'm finally getting through to him. "Explain what happened," I say. My finger, poking him in the chest, it's surprisingly hard, punctuates each word. "I can't explain." His voice is as thin as the air. "Because you don't know, or because don't want to?" I fire back. He steps away from me. "Come on. You should go back to your dorm." That's not an answer. It's the only one I have right now. In place of his usual irritability, he sounds slightly strained. I huff, but he walks on. I follow, because I refuse to be left in the orchard alone. Not on this night, and given what happened, not on any night. We walk back to my dorm in silence. Despite wanting nothing to do with him, I keep close by JJ's side as shadows loom bigger and spookier at this late hour. My body aches with exhaustion as the events of the night rush back to me. The circle of students in the cemetery, led by Professor Darrington, ushering spirits to the next realm. Then the candles flickering, the figures fading and transforming into creepy ghouls. They surrounded me, and I felt as though I too was leaving this life. Chills worked their way across my skin, right down to my bones. I'm too shaken to ask JJ more questions and slow down a beat. In the distance, a coyote howls. He stops and grabs my hand. I fight the urge to yank it away because somehow it fits there. I huff. I hasten to keep up with him, he's practically dragging me. The lanterns guide us along the path as we near Fiona Penny Legion House, my dorm. JJ's hand tightens around mine. Before we get there, he pulls me into an alcove. We're so close I can see the stars reflected in his eyes. His breath is cool on my cheek. Maija, I'm here to protect you. Don't make my job more difficult. Gregor's acts don't make my life difficult, I retort. I'm the one who has to spy on Stork and Bobby. I'm the one who was attacked and needed rescuing or whatever. A flicker of a smile crosses his features. I snort. Figures you'd relish my misfortune. He growls in frustration. Tonight was, he stops himself. Watcher, he shakes his head. I want him to say that he doesn't relish my misfortune. I want him to say 100 sweet nothings. But he doesn't. He can't. They would be lies. I tear away and race toward the steps of my dorm, as annoyed with myself for the stubborn attraction I have for him and his stubborn hatred of me. I'm better off with Bobby. I glance over my shoulder as the door swings open. JJ's eyes dim as he watches from the sidewalk, but he doesn't walk away. Miss Mayweather, head of the dorm, stands beside Chancellor West, the head of school. Ah, there you are, she says, pulling me close. Everyone else returned already, and we were just about to summon a search party. Chancellor West's eyes flit to JJ. He seems to register something and then nods. When I turn to tell him thank you, he's already gone along with West. The warmth of Penny House fills me, but the unanswered questions about the night exhaust me further. Why don't you go up to bed? Miss Mayweather's words are less a question and more of a command that I gladly follow. I catch my reflection in a mirror at the top of the stairs. I startle at my blue skin, but then remember before the chaos in the cemetery. The party seems like ages ago. I only hope that the blue tint, along with everything else about tonight, disappears while I sleep. The following morning, I wake up early for post-party cleanup duty. My limbs and thoughts are gummy as though I'd been running all night, or like I'm still stuck in that strange in-between place when the ghosts in the graveyard surrounded me. I meet a few other first years downstairs. The blanket of sleep lingers over us as we step into the crisp and foggy morning. The dying grass, the leaves lining the sidewalk, and the stillness in the air keep us close and quiet. Dewey Dunkel and a few others from his dorm wait in front of Von Freak House. Usually, I walk past it on the way to futurism. Even on the sunniest of days, it looks haunted. I enter a vacant sitting room and discreetly try the cleaning incantation. A paper cup spins around a few times, puffs out a bit of smoke and incinerates. I stamp it out with my shoe. My shoulders drop. I sweep the room with an old broom I found in a cupboard. I try to puzzle out answers, but my thoughts revolve around the cemetery, the broken circle, ghouls, and JJ. When my bin is almost full, I cross the room to close a closet door. A black cape hangs on the back. I shiver, before rushing to meet the others downstairs in the foyer. With the remains of the party swept away, the house doesn't look any less haunted. The vision I had before the incident in the graveyard is as vivid as ever. I was dancing, having fun, when all of a sudden behind my eyes, I saw figures in capes and cloaks. Is there a difference? Like the one upstairs, including myself, chasing students off campus. They were threatened, afraid, and running for their lives. Later, when I returned to Penny House, Yassi, Audra, Dewey Dunkel, Winnie Tarbell, and a few others are waiting for me in the entry. Yassi rushes to me and wraps me in a hug. What happened? Are you just getting back now? She asks. No, I got back last night. It must have been late. Miss Mayweather insisted we all go to sleep. They found out about the party. I tried to stay awake, but I'm sorry, Maija. I'm glad you're okay. JJ's words echo. He seemed relieved to see that was indeed true. Not that he cares. All I want to know is what happened. My voice sounds flat, distant, and not at all like my usual cheerful tone. We all want to know what happened, Winnie says. The party was fun, except I didn't like some of the costume selections. Zombie dwarves? No thank you. And did you see the elves with the woodpox? She looks queasy. But everything that came after it was even odder. It wasn't like that last year, Audra adds. The circle was broken this time, Yassi says, as if that explains it. Why? She shrugs. Who? She shakes her head. We don't know that either. I think I have an idea, Dewey says. Just don't tell us it was a dinosaur, Audra says, referring to his conspiracy theories. Chaos. Disruption, perhaps it was the student secret society trying to show the hive what they're capable of. Darrington said that when Hallows Eve falls on Friday the 13th, the moon is full and the energy powerful, the veil between the realms lifts. He echoes the lesson in class earlier that day. Yassi nods. Meaning spirits who are prevented from moving on to the next realm can become trapped here. Dewey whispers, trapped, and then they become demon wraiths. I'm about to ask what that means when Miss Mayweather marches into the common room and announces, required all-school assembly in Lindholm. No one moves. Now, she orders. 24. Unlike the excitement rippling through Lindholm Auditorium during the commencement ceremony in September, the current mood wavers with uncertainty and worry. Ms. Stork, head of administration and dressed in cardinal red, takes to the microphone. Your attention. She pounds her fist on the podium. The dull clamor in the room of hushed conversations quickly falls away. Ordinarily, I'd say good morning. However, this is not a good morning. Last night's party was not authorized, and the stunts at the ceremony were forbidden. A murmur passes through the crowd. Miss Stork draws a deep breath. We're investigating this incident. However, if those who orchestrated it, if you come forward now, the punishment will be less severe. No one moves. Miss Stork clicks her tongue. Very well. I expect some of you will be sent to the Iron Tower. From here on out, things are going to be different at Riptovic. You will be organized into two groups, those who behave and follow rules and those who don't. From nearby, Bobby and his buddies smirk. Stork glares. Those who've never had an infraction will be in the gold class. If you break a rule, you're cast to the red class, consider it probation. If you break 3 rules while in the red class, it's directly to the Iron Tower. Is that understood? A few people protest, saying they're underage to go to jail, but Stork hollers above their voices. Let me make this clear. Each one of you is a reform school student. This isn't rainbows and lollipops. You will make the changes and modifications we mandate, or you will be going to prison. She draws a deep breath and her face gets red. I worry she's going to breathe fire. Further, it's clear you cannot be trusted to act like mature individuals. We will be instituting an early curfew at nightfall and organizing chaperones from the Coven Constabulary to bring you to and from the library for studying. From now on, tutoring will take place there instead of in the classroom buildings. Her voice is clipped. As for the other events last night, the Office of Magical Management will address the issue. A man with greasy black hair and pale skin takes to the stage. A vamp if I've ever seen one, Yassi mutters. As I understand it, you all had quite the fright during your Hallows Eve ritual last night. His voice is low and smooth. In the magical community, Professor Darrington is highly trained and authorized to ferry spirits to the next realm. However, recounts of last night's ritual are unusual. We're conducting an examination. So far it appears she followed protocol to the letter. Where it seems things went wrong was the circle was broken. As you all should know, a single person breaking the circle or candle going out cannot stop the flow of spirit traffic. Someone in the auditorium makes a honking sound like a car. The vamp's lips form a thin line. However, multiple extinguished candles at once suggests premeditation and results in a troubling situation. This begs the question, was this an accident or was it intentional? You can be sure this incident will be investigated to the fullest extent of the law. Because a law has been broken. He gazes gravely at us. Law enforcement does not take these things lightly. This isn't a game or a joke. Someone, probably the same person who honked, makes a joke about ghosts. Laughter rolls along the rows of those assembled. I don't think you'll be laughing if you come face to face with a demon. They've been released onto campus and will soon infest this realm if we don't act fast. The alarm has been sounded. Because of actions taken by some of you, none of you are safe. He sweeps from the stage and the room falls silent. Perhaps that's because Chancellor West strides down the center aisle like a silver streak of lightning. He climbs the stage but doesn't step behind the microphone. His voice amplifies as he paces. Members of the Riptovic Magic Academy community, I am deeply concerned about what happened last night. I have questions. They will be answered. His voice is as sharp as the glare he casts Stork, but when he speaks again addressing us, his edges soften slightly. Don't be afraid. You're safe so long as the sun shines. We will take the necessary precautions, but we will not live in fear. We'll continue our studies and resolve this issue. Classes resume as usual tomorrow. Good day. As before, he disappears from the stage. My friends and I walk to the dining hall together. I catch bits of conversation about the demon's wraiths and how the early curfew isn't fair. I sit at our regular table with my usual slop on my plate. When the others join me, they immediately recap the assembly, talking about coven constabulary chaperones. Surely anyone who's breaking the law would be terrified of them. The demons only come out at night, so we're safe by day, Yassi says. Before the brightening, demons were created by vampires to rob Fi of their light. They could appear during the day, but these seem to be more powerful since they come from the spirits of magicals. The ghosts from the cemetery became demons, and now the coven constabulary will chaperone us to the library? I clarify because this is the stuff of nightmares. Dewey nods. As far as I know, the only protection from a demon attack are swords, certain kinds of magic, and talismans. The CCs are the only ones who are authorized to use those. He explains how there is our realm called Terra and the Borea realm, which was where the spirits were going. Magicals who are trapped here must go on to the other realm where we're all originally from, in order to be at rest. This is not common knowledge. My mind starts swimming with this information. So there are demons in our realm? Dewey rubs his chin. Not for a long time, since before the brightening. Occasionally someone does an arcane ritual and things go wrong, but usually it's resolved quickly. What do they want? I ask. Hard to say, Yassi answers. Before the brightening, the demons rended 5 from their shadow. These are demon wraiths who were already dead. How many do you think there are? Winnie asks. According to Darrington, it couldn't have been more than 6. Should we even believe her? I ask. The others shrug. If she's not a suspect, who did it and why? What do they want? Wyatt approaches the table. To raise an army of demons? He asks darkly. Unlikely. To stir up instability in the magical world? Possibly. They feed off and drain vibrant energy, magic, some call it essence, others a soul. Since they were dead, they didn't really have any of their own, so they take it from their victims. It's called snatching. I choke on my sip of cider. You okay, Maija? Yassi asks. Yeah, I'm okay, I say, catching my breath. Last night, when the spirits surrounded me, I felt like I was being drained, my life being snatched away. Then JJ rescued me. I wish last night never happened. I realize I've said this aloud. Have you ever heard the saying, be careful what you wish for? Wyatt asks wryly. Just then, a member of the Coven Constabulary marches over to the table. His gaze lands on me. Maija Wessels. You're required in the administration office. I pale and get to my feet. My thoughts race with questions about what they want with me. All eyes follow me out of the dining hall. The walk across campus is silent, and so is the office when I enter. The CC takes my wand. Stork sits imperiously behind her desk. 2 chairs face her and Sage sits in one. Bobby's sister won't look at me. My stomach swims and slithers with dread, but like waves crashing against rocks, there's anger just beneath the surface. Why am I here? I didn't do anything. Stork's gaze blazes. Maija, seems you've been keeping busy. I have reason to believe you were involved in the events at the ceremony that resulted in the release of demons into our realm, Stork says, getting right to it. I clear my throat. Yes, my classes are rigorous, and I was there, like the rest of the students, holding a lit candle, but previous to that, I had no idea ghosts or demons actually existed. I don't mention that I was also attacked. She narrows her eyes. I learned that you were in the possession of a certain grim spell. I'm not quick enough to hide the drop of my jaw. My eyes dart to Sage. When we were waiting in line for pie, I mentioned Bobby and the candles, but how could she have known about what he'd asked me to do? What I didn't do. I'm a terrible liar and remain quiet. Sage relays neither her intentions nor an apology. You have a choice to make. Stork presses her lips together. With Bobby, I thought I had to choose between being cool and being me. But really, the choice is about being true. It's a no-brainer. Tell me the truth or find yourself with a couple of strikes against you in the red class. Do you remember what I said about that being the last stop before the Iron Tower? You may have evaded its walls once, but don't count on a second chance. Her nostrils flare. The threat in her tone makes me see red. I don't spare Stork or Sage my glare. Why'd she betray me? What did Stork threaten her with? Oh, I won't count on it, I grind out. It's at this moment I realize that I don't have to prove myself to anyone, well, except to myself. Stork's skin pulses and flashes. Her eyes narrow to slits. All at once she starts to shift. Sage lurches back. My magic suddenly floods me in a wave of rushing energy. If I were in a non-magical setting, I'd know my rights. Here. Like Bobby said that day when he asked me to use that spell, this is law and disorder. Mostly the latter. If I don't stand my ground, who knows what will happen. But wandless? I'm not sure I stand a chance. Stork flares all red shimmery magic as she shifts. Smoke fills the room. I eye the door. This might not end well. All at once, she's in dragon form. Deep red scales and a horned crest. The only thing that is the same are her amber eyes. Without warning, she flames, blasting the framed portraits of the heads of school with fire. I duck, but the officials from the OMM bar the door with their wands at the ready. Stork bears down on me. I wish I had a flame-proof umbrella or a wand. That would do too. It's a weird, random thought, but one of each appears in my hands. The umbrella is clear with pink polka dots. The wand is the usual broken wooden one. I gasp. Did I just wish those into existence? I scramble to my feet, backing closer to the wall as a smoke alarm blares. Stork is about a foot away, emitting heat and hate. Her snake-like dragon tongue flicks like she's deciding whether to eat me or incinerate me. I hold the umbrella and wand out, not sure which will be more effective. I shrink beneath the dragon's throbbing, heaving, burning mass of scales and fury. My pulse races, and terror makes my skin sizzle. Or maybe that's my magic rising to the surface. It's like electric silver running through my veins, lending me confidence and hope that I won't end up like little more than a roasted marshmallow. I press to my feet, holding my hands out as silver and red threads of magic crackle at my fingertips. One of the officials encircles Stork with a shimmering magic lasso. It's Margaret. She gives me a subtle nod. The other extinguishes the flames. As soon as Stork returns to her human state, Margaret releases her. I thought they were keeping me from running out, but perhaps they were meaning to keep Stork in. The head of administration orders them, not a word to anyone. Margaret flicks her gaze to the CC who brought me here. I wonder if she's bad cop after all. To Sage and me, Stork says, "You've been warned. Next time, you won't have officials to help you." But then she glances at the umbrella hanging loosely in my hand. "Keep that up, and you can expect to see yourself in the Iron Tower or dead. Last chance, Maija." I swallow hard and breeze past Sage as my heart thunders in my chest. 25. The next week passes with a pervasive, sluggish kind of dread every time the sun sets. There are vacant chairs in classes as hawk-eyed Ms. Stork and the inquisitors from the Office of Magical Management examine other suspected students and divides us further into the two groups. She must know I wasn't involved. Hopefully, she doesn't unleash her inner dragon on anyone else. Or maybe that's the whole point. I'm hanging on loosely in the red class. Yassi and my other friends remain in the gold. The precautions, namely the nightly curfew at dusk, remind us that demons remain at large. The administration claims these changes are for our own good. Fortunately, the library at Penny House is extensive enough, I don't have to go to the actual library all week. Darrington also returns after not enough days away, at least in my opinion. Her sharp stride slices the air and any notion that the investigation humbled her. With a flick of her wand, she clears yesterday's lesson from the slate on the wall from our substitute about dangerous magical marine life. New topic. The subject on everyone's lips. On everyone's minds. Demons. In place of a chalkboard, she scrawls it with poison green magic in the air. Demons are an umbrella classification, and wraiths fall underneath. For our purposes, we'll simply call them demons. At their core, that's what they are. Unnatural creatures bent on evil. We learn about the spectrum of fiends and the forms they can take in the realms. She also goes into grave detail about the story of the Shadow Army, rending Fi from their light and into shadow. Yassi had mentioned it once before. It's a chilling tale. When a modern demon snatches someone, they're strengthened by the victim's essence and can then transform them into a demon, growing their number and falling under control of whoever set them loose. I'm suddenly too hot in my uniform and cold at the same time. Nervous and terrified. "How can we fight back or defend ourselves?" a student behind me asks. "You mean conserve your energy?" she quips. "You can't. We are here to teach you to reform your magic. Not use it defensively." I liked the substitute we had better. "Then what do we do?" another student asks. Darrington doesn't answer. At the sound of the bell, a note flutters through the door and then lands on my desk. I recognize the handwriting spelling my name on the front of the envelope. I peel it open. It's from Chancellor West. The note informs me that Seminole Seminar resumes next week. I audibly sigh and trudge to my next class. Not because I don't find the head of school to be an exceptional teacher. It isn't that the subject matter is boring. No, I kind of despise my singular classmate, JJ. Although, I haven't seen him since he came to my rescue. Other than the continued unease surrounding the events on Hallows Eve, life on campus soon returns to a relatively normal state. Well, minus someone replacing the milk in the dining hall with glue and a case of Belgrave blisters that afflicts one of the boys' dorms. Vampires mostly, apparently it's exchanged from kissing and they're known for getting around. The weekend also brings the kind of restlessness that bubbles up before vacation. Thanksgiving is coming and not soon enough. I hope I'll be able to go home. On my way to my Seminole seminar class, I reach the bottom of the stairs and realize with the curfew, I can't go outside at night without a chaperone. I follow voices to the common room, hoping someone knows where Miss Mayweather is. A tall, dark figure glides around the corner. We collide. JJ is as cold as I remember from the night in the orchard after he came to my aid. His gray eyes meet mine. He saved me. I probably owe him more than my typical disdain. Instead of asking, "What are you doing here?" I wouldn't be surprised if he was dating someone in the dorm. He's attractive in that mysterious, brooding kind of way some girls go for. I simply say, "Hi." Hi, he asks. Hi, I repeat. His expression shifts from confusion back to his usual grimace. I'm here to escort you to class. I fight a frown. You. Do you question my ability to bring us there safely? A muscle ripples along his jaw, as though my hesitation is a dare. Once more, the scene in the cemetery and orchard rushes back. He carried me away from demons without either one of us being snatched. Maybe that's his talent. He's a knight in Riptovic Academy armor. No, I say, but the sound is more of a croak than a word. He opens the door for me, and I set foot into the night for the first time since he accompanied me back to my dorm. However, I don't follow him down the steps. A breeze sweeps over the remaining autumn leaves on the ground. I clutch my arms across my chest. Knowing the demons are out there doesn't embolden me forward. JJ clears his throat and then his cold hand is in mine. I snatch it back. I have to, he growls. What? His gray eyes spark with amusement. You haven't left the dorm all week, have you? He asks knowingly. No, I repeat, clearer this time. Our energy is stronger together. When it comes to demons, that's how it works. If you'd gone to the library, you and everyone else would have held hands. He clasps mine. It's not, he doesn't finish, but I know he would have said, it's not because I want to hold your hand. I give in. JJ doesn't rush across campus, but rather saunters as though he's willing the demons lurking around to notice us. When Nightingale Hall comes into view, relief washes through me. I find my voice again. Is it just outside that we're at risk? I ask. Protections are built into the architecture of the buildings on campus. I didn't know that was possible. That kind of magic, I mean. Since Hallows Eve, the OMM is working overtime to protect every dwelling, business, and structure in the world. But Riptovic had them in place long ago. Are non-magicals at risk because of what happened on Hallows Eve? Demons don't discriminate. In recent years, there haven't been this many loose. If they get their hands on. A shiver of silence passes between us until I say, my dad is an architect. A non-magical one. Is he at risk? What about your family? Do they live on Scary Street too? Hearing our voices is like a flashlight in the night, and I ramble on. He grunts in response. Atop the stone steps of Nightingale, JJ opens the door, gesturing me forward. The warmth from inside softens me. I say, thank you for doing this. No need to thank me. Just doing my duty, he snaps. I stiffen with irritation. He's impossible, giving me nothing but anti-answers. No need to be rude, I counter. I wasn't being rude. I was being honest. Right. I get it. You hate me. My voice echoes off the marble stairwell. He stops me on the landing. The pools of his gray eyes chill me. He leans so close I can smell his fresh air scent. I don't hate you, Maija. His voice is low, like he's telling a secret. My heart flips, but I shake him off. Yeah, but I know you don't like me enough to be polite and have a normal conversation like a normal person. I'm not normal, he hisses. If I'm being honest, I don't like you either. My words crash to the floor, taking anything good about his expression with them. I storm away and take the lie with me. When we settle in the classroom, West pauses his pacing and gazes at us a moment longer than is comfortable. His eyebrows lift. He waits an agonizingly long time before he speaks. I suspect the demons won't be a problem much longer, but in the meantime, the two of you will be working closely together. This is close enough, I mutter. West shakes his head. It's important you learn how to block your energy, Maija. The easiest access point to learn this skill is through blocking memories because they're imprinted most solidly in us. Later, we'll work with original thoughts and information in the present. JJ shifts a fraction away from me. Don't let personal matters interfere with developing your magic. JJ, you of all people should know this, West says sternly. The chancellor briefly instructs me how to block my memories by creating an energetic wall around pockets in my mind, the ones that store embarrassing moments, sweet ones, sad times, and celebrations. You're in charge of your mind and what flows through it. However, you also have access to the thoughts and memories of others if you know the skill using mind windows. Unless, of course, they're preventing you from doing so by forming a mind wall. He turns to JJ. Please allow Maija access. He levels West with his gaze. West arches an eyebrow. Maija, we're going to practice mind windows and mind walls. JJ is going to share a memory with you. Keep your eyes fixed on his and then move past them. You'll feel currents of energy. Tap into them like tugging on a thread to see which one is loose. While you're there, become aware of the fullness of the experience. In other words, discover how he's allowing you to see the memory and reverse engineer how you'd be able to prevent him from looking into your mind. JJ huffs, but our eyes lock. His eyes are the ones that I had the silly thought about getting lost in that first time we met. They're not just gray but flecked with shades of silver and sadness. Eyes that have seen more than most people. I see him, but not his memories. My thoughts fill with the night we first met. I couldn't sleep because I was up thinking about him and his eyes. I know I'm supposed to be reading his thoughts, but can't and realize he can read mine. My cheeks burn. His expression is a pale slate mask, not betraying any emotion or acknowledgement. I sense that he sees into the corners of my mind, even the shadowed ones with my grandmother's ghost and my fright in the cemetery. The bells toll in the distance. That's probably enough for tonight, West says. He strokes his beard. Perhaps he too saw. I slouch onto the cushions in the center of the room, feeling exhausted and exposed. Please practice together for an hour each night. I'll inform Miss Mayweather that JJ has permission to go into your dorm room. Boys aren't allowed in the dorm rooms, I protest. It's better to do these things in private. Plus you'll feel more comfortable, perhaps stronger, in a place that's familiar to you, Maija. West speaks with finality. I pout a little. I don't want JJ in my room. He looks even less pleased with the notion. When we leave Nightingale, I reluctantly let JJ take my hand again. His palm is cold and stiff, but my cheeks refuse to turn back to their normal shade. From across the field, Yassi returns from the library with a group of students and the chaperone from the coven. Questions form on her lips at the sight of us, hand in hand and without a chaperone. In the entryway to Penny House, I beat her to it with an answer. Seminole seminar. I focus on this and save questions of my own for later by adding, and now he and I have to study together. In my room. I huff upstairs, ready for this night to be over. When I glance over my shoulder, JJ exits. If I didn't know better, I'd say he looks crestfallen. 26. The only upside to life post-Ghost Gate, that's what students have taken to calling it, is the pumpkin pie. Spicy and sweet with a buttery crust and a dollop of fresh cream. Well, I'm anticipating it anyway, in the dining hall and at home for Thanksgiving, if they let us leave. When life throws homework and possibly frustrating boys and demons at you, keep calm and eat pie. That's my motto anyway. I think about pie and only pie because the rest of life post-Ghost Gate only has downsides. Namely, how another week passes with no word that the OMM caught the demons and no developments on who could have broken the circle in the cemetery. Rumors of a secret society infiltrating campus and nightly lessons in my room with JJ crowd my days and nights. In the background, I have worries and doubts about the spell Bobby asked me to say, but I have no idea if he was serious, nor have I seen much of him. Yassi, Audra, Dewey, Winnie, and the others have been covertly meeting up to practice defensive magic. I listen intently and soak it up but don't dare try. I don't trust myself. It's unlikely anyone will leave since they cancelled Family Fest, which is our autumn event, and they'll probably nix the Sweetheart Dance, which is our winter fun, but if they do allow the gold and red games in the spring, we should be well versed in this kind of magic, Yassi says. She and Audra banter back and forth about last year's games. I'm hardly listening, wrapped up in my thoughts about the fights routinely breaking out on campus. I'd wanted Bree to hang around our dorm room more often, but now I'm grateful she makes herself scarce. Although there aren't any recent quarrels, though that could be because a couple of coven constabulary are posted throughout campus, JJ and I are like Pharrellians and night howls, a magical way of saying like cats and dogs. He thinks I'm not trying hard enough. I didn't know blocking someone from my memories was going to be a required skill. I think he's too stubborn, rude, and jerky. One night when the moon is a sliver in the corner of my window, after I try and fail to block him from a dream I had about my vision during the Hallows Eve party, a wave of fatigue comes over me. My breath comes in short gasps as though I've been running. I ask, how long do we have to do this? His eyes seize mine. Forever. His voice is low. His features sharp. His eyes are bright in their own gray way. We're facing each other, and he takes a step closer to me. We're less than a foot apart. It's your turn, he says. I look away, afraid of what I may or may not see if I glimpse his thoughts. Nonetheless, I bark a laugh when I belatedly realize something absurd. Did you, JJ Thorne, just tell a joke? I guffaw. I think you just made a joke. My laughter takes on a hysterical quality. Did West fail to caution me of the side effects of having someone probe my brain? Forever. Did you say we'll have to do this forever? He doesn't smile or chuckle or disagree. My laughter dies between us. Maybe he's not kidding. I pace in front of him, undeterred. I won't let him get the best of me. I fold my arms across my chest, and when I reach the window, an idea sparks. Go ahead. Have another look. I stalk back toward him, resuming our face-off. He closes the space further. I lift my chin defiantly. Oh, I'll show him. He gazes into my eyes, beyond my thoughts, and into the past. I let him see a montage of me slipping on a banana peel. Yes, actually, the time I found Filbert, my cat, wearing lipstick. Not kidding. And when Chelsea and I were at a sushi restaurant and an old lady started singing karaoke to a heavy metal song, she was good, headbanging, air guitar, and all. He doesn't crack a smile. Instead, he says, "You're learning to control your memories." That's a start. Oh yes, this is only just a start, JJ Thorne. Forever. I laugh, throwing more funny memories at him, daring him to at least chuckle, if the plan is to do this forever or even another minute. I'm done with the grave seriousness. I want to crack that stony exterior and see him smile. Ha! He doesn't waver. Doesn't flinch, not even when all of my friends back home ambushed me with a tickle attack on National Tickle Day. The only thing that breaks his grim expression is when he sees my memory of blowing out all my candles, making my birthday wish to fall in love this year. Oops. Didn't mean for him to see that. He steps toward the door. His eyes are everywhere but on me. No way. I wasn't done with him. I quickly slip between him and the door. He looks down at me. And looks as though he's fathoming the stars. You don't get to leave until you at least smile or answer my questions. Questions plural. We're a breath apart, and it's like he's stolen all the air in the room. I almost detect amusement this time. How about one, he suggests. The way his accent curls over the words makes each one uttered a temptation all its own. I draw a deep breath. Which one? Countless unanswered questions float between us. The one closest to the top in the long list of questions I have for JJ Thorne bursts from my lips. Why'd you do it? Why'd you rescue me from the demons? His eyes hold mine. I see the hint of freckles from summers long past on his nose. Silver filament sparks in his eyes. Up close his lips are, I swallow hard. Why did I save you from the demons, he repeats. I had to. His voice lacks warmth, but I shouldn't have expected anything more. He whirls and leaves. I listen as his footfalls fade, and only exhale when the wooden front door to the dorm slams closed. Moments later, Yassi fills the entrance to my room. Did you know that as your socium, you can talk to me about anything, classes, homework, boys? I throw my hands into the air. He's insufferable. He drives me nuts. He's. She says, folding her arms in front of her chest. How can he just blow around, have free will to go outside unattended, while the rest of us have to be escorted by chaperones from the Coven Constabulary, and see into my memories? I bluster. You guys are the opposite. You're sweet, funny, spunky. He's moody, mysterious, and mean. Yassi clicks her tongue. I was going to say complicated. What do you suppose his magic is? I ask rhetorically. Making me crazy, or? Something like that, Yassi says with a sigh. Wes said I have to practice with him every night. I prefer arithmetic with Bobby. Riptovic's golden boy fills my thoughts, but a gloomy figure with magnetic gray eyes is there too, and I can't stop thinking about him. He's in my mind, and he's in my dreams. That night I dream that we're in the orchard but then keep walking past the trees to the pumpkin patch. The knotted vines crawl along the ground, coming closer. I call out to warn him and try to run away, but my voice is muted. The vines creep closer and closer with each step I take. One wraps around my ankle. I shout, and JJ rushes to me, bringing me back to the orchard in safety. I gaze into his dreamy gray eyes, and instead of a glare and anger, I see warmth and want. He inclines his head. I lean in. The dream dissolves. I wake up, out of breath. Pale dawn light filters through the window. I lay there, tangled up in the sheets, and trying to make sense of what happened. Does it mean anything that I wish it were true? 27. Back home, it's Thanksgiving Day. With an ache in my chest and a hole in my heart roughly the size of a plate filled with stuffing, turkey, mashed potatoes, and gravy, I miss my family and friends terribly in food. After my classes but before dusk, I wander to the woods on the edge of campus. I assume the boundary wall and magical enchantments keeping us in won't let me stray too far, but I need to be alone. Quiet. I have to admit I'm shell-shocked, dizzy from all the changes in my life, and my complicated and confusing feelings for JJ. I spot a path amidst the evergreen trees stretching proudly skyward. As I walk through the forest, I slowly ground myself in the earthen pine scent of a place that's been around for a long time, yet constantly renewing with each season. I feel connected and alive. A house made of wood and stone, blanketed with moss, comes into view. A brook babbles nearby. Colorful leaves carpet the forest floor and the air is fresh, reminding me of JJ. I could do without that thought. A doormat welcomes me with the message, "Home is where you hang your broom." I laugh and forget all about that cool, brooding guy. Then the door opens and West fills the entry, slamming me right back to the last time I saw him with JJ. "Hello, Maija. Care for some chamomile tea?" I hesitate and then step inside, leaving my bag on a bench by the door. As before, the house is a combination of rustic and elegant. There are a lot of wooden, stone, and natural elements, but also gauzy fabrics and dashes of magic everywhere. The throw pillows fluff themselves, a watering can sprinkles water over herbs growing on the windowsill, and dishes shuffle themselves back into place on the shelves. And JJ sits at the kitchen table. His top hat is beside him, his hair is stylishly messy, and a scowl lifts onto his lips when I enter. West puts a kettle on to boil over a fire. "I take it you have questions, Maija." "Yeah. What is JJ doing here?" Instead, I say, "Now that you mention it, I do." JJ has already seen countless memories, so I throw caution to the wind and start at the beginning. I tell the chancellor about growing up not knowing about my magic, the visit from Dina, who turned into a djinn, and then going to the Iron Tower. West's expression sharpens. "That's worrisome." Then I tell him about the vision I had at the party before the Hallows Eve ritual. I'm not like Yassi with her abilities, but can people travel into other people's dreams? I subtly eye JJ. West nods. Yes, there are 5 dreamweavers. It's a rare kind of magic, though it is a talent distantly related to the kind of sight many nymphs can have. I don't think that's at play here. Do dreams actually have meaning? I sense JJ's gaze land on me. That's always up to the dreamer. They can mean something if you want them to. Yet sometimes they can be misinterpreted. Same as visions. You mean visions aren't always right? I ask, surprised and relieved in equal measure. I don't want to be a danger to my friends. Nymphs like Yassi can see thoughts in real time or memories imprinted in time. Seers, in the traditional sense, can portend prophecies but can certainly be wrong. Sometimes dreams are just dreams and not dramas. Visions can be the mind working something through and not have greater meaning. And of course, choices shift the direction of the future all the time. The scene of students fleeing for their lives rushes back. I shiver. We must work on your blocking abilities. Take out your wand, West orders. I hesitantly pull out my wand, wanting to warn him, but I am afraid if he knows, I'll fail Seminole Seminar because I'm an incapable witch. Please send the teacups to the sink. We need some space for this, West says. I cringe, worried I might do it wrong, but say the spell. The teacups rattle in their saucers. A newspaper sitting nearby rises and falls, and the pages of numerous books flutter. I focus on the teacup, but then JJ's hat bursts into flame. West quickly extinguishes it. My cheeks burn hotter than the hat as ash flutters to the table. Everything moves painfully slow as JJ's eyes fall on me with accusation. I didn't do it on purpose. West takes my broken wooden wand and inspects it closely. Then he grasps my chin and turns my head from side to side, looking behind each of my ears. All the while, he makes a sound. Finally, he tests my forehead like my mother used to when I wasn't feeling well. He looks deeply into my eyes while in my head I chant, "Please don't tell me I'm a useless witch, a hopeless case." Finally, he speaks. "Witches like you can't have wooden wands. Where'd you get it?" "Miss Stork." I tell him about what happened in her office and how she shifted into a dragon. West's nostrils flare and gets to his feet. "We'll fix this. JJ, you can come too." He leads us from the cottage and along a path away from campus. Eventually, we reach a cluster of rocks as big a 2-story building. There's a mark in the stone that shimmers with magic, and West traces it before pressing his palm to it and grabbing my arm. JJ clasps my hand, and it's as cold and familiar as ever. Somehow it fits perfectly around mine, but before I can think about it further, there's a suctioning feeling like a vacuum. Then we're on the other side of the rock formation. At least I think so. West holds his finger to his lips and whispers, "Rune of passage." Our little secret. There are a few perks that come with being me. An enclave of wooden buildings are built into the stone walls of a mountain on one side of a wide cobblestone lane. Shops and buildings edge a ravine on the other side. My jaw drops. Are we officially off campus? JJ's shoulders relax. Hope wells inside. 28. Welcome to Tippleton, West says. We pass shops with sweets. A caramel-covered apple looks especially delicious, woolens. I sure could use a new sweater, and eventually stop in front of a small store that's only slightly wider than its doorframe with a hand-painted sign above that simply says Joiner. West enters first. We follow into the dimly lit store lined with shelves displaying unusual pieces of wood, precious stones, and other, less identifiable objects. "Welcome, Winslow," says a jolly voice belonging to a slender man. They exchange pleasantries. Are these students from Riptovic Academy? His white hair is a bit wild, standing on end, and his tufty eyebrows stick straight up, giving the impression that he's perpetually surprised. Either that or all the energy he works with, joining the magic of magicals to their wands, went to his head, literally. Riptovic reform for now, West corrects. Shame. The wand joiner hangs his head. Like I said, for now, the chancellor repeats. We need a wand for a new student. Maija. He gestures to me. The joiner looks me over and then does the same series of inspections, including behind my ears that West did in the cottage. The joiner says, well, we should get underway then. Stone for sure. I haven't made a wand for this kind of witch in quite some time. He disappears to rummage in the back. I look around at the various items in the cubbies until he summons me over. A witch, he says softly. Very interesting. Very rare. Not been having much success casting spells, have you? I shake my head. He grunts. Glad to be of help. I suppose you're getting along at Riptovic well enough, even without a wand. West is an old friend and top-notch, but not everyone agrees with what he's doing, and there's bound to be opposition. From across the room, West grunts. JJ stands by his side with his arms crossed. I cut my eyes in his direction, and then he exits to the tinkle of bells on the door. I harumph. We'll leave you to it. West follows onto the lane, leaving me with the joiner. He brings me to a brass and glass machine with tubes and cogs inside. I prepare myself for an unusual joining experience, but he works at a bench to my side while I wait and wonder. He carves a piece of dark stone, almost black, brown, or red, depending on the light. Okay, he says at last, passing me the wand. Let's see your grip. I hold the wand as I've been instructed. Then he rotates my hand a degree, closes his eyes, and says something while his hand is still on mine. Now try a simple spell. Make the gears in that machine turn. He points. Are you sure? I tend to. You can't set it on fire, he says with a wink. I plant my feet on the ground, close my eyes, and get present before speaking the incantation we learned for invoking movement. The wheels turn ever so slowly, and the joiner encourages me to repeat and repeat. When finally they're all turning and vapor moves through the tubes, I get excited, feeling energy surging through me. I think it's working. He nods. Keep at it a little longer. I take a deep breath and get the cogs whirring faster and faster. That's it. He leans close to the machine. Then I hear a pop and a ding. 2 little squares come down a chute. The joiner picks them up and smiles. Our apple. My favorite. Apple? I ask. Joining is a very complicated endeavor, but I learned that the kind of candy a witch or wizard produces while undergoing the experience is most indicative of their sort of magic, so I devised this little machine to test things out. He passes me the other piece. Sure enough, the candy tastes like an apple. Now what? I ask. Now you make more magic. Really? That's it? Well, the more you use your wand, the more you'll form a relationship with it, and the more powerful it will become. Do I owe you? He waves a dismissive hand. West has brought me so much business over the years, I owe him a favor, and it's not every day I get to make a wand for a wish witch. The last wish witch was Imogen Hawkins. He studies me carefully. You're a special witch, Maija. You need a special wand. I don't expect your parents would have brought you by anytime soon. I think you'll find that you'll repay me and all of us in your time. Bumps work their way up the back of my neck, making the fine hairs stick up like his wild eyebrows. Now, all I require is another piece of candy, and you can be on your way. There's a wonderful bookshop across the lane I think you might enjoy. I use my wand to work the machine again, producing another piece of a delicious apple candy. I thank the joiner profusely and then step back outside, stowing my wand safely in my pocket. Sure enough, there's a wonderfully packed and dusty bookstore across the way, complete with a furry orange cat lying in the window. Never has freedom felt so good. I browse the crammed shelves, looking for books of interest. I find a gently used spellbook with better notations than the school-issued one. This will come in handy as I have remedial work to do. I pick out another about prominent witches in history, which will be helpful for a futurism project I have soon, and lastly a book of magical reflections, thoughts and commentary on the energetic world. I was hoping for a novel, but this must be a non-fiction shop. After I pay with some crumbled bills from my bag, and using a complicated conversion rate that Dewey probably would have been able to better explain than the sleepy shopkeeper, I step outside to find West and JJ. Magicals bustle by with bags laden with supplies and unusual items. I've seen many street scenes, but this one is quainter and more fantastical than I could have imagined, with shops for robes, an apothecary, a candle store, advertising endlessly lit candles, and a peculiar little market with a pungent odor and a sign out front that says snails, wart removal, and knobby gum, whatever that is. I wandered down the lane. If I had any idea where I was, I could make a run for it. Stow away on a boat or plane and head home. I've learned that there's another realm, and for all I know, I could be there now. I feel conspicuous, dressed in my riptovic uniform. Eyes dart in my direction from passers-by, and others offer friendly smiles. A shop displays crystal globes, some made of gold and silver, gems, and other shiny objects. The salesperson, dressed in shawls and with bangles around her wrists, comes up to me. She hovers her hands over a golden globe with veins of red and amber. "This is a dragon's eye," she says. "Not to be confused with a dragon's tear, which foretells your laments." She gestures to the silver orb. "Both are very rare. Would you care to know what treasures your future holds?" She presents the golden globe. "Oh, actually," before I can say more, my gaze sticks on the shifting veins of red and amber. They're mesmerizing. Inside, I see a dragon sitting upon a hoard of golden chalices, crowns, sculptures, and countless coins. It blinks open its slit eyes. "There is something I desire, Maija. Something of great value. It is something you possess." Its voice is a smoky growl. $800 in my savings account won't get you far. No jewels or valuables to speak of. "No, it's something only you possess," the dragon hisses. "A wish." It's then I recognize the eyes. Those amber eyes. It's Stork. She draws me deeper into the depths of the orb like a magpie pulled toward sparkly things. I cannot resist. I am at her mercy. I sense the dragon's claws digging into my mind. She's slicing her way through as I throw up my mind walls, trying to repel her. But she's much stronger, and this magic is unlike anything I've ever experienced. There's a swelling strain like the worst headache imaginable as she cuts deeper. Her eyes flash with determination as I close my own against their glare. It's that brief respite that I find my way to the surface of my own mind and thrust the orb into the shopkeeper's hands. My voice trembles. I thought it was supposed to speak of the treasures my future holds. "It surely did," she replies. I shake my head, not sure she can explain without me telling her that I'm a wish witch. Across the street, I spot JJ in the window of the sweet shop. It's nearly dark. His jaw is angular, and his eyes are gray, both of which I find myself appreciating more than I should. His posture is the kind of confidence I rarely see in non-magical males. I study JJ out of context, wondering if we'd met under different circumstances, we wouldn't hate each other so much. But I can't think of any situation other than learning I'm a witch that I'd encounter someone like him. He once told me he's misunderstood, but he doesn't even try to help me understand, never answers my questions, and seems to exist solely to infuriate me. He shifts position so I see less of his profile and more of his face through the glass. The faintest, most remote smile hints on his face. As a rule, I've noticed JJ doesn't smile. Something flares inside me. I race across the street and burst into the store. I open my mouth to speak, but I lost the spark somewhere on the street. Either that or I'm struck dumb, which is highly unlikely. "I was looking for you," I say, a bit breathless. His face falls. I sense him in my memories, as if he can't help it. He parts his lips to say something, but I beat him to it. "Get out of my head," I warn. JJ's eyes soften and then widen with alarm. He says, "Duck." "Goose?" I ask. He shoves me down, and before I can protest, a jar of sparkly, sugar-dusted dots suddenly explodes in a blast of color. 29. A blast of glimmering, magical wind issues from JJ's wand. I've never seen him use it. I cover my head and shoot him a glare. "Be careful." That was close. "You be careful," he fires back as he tugs me to the rear of the magical candy shop. We pass trays of crispy chocolates, they snap and crackle, heaps of gummy candies, they wriggle, and shelves of supplies. The smell is divine. JJ's grip on my hand is confusing. The danger is real. From behind us, a blast of magic shoots past, exploding a vat of jelly, sending it all over the floor. JJ is surprisingly fast and agile on his feet, directs us to avoid it, and we dive out a back door. Not wasting any time, we hurry down an alley behind the shops in Tippleton, before arriving on the edge of town near the stone wall where West used the rune of passage. JJ surveys behind us, keeping a wary eye on windows, doors, and passers-by in the distance. Is the coast clear? I ask. Don't speak too soon. Who was that attacking us and why? As I say this, I realize I've been asking these two questions a lot since arriving in the magical world. Who and why? He shrugs. Don't know. More importantly, where is West? He followed you out of the joiner's shop. I narrow my eyes accusingly. If you weren't such a, I don't know how to finish the sentence. Stubborn jerk? Obnoxious idiot? Moody brat? Let's see your wand. He holds out his hand. I pull it from my pocket, and he admires the smooth stone. In the daylight, it's brighter, redder, and fierier than when I was in the shop. Or maybe I'm just seeing things through a veil of irritation and anger. I fume about how JJ tried to get into my thoughts and bite my tongue because he did just bail me out of a sticky situation. Next time fire back, JJ says, returning my wand to my hand. How do you know they were after me? Us, Maija. They were after us. As if on cue, magic sizzles in the air and rushes toward us at the same time two creatures charge our way. One has scales that ooze dark yellow slime. The other is wrinkled, mangled, and is drooling. I drop to the ground and out of the way, tugging JJ down with me at the same time I send energy surging through my wand, lighting up the descending darkness. It erupts in a blast of red, but isn't fire-like with my old wand. It's sharper, hotter, and more dangerous. Magic. There's a low moan and a shriek, then ash floats through the air like snow. I vaporize the scaly beast while JJ gets the other. What were those? I ask, even though I have a pretty good idea already. My breath comes in nervous spurts. Those were demons. His expression is slightly nervous too, but is directed at me. JJ presses to his feet and holds out his hand to help me up. With his wand still lifted, he moves slowly forward toward the spot where the demons were. We're both prepared for retaliation, but there isn't one. He hasn't let go of my hand. A zing rushes through me and turns into a laugh, but it isn't the gleeful kind. You bring out the worst in me. He levels me with his gaze. Is that so? I'd argue that I bring out the best or at least the most fierce side of you. He makes this sound like a compliment. I might not be the enemy you think I am. I did save your life. I stow my wand and brush off. Do you want a trophy or a badge of honor? He smirks. It's so close to a smile I almost melt inside, but I'm still on alert and I still hate him. But our hands are also still clasped. You mentioned to West about your vision. He meets my eyes. Do you mind if I try to see it for myself? I huff but let him into my mind, realizing sometime between last week and now, I figured out how to open little doors and close others. The sensation of him in there is familiar. Whereas before it felt intrusive like someone shoving past in a crowd, now it's welcome, like a breeze coming through the trees on a sunny day. He flinches and lets go of my hand as a shimmer of magic jolts from me. Sorry, he blurts. Sorry, but you didn't have to sting me. He leans away, shaken. The shimmer of the magic I unintentionally emitted dissolves in the air. What are you talking about? I didn't sting you. Though I wouldn't mind pinching him hard like my grandmother on my dad's side sometimes used to do to me. JJ looks me over carefully. I invaded your thoughts and you retaliated. It's advanced magic. I gaze at my hands. They look ordinary, but a fierce energy pulses beneath my palms then recedes. I almost don't want to believe it. I didn't do anything. I was just standing here. I look around as though hoping for a witness to put my worries at ease, or at least an explanation. You retaliated with magic and without a wand. JJ drops his brows. Not many witches can do that. Maybe West didn't need to get you a wand after all. Oh. I pause, thinking through the last few minutes, leading me to the room with Bobby and the others when he asked me to make a wish and told me that spell. Had I done wandless magic then? Did I in the cemetery? I shake my head. I didn't do it on purpose. There are rules about using magic without wands. JJ starts down the path toward the rock. JJ, honest, I didn't mean it. There's a plea for him to believe me in my voice. I hurry after him, and silence laces between us. His voice is a low growl when he finally speaks. That vision happened while you were dancing with Bobby? Just then magic crackles in the air and West appears from the same building where we emerged, blasting a figure in a green cloak with magic. JJ shoves me behind him and holds his wand aloft. Maybe now would be a good time for me to use my wandless magic. The Chancellor and his attacker duel, shooting magical spells back and forth, each of them blocking the other until West whirls his wand a few times and emits a beam of golden magic so pure and so bright I tuck my head behind JJ's back to block my eyes. He lifts his arm to shield his own. In a flash, West grips each of our arms and we pass through the rune of passage and are once more on school grounds. Without stopping, we hustle back to his cottage, where he bars the door and paces for a solid minute. JJ and I watch him and our gazes meet a few times. Did anyone see you, Maija? West finally asks. Then he shakes his head. Never mind. If they did, they wouldn't recognize you. At least not your appearance. I take it you vaporized one of the demons. JJ, you eliminated the other? We both nod. They must have recognized your magic signature when you first used it at Castiel's, the joiner. I probably shouldn't have brought you there, but you needed the wand. He grips his chin, tugging at his beard every few paces. Sir, JJ says. Maija performed wandless magic. I shrug, not understanding why that's a big deal. Interesting, West says. Who recognized my magic? Who was after us? I ask. The enemy, but that's the least of our problems, West says dismissively. Enemy? That's vague. West goes on, I figured you'd be safest here, but perhaps the Iron Tower was the better option after all. I'm on my feet. What? Chancellor West, you almost sent me there? He grips my shoulders and holds my gaze. Witchery is a rare kind of magic. It's the ability to influence things that are beyond washing the dishes, watering the garden, and setting a top hat on fire. Those who want power will try to infiltrate your mind, rob your energy, and manipulate you into granting their wish. I flash to Bobby's request. Message received, but back to my question about the djinn bringing me to the Iron Tower. JJ steps forward. That was me. My eyes widen and my grip on my wand tightens. My magic gathers close at hand. I feel it growing, strengthening now that I've used it properly. I stab the air with the wand as I say, someone. Better. Explain. Now. It's complicated, but for now we knew that you'd be in danger when you came of age. JJ found you and I ordered him to protect you. He was supposed to look after you at the high school where you were to be a senior. It was compromised, JJ says. You make it sound like a mission, I say, feeling like I'm suddenly in a spy movie. It is. I tilt my head in disbelief. And you thought reform school was better? Wes nods. It's important for you to understand your power. You'd be in isolation in the tower. But she'd have been safe. JJ's voice drops. What do you care about my safety, JJ? Then, not wanting to hear his answer, I turn to West. So you took my name off the list at the Iron Tower and brought me here? Better than there. The Chancellor resumes his pacing. Do you take pleasure in tormenting me? I ask JJ. West is across the room and I wait for JJ's response this time. It doesn't come. Thinking back to the night before I arrived here, I narrow my eyes. My magic may be relatively restrained, but my voice is not. I have to say it. Or rather, whisper it. I thought we had a moment that night at the beach. A growl sounds from low in JJ's throat. Wes turns from the window. JJ, don't employ the djinn again. We don't know who we can trust, but it certainly isn't them. I fear someone leaked the information. He raises an eyebrow as though scolding JJ for using the djinn. He shrugs. It was the best I could do to create a convincing cover story and get her here. There. You mean the Iron Tower. So I went from magic jail to magic reform school. Funny thing, I haven't committed any crimes. My free hand flies to my hip. You have. You killed a demon. JJ lifts and lowers his shoulder. That was in defense. Do demons even have rights? Do we? JJ asks. Wes grunts. Not for long unless we do something. I can't say that I'm pleased Stork stormed in and transformed my pride and joy, the epicenter of magical education, into a reform school, but for the time being, it keeps you all relatively safe. I scoff. Safe from what? Safe how? She practically torched me. From the enemy, West answers. And that is? Still trying to figure that out. I'd say Stork. She's an agent of the enemy. No, this goes deeper. Higher up. What we do know is that they've infiltrated our government, the Office of Magical Management, our educational system, the correctional system, and the homes of ordinary magical folk. Sounds pretty broad, I say. Indeed. And they're using students, demons, and non-magicals to do their dirty work. And ghosts, JJ adds. I shiver. Wes nods. They manipulated the Hallows Eve ceremony. Darrington could have passed through the veil, never to be seen again. And that's a problem. Why? I mutter. She'd have died. West's tone is flat. I didn't get the sense that you were friends with the professor. Not everything is as it seems, Maija. West wrings his hands repeatedly as though smoothing away the lingering power there. Clearly, I say with a mite of irritation in my voice. Now, I have damage control to attend to at the little candy shop in Tippleton. Maija, keep watching Stork and Bobby, but be careful. They're not to be trusted. Stork wants power. Bobby wants you, and what else, I'm not yet sure. I stiffen. West's gaze sharpens. He's a fallen angel. Deception and falsely leading others to gain advantage are in his nature. But what about the way he makes me feel? That golden glow? I don't even need to say this. The two of them have seen enough of my thoughts and memories to know Bobby Gold has duped me. With a sinking feeling, I know they're right. There's one more thing. I saw Stork as a dragon in a golden orb at a shop in Tippleton. She wanted something from me. West's eyes widen. Your wish, he whispers. This is much, much worse than I thought. Maija, stay away from Stork. Beware of magical objects. They're not always to be trusted. JJ, keep an eye on Maija. West's voice is stern and commanding as he leaves us in his cottage. My question about whether West's order to JJ means that I cannot be trusted goes unanswered, along with whether Stork could actually obtain a wish from me. JJ's eyes float my way. I fill with anger at this entire situation. Whatever happened to chilling at the beach and planning for college? I'd go for either right now. His eyes don't leave mine. It's like he draws the warmth inside to the surface. My skin heats and I forget my worries. I didn't mean for things to be this way. His eyes dip. What way? I ask, even though I know exactly what he means. I'm not a criminal. I don't belong here. I haven't done anything wrong. I mean between us. Bitter. Hostile. Unfriendly. Is there an alternative? I ask as my pulse quickens. His fingers drift to mine and link. He squeezes once and I turn to mush inside. I may hate him, but there's something else there that I cannot deny. The corner of his lip lifts. Yes, you owe me a hat. I almost giggle. He's being funny, bordering on flirtatious? JJ's mouth quirks. I saw your name in the stars. That can only mean one thing. His eyes lower to my lips. Magnetic energy ricochets between us. We could try to be. I lift onto my toes and our lips collide. I don't want him to say friends. I'm afraid if he does, I might give in to the way he makes me feel, soft, gentle, less on my guard, open to something more. But that will surely lead to complications, and my life is challenging enough. Then again, as I pull away, his eyes flash. It ends as quickly as it began. But I am inside out and upside down inside. JJ scrubs his hand through his hair as though as shocked as me. His eyes hold mine and flicker. Energy crackles between us. I could explode. I'm not sure if that's a good or bad thing. I struggle to pull myself together as electricity jolts and ricochets inside. He runs his hand through his hair again and then grips the back of his neck. His eyes float and hold mine as though ask, what next? For a moment I dive deep into those gray eyes. I could drown, but I surface, remembering why I kissed him in the first place. To save us both from difficulty later. That's the responsible thing to do, right? I shake my head. Forget it. Pretend it didn't happen. I start to hurry away. He grips my hand. His cold skin chills me. Are you sure? His voice is strained. I nod slowly. No, I'm not sure, I whisper. Something shimmers in the space between us like stars. Magic? I blink. Now I see, and it scares me. I have committed a crime. A big one. I've fallen for JJ Thorne. 30. I sleep well past dawn the next morning, and because I'm on a rule-breaking streak, first sneaking off campus with the head of school, destroying a demon, and then kissing JJ, I may as well skip class too. After the events of yesterday, I hardly have the energy to move. I dig out the books I got while in Tippleton. First, I flip through the book of magical reflections with thoughts and commentary on the energetic world. It contains a collection of essays in which prominent poets, thinkers, and artists of the magical community discuss topics like our role in the broader world, how love is love no matter our backgrounds, and whether it's our right as individuals or followers of the law to remain in secret. It should be required reading at Riptovic this year, given the tension between the various groups on campus. I'm still myself, Maija, but so many of the things that I used to identify with don't apply anymore or not as strongly. I'm not a senior at Hamilton High School, rather a primary student at Riptovic Magic Academy/Reform School. I'm no longer soccer team captain. I can't even get the plays and rumpus straight while spectating, never mind while playing. I have no idea what my grades are, since they use a different standard here. I haven't been to the beach or swimming in months, nor have I knitted, done any of the crafts I love, or read any of my favorite books lately. Chelsea is still my best friend, but so is Yassi. I no longer have a crush on Carter Miller. He's been replaced by someone else. A lot of things have changed or are just different. However, I'm still me and becoming someone new. I just don't know who, just like I don't know who was after me on Hallows Eve or in the quaint village. I sigh and then open the book on witches in magical history. I wonder if they always knew who they were. It falls open to a map of celestial bodies. I've always been a stargazer, a dreamer, and now, I guess, a wishmaker. There's a brief section about Imogen Hawks, but it leaves me with more questions. But of one thing I'm certain. Stork is definitely the enemy like West suggested. As for Sage, I can't trust her. Bobby? I don't want to think about how he may have been involved in the event in the cemetery. But I have to. This is a lot bigger than me waking up one day and finding out I'm a witch. I'm involved and might have to be more than a spy. Even in this short time, I've come to care about the students, this campus, and the magical world. I don't want to see it divided or destroyed. It's lunchtime and I haven't left my room. Bree doesn't make an appearance. all I can do is think. My mind is locked like the Iron Tower with my life as a witch, spy, and being attacked twice by demons. Then the betrayal and Stork's threat, plus everything that happened with JJ. I shower and get dressed. I used to do my best thinking in the shower, but it's just water and soap and thoughts on repeat. I go to the dining hall to find something to eat. JJ strides across the lawn. He carries himself with what I've dubbed Royal JJ. Part regal with his chin lifted and shoulders back, and part dangerous, giving off a don't mess with me vibe. His eyes flash when he spots me. I bite my lip with uncertainty about where we stand. Apparently right in front of each other because he doesn't waste time coming over to me, but he stops about 6 feet away. So, are we back to hating each other? He asks. Something like that. His accent is hypnotic, but not like Bobby where my mind goes blank and I feel empty except for a sensation like I'm drowning in King Midas's gold kind of way. With JJ it's pure like running water, starry skies. I feel a certain kind of fullness and certainty, just about the only in this new life of mine. I'm certain we will go on hating each other. I can rely on it and his rainy day moods. It's quite the opposite of what I'd expect to feel. Good. It's better that way, safer, he says. I can't deny that I'm drawn to him and take a step closer, decreasing the space between us. I tell myself it's because 2 elves walk past and they're known for their keen hearing. Better? Safer? I repeat as my heart tumbles over this information. Because of who we are. That's not what I expected you to say because we're too different. Not really, he mutters. What are you anyway? I don't expect an answer. A flicker moves across his classically handsome features. Like me or loathe me, I'm bound to you, Maija. He steps closer. There's hardly a whisper keeping us apart. Is this about West ordering you to protect me? If so, he sure knows how to make a girl not feel special. I should be listening for his answer, but my mind, heck my whole body sticks on how he said my name. The way his lips parted for the letter M, and then tripped over the rest like he too fell. Where does this leave us? My voice is a little breathy. Right here, he replies. At least until we figure out who corrupted the OMM, what Stork is after, and why there are demons loose in this realm. So it's just a mission? No, not just a mission. It's freedom. There's a depth to his tone that resonates all the way to my bones. Yeah, this is big. Bigger than both of us, and we just happen to find ourselves smack in the middle of it. He holds my gaze a moment longer and then grips the brim of his hat, tips it, and walks off. As usual, JJ Thorne leaves me wanting more. The thoughts continue to turn loops in my head for the rest of the day until I meet Yassi to go to the rumpus game. Winnie, Audra, and the others march ahead. When I didn't see you this morning, I checked the infirmary. You weren't there or your classes. Yassi starts to remind me about Stork's red class 3 strikes rules. Actually, about her. I go on to explain everything that happened in her office. Her eyes widen. Stork. It makes sense, but Sage betraying you surprises me. So you believe me that I had nothing to do with the events on Hallows Eve? Relief washes through me. Yassi stops mid-stride. No offense, Maija, but you're kind of terrible at magic. At least so far. Yeah, about that. It turns out that I can spellcast without a wand. Her eyes grow wider. Was it intentional? I shake my head. I just lost it. Was being attacked. In Tippleton. With JJ, I blurt. Then there's the other stuff with JJ, but I keep that to myself for now. Okay, maybe it's better that I don't ask, but Maija, don't forget, I can see your thoughts and memories. I am certain you had nothing to do with it. I exhale with relief. She's right. Yassi's brilliant skill is my alibi. She snaps her fingers. No, I'm not surprised Sage betrayed you at all. She knew her brother was involved, but that he'd tried to bring you into the plan. You're the scapegoat. Scapegoat, I correct her use of the non-magical term. Yes, that. But why? It didn't seem like she and Bobby got along. Maybe he threatened her. I let out a long exhale. Come on, we have a game to watch while the admin still lets us have fun. We can talk about all this stuff later. There is nothing more unifying in the world than rumpus. Most of the girls in my dorm wear gold, ready to cheer Bobby on. When we get into the stands, Winnie yells, "Gold team rules." I still don't get it, I say over the cheering. Don't get the rules, or? Yes, he asks. Any of it. Story of my life. When Riptovic practices at home, the golds play against the red team, which does rotate, mostly consisting of students hoping to get on the gold team, which travels and plays against rival schools, Winnie explains. Oh. So the gold team is the main team and the red team is made up of hopefuls? I ask. Pretty much. Why? Do you want to play? I'm probably better off in the stands. I've seen you run. You're fast, Winnie says. Rumpus confuses me. I hold my head in my hands because mostly I'm thinking about everything other than rumpus. Their laughter stops abruptly when the bell rings for a red team point. The red team never scores, Winnie says in awe. I scan the field, waiting for the ref to call a foul, but it doesn't come. In the next hour, the red team racks up point after point after point, which is highly unusual. My mouth falls open when I recognize the student who repeatedly makes the winning scores. Instead of a top hat, he wears a helmet, but I'd recognize those gray eyes anywhere. JJ is a beast on the field. During halftime, I study him while he talks with the coach. His gaze lazily travels over the stands. I see that look again, the one I saw in the sweet shop, and almost smile, and then I realize it's landed on me. It grows as our eyes meet. On this cloudy day in this dreary place, JJ's smile is like starshine. It fills me with warmth and light and hope. Then it's gone as quickly as it had appeared. For a moment, I felt like I wasn't imprisoned in reform school at all. His smile made me feel strangely free. Then I realize I'm smiling too. Maybe that's what freedom is, choosing how I feel. Like smiling, like laughing, or like breaking down the walls of this reform school, one brick at a time if I have to. Book 2, Crime and Curses. December 31. JJ's smile stuns me. However, when it slides over to Honey, cheering from a nearby seat in the rumpus stands, my heart sinks. Their eyes hold and lock. Her grin suggests a kind of cockiness that can only come from Riptovic's queen bee. I don't know how to feel about JJ. It was my suggestion we pretend our kiss didn't happen. Anyway, it was less of a kiss and more let's prove that we can't be friends or anything more. Going from hating each other to friendship is a bridge best not crossed. How could we trust each other? I'd always doubt and wonder. Anyway, the only sure thing in my life right now is that he despises me. I can count on his cloudy, grim expression to ruin my day. JJ, playing for the red team, the underdog, scores. From across the aisle, Honey's shouting gets louder, and I sense her focus is on me. Does she think we're competing for JJ's attention? Do I have a tattoo on my forehead that says conflicted feelings over Riptovic's resident moody, mysterious, and mean guy? I replay the scene from earlier today in my mind. We hate each other. End of story. But my heart tells a different tale. I get to my feet. Yassi tugs on my sleeve. The game is just getting good. Where are you going? Washroom, I say and don't bother smiling. It's not a lie, I need to splash some cold water on my face. Since I missed classes earlier, she'll probably think I'm under the weather. As I squeeze past the others to the stone stairs, the crowd roars when the red team scores another point. JJ lifts his wand in triumph at the shot. I snag on the curl of his lips. Not quite a smile like before, but just the notion of his mouth brings back the recent memory of his against mine. There was craving there that I only recognize now as my stomach grumbles. Maybe I should get a giant, ever-twisting pretzel. No, that won't satisfy the hunger. I sigh. Leave it to JJ to make me feel unlike myself, the happy-go-lucky, cheerful, confetti lover turned conflicted and confused wish witch. One minute I'm walking down the stairs and the next I'm tumbling head over heels. My wand slips out of my pocket. I extend my hand, reaching for it at the same time I meet Honey's eyes. I grapple for something to break my fall as my arms windmill. The look on her face isn't of concern or apology. No, it's glee. Pure evil. The crackling of magical energy surges like the ball during rumpus and explodes out of me. Sharp waves of silver light blast across the stadium. There's a roar. Not from the crowd, but from a dragon. At least I think it's the head of administration, Stork, who happens to be a dragon that I blasted with magic just now. I scramble to my feet. It was an accident, I say to anyone who can hear me, but the crowd is screaming, clapping, and stomping because it seems that at the same time my magic erupted out of me, JJ used his own to blow up the concession stand, including the condiments containers. A diversion, or was he celebrating his score? Ketchup, mustard, and relish covers everyone closest to the stand, including Stork. I lost my appetite. JJ's eyes skate toward me as though he saw what happened. Disapproval streaks across his face. He's called for a foul and the use of unnecessary force. As the referee reprimands him, I hurry to the washroom. I'm shaking as I splash water on my face. I expect Honey to come in to gloat, or the Office of Magical Management to fine me or send me to the Iron Tower, but I'm alone until the crowd cheers again. The red team won. I emerge into a flurry of people tossing confetti and cheering. I scan the field for the players. No JJ. He's the kind of guy who's gone before he's even arrived. He slips in and out of situations, conversations, and the rumpus arena like a whisper. Everyone chants his name, including Honey. After his big win for the red team on the field, instead of sticking around for the post-game celebration, he disappears. Probably off brooding somewhere. Yassi, Audra, Winnie, a few other girls are all dressed in gold to support Bobby Gold. They meet me on the edge of the field, cheering as everyone casts more confetti into the air after the underdog red team's big win. Don't get me wrong, there are some sore losers. In fact, only about half of the losing team sticks around. I keep my eyes out for Bobby Gold, but as the gold team captain, he's probably off dealing with the spoilsports. Even though everyone is truly rooting for the same team, the way recruiting goes for rumpus is you earn your way up. I finally understand that part of the magical sport. Wish I could say the same about my magic. Actually, considering I'm allegedly a wish witch, I don't say that. Not out loud, at least. This was JJ's first time playing at Riptovic. Apparently, rumpus fans haven't seen skills like his since Leo Minster Stevens back in the 1920s. At least that's what I overhear and what Dewey confirms. I've had 3 different people explain rumpus to me in 3 different ways. I still don't fully get it. Not like I do soccer. Even if you're not good enough to make the red or gold teams, learning the game is a requirement here at Riptovic Reform. They've already taken most of the fun away. I guess they reason that this keeps us active and out of trouble. It's probably my worst class. Ask me the rules and I'm lost. It comes as no surprise though. One day I was walking through life like everything was okay. It's not. Now I'm trying to adapt to a new normal. Or thinking about it another way, a world that is as far from normal as they come. By Great Gregor's Mighty Axe. Did you see JJ on the field? Dewey calls. The dude was an animal. I wonder whose place he's going to take. He's a clinch for the gold team longfielder, but no way would Bobby Gold give up his spot. Winnie shakes her head. Coach Nifenidler has the final say. Plus, Bobby is a second year and JJ is a first. So once Bobby graduates, the spot opens up. At the word graduate, everyone looks at her with dismay. Yassi snorts. Unless you know something we don't, we'll all be awaiting release rather than having the professors see us on our merry way. The positions aren't fixed for the year. If the coach wants to move Bobby, he can, Dewey says. But he'll still be captain, Winnie interjects. He was voted in by the team. She's the resident Bobby Gold expert. I can hardly keep track of it all, as half the campus continues to cheer for the red team. They never win. Not until JJ came out of nowhere, a gray streak on the field, and scored point after point, probably flexing his skill for Honey Oaks, the resident popular pretty girl. All the guys on the field were probably showing off for her. Eventually, the violet shadows of dusk push everyone toward the dining hall. I keep watching for Bobby. It's not like we have a thing, but he is irrefutably hot and seems interested in me. Also, I'm supposed to be spying on him. However, he never shows up, probably strategizing for the next game. Neither does JJ. Likely he's flirting with Honey somewhere. She's also conspicuously absent. Typically, she makes herself the center of attention, even when it isn't her win to celebrate. While I eat my slop, I can't decide if I'm surprised about the way JJ smiled at Honey, if it's just part of his typical mysterious behavior, or something else. Usually, after Gold wins, the team and fans revel and recount the plays and scores for the next hour while eating dinner, pie, and lingering for a bit longer. Unfortunately, I'll see JJ later to continue our seminal seminar, Mind Wall Training. Even though the butterscotch pudding pie is delicious, I'm not hungry for another bite. I push it away when the bells ring, signaling it's time to return to the dorms. Everyone grumbles as groups of students wait to leave with our constabulary, coven chaperones. Why do we still have to do this? A vamp complains. So you don't get sucked up by a demon, duh, a weary girl retorts. I have a thing or two to say about sucking, the vamp says, getting in the weregirl's face before adding, blood. Yeah, well, if you want to keep your teeth, you better shut up or... She pounds her fist into the mitt formed by her other hand. Audra leans in and says, I heard the CC only managed to capture 2 of the 6 demons before they dispersed. I heard it was 3 of 9, Dewey says. Someone told me they're multiplying, a Cyclops guy says. They can't multiply, interjects Quince, easily the nerdiest kid at Riptovic. Yassi and I know better than to be caught between him and any sort of technicality, so we rush off to join the next group to leave. I also happen to know that I killed one of the demons and JJ vanquished the other. Then again, if Quince is wrong and the Cyclops was right, who knows how many there are total. Everyone holds hands as we cross the campus to Penny House. The stars twinkle against the dark night sky. It doesn't seem like we're in danger at all. At least not until I get inside and find JJ waiting in the entry. He's the last person I want to see, even though the little leap in my chest tells me otherwise. 32. JJ must be waiting for Honey. The memory and disappointment of thinking he'd smiled at me and then spotted her rushes to mind, and I push it away. Although, earlier, we did discuss how we're better off hating each other, so maybe he's moved on to prettier pastures. It's not that I think I'm ugly. Quite the contrary. Just ordinary. Naturally tan skin, brown hair, green eyes. The only guy who's ever looked at me twice was the boy next door, Riley. He was friend-zoned the second he challenged me to a spitting contest in 6th grade. Yassi passes me a look of commiseration at the sight of JJ's sour expression and then waves as she rushes upstairs. Come find me later. No doubt I'll want to rant about how much I can't stand him. You don't look like someone who just won the rumpus game of the season, I say to JJ sharper than I mean. Who cares if he smiles at Honey? All the guys do. It shouldn't matter. What do I look like? His gaze pins me in place. His hair, longer now than when we first met, sticks out at sharp angles from beneath his top hat. The gray eyes that fixate me hold history, meaning, secrets. And his lips, I look away. Several things come to mind, miserable, sad, maybe even lonely. You look like JJ Thorne, I say instead. He snorts. No, I don't. He always says the most cryptic things. I've pretty much given up on trying to get answers out of him. Okay, mystery man. Let's get this over with. He follows me up to my dorm room where we have special permission to study, but before I open the door, I have a flash of inspiration. I vowed to learn more about my witchery, and seeing as I've exhausted the small study downstairs, the library is my next option. Seeing as I rarely have time during the day with my packed schedule, perhaps JJ will escort me across campus since curfew hasn't yet lifted. Aside from the members of the Coven Constabulary and the Chancellor, he's the only person I know of on campus who can do that and ward off demons. It seems even they have no interest in him. However, an idea pops into my mind. I stop before turning the doorknob and say, I just remembered that my roommate is using the room tonight. A pixie study group. Do you think we could go to the library? My voice is an octave or two higher than usual. I'm a terrible liar, but I'm careful to conceal the truth under thoughts of how delicious the pie was at dinner, lest JJ goes poking around in my head, which is why I need these lessons in the first place. My mind is like an open window as opposed to a brick wall. JJ looks me over and then shrugs. Sure. But we'll use the back door. He waves his hand vaguely in the air. I don't feel like dealing with crazed rumpus fans. Wow. That was easy. Is that why you weren't at dinner? I ask, calling out his absence. His eyes snag on me. You noticed? I walked into that one. Of course I did. JJ Thorne is the only person I love to hate. I also noticed the way he looked at the Queen of Mean just before I went tumbling. As if reading my thoughts, though I know he's not, at least not right now, he says, You took a shot at Stork, huh? What are you talking about? You can thank me for covering for you. He holds out his hand for me to take, a protective measure when traveling across campus after dark. Reluctantly, I fit my palm against his and take this conversation away from curious ears. JJ, I did not try to use magic on the head of administration, I hiss. His shoulders lift and lower. Felt that way to me. Should I bother asking what you mean? I huff. I can feel your magic, Maija. He speaks the word slowly as if bearing a secret. I fouled against the other team to cover it up. Could have scored another point, he adds as an afterthought. I should say thank you. I don't. We reach the library and I follow him to the third floor into the back, past stacks of old leather-bound books. Figured we'd go somewhere quiet, he says. It's a library, I counter at a whisper. The Lebravens, librarian raven shifters, watching over the books, take their job very seriously. JJ settles into one of a pair of high-backed leather chairs. A table with a reading light sits in the middle. He's at ease for once, as if he sits here often. You first, he says. Such a gentleman tonight, I retort in a sarcastic tone. He sighs as though he's tired. He did just single-handedly win a rumpus game. I close my eyes and center myself. I find the threads of energy between us. I catch a glimpse of him standing inside a store. A sweet shop. We're in Tippleton. He carefully picks out chocolates. When he reaches the register, the door whooshes open with a gust of cold air. Just then, he notices someone through the window. His thoughts suddenly lift. They seem lighter, more spacious, buoyant, almost happy. He sees me coming toward the shop. The shelves and jars of candy fade from the background. Black uniforms and the rumpus pitch replace them. The smile on his lips blooms. The one directed at Honey. There. I shout, breaking concentration and smacking back into the current reality. Shush, he scolds. I slap my hand over my mouth. Sorry. Not sorry. I was right. You almost smiled that day, I say, triumphant that I was right and forgetting about my disappointment from the game. If color rose to his cheeks from embarrassment, I don't see it. And you were wrong. Wrong about you smiling? Are you allergic or is it part of this carefully cultivated? I run my hand through the air between us from his head to toe. This moody 19th century Gothic vibe you've got going. The dark circles under his eyes deepen. You wanted to see me smile. It's a statement and not a question, reminding me how easily he can see my thoughts. Mind wall, Maija. Make a mind wall. Don't let him see my true desires. A faint hint of amusement plays on his lips because he's smug about being right. Fine. I do want to see him smile again. The first and only time I saw a true smile was at the rumpus game, and it was, well, magnificent, but it wasn't a smile at me. Maija, you're wrong, he repeats. The air sucks from between us. His gray eyes hold mine. Frustration. Fury. I step backward and understanding dawns. He showed me the sweet shop memory, followed by the rumpus game memory on purpose. You weren't smiling at honey? Wanted to clear that up. He brushes his hands together. Thoughts tumble onto each other. He may have modified his memory. I'll have to ask Yassi if that's possible. Or perhaps he wants me to be sure everyone knows he's not after Bobby Gold's position on the rumpus field and his rumored ex-girlfriend. That spells disaster. Just as soon as these thoughts cross my mind, his face falls. I belatedly realize he saw into my mind again. I clench my teeth together. JJ, just because Chancellor West assigned you to teach me how to block my thoughts and memories, you can't just dig around in my brain. Then don't let me in, he challenges, getting to his feet. I sense him trying to access my memories again. I meet him toe-to-toe. I won't let him know that I was excited to see him almost smile at the sweet shop, or actually smile earlier at the rumpus game. I won't let myself know that either. I muster all my energy to keep him out of my head. He recoils suddenly, looking paler than usual. His eyes meet mine, stunned. You stung me again. I what? I gaze at my hands. They don't shimmer with the charge of magic, but my head has a peculiar vibration. I must have used my magic mentally, what Yassi called internal magic like Phi have. JJ cuts me a glare and then storms off. I call after JJ, temporarily forgetting I'm in the library. I didn't mean it. But he's gone. #witchfail. I slouch into the leather chair. It's cold. I didn't mean to do that again. It was an accident. I swear. But he's not here to listen to my plea or read the honesty of it in my mind. Not sure where to begin, I sigh at the rows and rows of books. I may as well take this opportunity to do research. That's why I tricked JJ into coming here, after all. I find the history section and browse a few books, finding an unauthorized biography of Imogen Hawks. I flip through, but much of it is about her life as an entertainer. I'm looking for information about her witchery, the loophole, the prophecy, and all of the vague and mysterious things that may or may not connect me to her. Downstairs, I locate several articles from years ago when she was at the height of fame. She wanted to open a school to develop magic further in young people. There was opposition because several of her critics thought it was an attempt to divine their youth for her own purposes. She reminds me of the Queen from Snow White. Lost in a sea of books, articles, and recounts from former classmates, friends, and relatives, I'm no closer to finding out what exactly happened. Much of it is secondary information and speculation. The bells toll in the distance. A shadow crosses the page I'm reading. We have to go back. I startle and glance up. JJ's expression is as faded as the old coat he wears over his uniform. Then he blinks his eyes a few times, surveying the piles of books surrounding me. I hastily close them. Research project. He grunts and walks off. I hurry, putting the books away. Minutes later, I find him waiting by the doors. Just then, a sparkly figure flits by. Hey Rumi, Bree says. I give a little wave, thankful she and I are on better terms than when I set her bed on fire. What are you doing down here? She asks. I thought you guys had special permission to study in our room. I mumble something, but there's no recovering my lie. JJ glares at me. I bite my lip and make a show of shrugging. Without a word, he holds out his hand. Instead of making the usual fuss about taking it, so he doesn't think I like it any better than he does, I hold it loosely in mine. This time I flinch as though being stabbed by an icicle. Why are you always so cold? I ask as we step outside. For the same reason you're safe with me. His accented voice goes a register deeper when he says this, as though they're words meant to be kept just between us. And why's that? Are you a ghost? I asked, joking, not that it would be a laughing matter. As usual, he doesn't answer. Back when life was normal, I read an article in one of Chelsea's magazines about how some guys tease, ignore, or act mysteriously as a way to get girls. Not that he's trying, but then again, I'm not honey. In the foggy night, I pause mid-stride, recalling his memory as though something emerges from the murk of my mind. If what he showed me was true, perhaps he's not interested in her after all. Was he trying to tell me the smile was meant for me? Then again, everyone is interested in honey. Except for Dewey. His heart belongs to Audra. Poor guy. He raises his eyebrows in question, wondering why I stopped. I clear my throat and say, I'm sorry I stung you. Don't be sorry. I wasn't expecting it. My mistake. I don't even really understand what I did. Deflection. Advanced skill. There are 3 levels, block, deflect, and then there's... But I don't hear what he says because a chill slides through me. He falls silent, looks at me carefully, and then surveys our surroundings. Come on, we shouldn't be standing here. My legs feel heavy, frozen. Staring into the night, his eyes darken and he tenses. Maija, there's a demon by that hedge. Maybe 2 or 3 others nearby. It senses you. Please walk. Otherwise, I'm going to pick you up and carry you back to the dorm. I have to let West and the coven know I sighted one on campus. I sip the air as though through a straw. I'm so cold. Not as cold as you will be if it gets much closer. His voice is matter-of-fact, and his grip on my hand tightens as he pulls me onward. I manage to shuffle beside him until we reach the lantern-lit path that leads to Penny House. Despite our shared animosity, I feel safe with him and shake off the chill once inside the cozy dormitory. I've never appreciated doilies and floral wallpaper so much. But JJ rushes back into the night, leaving me feeling strange and empty. And maybe not only because of the demons nearby. 33. It's been nearly a week, and there haven't been any more demon sightings. But ever since that night, I've had a harder time waking up in the morning. Perhaps it's the janky heating system in the dorm. The old iron radiator clangs half the night, whistles, and wakes me up. Either it's cranked, roasting half of Penny House, or as cold as I was the night JJ walked me back to my dorm. One morning, I was so hot, I was as red as an apple in the orchard. Yassi fixed my complexion with a cosmetate spell. The next morning my hair was blue, as though it was frozen, but thankfully it washed out with a special shampoo Yassi brewed up. Chelsea probably would have loved the vibrant hue. But I don't think that was related to the heat or lack thereof. I glance in the mirror at the end of the hall on my way to the bathroom. Thankfully, I look normal. When I reach the door, Elisha, one of Honey's minions, bumps into me, sending my shower caddy scattering. She helps me pick up a few things, but then, as if remembering she's not supposed to be nice, per Honey's orders no doubt, she rushes off saying, "Watch where you're going." I harumph and finish getting ready. Donning the knit hat and scarf I got from Finland years ago, I step outside. The crisp skin of winter covers the earth, but it still hasn't snowed as I crunch across the grass to grab a bowl of porridge from the dining hall. Afterward, I rush to my first class, getting to my seat only a moment before the bells. I take notes during creation while Popperwell tells stories about his encounters with Jabberwockies. It seems most of my teachers are intent to lecture, which does little to help me learn how to use my magic. Since Riptovic became a reform school, I suppose that's the point. By the time I arrive at Darrington's class, I need a new pencil. She's in what Dewey calls her dare you to mood. That is, dare you to say the wrong answer when she calls on us randomly to make sure we did the reading the night before. If you hesitate or get it wrong, the penalty is instant detention. As in, dare you to speak without raising your hand. Detention. As in, dare you to disagree. Detention. About halfway through the class, she calls Maija. Section 3B. Name 3 uses for August pearl. Easy. I did do the reading, thank you very much. I reply, to remediate the rapid growth of spiori to alleviate, but before I finish, I shut my mouth. Try again in your normal voice, Darrington warns. Everyone stares at me like I sang instead of spoke the answer. Because I did. I try again. To remediate I clamp my hand over my mouth. Have I mentioned my singing voice has been compared to that of a goat? Ask Jessie. Darrington plants her hand on her hip, dangerously close to her wand. Is this supposed to be funny, Ms. Wessels? Have I mentioned she lacks a sense of humor? I discovered this my first day here and would never dare challenge this fact. I shake my head. Young lady, use your normal inside voice to answer my question, she says, repeating it. The first note of the first word resonates from my lips. I'm sorry, I start, but it's also in song. I can't. Stop singing, Darrington commands. Perhaps a detention will make my point. I actually can't control it, I sing. It's like the hiccups or a yawn. Try as I might to stop it, I fail. You dare interrupt me. Go to the infirmary and then detention. Go, she orders, losing patience. I gather up my things and rush from the classroom, red-cheeked and frustrated. If this were Hamilton High School, where I used to go, laughter would have followed me down the stairs. However, no one dares defy Darrington. Except, at least in her opinion, me. This means I'm officially on her radar. Instead of going directly to the infirmary, I detour to the bathroom. My face is a deep, dark shade of embarrassment. Honey, Elisha, and her other minion, Polly, are in there, speaking in hushed tones. They fall silent when I come in. Oh hi, Honey says. A little birdie told us you were rather entertaining in conservation class. I open my mouth to say that little birdie is named Polly, she's in my class. The first note echoes off the bathroom tile. I pinch my lips tight and sweep to the hall. I'm probably the only person who's ever been glad to go to the infirmary. I've never been to the infirmary before and certainly don't feel ill. But when I get to the brick building, I test my voice before going in. Professor Darrington sent me. Sure enough, it's a song. My mother would call it operatic. She's a singer, so she has an ear for these things. I sigh and open the door. The nurse asks for my info. I sing my name, my dorm, my year, and my ailment as if the nurse couldn't tell. She sends me to a waiting area while she tends to a student with a gash on his arm that's weeping real tears. It's weird and gross, and for a minute I'm thankful the worst of my problems is that I can only sing. That minute turns into several frustrating hours as cases more severe than mine, cold, flu, fever, festering clabberstones, etc., come in one after another. When the nurse finally sits down on the edge of my bed, taking my temperature, I ask, or rather sing, is it usually this busy? No, today is relatively quiet, well, except for you. Please tell me what happened. I crack a smile. At least she has a sense of humor. Not that this is funny. I was called on in class and couldn't talk. Could only sing, I sing. Back up. Start when you woke up. I do so, and then she asks me at least 20 questions. I sing my most dreaded question, which doesn't feel quite so weighty in song. Do you think it has anything to do with the demons? She replies a cappella. Certainly not. She smiles and winks. In her regular voice she says, no, I think you're simply a victim of a jinx. It should clear up by the morning, but you'll stay overnight to be sure. I try to argue, but like my mom does when I insist that I'm fine, though this time I know I am, she's firm in her response. I spread my homework out on the bed, making sure to do Darrington's first. I'm certain she'll call on me tomorrow, and probably every day afterward. Dewey says when it comes to professors like her, the survival rate is higher if you stay off their radar. His dwarf teachers growing up were harsh. I'm deep in the conservation assignment when a knock sounds on the door. I look up but don't dare answer. I heard you were here, JJ says, taking off his hat. You're okay, he says. I nod, fighting the urge to smooth my hair. Couldn't help but serenade Darrington, huh? There's almost an amused lilt in his voice. Almost. He looks around the sterile room. Want company? I shrug. Did you get all your assignments? He asks. I nod. Yassi brought them to me. You're not going to open your mouth, are you? I shake my head. For once, I have an excuse not to talk to him. I brought you something, he says, pulling a book out from the pocket of his coat and passing it to me. I saw you were interested in, he clears his throat, Imogen Hawks. I don't answer. I've heard people comment that they think you look like her. For the record, you don't. Not at all. His gaze softens for a fleeting moment, and he gets to his feet. I mouth the word thanks. He steps into the hall and then leans back in through the doorframe. He opens his mouth, then closes it, as though unsure if he should say what's on his tongue. And you're certainly nothing like her. His boots echo down the hallway. I turn the book over in my hands. It's no bigger than a diary, and bound with a leather cord. However, books like this aren't entirely unusual in the magical world. There are at least a dozen in the study at Penny House. I part the yellowed, crisp pages and discover it's Imogen Hawks's journal. The script is old-fashioned, slanted, and slightly difficult to read, but I lean closer to the lamp, reading about a woman with a fantastic singing voice, a clever mind, a determined attitude, and an intense insecurity about aging. The entries suggest it was winter because of the weather, comments on the scent of pine, and time spent in the old family house. She describes it as a grand mansion with enormous rooms, each with a fireplace. Mostly, the entries seem like memos to herself, but not so private that should anyone read them, they'd find out whether she'd actually trade a soul to be young forever. But could she have wished for one? I still don't understand the full extent of wish-witchery, but at the most basic level, I understand soul trading is wrong. I couldn't do it. But what could I do once I understand how to grant wishes? This is something I think about often. If I could have anything, would I? How far would I go? I learned that mages are humans who learn magical arts, but witches are born with power. She writes about them being magical royalty. I imagine myself in a crown. I read more about Imogen's desire to erase evidence of the past and become desirable and adored by her fans again. There's one entry about trouble with her husband. I feel like I'm eavesdropping, but can hardly put the book down, especially when she comments on how she doesn't believe him when he continues to tell her she's beautiful. Perhaps more beautiful than when they'd met. How romantic. The door to my room opens. I startle, dropping the book. A few pieces of the old paper float loose. I hurriedly gather them up. The edge of one of them is folded over to reveal the edge of a compass, rose like on a map. On another, I catch my name. Maija, there is a star in your heart burning bright, show the world what can be created from your light. Ordinarily, I'd say it must be a strange coincidence, but it's written in the same penmanship as the other notes, and signed with the same scribble at the bottom. I read it again. A star in my heart. My light. For 1 second, I wonder if JJ is the romantic poet. Then I laugh lightly to myself. No way. His dark heart isn't the kind that would write love notes. Okay, let's hear it, the nurse says, startling me. Try to answer this question without singing. What are you reading? I take a deep breath and remind myself I'm not reading the nurse's journal, so I shouldn't feel guilty. An old journal for a research project, I croon. We both shake our heads with disappointment that the jinx isn't gone. Why don't you get some sleep? If it's not gone by dawn, I have an elixir, but it'll make you mute for a day, so I'd rather let it wear off naturally. She sweeps from the room before I can try to speak. Maybe what JJ meant about how I'm nothing like Imogen Hawks is she had a beautiful singing voice, and I don't. Then again, he's never heard mine. However, he'd agree unless he has a thing for goats. No. I tell myself that he has a thing for honey oaks, just like most of the guys at Riptovic. Not that I care. Not really. I'm on a mission and must focus on finding out about my witchery and why we're all imprisoned at this reform school. 34. I wake up in the morning, drowsy and dazed. I have a moment of confusion about where I am when I look out the window. Instead of sky, there's the side of an old ivy and brick building. It must be the boys' dorm. JJ's dorm, incidentally. And I'm in the infirmary. Singing Jinx. The nurse whisks in, already harried. All right, is your voice back to normal? She puts a fresh uniform on the table, a plaid skirt, button-down shirt, and cardigan. Standard issue. The sound is a croak, and I grimace. I clear my throat and try again. Good morning, I say in my regular speaking voice. The nurse claps her hands together. Cured. She shuffles me out of the bed. Off you go. I need this room. We had another outbreak of Belgrave blisters with no thanks to the vamps. She mumbles something about too much kissing as I gather my things. Yassi stands by the door in the waiting area with her stack of books shielding the lower half of her face and glances at a row of vampire boys waiting for the nurse. They look halfway between smug and pained. She whispers, I don't want to take any risks. I giggle. Those guys don't have a chance with her. She only has eyes for Wyatt. When we're outside, she passes me something in a folded paper napkin. A piece of pie left over from dinner last night. I know from experience the food in the infirmary is enough to make you feel like you have to stay there an extra night. Not that the dining hall food is much better. I take a bite of maple walnut pie. This is delicious, I say around a mouthful. How West convinced the dining staff to continue to make pie when everything else is little more than slop is beyond me. If I never see porridge again, it will be a good day. Wyatt, on the other hand, I met him this morning for a breakfast date, she says. Since it's so difficult to get together after sundown, we've started meeting early. The sunrise was beautiful this morning, she says wistfully. We're trying to figure out a way to get together over solstice break. I halt. Solstice break as in a holiday? Vacation? Christmas? She nods. That's only a few weeks away. They're going to release us? She lets out a stiff exhale as though this news isn't as sweet as the pie. I've heard, or rather seen, that parents will get suspicious if they keep us locked up here too long, so we'll get a vacation. Summer too. Don't count on it. By then they plan to go into full reform school lockdown. I overheard some of the professors talking. She nibbles her lip. I'm sorry I didn't visit you last night. You don't have to apologize, not even if you were studying with Wyatt at the library, I say, gently teasing. She lets out a contented sigh. You're the best. At least you didn't have to see JJ for seminal seminar, she says. Actually, he stopped by. I've never been so thankful to hear my regular voice. But we didn't practice. Since Yassi has mind-reading abilities, I've let her in on my lessons so I can test out my mind wall attempts on her. She pauses on the sidewalk and raises an eyebrow. He brought me a book. That's thoughtful. I shrug and start walking again. Then I realize she's not beside me. As I turn around I say, yeah, I suppose it's thoughtful. I tilt my head as she gazes toward the woods. Yassi? I ask. She shakes her head as though emerging from a trance and says, I thought I saw something. Demon? I ask at a whisper. Her eyes are narrowed. Thankfully, no. Audra, Winnie, and Reese catch up with us and chatter about whether teachers are tougher on first or second-year students. As we walk toward the classroom buildings, Yassi glances over her shoulder every so often. After the recent encounter when JJ and I were returning from the library, chills pebble my skin, and not because it's brisk outside even though it is. For once, I wish he was here. Popperwell is chipper as usual, and regales us with stories of his time in Greece. getting very animated when he helped excavate ruins and discovered the bones of a hydra, still connected to the rest of the still-alive body. Apparently, even if one head dies, the others continue to live. Spellwork is infinitely better now that I have a proper wand. The professor doesn't seem to keep her fire extinguisher so close at hand now, and Bobby Gold is my in-class arithmetic study partner. It's a constant battle between spying on him and swooning over him. He makes my brain mush and my pulse pound, even when I have a bit of walnut between my teeth from the pie. I'm so distracted, I'm lucky to make sense of Professor Frickman's scrawl when he jots down equations for us to practice. I heard you had an unfortunate encounter with Darrington yesterday, Bobby says with a sympathetic smile. I roll my eyes. Who'd you hear that from? I ask, belatedly realizing the entire class probably blabbed about my singing instead of speaking the moment they were out of Darrington's dungeon. Honey mentioned it during lunch. She said she felt really bad. Honey felt bad? For me? I let out a chuckle. I don't think so. She doesn't like me. His fingers inch toward my forearm and then wrap around. His eyes meet mine. I get the golden smolder and melt inside. Well, I like you, he says. You're really good at math. And I noticed all you girls dressed in gold at the rumpus match the other day. He smirks. I didn't. Not me. Good game. I swallow hard. Why can I talk to JJ so easily even though I hate him, and when I'm around Bobby, I'm suddenly tongue-tied? Though I guess that's better than singing. He shakes his head and beams a confident smile. It was a fluke. Next weekend, Gold will be back on top. And I'll be there watching. No doubt my cheeks are red like apples again. What would you say if we got together before then? Maybe meet after curfew? He waggles his eyebrows meaningfully. Just then, Professor Frickman shushes us, and we return to the assignment. When the bells ring, Bobby whispers, 11. Gould Hall, the basement room. I take my time packing up and processing the invitation. I couldn't possibly sneak out. Not without a chaperone or JJ. The demon wraiths are still on the loose. I doubt he'd sneak to my dorm and then escort me to a secret meeting with Bobby Gold. JJ and I hate each other, but it's nothing to the animosity between those two. I'm in a confused daze when I take my seat in Darrington's class. I only come to my senses when I feel her cold eyes on me. Planning on entertaining us today, Maija? She asks when class begins. No, Professor Darrington, I say in my regular voice. The nurse thinks someone jinxed me. Strange things have been happening to me all week. Doubtful. Remember, you have to serve detention with me this afternoon. She's moodier than JJ, and that's saying something. Regular class and detention pass painfully slow. I remain in my seat, waiting for Darrington's wrath. But it doesn't come. Instead, she sits at her desk, correcting papers. I pull out the journal JJ brought and begin to read. There are a few musings, suggesting Imogen sought a solution to the passage of time, aging, and the inevitable loss of youthfulness. According to the entries, it seems like a lark, like a flippant wish, something she seems very clear on, given the anecdotes about the various people she helped with her talent. I've read several more passages, and she doesn't seem like an altogether terrible witch. In fact, she's rather charming. I understand why so many people adore her. I start in on another passage when a shadow crosses the page. I half expect JJ, but it's Darrington. What are you reading? She asks. I hastily close it. Oh, a journal someone gave me. Her eyebrow pitches sharply and she holds out her hand. I pass her the book. She carefully skims a few pages. Imogen Hawks. Interesting. It hasn't escaped my notice. I have my eye on you, Maija. She may as well join the club. Stork said the same thing. I was supposed to be spying on her. Too bad she terrifies me. The sassy part of me wants to tell Darrington just one eye, that's convenient to know, because I'll be sure to do whatever it is you suspect me out of view of the other one. I throw up my mind wall and bring my fingers to my lips. Hopefully, she's not the nosy type. She purses her lips, and I realize it may have been too late. Did she read my mind or my expression? You're curious about Imogen? Let me tell you something about her. Darrington braces my desk with both her hands and leans close. Please do, I say more boldly than is wise. Darrington shoves off, pacing a circle around me and then back toward her desk. She abused the laws of conservation and contrived a way to alter the advancement of years. So I've heard. I assume then you know it's grim magic, and contrary to the rules of wish-witchery, including that wish-witches only get 3 wishes. She eyes me carefully. I've read that historically 3 wishes are the limit. It's ironic Darrington cares about preserving the laws of magic when she's prime suspect number 1 for being the person who'd abuse it. Case in point, this detention, her class, and the events on Hallows Eve. I heard Imogen found a loophole. Do you seek this loophole? With all due respect, Professor Darrington, I'm not concerned about aging. Talk to me again in 80 years, but right now, no. She scoffs. Fair enough. You know that wish-witches cannot use wishes for themselves, but there are workarounds if you're clever. And oh my, was Imogen clever. She shakes her head with disgust. Ruthless, sinister, some would argue evil. Is she still alive? I ask. If you have any inclination to seek her as your heroine, I warn you against it. This time I shake my head. No, I was just wondering. Wonder all you like. Seek her if you must. Just don't idolize her. I don't have plans to do any of that. No? Darrington asks with obvious interest. Her forehead wrinkles. What has Wes told you about the prophecy? Nothing. I thought that people who speak about it risk imprinting their magic on it. The chancellor doesn't have to worry about trivialities of that nature. I thought he was preparing you. Preparing me for what? The room narrows and I find I'm leaning in, waiting to hear what she's going to say. To reverse the curse. The bells ring and Darrington dismisses me without another word. 35. Yassie meets me after class. I'm sorry, she says. I take it to mean about the misery I've endured for the last 24 hours, practice with JJ, getting in trouble with Darrington, and then singing instead of speaking. I'm convinced someone jinxed me, but the detention was odd. I thought I'd get a stern talking to, but Darrington seemed interested in me, and like she despises me at the same time. I can't tell. JJ too, for that matter. Speaking for the entire student body at Riptovic, at least that's better than her straight-up hating you. I start walking toward the rumpus fields for our weekly practice. Instead, Yassie yanks me in the opposite direction. Where are we going? I was apologizing before for making you skip rumpus practice. Listen, if this has to do with you and Wyatt, let's consider a trade. Bobby asked me to meet him in Gould at 11 tonight, so if you could. She stops short. Wait a minute. Firstly, this doesn't have anything to do with Wyatt. Secondly, under no circumstances will you sneak out after sundown and break curfew. Are you insane? She asks, checking over her shoulder before stepping off the path and into the woods. No, but I'm thinking you are. What are we doing? I ask at a whisper, afraid something in here might hear me. Dewey takes great pleasure in telling everyone at the dinner table spooky stories of the creatures that dwell in the forest surrounding the school. There's a path in the woods leading to West's cottage, but it's on the other side of campus. She shushes me as she scans the ground, stepping silently over the frozen ground. Meanwhile, twigs snap under my feet and leaves rustle. I lament the fading daylight as clouds roll closer overhead, the woods close around us. Yassie, please tell me what we're doing. If you need a soil sample or I throw my hands up, knocking into a branch and sending a shower of tiny dark red flower petals that should be well past blooming to the ground. I don't know what. Yassie crouches and then pops up holding a tuft of fur. This was exactly what I was looking for. Listen, if you're a secret fur trapper, I want to talk to you about how foe is far more humane. She nudges me and gazes deeper into the woods. She stiffens. I knew it, she breathes. Shadows grow and fade in the distance, then disappear. Yassi leads me back out the way we came. I tremble all the way. Dark clouds roll across what little remains of the sky. Once safely on the sidewalk, I demand, explain? I've been noticing some signs. She takes a deep breath. Have you ever heard about the cinder beast? I glance at the tuft of dark fur, to Yassi and to the woods. Dewey may have mentioned something about it being the most fearsome creature in the Northeast. The beast of the East, I think he called it. Afraid. Endangered. She eyes the woods again. Hungry. What do they eat? Demons, Yassi answers. And other things. I shiver and glance up at the sky. I have to go to the library. Me too, she says with concern. I have to figure out what it needs. Ida, leave taming this kind of beast to the professionals, I say as we hurry along the path to the library. Maija. I'm a wood nymph. When it comes to creatures that live in the forest, I am a professional. I don't add the tag in training. Once in the library, we go in opposite directions. The light through the windows dims further. I hurry along, returning to the section where I found books about Imogen. I'm hoping something will jump out at me as I skim the pages, not a demon or a cinder beast whatever, but a new resource, answers. The name Ivanka Stormanoff comes up repeatedly. The storm clouds render it nearly dark when I get to the S section. My mind races to the last time I left the library. Do demons only come out at night, or if it's dark during the day too? Like during a storm or an eclipse? I should have paid more attention during Darrington's lesson. I start toward the main floor of the library to check out a couple of books, but they're not overly promising. I pass a group of students gathered around a small table, speaking in hushed voices. I'm not eavesdropping, but I'm not eavesdropping when I hear one of them say, 11 at Gould. There's no way they're talking to me. I'm kind of behind a shelf. No, seriously, a novel caught my eye, so I stopped to check it out. When was the last time I read for pleasure? I don't know either. Bobby asked to meet me after curfew. The only other thing I hear is the word marauders before someone coughs. Then someone else zips up their bag. Also, now I'm starting to feel like I look suspicious. I hurry back to Penny House, racing against the clouds and more questions. That night, snow falls heavy and fast. It's no surprise JJ doesn't show up for our seminal seminar practice in my dorm room. Yassi knocks on my door and plops on Bree's bed, spreading out several books to do her homework. It's warmer up here. I thought you liked the cold. I do. I prefer the company. Audra is in a fight with her cousin. Have you met Hannah? I shake my head. You're lucky. I don't blame Audra for being annoyed, but I can't hear the story again. Any headway on the cinder beast? I ask. A bit. Though with this storm. She trails off as her attention lands on a page in the book she holds. A few minutes later I say, so, about Bobby's request. She slams her book closed. No way. Wait. There's more. Kind of. I tell her about what I overheard in the library. Yassi bites the inside of her lip. I've heard, in a roundabout way, about a group of students calling themselves the Marauders. Does a roundabout way mean you've been seeing people's thoughts? Her silence is answer enough. Does it have anything to do with Bobby? I ask. She shrugs. I don't know about that, but maybe it's connected to the Hive. The group that wants to purify magical bloodlines? That secret group that some students were trying to get attention from, back in October? Listen, I said it was roundabout. I oversaw, in a recent memory of a fellow student, the plan to break the circle on Hallows Eve and then unleash the demons. I guess they have a new plan. My eyes widen. Yassi says, sometimes it helps to be nosy, but it also means we have to do something about it, and I can't figure out what. She counts off on her hands. We can't go to the administration, the Office of Magical Management, or West. The chancellor has been gone since the trip to Tippleton. Who was thinking it? I have no idea. It was in the dining hall a couple of weeks ago, and I sensed it. It could have been anyone. But remember how I told you that my sight doesn't always mean that's what's going to happen? Does this have anything to do with the cinder beast you were talking about? I'm not sure. We make our own plan and agree to meet at dawn the next day. As I lay in bed, watching the clock get closer and closer to 11, I consider sneaking out. This is the perfect opportunity to spy. Maybe Winnie would come with me? She has a crush on him. Every girl does. There is something irresistible about Bobby Gold. Despite my better judgment, I cannot resist it. I consider tossing stones at JJ's window and having him bring me to Gould. I consider forgetting all about this magical world and going home. Then I dream about sheep. The next morning, Yassi and I meet at the edge of the woods. She makes our tracks in the snow disappear with a flick of her wand. In the light of a new day, the forest doesn't seem so spooky. The sun casts its winter silver light. The sky is pale blue. I tell myself Yassi hasn't quite honed her nymph skills, mistook the fur for this alleged beast, and we're simply taking a stroll through the snowy woods on a crisp morning. Yassi moves more slowly and listens more carefully the farther we go, forcing me to do the same. I hear every tickle of wind through the crooked branches, caws from distant crows, and the pounding of my blood in my veins. She shushes me a few times. When my fingers feel like ice cubes, I ask, what exactly are we going to do if we find this thing? We are going to be very, very quiet and very, very still, she says, coming to a stop. I look up and swallow hard. Ahead, on the edge of a clearing next to a tree, I spot a giant mangy beast with fangs the size of my hand. I let out a little whimper. It looks up. I yelp. Yassi and I both run. When we reach the path, I stop to catch my breath. Yassi says, that's what we weren't supposed to do. I'm sorry. It's terrifying. And starving. It didn't look hungry except for a couple of students who stupidly wandered into the woods. They only remain stationary when they're hungry. And shedding is a symptom too. Yassi is deep in thought while we walk to the dining hall to get our breakfast. The demons drew it here, but why isn't it feeding? My brow wrinkles. Now that I know what I'm dealing with, I can help it, hopefully, she mutters under her breath. I sit down with a bowl of porridge when someone rushes in from outside and shouts, there was a demon attack last night. At the same time, JJ blusters in from outside and scans the room until his eyes yank to a stop on me. I can only imagine he's disappointed they didn't get me. 36. The first-year dwarf remains in the doorway as though not sure what to do now that he's told everyone the news. The dining hall has never been so quiet. Then a fork clatters to the floor, giving us all permission to speak at once. There's shock, questions of who, what, where, how. No one can answer these questions, so speculation spreads like wildfire. It was a teacher. It was a merperson. It was a giant named Leroy. It was that quiet girl with the white stripe through her hair that always sits at the back of the futurism classroom. It was a goat. The only thing that anyone can agree on is that it happened last night. Even though it's daylight, everyone travels toward their first period in groups of 2 or more. Once the bells ring to begin creation with Professor Popperwell, half the class raises their hands. The professor says, I know you're going to ask about the attack. He wrings his hands over his ample belly. I've been advised that there will be student meetings this evening in your dormitories. He gestures, everyone lowers their hands. That's all I'm at liberty to say on the matter. Instead of his usual storytelling, we read and take notes on the developments in magical travel through the ages, typically a subject he's passionate about discussing at length. The remainder of the day slogs by. My thoughts fixate on Bobby's request to meet me last night, the Cinderbeast, the attack, and of course the outrageous amount of studying I have. I tuck all thoughts of JJ to the very back of my mind. I don't notice anyone missing from my classes who may have been attacked. However, I do hear more rumors the attack was on a vamp sneaking out to see his girlfriend, a second-year boy from Moscow, and me. I wave my hand at the students, mentioning the girl with the frizzy hair who sits behind them in arithmetic and is always flirting with Bobby Gold. I wasn't attacked. At least not last night. They continue talking about me as if I hadn't said a word. I interrupt again. Guys, I'm right here. And Bobby Gold isn't. There is a big rumpus game later, so maybe he's practicing. Dewey said that ordinarily rumpus games during this time of year happen in the evening, but it's not safe after nightfall even with the stadium lights. Usually, on a game day, it's all everyone can talk about, but this afternoon is different. I don't know who, but someone is missing. A thought lands like a thud. Bobby Gold. He was the one attacked. I have the urge to rush from my class, but I'm not sure where I'd go or who I'd talk to. All of my teachers assured us that we'll learn more at the dorm meeting tonight. Later, at conservation, Professor Darrington announces they're still awaiting details and no one dares to ask her anything more. After classes, Yassi, Audra, Winnie, and a few other girls from our dorm go to an empty classroom to practice defensive spells. One of them says, "I grew up in a dodgy part of London and had to watch out for creeps. Never thought I'd need to know how to defend myself against demons." We all agree. Yassi is the most proficient and teaches us some blocking spells and others that cause confusion and obfuscation. Winnie says, "My aunt used to have a difficult pack of goats. They'd always get into her bluebells, so she'd send blasts into the air nearby her gardens to keep them from wandering in. She lifts her wand and explodes a ceramic statue of the head of a bald man wearing a bow tie." Oops. We all laugh as Audra goes about using a mending spell. "On that note, that's probably enough for today," Yassi says. Winnie is pink-cheeked, but I nudge her with my elbow to let her know it's not a big deal. "You should see what I did to that magenta vase in Popperwell's classroom." She laughs as we all exit. We chat about the game later when the smell of burnt paper fills my nose and someone thuds down the stairwell behind us. "No student gatherings permitted," Stork says, startling us all. Yassi clears her throat and makes apologies. Winnie is as red as ever, though probably from terror. I avoid eye contact until I sense Stork's amber gaze land on me. "Maija Wessels, I figured you were involved. Come with me. As for the rest of you, let this be a warning and a demotion to the red class." I give them a withering look as I follow Stork back into the empty classroom. She wheels on me and flares her nostrils. Always the troublemaker, I see. Can't follow rules. She shakes her head. "I should send you to the Iron Tower," she lets the threat hang. My knees wobble. My throat is dry. She could do so. Right now. No one would ever hear from me again. But I didn't break a reasonable rule, not that there's a chance she'll see my side of things. I didn't ask to be here for that matter. My hand drifts to my wand. I could blast her like that statue when he exploded. I wonder if she'd shift in time and breathe fire, or if she'd be little more than dragon dust. These dark thoughts thunder in my mind. The side of Stork's lip lifts in a sinister smile. "You could go to prison, never to return, or you could do something for me." The words are as close to my tongue as my wand is to my hand. "Why should I help you?" I think I've made that clear. I hold the power here, Maija, and the keys to your freedom. Is reform school freedom? I counter, feeling defiant. Her nostrils flare and it's almost like she sniffs the air. "I'm seeking someone. You can help. You will help." She blinks, surveying me. Her demanding and threatening tone leaves me with no choice. I listen. Stork leans in. "You will use this clever little wand of yours and assassinate an enemy." "A ghost," she hisses. Then she speaks the slaying spell. Her breath is hot as it gusts by my ear. I shiver even though Stork makes me feel like she's going to roast me alive. Who is this ghost? I can't possibly hurt anyone. No, I will warn them, but Stork doesn't need to know that. You will know him by his eyes. Her own flash. I need a little more than that. Name, location, weaknesses. His sole weakness is you, Maija Wessels. Can't think of who that would be other than Riley Macmillan, and no way he's a ghost. Will you do it? She asks. I will, I reply, but I don't say what I'll do. You will, or you'll find yourself in a cell at the Iron Tower, and I can promise you I won't regret sending you there. There's something about you. I can't put my finger on it, but you don't belong here. At that, she sweeps from the room. I want to shout after her that she's right. I don't belong here. Instead, I say, can you give me a name at least? The son of Imogen Hawks, and you must do it by the sweetheart dance. My eyebrows lift. Oh yes, I know all about West's intentions to make this reform school the way it once was. Not on my watch. I'm the one in charge, and even if you think he's getting away with pie and other events, it's all me. The old man is on my leash. I wait until she's gone. Still shaky, I catch up to my friends walking in a pack down to the fields. To be honest, I expected them to cancel the game, Winnie says. It seems like the respectful thing to do, Audra adds. Nothing stops a rumpus game. Not hail, thunder, snow, loss of limb, or a demon attack. Also, I guess the rival team was already on their way once the attack was confirmed, Yassi says. Where did you hear that? Audra asks. She doesn't answer, and we all know she saw the info in someone's thoughts. I know. I have to stop. It's kind of a violation of people's privacy, Winnie says gently. It was an accident. I went to ask Professor Darrington a question, and several of the teachers were having a meeting. Why? I start to ask why she'd go to Darrington, but then realize it probably has something to do with the Cinder Beast. When we get to the field, the chatter and cheering in the stands are already thunderous, silencing the conversation. I guess everyone has a little energy to burn after the fright and uncertainty from this morning. The opposing team, the Cherrywood Woodchucks, are already warming up. Rumpus isn't limited to magical academies or, in our case, reform schools. There are leagues throughout the magical world. Meanwhile, our team lingers on the sidelines. Coach Nifenidler talks animatedly and waves his hands. Our team, the Golden Max, looks somber. I imagine they don't feel much like playing. It only takes me a moment to spot one player sitting on the bench, gazing at his shoes. JJ was immediately upgraded from the red team. Dewey slides into the seat beside us. His mouth forms a thin line. Dewey is never, ever quiet or grim. We all gawk at him. He clasps his hands and shakes his head. Pierce Pierpont was attacked. How do you know? Winnie asks. Number 13. Clinchman. He juts his chin toward the field. It's then I see the black numbers 1 and 3 on JJ's jersey. 13. Maybe Pierce is in the infirmary, Winnie squeaks. Something is going around. I feel like I'm catching a cold. She squeaks a sneeze. Oh, he's in the infirmary all right. They're waiting until he's stable to bring him to Cryer's clinic. Audra leans close to me and explains, it's a magical hospital. So he survived? I ask. Did they snatch his essence or whatever? Yassi says, supposedly West got there just in time. One of the custodians cleans up a spill. He must have overheard the faculty discussion, and Yassi overheard his thoughts. She bites her lip guiltily. A whistle sounds, pulling us from the conversation and directly into the most aggressive game of rumpus I've ever seen. That's not saying much since I've only seen a few months' worth of play, but it's also saying a lot because I've never seen such a violent sport in real life, period. Only 20 minutes in, and the ref has already called 22 fouls. Primarily, the antagonism is between the gold team and JJ. It's as though they resent him for taking Pierce's place. I can't imagine JJ would have instigated the attack to get on the team. Sweat breaks out across the back of my neck and palms. I try to erase the thought from my mind, hoping he never sees it during our seminal seminar lessons. I'm mortified. JJ may be a jerk, but I don't think he's evil. I don't think he'd be behind an attack to get on the team. He was a shoe-in anyway. The Max and the Cherrywood Chucks are neck and neck, each pulling ahead until the ball reverses play and the other team scores. During the halftime break, I watch as the coach lays into the players. Sadie, one of the wargirls from my dorm, looks fierce on the field, but practically cowers as the coach reprimands her and the others. The second half moves slower and with less aggression on JJ, and more on the Chucks. Nevertheless, JJ manages to gain a 5-point lead for the Max. They race against the sun as it settles over the tops of the trees in the distance. When the buzzer sounds, we win by 9 points, and once again, JJ is a hero. Unlike the other day, there's no time for celebration. An announcement urges us immediately to the school-sanctioned meeting in our dorms. Nervousness from the meeting with Stork accompanies me with each step. She asked me to assassinate someone. Imogen Hawk's son. Even though I'm still outside, I feel like I'm in the hallway of a scary movie. The music slows. My skin prickles. There is only one way forward, unless I want to go to jail for real. She told me the spell. Even having it in my head fills me with the gravest sense of unease. Miss Mayweather gathers us in the common room of the dorm. We pass around boxes of pizza. I hardly have an appetite. She winks and says, "Sorry, girls. I didn't feel like cooking. But you'll be pleased to know there is dessert." Times like this call for comfort. Personally, I find that in butter, sugar, and chocolate. Do not tell anyone. The scent of cookies baking prompts me to promise myself to someday repay Miss Mayweather for these little joys in the otherwise dreary reform school culinary life. I want you all to listen very carefully. She goes on to confirm it was Pierce Pierpont attacked by the demons. He was out of dorm after hours, somewhere between his dorm and Gould Hall. I swallow hard, wondering why Bobby invited me there. Miss Mayweather continues, "Protection is built into Penny Legion House. You're safe here. However, under no circumstances are any of you to leave the dorm except during daylight hours unless under the supervision of a chaperone. If you're found breaching this, there will be severe consequences, aside from potentially being attacked. Is that understood?" There's a murmur of agreement. She claps her hands together. Trays piled with cookies appear. We spend the next half hour eating and gabbing as if the threat isn't real as long as we're together within these four walls. When Miss Mayweather dismisses us, the long day sends me upstairs to my room where I ignore the pile of homework on my desk and flop down on my bed, wondering and worrying. Through the window, the sky is a starless canvas. My eyes dip closed, but before I drift to sleep, a knock sounds on my door. "Come in," I call. The knob doesn't turn. "Come in," I repeat. The knock sounds again. "I said you can come in," I holler at the same time as I get up to open it myself. To my surprise, a boy with a top hat fills the doorway. 37. JJ Thorne is the last person I expect to see at my door for 4 reasons. 1. Generally boys aren't allowed up here. 2. I thought we were confined to our dorms. 3. I figured our nightly practice would be suspended given the current situation. 4. He hates me. As if reading my thoughts, he actually might be, he says, "We should still practice. Also, after Stork reached you through the dragon eye, West wants you to guard your mind." Come in then," I say, stepping aside. Possibly for the first time, I notice how tall he is. Also how he takes up a lot of space, but also none at all. I've always had the sense he's here and somewhere else at the same time. He clears his throat, standing closer to me than usual. I can't help but inhale his fresh air scent, except tonight it mingles with soap. Good game earlier. He takes his hat off and taps it on his thigh before running his other hand through his hair. It sticks up in odd directions. Yeah. Shame about the circumstances, though. None of the players were too pleased to see me take Pierce's place. I told Nifenidler I was happy to stay on the black team, but she insisted I play clinchman. This is the most JJ Thorne has ever spoken at once. Get the guy to talk about rumpus and he opens right up, I mutter. His gaze rakes over me, causing my insides to flutter and twist. It takes me a moment to figure out what to say. Where'd you learn to play like that? I mean, you weren't immediately put on the gold team when you came to Riptovic. Dewey says they recruit for the best players. It could be the shock from earlier, the semi-late hour or something in the air, but trying to have a so-called normal conversation with him is about as easy as one of Darrington's exams. Nonetheless, he wears an almost smirk on his lips. Are you saying I'm one of the best players? His lips quirk. I tear my gaze from them. Note, apparently JJ is not an overly humble person. Well, you show up out of nowhere, were on the red team before, and obviously crush it on the field so. I shrug. Part of the mystery. His eyes linger on me and then travel over to my bureau, desk, and my bed. Do you want to sit down? I ask suddenly, feeling awkward. Maybe he's tired. Usually, when we practice in my room, we stand at opposing sides, as if we're in a duel until it's time to block thoughts. Wes said proximity is a factor except for the most advanced witches and wizards, and of course for magicals who have the natural talent. JJ folds himself into the chair at my desk, and I sit on the edge of my bed. About the attack. Did you hear anything more? Is Pierce okay? I ask, weighing whether I should mention what I overheard in the library. I keep a wall up around my thoughts, just in case he's being nosy. Too late. His eyebrows go up. Interesting, he mutters. His gaze turns far away for a moment. So, I guess we should get to it, given I still can't seem to keep my thoughts private from you. His eyes snap to me and he gets to his feet. I face him. We're only about a foot from each other. Gosh, he's tall and well-built. It's like he grew since he started playing rumpus. For the first time, I notice the ripple of muscles beneath his uniform. The energy shifts between us, the threads thicken, but instead of sensing him poking around, trying to find a way into my mind, he suddenly reads like an open book, like he let down his impermeable force field. First, I see us facing off during our first lesson with Chancellor West. It was when he saw my memory of our meeting on the beach. The night I saw my name in the stars, and right before I found out about Riptovic. I couldn't sleep and was thinking about his eyes I could get lost in. Then I see it. Or rather, feel it. JJ Thorne's internal smile when he saw this secret thought of mine. It's a buoyant, joyous feeling and warm, unlike his skin. The threads of energy twist abruptly. He's in the library early this morning. It must have been shortly after the attack. He rushes outside, races along the path, and stops when he sees me in the distance, sneaking out of the woods with Yassi. He catches his breath. I feel his relief as it washed through him. Then I feel something in my hand. It's cold. Snow. No. My pulse races. JJ's fingers twine with mine in real life. I look down. He lets go and leaves me with his chill. We break eye contact and I step back, unsure what to make of this. I should go, he says and steps toward the door. When I hear the knob turn, I say, wait. He turns slowly. My heart pounds so hard I'm afraid he can hear it. JJ? Maija? His English accented voice is like gravel, deep and dark. I have a trillion things I could say to him. Instead, I pick up the book he gave me when I was in the infirmary. Thank you for bringing this to me. Did it answer some of your questions? He asks, letting go of the doorknob. No, it left me with more. Just like you. He's good at this skill, keeping me wondering and asking, never answering. His silence begs me to fill it. I think I'm glad you think that I'm nothing like her. But I want to know exactly why the comparison has been drawn in the first place. Well, aside from us both being wish witches, which is rare. That's exactly why. Us both being wish witches? She violated the laws of nature. Then came the prophecy. It's a cause and effect formula. Action, outcome. Bad deed, consequences. Disdain drips from his voice. What is the prophecy? No one will explain it fully to me. That's because they're afraid to bind their magic to it. Complacency, if you ask me. But there are risks, I suppose. So I'm doomed to forever live in wonder. I blink a few times, wondering for a moment whether I mean the topic at hand or the mystery of this moody guy in my room. His expression brightens and then just as quickly fades. I'll tell you. Or rather, show you. What about the risk? He shakes his head. No risk, no reward. I believe in taking chances if it means change. And I'm involved in the prophecy, so I can openly talk about it. Wait. What? The room is suddenly warm, even with JJ in it. The light seems to dim, and I lean in. You're part of the prophecy? I ask, confused. Some might argue I am the prophecy. JJ Thorne, you lost me. He looks stricken. Neither one of us moves. I mean that I'm confused, I say. Prepare for more of that. What do you mean? I ask. He reaches into his pocket and then drops a dark stone in my palm. I toss it from hand to hand like a hot potato. Only it isn't hot. Rather, it's cold. Colder than an ice cube. So cold I can hardly handle it. Blow on it. My forehead furrows. JJ nods, urging me. When I don't, he cups my hands in his, drawing them closer to my lips. Our eyes meet for a moment. Gray eyes so close that my head spins and my chest lurches. You wanted to know. Go ahead. Breathe on it. I cup it in both hands and breathe onto it. Like an egg, the dark exterior cracks, letting out white light. Close your eyes, he says. I'm not sure if I hear, see, or simply feel the next part, but it's like I download the prophecy. Suddenly, I know it. Then the stone is plucked from my hand. I open my eyes. JJ returns to his seat and says, 2 stars shining light. One dim. One bright. What came before cannot be undone unless the latter frees the sun. I blink my eyes a few times. Shaky, I flop back on my bed. Why all the theatrics? Why couldn't you have just told me that? I say to the ceiling. I didn't think you'd believe me. It's something you needed to experience to believe. That a bright star will free the sun? I'm pretty sure the sun is free. It comes up every day, does its thing. Sets in the west. All that. No, Maija. The sun. The slight inflection of his accented voice suggests he means a person. Me and you. I bolt to sitting, but he's out the door. Just then, Yassi comes up the stairs. Her eyes widen as he replaces his new top hat. I torched the other one. What are you doing here? She asks him, abandoning all pretense. Aren't you supposed to be in your dorm? A tax curfew and all? Her eyes narrow. Should I ask what you were doing in the woods this morning? He growls. Neither answers as they brush by each other. Just before JJ is out of sight, he says, "Good night, Maija." Once again, my heart races. The next day, I am determined to learn as much as I can about witchery. I scour all available print materials in the school, leading me to linger in Darrington's classroom after we're dismissed. It's risky. Probably stupid, but if anyone has these materials, it's her. And bingo. I find a book titled Crimes and Curses, an investigation into rare witchcraft on a low shelf, stuff it in my bag, and hurry to the library. I go to the rear of the building, and the same set of chairs JJ and I occupied recently. Opening the book, I land on a page bearing the familiar image of Imogen Hawks. It's the same picture as the one Dewey Dunkel showed me, the first time someone commented on how we seem alike. I've wanted to distance myself from her and not be compared to someone else because I'm me. Not a gorgeous, beloved, talented witch who lived long ago. I skim the first paragraph outlining her early life, born to two human non-magically talented parents. We have that in common. Then her time at Riptovic, where she was a star student, impressing everyone with her powers. Also popular, a star rumpus player, everyone's sweetheart at the sweetheart dance. That's where the similarities end. I continue reading. She left the school and briefly took a job at the Office of Magical Management and didn't find it suitable for her ambitions. Then she had a stint singing in private clubs, performed in multiple theater productions, grossing the most for the company in history, traveled the world, and then started her empire. In a word, she was charismatic. It turns out many of the things she did later in life were considered controversial, including alchemical potions for maintaining youth. I've gleaned that magicals believe that with age comes wisdom, and to deny the natural processes is defying nature. She also thought all witches and wizards should have more years of formal training at a special school she created. She studied with several figures known for being suspects in magical crimes and being in and out of litigation for supposedly not following magical law. She even did a stint at Iron Tower for protesting a policy enacted by the OMM. I skim some more. She married, but it doesn't say anything about her family life, other than that she kept them out of the limelight while maintaining her public persona. I'd like to know more about her witchery, but don't come across anything significant, other than that she briefly helped the terminally infirm realize their last requests. I skip to the W's in the index and find the term witchery. The pages referenced aren't in Imogen's section. Instead, I read about a witch named Ivanka Stormanoff who exposed several crime rings and later took to investigating criminal activities in the magical world, including Imogen Hawke's alleged loophole. There's little more said about Ivanka Stormanoff, other than that she dedicated the rest of her life to proving Imogen abused a witchery loophole, but died before she succeeded. Her dying wish was that Imogen be found guilty. This was a wish Imogen didn't grant. I flip back to Imogen's section, but it doesn't indicate when she died. Dewey Dunkel plops down in the other chair and drops a book as tall as a double-layer cake in his lap. Darrington assigned me makeup work. Tell me everything about Imogen Hawke's, I blurt, resting my chin on my hand. Dewey narrows his eyes. What's in it for me? All my pie for a week. Cool. But I would have told you anyway, because it gives me an excuse to procrastinate. Her story is fascinating. He exhales. Some say Imogen Hawke's violated the laws of nature. The very laws magical energy is built upon. How? Dewey frowns. Supposedly, she traded essence. In the non-magical world, it's kind of like the soul, I guess. Isn't that something demons do? They steal magical essence. She used alchemy and her witchery, along with some very grim magic, to obtain youthful essence so she could delay or deny the passage of time. To stall getting older. His voice is grave. Do you mean like eternal youth to achieve immortality? He nods. I gasp. Is she still alive then? No one knows. Gregor's axe? If she was guilty, I hope she realized her mistake and reversed it, but the prophecy suggests otherwise. What's the prophecy? His voice lowers, and we walk away from the one of the Lebravens passing. There's a lot of superstition surrounding prophecy. Some think if you speak one aloud, you imprint your magic upon it, thereby reinforcing it. No one wants to be associated with it, in case it bodes ill. This confirms what JJ said. Dewey smiles. Lucky for you, I'm not superstitious. However, we weren't quiet enough because the Lebraven hushes us and goes so far as to put a muting spell between us. 38. I meet up with Yassi later, and she slams the door to my room. I see why you despise JJ. He's so unpleasant. It's none of his business why we were in the woods unless he knows where I can get trifolos. She crosses her arms in front of her chest. Trifolos? It's what cinderbeasts eat when demons aren't available. They're fierce and will attack, but they're just doing it to protect. I don't hear the rest of what she says because something becomes clear. Well, kind of. The memory of JJ seeing me coming out of the woods, and the relief he felt that I was safe. My heart gallops, then skids to a stop. Now I'm really confused. What do you know about Imogen Hawkes's prophecy? I blurt. A lot, mostly from seeing people thinking about it. Loads of people know the gist of it, but no one will speak it aloud. They don't want their magic associated with it, I add. But I don't understand why. If the prophecy is meant to solve a problem, why are people reluctant? They're afraid. Prophecies are very powerful and can change the future significantly. They can even influence the past. Remember, time doesn't always move in a line, 1 hour ticking past after another, at least not in the magical world. As you know, these kinds of forecasts aren't definite, but there's a loophole. If the subjects of the prophecy fail, say for instance there's an evil overlord wizard, and a young wizard is meant to overthrow him. Are you referring to Voldemort and Harry? I ask around a laugh, surprised at the reference. She nods. I've read the books. I've been meaning to ask you about magical fiction, I say, going on a tangent. Sadly, there aren't a lot of magical novelists that portray things true to life. Anyway, back to what I was saying. If the boy who lived failed at the task the prophecy set out for him, for instance, if he lived in our world and according to our laws, the inverse would have unfolded. He who shall not be named would have lived and reigned in terror forevermore. That would be the result of Harry failing. Sort of. The way prophecy works is once the subjects agree to try to carry it out, the equal and opposite become a possibility. So if Harry never tried to defeat Voldemort, he would have just continued to vie for power indefinitely. Well, I'm not inside the author's head, but if it were a prophecy in our world, essentially yes. Once Harry accepted the prophecy and committed to it, if he failed, game over. Voldemort, ruler supreme with no way to defeat him ever. Past and present altered as if Harry had never existed. I give a big nod, coming back to our present reality. So in other words, if I accept this prophecy, I have to carry it out otherwise. Otherwise what was done before cannot be undone. And whatever grievous misuse of magic caused the prophecy to be formed in the first place would continue, possibly strengthen. JJ's words echo. What was done before? I ask. JJ knows, she says. It's strange, I can't read his mind, but I know he knows. Yeah, JJ knows, I repeat, and then I do too. I experienced the prophecy after all. Not in words, but it becomes clear. There were 2 curses as the result of Imogen Hawkes messing with magical law. She created the demons, and she did something to her son. I don't know what. But she did something unforgivable. Maija? I hear my name. Yassi comes into focus. She shakes my shoulder. Are you okay? She asks. I snap back to reality, but I'm not sure I'm okay because I just realized who Imogen Hawkes' son is, and who I'm meant to assassinate if I'm to follow Stork's orders. Yassi's voice sounds remote. Listen, it's almost lights out, but I'm getting my hands on trifolos even if I have to steal them from the school apothecary. You'll help me, right? I nod, not exactly sure what all I just agreed to. I don't find out what trifolos are for a full week, during which I wake up each day with a new and exciting curse because there's no other word for it. Day 1, I'm covered in fur, thick, black, hot, itchy, also I think I have fleas. Day 2, my mouth feels on fire like I just ate my mom's hottest chili sauce, also flames fire from my mouth when I sneeze. Day 3, my hands are glued together. I was stuck in my room for hours until Dewey noticed I was absent from all my classes and sent Winnie back to the dorm. Day 4, I can only walk backward. I do get the hang of it after a while. Day 5, I have an ongoing case of the giggles, FYI it's worse than hiccups. Day 6, I smell like rotten eggs, most embarrassing thing ever. Day 7, I can only say 2 words, yes or no. To say I've become very familiar with the infirmary is an understatement. By the 4th day, the nurse was expecting me. When I could finally speak beyond yes and no, she started me in on a line of questioning. What have I eaten? Where do I sleep? How long? She asked about my bathroom habits, my uniform storage, and on and on. Magic leaves traces, of course, but I can't seem to find the signature. Multiple people, wands, and piggyback spells are used to keep the source secret. It's surprisingly advanced. I haven't seen anything like this since the boreworm jinxes of 1972. She pauses. Oh. Oh. Her eyes widen. I recently read that they just released the files. It must be a copycat. A smile blooms on her face. I know just what to do. Listen carefully. Next time this happens, don't do anything to try to stop it. Come right to me. Do you understand? I nod. Literally. Even if you're naked, come straight here. Naked. If you attempt to get dressed or change your hair color back to normal or say anything other than yes or no, or whatever the jinx is, the spell effectively bores deeper, and the signature from the person who performed the magic disappears. Hopefully, it won't happen again. She smiles wryly. See you tomorrow. Yassi, Dewey, Audra, Winnie Tarbell, and Wyatt wait for me outside the infirmary. I got them, Yassi answers. Got what? I ask. Oh good, you can talk normally again, Winnie says. I got the trifolos, Yassi says. You mean I got them, Dewey corrects. I helped, Winnie adds. My uncle has a farm. What are trifolos exactly? I ask. Instead of answering, Yassi says, I wish it had snowed again. The slush makes it harder to track the cinder beast. It's supposed to storm the day after tomorrow, Wyatt says. Which makes it all the more important we find the poor creature soon. Yassi quickens her pace. Everyone is in on this now? I ask. She couldn't stop talking about it, Wyatt says. And I have an uncommon knowledge about the things that dwell in the woods, especially given that I'm a dwarf. I put two and two together when she started asking questions. I don't think any of us should go into the woods alone, Dewey adds. I'm keeping lookout, Winnie says. Also, Dewey knew about my uncle's farm and used my connection at the Quail mail office to get them expedited here. I didn't know about any of this until about 5 minutes ago, Audra explains. I'm still not sure it's a good idea. But you're a wood nymph, Yassi says. We're talking about a cinder beast. A beast. A deadly creature, Dewey says dramatically. Audra rolls her eyes. It's very big and very hairy. The teeth, Dewey says. The claws, Winnie adds. It has poor eyesight, and if it feels threatened, it will indiscriminately attack, Audra says. And you want to feed this thing? I ask. I told you they're endangered. These aren't its native woods. I'm guessing it's lost or drawn here by the demons. Are you planning to give it a map to get back home? No, I'm going to bring it home. How? We all ask at once. She pulls out a silver rope. Audra's eyes widen. Leopold's lasso. Where'd you get that? It was passed down from my grandmother. I always knew it would come in handy. Chilly, I bounce from foot to foot and blow into my hands. The bells toll. We've wasted too much time, Yassi says. I can't skip class, Audra says, already edging away. Let's meet before the rumpus game, Wyatt suggests. Yassi's shoulders fall. Come on, you'll be late, I say, leading her away. She glances back at the woods, and I make her promise not to go alone. Aside from my daily jinxes and the ongoing fear of demons, the campus begins to undergo a magical transformation in preparation for the holidays. It must be West's doing. Garlands of pine line the paths along with fairy lights, not the plug-in kind, but rather tiny orbs of shimmering light the fi make that turn silver, gold, copper, and a shade of purplish gray that reminds me of JJ's eyes. I've also been smelling butter and sugar, which can only mean one thing, pie. I'm daydreaming about what kind of pie we'll have for Christmas when I spot Yassi through the window of my conservation class. I grab a hall pass while Darrington has us revise our essays on the 12 forms of fire and their various uses. I should ace this one. I pass the girls' bathroom and hurry down the path toward the forest. I catch up to Yassi just past the tree line. "Don't be so loud," she whispers. "What are you doing?" I hiss. "What do you think?" she asks. "I thought Winnie had the trifolos?" I went to her room to save her the trouble. "Yassi, this is dangerous." Yet I don't leave her side. She puts her finger to her lips, shushing me. "I'll be back before nightfall." "We have to be quiet," Yassi hisses. She steps into the woods and I follow. If for some reason the cinder beast doesn't respond well, run and stay low. The trifolo supply should last about a month. But I really want to bring it back to its home. Wouldn't it be useful to track the demons, though? Yes and no. Their blood is prized by grim mages, so it's better they live in the wilds and far from civilization. I sigh as we follow what appears to be intermittent tracks belonging to a two-legged elephant with claws. Yassi finds a thin tuft of fur on a branch and continues in that direction. We hear a moan that stops us both short. Yassi points to a large tree. Instead of leaves, a big hairy beast fills the branches. Its big hairy paws grip the branches. "Isn't it adorable?" she whispers. "Poor thing." "Terrifying." "It's lost, hungry, and as afraid as you are." Yassi takes a few more steps, but I stay put because I'll make too much noise. She holds out the bag of trifolos and hides the silver rope behind her back. She makes a smacking sound with her mouth. It's the kind my mother would scold me for if I made it at the dinner table. I swallow hard. The cinder beast goes silent and zeroes in on her. I have to admit, it is cute in a shaggy giant bear dog beast kind of way. Though she's right, its eyes are nearly invisible for all the fur. And its teeth are as sharp as daggers. She dumps the trifolos out of the bag, but I'm too far away to see exactly what they are. Mostly it looks like a pile of dirt. She steps back and waits. The cinder beast slowly climbs down, making a snorting noise. It cautiously gathers a handful of the trifolos and stuffs them in its giant toothy maw. I say a silent prayer. It finishes eating and lifts its shaggy head. If its eyes were visible, it would be looking right at Yassi. She carefully pours more trifolos into its clawed hand. She makes a low sound now, almost like it's cooing. At my back, a branch snaps. I turn slowly to see if another cinder beast advances. Instead, hooded figures move along a perpendicular path through the woods. I'm not the only one who noticed. The cinder beast roars. Yassi stuffs the bag in its hands and takes off running, pulling me along with her. We race through the woods. The figures in black cloaks rush toward us in a V formation, heading us off. Well, all except one, but he's not wearing a cloak and he's trailing behind. Instead, he has on a top hat. Our eyes meet. With the creature on our tail, I don't see a way out. Except the assassination spell comes to mind. Yassi pulls her wand, prepared to defend. I grapple for mine as twigs flick and I stumble over bramble. The hooded figures close around us as the cinder beast howls and growls at our backs. I glance over at Yassi, taking the risk that it'll slow us down. "What do we do?" "Anything except hurt the cinder beast," she bellows as magic flares from her wand. At the same time, a blaze of magic causes the snow on the ground between the cloaked figures and us to squall. I wipe my eyes, and Yassi pulls me in the opposite direction. I glance back for the guy in the black top hat, but it's a veritable whiteout, and I see nothing other than the campus ahead. 39. Yassi and I keep running until we reach the edge of the woods. When we cross to the other side of the hedge and onto the path, Darrington waits for us. "Dare I ask what you're doing?" Her voice could freeze ice, which is to say it's colder than cold. Neither one of us answers. "Oh, tracking a scary beast and being attacked by some people disguised under hoods. Just a regular day here at Riptovic." "Maija, you took the hall pass and ran." "Literally. The class was over almost an hour ago." The two of you can join me for detention. Yassi says, Professor, I have to meet my study group in the library. You can tell them that you have detention, she corrects. As we follow Darrington back to the building, I internally scold myself for leaving my bag in her classroom. I only meant to stop Yassi from going into the woods alone, not join her. Darrington walks swiftly ahead while we lag a few steps. Who do you suppose was in the woods wearing those capes? I ask, knowing full well JJ was among them. Cloaks? Sounds like the secret society? They probably can't meet at night. Wait a minute, Yassi says a little too loudly. I will not wait a minute, young lady, Darrington says. I'll add another minute onto your detention. We pick up the pace and take our seats in Darrington's classroom, aka the dungeon. Unfortunately, it's freezing in here. I imagine warm, sandy Jamaican beaches when we'd go there to visit my mom's family. Darrington's voice breaks my trance. Yes, Yassi. She lowers her hand. No, we probably weren't supposed to be in the woods. Not probably, you definitely weren't supposed to be in there. The forest is off limits unless you're accompanied by a teacher or authorized personnel. She clears her throat. We saw someone else there. Darrington leans in, eager to catch people breaking rules, which is interesting because she seems to take great pleasure teaching us about all the magical rules that can be broken. She says it's so we know what not to do. I expect Yassi to say something about the cinder beast, but instead she says, there were several students in black cloaks and one in? I cut her off. Have you heard of the Marauders? I ask. Darrington leans back. The Marauders, she repeats. Maybe an offshoot of the secret society, the Hive, Yassi says boldly. Darrington's mouth forms a thin line, as though she's unsure whether to continue this curious conversation or silence us, since technically we're in her detention. Yes, I've heard murmurings. Do you think there's a secret society on campus? Yassi is brazen. I know there is, or there wants to be. And I know they were behind the spectacle on Hallows' Eve. Her eyes narrow. Black capes? In the forest? Interesting. She nods and gets to her feet. Just before she's about to sweep out the door, it flies open. What's interesting to me is that if Darrington is in cahoots with Stork, they don't know about the descent on the campus. A second-year elf catches her breath. Annabelle? What are you doing bursting in here? Darrington exclaims. Professor, the lake house has disappeared. Faculty meeting right now. Without a backward glance, Darrington departs. Detention over? I ask Yassi. She nods, and along with half the campus, we rush down toward the lake house. I've never been down here before, but there's a lake all right. Is it for boats? I ask Yassi. No, it's where the Mer students used to learn. Now it's little more than an underwater prison. We think we have it bad with reform school. I've been down here a few times when I was trying to get a lead on Trifolos, and they're treated worse than we are. The structure consists of a shelter for the teacher and any other students who assemble on land. It was open on one side and out over the water. Kind of like a dock with a roof and a few walls, she says. Everyone gathers around in shock. Chancellor West paces, pausing after a length and pondering. I avoid his eyes because I've hardly been spying for him. I wish had more information. Though the black-caped people in the woods along with JJ could be useful. Unless, of course, he's also a spy and was following them. I stagger. He caused the snow squall. Piles of slush border a perfect rectangle where there used to be a building. On the other side of the crowd, I spot the top hat, but no black cloaks. Stork marches down the hill, her eyes slits and her nostrils flared. West calls, students, if you know anything about this, I demand you come forth. Punishment for withholding information will be as severe as for those guilty. The water gently laps the shore. No one says a word. A slick voice says, it had to have been the giants. A deep voice says, what would we want with an outbuilding? Someone else says, it was probably the elves. They're upset because they have to live in dorms, and the mer students get to stay in their lake. West calls silence. There will be no false accusations. We do not tolerate this kind of hostility at Riptovic. If you have a verifiable piece of information, please see me or the administrative head, Mrs. Stork. Otherwise, if I'm not mistaken, there is a rumpus game to be played. Anger laces his voice. Everyone disperses, but the insults continue to fly as soon as West is out of earshot. Changelings, were-students, vamps, and Phi all accuse each other of making the building disappear, but for no good reason. What if it just vanished on its own? I ask Yassi. It's inanimate. Magic doesn't work that way. What if it was that group we saw in the woods? The ones in the black? The marauders? She takes a deep breath. Maybe. I glance into the crowd for JJ, but as usual, he ghosted. The antagonism carries over to the rumpus stands with gold against black this afternoon. JJ is still number 13. But the team doesn't seem to aim their aggression at him. I want to ignore JJ. I cannot. I need answers, or I need to be reminded of one sure thing amidst the ongoing uncertainty of life at reform school, that we still hate each other. Anger and irritation build up and by halftime, but I'm not sure if it's at him or my situation. Despite my magical abilities, I feel powerless. How did this become my problem? I march down to the field. When I reach JJ, he takes off his helmet and rakes his hand through his hair. My eyes narrow. JJ, I saw you. Saw me what? Playing? He asks, still slightly out of breath and distracted. No, in the woods. I'm about to say more, but I start barking. Like a dog. Yapping is more like it. I move to clap my hand over my mouth, but remember what the nurse said. The barking goes on. In a different setting, or if I knew it was temporary, this might be funny. However, given the fact that I've lost count how many times I've been jinxed and now, in public, tears pierce the corners of my eyes. JJ gives me a sideways look as I continue to bark. There's laughter as attention falls on me. The teams, the people into the stands, and especially Honey and her minions are hysterical. They're quick to forget the disappearance of a building on campus and the animosity at my expense. The heat of embarrassment builds under my skin. My magic moves to the surface. I fight the urge to blast them all into silence. Instead, I let him into my head. Then, as though quickly putting two and two together, JJ whips out his wand. I've rarely seen it, but it's obsidian and powerful looking. He makes a complicated swishing motion and incants something in a low voice. The barking slows as what appears to be a thick, vaporous worm with red eyes magnetizes to the tip of his wand. I feel sick at the sight of what must be the boreworm jinx, but the barking stops. I look around before wiping my eyes. I see laughter on the faces of those nearest me, except JJ. I've never seen him laugh, not even when I shared my most hilarious memories with him. Not even now. Delicate snowflakes drift toward the ground. Not trusting my voice, I mouth a thank you and rush away, embarrassed. I could go to my dorm room and cry into my pillow. I could punch something. I could use an outlet for all this emotion. Instead, I find myself by the dining hall. The smell of something chocolatey baking reminds me of my mom, who I could really use a hug from right now. I step inside, inhale deeply, and go to the water bubbler. It's quiet except for the clanging of pots and pans from the kitchen. I sit with my thoughts for a minute, wondering who's been targeting me. A few weeks ago, I would have thought it was JJ who had it in for me, but I don't think that's quite true anymore. When I step outside, written in the thin dusting of snow is the message, if you fall, I'll be there to catch you. If you rise, take me too. Someone at Riptovic obviously hates me, as evidenced by the boreworm jinx. Someone else doesn't hate me. I wipe the edges of my eyes and continue walking down the lane toward the front gates of the school. I imagine them festooned in holly and garlands of pine. Gold and red bows bordering each side, and in the middle an enormous wreath. While walking to class, Yassi described how much the campus has changed since last year. I guess West's influence doesn't reach the edge of the school. It's nearly the solstice and then winter break. I could try to blast my way through the gates and leave. But what would I do? Walk home? I'm in a faraway country. I don't know anyone and have little more than the pocket money I came with when I thought I was being sent to a magical boarding school. The barbed wire and faint shimmer of magic remind me that leaving wouldn't be easy. Then again, someone here vanished a building. Maybe the same could be done to a person. I exhale because I've committed to this magical life, to this prophecy. I feel it all the way in my bones or wherever it is magic comes from. The energy inside and around me. I'm on this path now. There's no leaving. I pass back under the willows and linger there. They whisper about the building that disappeared. Apparently it was officially called Aquanash Lake House, the result of the rumpus game, Gold 1, and something about a girl who couldn't stop barking. That was me, I call without thinking. Someone was playing a trick, or more accurately, a jinx. The snow continues to fall as the trees make their apologies. At least that's what it seems like. It's not so much that I hear them speaking, but feel their message. I drop down and lean against a trunk and explain everything that happened, the fur, the hands stuck together, the nurse in the infirmary warning me about the boreworm. The snow is so pretty, I feel so content under the trees, I don't notice it's nearly dark until a figure approaches. There you are, JJ says. He's no longer in his rumpus uniform. You must be freezing. He pulls me to my feet. His hands are freezing. So are you. He looks up at the trees, shakes his head, and then starts down the lane. When he notices I'm not beside him, he backtracks. What were you doing in the woods earlier? I ask. Research. What are the black cloaks about? I'm finding out. His words are clipped. Simple. Maybe he's afraid if he says more, he'll reveal too much. Why'd you help stop the barking? I ask. His lips quirk. Why wouldn't I have? I open my mouth and imitate a bark. I see the spark of a smile, but it vanishes behind the curtain of snow falling between us. JJ steps closer. You never laugh. You never smile. You never get embarrassed, I say. He shakes his head. You're so self-possessed. He shrugs. You're so impossible. He holds his hand out and his palm curves like a question mark. It's not dark yet, I say, indicating the precaution against the demons. Just in case, he says in his English accent. It's the kind of voice that can charm girls into doing anything, low, a bit growly, commanding. He nods at his hand. I hesitate because if I answer him, there will be no turning back. I meet his eyes. I lace my fingers in his. I guess those easily charmed includes me. We walk back to the dorms in silence under the softly falling snow. Nope. No turning back now. 40. I dream that I'm hand in hand with JJ walking down the snowy lane. My eyes blink open. That really happened. JJ and I held hands and not under threat of the demons. Beneath my blankets, I fold my fingers together, not knowing what it means, but only that the terrain shifts under us. The pale gray light of morning filters through the edge of the window shade. I sit up and peek outside, revealing a fresh, wintry white canvas. Yassie pokes her head in the door. You're up early, I say. It's Kringle Day. Do you mean Kris Kringle? Doesn't that have something to do with Santa Claus? I ask. Santa who? Still in her pajamas, she bounces onto my bed. Kringle Day marks the beginning of the best week at Riptovic. It's when we count down to the solstice. We have to be covert though. I don't imagine Stork will approve. It's up to the second and third year students to pass the torch. Don't you spend the solstice with your sisters and aunts? Not anymore. Anyway, you are going to love the Kringle. A Pringle? Like a chip. No, Maija. Like the most delicious thing you've never eaten. But you will, oh yes. You will. Since it's the weekend, all the girls gather in the common room to decorate the dorm. Miss Mayweather has boxes of decorations, some that look like they date back 50 years at least. It's a hodgepodge of traditional and magical, and I love it. We spend the better part of the morning decorating until, while hanging lights on the windows, a snowball sails in our direction, smacking the window. Reese calls, "It's on." Sadie joins her, making snowballs. Soon it's our dorm against the boys next door. I don't see JJ, but Wyatt and Dewey get involved, and we're all shouting and laughing and having fun. The intermagical animosity from the day before seems to be forgotten, at least for now. We have cocoa afterward, and I successfully magic us some marshmallows. In the afternoon, I go to the library to get a little homework done. I pass Sage, but she quickly looks away. I find a quiet corner and review a particularly difficult arithmetic assignment. I keep an eye out for Bobby. If I'm struggling with it, chances are he is too. When I pass a table of second years, I hear a faint barking. "Can you believe the rumpus game yesterday?" one of them says. I didn't know they allowed dogs at Riptovic. I whip around and stalk back to them, but before I can say a word, a wereboy is on his feet, glaring menacingly at the table of students who were teasing me. "Who did you call a dog?" It's then I realize he thought they were talking to him. I try to interject. To stop them. They don't hear me as the moment gets heated. Fists form. Muscles tense. Actually, yesterday I was barking because someone jinxed me at the rumpus game. But the rest goes unheard because one of the vamps at the table pushes his chair back, right into me, sending me sprawling to the floor. My veins heat. Magic crackles from my bones. The brawl begins as I try to get away, but someone grips my ankle. I pull out my wand and say the first thing that comes to mind. Snowballs fly. In the library. It isn't the brightest idea. The Lebravens are going to be ticked. The three vamps who were teasing me wince at the cold. The wereboy seems confused for a minute and then starts laughing. The others join him. The fight dissolves like the snow into the wooden floor. Snowball fight? I say. Maybe take it outside? I suggest. Or you guys could let it go. Also, yes, I was the girl who was barking uncontrollably. Like I said, someone jinxed me. Why would someone do that? The guy asks. One of the vamps laughs. Another elbows him to stop. I shrug, relieved the tension is gone, and tell them about my daily visits to the nurse. Harsh, the guy says. I'm Maija, by the way. Rocky. He shakes my hand. Sorry, he says to the vamps. I thought you were teasing me. But uncalled for anyway. She was being bullied. Not cool. One of the vamps says, sorry. I wasn't thinking. We tease each other. It's a vamp thing, but at the end of the day, we're still friends. Another adds, I guess it's easy to forget that others might not be amused. Dewey comes around the corner and gawks at the five of us laughing on the floor, surrounded by melting snow. I'll help clean this up now before the Lebravens see and ask questions later. He waves his wand and everything is dry again, and more importantly, amicable. The vamps and Rocky are in deep discussion about their favorite professional rumpus teams. I tell the guys goodbye. I'm sorry I'm late, he says. I went with Audra to check on her friend Alora. She's a mergirl. Do they know what happened? He holds up his hands. The building vaporized. Was anyone in it? I ask. Thankfully, no. What about the mer people? Everyone is safe and accounted for, but not the building, who was behind it, or the motive. They're all being questioned. Stork is on a tear. It reminds me of Hallows' Eve. Luckily, no demons this time. If someone can get something out, does that also mean they can get something in? I ask. Yassie shrugs. Something like a cinder beast? Her eyes widen. We chat for a few more minutes before immersing ourselves in arithmetic equations. Just before the sun starts to set, the bells ring, indicating we'd better get to the dining hall for dinner during daylight hours. Amidst all of this trouble and tumult, my jinxes, the Cinderbeast, the supposed group of marauders, the missing lake house, the infighting on campus, and the lingering demon problem, it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Overnight, the new blanket of snow and the magical light creates a cozy, comforting glow. Baubles, bells, and berries decorate the trees. Boughs of pine line the handrails and lampposts. Then there's the sparkly white that looks frosting. Outraged about something or other, Stork set another fire in the admin building, so this is definitely West's doing. No way would she have authorized it. When I enter the dining hall, the smell of buttery cinnamon and sugar makes my mouth water. Yassi waves us over. "I've been waiting for you." She makes a grand gesture with her hands. "I present your very first Kringle." It's a rite of passage for first-year magicals, especially those who may never have had one before. "And elves," Wyatt says. "We have other traditions." In the center of the table is a twisted ring of buttery, flaky deliciousness. Yassi slices it for each of us. It reminds me of a cinnamon bun, the huge kind from the mall but not quite so gooey. Each day until the solstice, they add a layer, making it bigger, Yassi explains, until it's all filled in and more like a pie or cake than a ring. In a word, it is delicious. Yassi is right. Each day the Kringle gets more and more delicious, the campus gets more and more festive, and I get more and more concerned because I haven't seen JJ since our quiet winter walk in the snow. The solstice cheer and excitement dulls anxiety about exams, well, except for spellwork. I'm still getting the hang of my wand, and I haven't unintentionally set anything on fire since I got the new one. That evening, we have a feast in the dining hall. I've never been so happy not to eat slop. The banquet tables overflow with roasted, baked, and savory foods. Chancellor West gives a short speech about the importance of shining our light no matter what. He says, even when we think things are at their darkest, their worst, and we're buried under the weight of difficulty, sometimes we're being prepared for bigger and brighter things. After all, this is how seeds grow, in the dark of the soil, toward the light. So too we each must strive toward the light. A round of applause echoes through the dining hall. I ignore the few sniggers of dissent from nearby. Then the completed Kringle comes out with a great flourish, thanks to the kitchen staff. It's a ring of cinnamon swirl perfection on the outside, and has a cheesecake filling, a gingerbread layer, and glaze. It's almost indescribable, but very, very edible. Is this the most delicious thing you've ever eaten? Yassi asks me. This is the most delicious thing I've ever eaten, I repeat, taking another bite. At a neighboring table, Bobby Gold sits with most of the Rumpus team. They're laughing in his glow, but player number 13 is noticeably absent. After dinner, my friends and I gather in the common room of Penny House and exchange small tokens. I give each of my friends copies of my favorite books that I brought, not realizing I was being sent to reform school. Winnie gives us scarves she knit. Yassi presents us each a photo collage, and Dewey gives us all candy. I think it's from the vending machine in the basement of his dorm. We celebrate the longest night of the year by tending to a bonfire. Despite the presence of the officers from the OMM forming a circle of protection around us, the solstice celebration is light and joyous. There are cocoa and marshmallows, reminding me of the night before I found out I was coming to Riptovic. Instead of the sandy beach, there's snow. I have new friends now, but will see my old ones during vacation when I go home. The stars are shining in the sky, but I don't see my name. Or JJ. I wonder, and okay fine, worry, about where he could be. However, when we start singing, I lose track of everything but hope. Hope that we can figure out how to get along and live in peace, we can continue our rumpus winning streak. I won't be sent to the Iron Tower. Hope I still get to eat pie every day, and that maybe, just maybe, whatever lies ahead between JJ and me, the prophecy and my future won't be impossible. Mostly I feel on the brink of change. I think we all feel it, like we're all one, despite our differences, at least at this moment. We've been planted and now we're growing. On the edge of the ring, Stork leers and steams. Her eyes glint in the low light, and a grim thought burns away the others, leaving little more than ash. What if this fire is just the beginning? To my shock and awe, the next day, Miss Mayweather announces we're officially permitted to go home for the holidays. Parents would become suspicious if we were detained on campus for this long without leave. Then again, Belgrave blisters are still going around. But it's not without precautions by the corrupt OMM. All the students line up along the lane by the gates. One by one, we each take a voice vow along with drinking a tracking potion, so there's no chance we'll resist returning to campus. We are not permitted to speak of the reform school, the rules, or the demons. As the spell is cast, my jaw tightens and my head swims for a moment. It's a small price to pay for my temporary release. While home, I will try to find a way to convey to my parents what's really going on, get help, and get our freedom. But the prospect of home, Filbert, Chelsea, and my old life is almost too overwhelming for me to think about, on top of an exit strategy. My parents are overjoyed to see me. We talk about the last couple of months at school. Unwillingly, I leave out important and potentially incriminating details. We decorate our tree with candles. I insisted my mom convert to the flameless kind, go to the beach and make a snowman out of sand, it's cold, eat smoked fish, Finnish tradition, and we stay up late playing games, including my favorite charades. The day after Christmas, I arranged to get together with my old friends, but can't stop thinking about my new ones. Wondering what Yassie's doing in the forest, Bree, my roommate, with the Pixies, Dewey and Winnie, and all the others. I suppose I'll find out after the new year. Mostly, I wonder about JJ. Maybe he had to go home early. But where is home? England. Then I remember. Scary Street. I tell my parents I'm going to take a walk before I go to Chelsea's for pizza, movies, and time catching up with everyone. I pass the familiar convenience store, the library, and houses of friends from grade school. I wonder what my life would have been like if I knew I was a witch all along. I stand at the end of Scary Street, dismissing my childhood fears about the haunted house, and walk cautiously toward it. Nonetheless, my pulse quickens. Snow clouds hang low and dense in the late-day sky. Even off-campus, probably especially off-campus, it's not safe to be out in the dark with demons on the loose. According to Dewey, the demons mainly want magicals, so they aren't as enticed by non-magicals, making me a prime candidate. I hasten toward the house. As I stand on the sidewalk opposite, I glimpse a figure in the window. I'd recognize the silhouette anywhere. I step closer. It looks like JJ, only it isn't. I remember Chelsea said that he has a brother, but JJ has never mentioned him. Then the window is empty. I knock on the door and no one answers. I try again and then listen. JJ, I call. I jiggle the handle and the door falls open. My voice echoes through the halls. My pulse races. This is the part in scary movies when everyone yells at the screen, "Turn back. Don't go in the house. Don't be stupid." I linger by the door, squinting, trying to discern shapes in the near darkness. JJ, I whisper. I feel the soft brush of his breath on my cheek. JJ? I push the door open further. The boy that I've spent so much time avoiding at Riptovic stands before me, yet it's as if I see right through him. I tell myself to breathe. Instead, I run. January 41. Christmas is a flurry of delicious food, friends and family visiting from out of town, and snow. Lots of it. It's truly the most wonderful time of the year, if not a smidge overwhelming. Usually, the Wessel family holiday celebrations are relatively quiet, with most of my extended family living overseas. Not this year. Nope. I get the sense my parents weren't quite prepared for me to leave the nest so soon. Magical boarding school wasn't in the original plan. When they had me, they'd already had successful careers as Olympic athletes, had traveled the world, and pursued their other interests. My dad is an architect and my mom is a singer and vocal coach, and other side hustles. She calls herself a multi-passionate woman. They'd settled down when I came along. I became their focus, They created the blueprints for me to have the perfect childhood. And mostly I did, except for never feeling like I measured up. I lived in the shadow of their glory and strived for perfection, even though I perpetually fell short of it. But I'd never tell anyone this. So life was okay until I found out I was a witch. They knew about the possibility thanks to a visit from the OMM after I was born, but they tucked it away along with my first binky, the cute little onesies, my favorite set of wooden blocks, the kindergarten drawings, and all the other mementos of an ordinary childhood. As it turns out, I'm a wish witch, specifically requiring me to attend a secret magical academy. But it's actually a reform school, which they know nothing about. Nonetheless, they boast proudly about my acceptance into a prestigious private school overseas. My mother has a loud personality and voice, but without me here, perhaps the house is a little too quiet, prompting her to fill it up this holiday season, and the time between Christmas and New Year's is no exception. The revolving door of guests has left me little time to contemplate my visit to Scary Street, even though it's always there when the conversation dries up, when people turn in for the night, and I lay in bed unable to sleep. Collectively, I've probably slept 6 hours in as many nights. My sister already went back to New Jersey, where she goes to school at Princeton. Before she left, we talked about how we think our mom has been a bit lonely without us around. Well, not today. The first day of the new year. It's only 7 a.m., and a baby is crying. It's my aunt and uncle from Helsinki's 7-month-old, and a great uncle is hacking. It sounds like he's going to explode. My parents' old friends from the Olympic days watch sports coverage. We have all the TV channels, and my mother and her sister are in a heated debate, likely over whether to cook the frittata over low or medium heat. Oh, and my cat Filbert, nestled in the crook of my arm as I lay in bed, is purring. I wish falling back asleep was as easy as closing my eyes. I could use a catnap or a month of hibernation. Not only that, but the semester of newness at Riptovic, the tension, the fear, the attacks, and all the questions pile up, leaving me exhausted. But I can't sleep. I pull out a notebook. Sometimes journaling helps. Chelsea calls it a mind dump, which sounds kind of gross. This is not to be confused with a mind wall or mind window. I start to write. I'm not worried about demons, okay, maybe a little bit, or homework and exams, well, kind of. I'm certainly not thinking about boys or dramas or anything like that, really, I'm not. The mystery of my witchery is on my mind. What do I know, really? From what I've gathered so far, witches can grant desires of the heart. Witches may not violate the laws of nature or magic. Witches may not use the wish for selfish reasons. How to perform witchery will reveal itself when the time is right. And that's it. I sigh. It's all so vague. Couldn't West have told me straight and saved me hours of wondering and reading? But where to start? I promise myself to scour the rest of the campus when I return. Then a dark fear strikes me, catching my breath in my chest. If witches aren't allowed to use wishes for themselves, did I already break the law by making a wish on my birthday candles? It was inadvertent, but still, I did it. I wish that I'd fall in love this year. Does that mean if it happens, it's less true? Am I horrible for doing so? A lawbreaker? A terrible witch? Am I no different from Imogen Hawks? The house groans as it shifts and settles, something my parents claim is charming about owning a home that's over 100 years old. I think it's creepy. Have I mentioned we were without electricity with this house full of out-of-towners for 3 days after a huge snowstorm wiped out power in our town? Have I mentioned that when we got power back, flights were still delayed, so almost everyone stayed a few extra days? The more the merrier, as my mom likes to say. Have I mentioned I think JJ Thorne is a ghost? Have I mentioned ghosts terrify me? Have I mentioned my grandmother is sitting on the end of my bed, knitting? Have I mentioned she's dead? I leap from under the safety of my covers and cross the room, backing against the window because she's on the side closer to the door. I lean against the shade and it whips upward, startling me. My grandmother doesn't flinch. I try to swallow the lump in my throat. I stutter. I mutter. I shake. Filbert sniffs the air and then goes back to sleep. Hello? I manage to stammer. My grandmother, who died a few years ago in one of the spare bedrooms and then haunted us for a little while, doesn't look up. She continues to loop the red yarn around the needles as if this situation is totally normal. As if. I stand there until my feet get cold and consider jumping out the window. There's a covering over our porch so I could technically get down. I also consider screaming, but there's that lump in my throat. I could run, but what if she, I don't know, gets me? To my knowledge, I've never had a ghost in my bedroom before. What am I supposed to do? Scratch that. I have. JJ Thorne. My witch training at Riptovic didn't prepare me for such an occasion. Plus, my wand is stuffed somewhere in the suitcase in my closet. I'd like to be back in bed sleeping. Or downstairs eating the frittata and what smells like banana bread fresh from the oven. I clear my throat. Mummu. She's from Finland and this is what I always called her. Mummu, I repeat. She doesn't waver from her knitting. Hi, I say. I haven't seen you in a while. She doesn't speak. My stomach growls. I'm going to have some breakfast. Would you like to go downstairs? I don't wait for her answer, grab Filbert from the bed, and rush out the door. When I reach the kitchen, my mother pauses mid-sentence. She was saying something about scallions versus shallots, and says, "Dear girl, you look like you've seen a ghost." The second one this week, actually. I nod my head and look around. Everyone except my mom and aunt, her sister who's also magical, are in the living room, so it's safe to speak openly and not break any major magical laws. Mummu is upstairs, I blurt. The dish towel my mother holds falls to the floor. What? I didn't invite her, Aunt Ida says innocently. My mother quickly gathers her wits and gives her sister a pleading look. She rolls her eyes. You know, this is Ma's territory. Ma isn't here, my mother says sharply, recovered from her initial shock. Aunt Ida pauses and grudgingly says, "Come on, Maija." I shake my head. You need to learn how to send them back, Aunt Ida says with a hand on her hip. Sometimes they get lost. Common around the holidays. I grip the back of a chair, memory of the ceremony on Hallows Eve flooding back. My mom sighs. After Mummu passed, she stuck around a little while. Scared Maija half to death. She was haunting you? Aunt Ida asks. That's a strong word, but Maija was young and not familiar with the supernatural. My aunt shakes her head. I lived with a ghoul for 3 months in college. It's no big deal. My mother clucks her tongue. What? It was cute. Listen, Maija, you don't have anything to worry about. You have magic. Ghosts are dead. Well, except for demons. Those you have to watch out for. And a boy named JJ Thorne who I'm not sure is alive or dead, or somewhere in between. Go ahead, my mom says. Aunt Ida knows what she's doing. Hurry though, your father doesn't need the stress of seeing his dead mother. I reluctantly trail behind my aunt, who reminisces about her fling with the cute ghoul all those years ago. When we reach my room, Mummu is gone. 42. Aunt Ida circles the room once, closes her eyes, and circles it again. I swear I saw her, I say. My eyes fix at the end of my bed where my dead grandmother sat knitting. I believe you. Magic leaves traces. I sense she was here. But why? Maybe she was lonely. Family. Holidays. She shrugs. Mummu wasn't a very warm and cuddly person. In fact, I think she preferred to be alone. Dying can change things. My aunt pokes around. She must have had a reason to pay you a visit. Hopefully she'll be back soon. Oh no. Maija, when someone dies and they choose not to proceed to the spirit realm, there's usually a good reason. She was just generally mean. It's fitting that she'd stick around and haunt people. Maija, that's a terrible thing to say about your grandmother, my mom says, bursting into the room. It's true, I grumble. She wasn't very friendly, but my mom fails to provide a convincing counterpoint. I heard, Aunt Ida says. I was saying to Maija she'll probably be back. My mom suggests, show her how to deal with ghosts. Ma should be the one. My mother holds her sister in her gaze, insistent. All right, my aunt says. Where's your wand? Aunt Ida stares at it a long moment as surprise flashes across her face. But if it means anything to her, she doesn't say. We spend the next few minutes reviewing spellwork to clear the air of ghosts. It's not the same as the one Stork gave me. I don't quite get the hang of it when my mom calls us for breakfast. But that's okay. I don't plan to meet Mamu again. I'll sleep on the couch from now on. Keep practicing, my aunt encourages as we follow our noses downstairs. Questions about magic spark to my lips, but I can't ask her now. Even amidst the lively conversation gathered around the kitchen table, it's hard not to dwell on the fact that I woke up to see a ghost in my room. But that leads me to think about JJ. When I went to Scary Street thinking he might be there, I'm pretty sure I saw a ghost, his ghost. Though now I'm starting to doubt myself. My cheeks warm. It's not as if I never thought about JJ before. I've thought about him plenty. Specifically how frustrating he is. How much he hates me and how much I hate him. It's kind of awful. But the last few encounters we had, it feels like something is shifting. It's easier for us to maintain the status quo and go on despising each other. That's familiar territory. Then again, it all couldn't change because I kissed him, and I can't lie. I liked it. He also let me glimpse some of his memories. Then he held my hand, and not because he had to. Maybe I was concentrating so much on trying to figure out our new, situation, I guess I could call it, that I imagined seeing him in the doorway of the old haunted mansion in town. If I've learned anything since being a witch, magical energy is a powerful thing. It was dusk. I was tired. I'm spelled under a voice vow, preventing me from saying anything about my actual circumstances at Riptovic. I could certainly have been thinking, okay fine, obsessing and just thought I saw him. Maija? I hear someone saying my name and look up, blinking my eyes a few times as I pull myself from thought and finish bringing the forkful of eggs to my mouth. I'd pause midair. What are your plans for today? My dad asks. We're all going into Boston. Faneuil Hall. Our guests have never been. You should come with us. Cool. Yay. More crowds, I think dismally. You love the chowder they have there, he says. I think I'll stay home today. I have a few assignments I should do. Chatter breaks off about how my parents should be so proud that I'm committed to my education, a debate about New England clam chowder versus Manhattan, and a few New Year's resolutions get tossed into the mix. Are you sure? My dad asks me. I nod. My aunt winks and discreetly swishes the air the same way she showed me earlier. After I wave goodbye to the 3 carloads of people, I don't even go back inside. Not with the chance that I might encounter my grandmother again. Nope. I'm putting on my big girl breeches and hat and scarf and seeking out another ghost. In the light of day, I can do this. My boots crunch in the snow as I march over to Scary Street. My thoughts rush ahead with 2 possibilities. 1. The regular JJ opens the door, invites me in, we have hot chocolate, and we chat like 2 normal, fully alive people. 2. No one answers the door and I go home to an empty house. No ghosts on Scary Street or on Broom Street, that's where I live. I square my shoulders while I wait for a stream of cars to pass before crossing. Just then, a car honks wildly. A blue SUV pulls over, and Chelsea rushes from the passenger side. What are you doing out this early on New Year's Day? She asks. Why were you crossing to Scary Street? Oh, don't tell me. It's a New Year's Day dare. You're like getting over your fears and stuff. Something like that. We were just out getting bagels and breakfast. Want to come back to my house? She asks. Logan pokes his head out of the driver's side. Happy New Year, he shouts. I wave to Chelsea's now boyfriend. They're official. Maybe after I finish my walk. Another car pulls behind the blue SUV. I thought we were heading back to Chelsea's for bagels and a ping-pong tournament, Reggie says. His breath clouds the air. Hey, Maija. Want a ride? There's a blueberry bagel with your name on it. Those were always my favorite. I glance toward the house at the end of Scary Street. Maija's New Year's resolution is to get over her fear of ghosts, Chelsea calls. It's not, I start to argue, but another car honks. Inside, Carter, my former crush, and a few others call, Good morning. Happy New Year. Why is everyone already up and out this early? I ask. My voice almost quavers. I've seen my friends numerous times since I've been home, but two painful truths collide in my mind. Their lives have gone on me. My life, at least as far as they know, is a lie. I cannot tell them that I'm a witch, am a veritable inmate at a reform school, or calling on a ghost in the most haunted house in town. Instead of answering, Chelsea says, Come on guys, we're going to Scary. Time to put the ghosts and ghouls behind us once and for all. She leads the way like a lit torch with her dyed red hair. The others park nearby and soon 8 people trek along the sidewalk toward the old white house with peeling paint and missing slate shingles. Chelsea leans into me and I'm washed with the comfort of her perfumed scent. He broke up with Marissa and is on varsity basketball now. He's looking pretty good. She waggles her eyebrows. I don't say anything. Her mouth drops open. Wait. Don't tell me you don't have a crush on him anymore. Who is this girl, Maija Wessels? I hardly know her anymore. She laughs. Seriously, you have to keep me updated on these things. I can't go to winter formal and not know whom you would have gone with, if you were still attending Hamilton. Wait, do they have a winter dance at your school? I nod. It's called the Sweetheart Dance and it's next month. At that reminder, we're almost to the old haunted house. The one where the brothers Thorn supposedly live. Guys, let's just head back to Chelsea's. My voice is lost under the crunch of snow and chatter. I try again. I'm hungry. I could really go for that bagel. In truth, I'm full from breakfast. I want to dye my hair blue. I blurt. This stops Chelsea in her tracks. You do? That's so funny because I'm coloring my hair blue today. Well, pale blue, like ice since I'm going with the seasons and all that. She bounces up and down. I can't believe it. I thought you'd never do it. You'd look so good with blue hair. A darker shade though. Like electric blue. I backtrack. Oh yeah, I want to dye my hair blue, but there are rules at my school. Wait, Chelsea says. Doesn't that guy who we met the night before we went back to school live here? Funny, he never showed up at Hamilton. She shrugs. Twin brothers, right? Reggie says. I once heard about a set of twins who had psychic, whatever else he was going to say, likely about an exposé he saw on TV is lost. Snowballs fly. The guys whoop. Someone makes a ghost sound. They're loud and intrusive this early in the morning, but they're my friends and I don't know what to do without telling them the truth, which I can't. Even if I could, it would get me in serious trouble with the Coven Constabulary. Or they'd think I'm nuts. This house is haunted, Marissa, Carter's latest girlfriend, says, planting her arms across her chest and not moving a step farther. I dig in my heels too. I didn't mean for this to be a group activity. Exactly, that's why Maija wanted to come. To get over her fear of ghosts, Keiko says, ushering us forward. Ooh, ghosts, Logan says in a spooky voice. Legit haunted, Chelsea says, eyeing the wooden door, the cracks in the windows, and weeds creeping up through the snowdrifts. I was just taking a walk and movement in an upper window catches my eye. I try to finish my thought, but I see JJ. It's him, and yet it isn't. I'm not sure. What's unmistakable, though, is the glare I receive. I blink my eyes and he's gone. I shiver. I shake my head. Guys, come on. Let's go. The look on my face must be enough because they all fall silent, and we return to the cars. I glance back, and a dim version of JJ in his top hat fills the window again. His gray eyes are as steely and sharp as a blade. 43. After spending the better part of the day with my friends, not doing homework, and stressing over the strange figure I saw in the window, and how going to Scary Street wasn't meant to be a public spectacle, I recline in the den, watching TV until my stomach growls. I sneak into the kitchen for leftover coconut cream pie. It's my mom's specialty. She's made it on the first of the year every year for as long as I can remember. My aunt beat me to the table and has her fork in the tin, but slides it over to me when I sit down. I miss your mother's baking, she says. And singing. And laughter. Believe it or not, I even miss our bickering. She chuckles. I try to smile around a mouthful. Still worried about your grandmother's ghost? She asks. Ghosts in general, I mumble. Have you seen more than one? I could blame it on the late hour, the pie, or not having too many people to talk to outside of school about the magical world, but I ask. Can a person be alive and dead? My aunt thinks a moment. There are living dead liaisons. Used to be a branch of the OMM. They're unique spirits who are alive and dead. Before the brightening, they helped protect us from demons. Like they can go out at night and not be affected if attacked by a demon? My aunt nods as she takes a bite and lets out a long M. JJ has this rare ability too. I set my fork down. How does someone become one of these spirits? Grim magic. Usually a curse is involved. They remain in between and go into service as a liaison between the living and dead. It's rare, but it does happen. Are those the only ways? Aunt Ida gives me a knowing look. Don't worry, your grandmother is just a straight-up ghost. If a person is in the in-between, they're required to register with the OMM. Otherwise, they become a zombie. Seriously? My aunt cracks a smile. Generally, no. If a person is in the in-between, formerly called the liminal space, they either work for the Office of Magical Management or are permitted to go on to the Sea of Dreams. No one is allowed to stick around half alive and dead. So there aren't exceptions? They couldn't go to Riptovic, for instance. As a student? She chuckles. Not likely. There are many classifications of ghosts, ghouls, and those in the liminal space. Then she adds, why? There's someone there who, I shrug. He seems faint, like he's fading as if he's almost a ghost, but not quite. There could be exceptions, I suppose. Very little in the magical world is fixed. But he probably just needs some sun. When are you coming to visit me in Jamaica, anyway? Your grandmother wants to see you. She's an expert on these things. We end up spending the next hour talking about living as witches, magical beings, and of course boys. Namely, Bobby Gold, because he's easier to talk about than JJ. Gold. That name is familiar, she says, and then splits the last bite of pie with me. The house is quiet when I go back to my room. I flick on all the lights. I know that won't keep away a ghost, but it feels warmer with my room aglow. I practice the spell work my aunt taught me, just in case. I wave my wand and recite the spell in my mind, over and over, until I feel my energy connect with the threads of magic surrounding me. Thankfully, there's no ghost, so I summon the red hat my parents picked up for me in Finland, and magic it onto my head. Feeling accomplished, I smile at my reflection in the window, but then my face falls. The curtain in the neighbor's bedroom opposite swooshes closed. It's Riley McMillan's room, the boy next door who had a crush on me for years. I'm sure it was him and not an apparition. Cold sweat prickles my neck. I hope he didn't see me with my wand. What would happen? I pace until I can hardly keep my eyes open. Worried that I broke the voice vow, or worse, I get into bed. I'll ask Aunt Ida in the morning. When I wake up, the house is silent. It turns out nearly everyone left early for the airport, including my aunt. My parents left a note, reminding me an officer from OMM is picking me up. I glance at the clock over the kitchen sink. In 10 minutes. I overslept. I scramble to get ready and pack, hoping it's not a djinn. What would happen if I didn't answer the door? If I refused to go back? There was the tracking potion, and I have a feeling Stork would hunt me down. Also, I feel like I owe something to the other students there. I haven't figured out how to rebel against the reform school, but I will. As I fly on the back of a double broom back to campus, I'm torn about returning to Riptovic. I didn't miss classes or studying. I did miss my friends and the magical world. I didn't miss nightly curfew because demons are on the loose. I did miss Penny Legion, my dorm. I didn't miss Professor Darrington's nastiness. I did miss learning about witchery. After I'm inspected and cross through the gates, I spot JJ in his top hat turning a corner on the nearby path. I feel a strange tingling inside. I call to him, but he doesn't stop. I have questions and want to know about Scary Street. I have an apology and want to tell him about my grandmother's ghost. I catch up to him at the foot of the stairs to his dorm and am nearly out of breath. Hi, I say, relieved he appears to be his relatively solid yet grayscale self. Have you ever been to Jamaica? I ask the first thing that comes to mind. He looks me over but doesn't answer. The food there is so good. My mom's Jamaican. She's a great cook. She and my dad lived there for a little while before I was born. She refused to live in Finland, even though she loves to visit. That's where he's from. So they compromised and moved to the States. We're the only ones from both sides of my family that live here. Well, my grandmother from Finland lived here for a little while before she died. I realize I haven't stopped talking. Did the breaking of the voice vow leave me with an abundance of words? Or did I miss JJ Thorne? He nods with certainty. I tilt my head, unsure what he means. I know about your grandmother. I sent her to you to deliver a message. I wanted you to, he shakes his head. Instead, you never mind. He goes into his dorm, letting the door slam behind him. She didn't give me a message, I call after him. I stand there a moment longer before staggering down the stairs, confused. After depositing my bags in my dorm, I wander to the dining hall before it gets dark. I hardly care that slop replaces the delicious home-cooked meals I'd been eating and sit with my friends at our usual table. Hungry? Dewey asks when I don't touch my food. Not waiting for an answer, he helps himself to what's sure to be a stale bun, Gurg bread I think Yassi called it. Yassi and Wyatt lean in close to each other as they catch up after the long holiday. Audra, Winnie, Reese, and a few others gab about their time away. Wyatt, nabbing something else from my tray, says, "Did you hear?" Hear what? I respond because that's what I'm supposed to say. JJ wasn't supposed to say anything about knowing my dead grandmother. JJ wasn't supposed to storm off. I don't think JJ is supposed to be a ghost or whatever I saw on Scary Street. Dewey replies, "Remember the hive? Well, it turns out they are recruiting after all. My uncle says not only do they want to purify magical bloodlines, but they're against magic being a hidden art. They want to take over and rule the world. Basically." Audra interjects. "Dewey, your uncle is a little paranoid." She shakes her head and explains, "He told me the same story and your mom apologized for her brother's conspiracy theories." Everyone goes quiet. "How do you know his uncle?" Yessie asks. Winnie adds, "And his mom?" Audra glances down at her hands, folded in her lap. "Oh, we met up over break." Dewey Dunkel doesn't hide his smile. "My family wanted to meet her." Winnie shrugs. "Right, because nymphs and dwarves usually get together over Christmas pudding." "Things are changing," Wyatt says. "They sure are," Dewey adds. "The non-magicals are in danger if this splinter group comes into power. Not only that, but they're anti-integration. My uncle said they think humans should serve them." "What about the Coven Constabulary? The Office of Magical Management?" I ask. It's corrupt. They've infiltrated. No one is safe. Dewey nods his head. Dread slithers into my belly. Wes said something along these lines. Audra scoffs. That's according to Uncle Willie. Uncle Willie also lives in the outer reaches of Greenland. She rolls her eyes. He's a bit extreme. There's a fine line between magic used to create and conserve and grim magic, Wyatt says. And a fine line between his uncle and banana pie, Audra says. Dewey plows on. The Hive are recruiting. They want to take over the magical world and the non-magical world. It's all over the Daily Vine. My cousin was the first dwarf reporter for them, Winnie says proudly. We go round and round the table until the bells toll, signaling we return to our dorms. In the crowd of students waiting for a chaperone, I spot JJ. He looks everywhere but at me. I feel small and confused as I jumble up against everyone, rushing to get to the front of the line. With the demons still on the loose and the attack on Pierpoint, a rumpus player last month, we can't be too careful. I press through the throng until I reach the side of the tall boy, whose hand has safely guided me through the night numerous times. But when I try to fit my fingers in his, there's nothing there and I realize he's gone. 44. The next morning, when leaving Penny House for classes, Yassi stops me on the stairs. Hey, you seemed preoccupied yesterday. If you need to talk, I'm here. I shrug. Are you homesick? She asks. Getting back into the groove is tough. Especially since we attend a reform school and had to lie because of the voice vow. My aunt suspected something, I'm sure of it. I quickly guard my thoughts. Yassi is my best magical friend, but she's also a snoop. She accidentally sees people's thoughts. I have a friend who has this problem. I clear my throat as we exit the dorm into the wintry morning. Go on, she says, but then abruptly stops. Wait. Your friend has a problem? I think we have a bigger one right now. Literally. There's a hole in the hedge along the path. Although hole isn't quite the right word to describe the massive trampled space where greenery once formed a tidy barrier. Yassi reaches for one of the broken branches and pulls away a tuft of dark fur. The cinder beast, she whispers as she steps through the opening in the hedge and follows a set of tracks in the snow. They're so big and so deep, I can see the dead grass below as well as the sharp indents left by the beast's claws. Then they disappear. I've officially seen the cinder beast twice now, and that was enough. I call after Yassi, but she continues toward a sandstone building and rushes around the corner. I find her standing behind Gould Hall, staring at the back of the building. The bells ring in the distance. Every morning I'm grateful Darrington isn't my first class, but especially today. I can't afford any more detentions with her. Yassi, I say, tapping her gently. Class? She, on the other hand, does have Darrington first. She eyes the pair of double wooden doors, a wide window, and then her attention slides to a bulkhead, presumably leading to the basement of Gould. She pulls on the rusty metal door, but it doesn't budge. She draws her wand and says something complicated, but nothing happens. Someone magicked this locked, she mutters, finally acknowledging that I'm there. With her eyes closed, she runs her hand along the hinges. She pulls away a hair. Seeing where this is going, I say, it could be anyone with dark hair. Even yours, for instance. She strides up the stairs and thrusts open the door. The building's heating system groans. I groan. Then something from deep within the basement groans. I knew it. She hurries toward the stairs, but they lead to a set of boys' and girls' bathrooms. I chase her through the maze-like building in search of access to the below-ground level. We interrupt an advanced arithmetic class and futurism with Professor Noradine, also my teacher, but during a different period. The professor flashes a stern look. What's worse is the disregard I receive from JJ, seated in the row nearest the door. Sorry, left my schedule at home. Oopsie, I say, hastily rushing back down the hall after Yassi. Let's come back during lunch. We can talk to a custodian or Dewey, he knows his way around. A low, lamenting moan cuts me off. Yassi rushes toward it only to meet a brick wall. It's halfway through the period, and I have an essay to turn in. I'm not typically a nail biter, but my ring finger is under attack. She shakes her head. Very clever. A concealment charm, she says. Aiming at the wall, she chants something that I don't hear over the sound of crumbling brick. As the dust settles, I say, I thought you said it was a concealment charm. Couldn't you have dispelled it? Whoever was behind this hid the door. I'm tired of looking. I figured the easiest way through is, well, through. She steps through the hole in the wall just as she did the hedge. In the corner of the room, the cinderbeast, an enormous, hairy, hulking figure, sits with its head lowered. Yassi pulls a brown sack from her bag and makes rude chewing noises, as though to entice the creature, before sharing the contents with the beast of the east. It's chained to the wall. It moans mournfully but takes the food. Good thing you had some cinderbeast food in your bag, I say, masking my worry with a stupid joke. We skipped class, destroyed school property, and are in the presence of a cinderbeast. All on the first day back at school. Terrific. And terrifying. I can't imagine the consequences. Yassi watches it eat with fond tenderness. I try to silently clear my throat. How do you think it got here? Some awful, wretched, nasty, she goes on to describe, using increasingly impolite words, the kind of person who'd trap a cinderbeast and lock it up. Then she looks at me and says, we have to get the cinderbeast back to the woods. What if one of the professors brought it here for? No, they're bound by oath not to commit such a crime. Not Stork, I'd bet. But if that's the case, let's have them help us. They'll have to report it. Isn't that a good thing? She shakes her head. The cinderbeast will be taken into custody, detained, examined. Used to hunt demons. Don't you think she's been through enough? Yassi moves her wand down her body, as though fitting a dress over her head. Protection spell. Hopefully, it will hold. She reaches toward the chain, buried in the cinderbeast's fur, and does more spellwork. Maija, I'm going to bring the cinderbeast far from here. I'm calling upon the nymphaea. Please, do whatever you have to do to keep this secret. I want you to restore this room. Make it appear as if nothing happened. I want whoever is behind this crime to come back, confused, outsmarted, and red-handed. I nod, forcing back a smirk at her use of the non-magical expression, rare for a nymph. What? I read the mystery novel you got me for Christmas, during the break. It was good. I want the sequel. With that, she and the cinderbeast turn liquescent. It's almost as if I'm looking at them underwater and camouflaged into their surroundings. Yassi's outline fills in as the wooden door, then the radiator, and the cinderbeast does the same. They flow to match what remains of the brick wall, the wooden stairwell, and then they're gone. Thankfully, I'm at the end of a bend in the hallway, but when the bells ring, someone might come down here. The vamps are always sneaking around with their girlfriends. I don't want to be caught red-handed and accused of capturing a cinderbeast, freeing a cinderbeast, or destroying school property. But I don't know how to fix the wall. I bite my nail again, thinking. Aha. However, I do know how to create a butternote, the little fluttering messages teachers send between classrooms. I pull a scrap of paper from my bag, jot down a message, and fashion it into a little origami butterfly. Minutes later, JJ appears in the hall, looking as moody as ever. I rush up to him. I know you're back to hating me as if you'd ever stopped, but I need your help. It'll only take a second. His gray eyes don't meet mine, but he follows me anyway. However, his eyes do widen at the sight of the busted wall. I thought you said it would only take a second. His accented voice is as thrilling as ever. But there's no time to get mad at myself for the way it makes me feel. Can you fix it? I ask. Before he answers, I confess, Yassi found a cinderbeast locked up in here and... He lifts his chin and wand, chants something, and then one by one the bricks fit themselves back together. 9 seconds, I say, trying for a joke. He doesn't smile, laugh, or respond. Not that it's unusual for him to be completely frustrating. But relieved to see the wall intact, I say, thank you. He grunts and strides back down the hall. I call after him. JJ, wait. He whirls, the tails of his jacket slicing the air. I thought I could trust you, Maija. His eyes tell a different story, maybe a sad one if he feels anything like I do. My heart falls into the space between his words and my understanding, leaving me there to wilt and wonder. I didn't mean for all my non-magical friends to be there when I went back to Scary Street. 45. Yassi has been gone for 2 days. I tell Miss Mayweather, our head of dorm. She's ill. I tell the nurse she's too weak to make it to the infirmary. I tell her teachers I'm bringing her medicine and her homework. I tell myself not to worry. I keep my ears open for clues about whom may have been behind imprisoning the cinder beast. I keep my eyes open for Yassi. I'm on edge as if at sea, my stomach rolling, my skin cold, and with tremulousness in my limbs. It's not until the 3rd day when I'm on the upper floor in the library, seated in one of 2 leather chairs by the window, that I see 2 figures emerge from the woods. One is from the north side and wears a black cloak. The other wears winter white against flowing dark hair. I rush to the stairs in hot debate about whether to confront the cloaked figure or seek my friend. When I reach the ground level, a throng of students swallows the person in the cloak. I rush toward Yassi. She's strangely calm for someone who has been gone for several days on a questionable journey with a giant beast. The nymphy helped me. The cinder beast is safe. I'll tell you everything later. I should get to class. I've been covering for you for days. She's rushing up the hill, nearly out of earshot. Then I add, if anyone asks, you had a terrible case of Blorkman's chromitis. She turns and raises her eyebrows, perplexed. I shrug. I made it up. I made a lot of stuff up this week, and I feel somewhat awful. JJ's words about thinking he can trust me don't just ring in my ears, but it's like they've replaced the blood in my veins. At lunch, I make my apologies to our friends. I knew she was up to something, Dewey says. You can't fool the old man. Is Blorkman's whatever a real disease? Winnie asks. I shake my head. So the cinder beast is safe, and so are you, I say to Yassi. Who captured the beast of the East? And why? Were they preparing to set it loose on campus? Dewey asks. If you ask me, I say it was the Golden Hive's secret society. They were going to sick it on us, trying to rid the school of what they call us mixed magicals. It already went after us once, I say. Why? Winnie says. I think she means she doesn't understand the threat of magicals, like us who are mixed or at least not like them, Wyatt says astutely. I nod. The magical energy relative to magicals like witches, vampires, even nymphs is fairly well known among them. Then there are magicals with mixed abilities that aren't as studied. Comparatively, we're unknown. Those at risk of losing their power are afraid of the unknown because of what it could mean for them. We go deeper into this conversation, exploring the benefits of integration, of asking questions and knowing each other better, reminding me of the unknown, ghosts, and JJ. Just then, I spot him across the dining hall, seated at a table with a group of fellow rumpus players and flanked by 2 girls, each fawning over him. One of them is Honey. She flashes a smile in my direction. But he's not smiling. In fact, he's a black and white snapshot of misery. A week sneaks by, during which I find out 3 important things. 1. Pierce Pierpont, the rumpus player attacked by a demon and sent to Cryer's clinic, is okay and wasn't turned into a demon. However, he cannot speak except for the word kitten. They don't expect him to return to school, but will continue to receive round-the-clock care, therapy, and the best magical healing available. 2. Tutoring Bobby Gold in arithmetic is completely unproductive because he's so distracting. The perfect smile, the golden glow, and his continued interest in me have me turned my brain backward and inside out. If waking up to find my grandmother at the end of my bed is the most frightening thing that's happened all month, okay, and discovering a giant, hairy, sharp-toothed beast in the basement of a school building, doing complicated equations with a cute boy is the most frustrating. Well, aside from JJ. But it's like Bobby works a spell over me, which does nothing to help me spy on him. 3. When apple pie isn't available, pecan pie is a delicious substitute. Oh, and 4. JJ Thorne is old. I stuff another bite of pie in my mouth, careful not to get crumbs on Yassie's comforter. I snuck an extra slice from the dining hall. This must be someone else, I say, pointing at a familiar face in an old yearbook that she found. Another JJ Thorne? She asks dubiously. Thorne is a common last name. Junior. Is that what JJ stands for? She asks. I don't know. Her eyes narrow. What happened between you two, anyway? You guys are cold, warm, freezing, lukewarm, hot. We've never been hot. She chuckles. I saw you holding hands. Demons? He escorts me to seminal seminar. Under the whispering willows, she sing-songs. Oh. Caught red-handed. She claps her hands together. Speaking of that, any leads on who locked the Cinderbeast? Don't go changing the subject. You've been preoccupied. You guard your thoughts. You started telling me about a friend with a problem over vacation, and I knew very well you were referring to yourself. I sigh and spill everything that happened over the holiday break, going to Scary Street, seeing JJ as a ghost, going back there with my friends, though that was unintentional. While Yassie listens intently, I have an unusual awareness of everything I'm saying, as though putting pieces of a puzzle together or solving a complicated arithmetic equation, minus the distraction by the captain of the rumpus team. Then Yassie slides the last piece of information into place as she points at the black and white image of the boy wearing a top hat in the yearbook. He was cursed. He's fading. He needs help. The prophecy comes to mind. 2 stars shining light. One dim. One bright. What came before cannot be undone unless the latter frees the sun. I don't know how to help the sun or if JJ is the sun. I don't know how to fix a brick wall, much less reverse a curse. I gaze at his black and white photo, it's somehow more solid than he is in real life. I got it over the break. Just getting around to it now. I was supposed to head up our yearbook committee this year, but I don't suppose a reform school has one of those. My sisters were excited for me, and when they were going through my Aunt Bertie's, they found it. I think of Mummy's ghost. JJ sent her to me. Why? To ignore me much like she did while living? To teach me to knit? To explain how to help JJ? I scratch my head, no closer to answers than before, but say, can I borrow this? When I return to my dorm room, a member of the Coven Constabulary waits for me. 46. A member of the Coven Constabulary escorts me from my dorm. He wears a modern leather moto jacket and has a jagged scar that runs through his eyebrow. He also wears a tunic. His teeth tell me he's a vampire. A very old and powerful vampire. We step outside under a forbidding moon that slices the otherwise dark sky. My pulse pounds in my ears. Is he bringing me to Stork? Worse. I want to ask questions about where we're going and why. He moves smoothly and silently, all 5 senses and probably a few extra, attuned to the winter night, tracking for demons. I hurry alongside him, thinking about poor Pierpont and hoping never to run into a demon again. We arrive at Nightingale Hall. I figured we'd be going to the admin building or the Iron Tower. Instead of asking the obvious questions, I say, what would you do if we encountered a demon? His voice is low and distant, as though reaching me from another time. Eat it. I laugh. He doesn't. My head tilts forward and my eyes widen. Eat it. He doesn't crack a smile. Destroy it. Must be CC humor. A figure approaches. I tense. He doesn't, but the pair merely nods at each other as JJ whisks past. He doesn't acknowledge me. Better get to class, I say, trotting up the stairs after my on-again, off-again, on-again nemesis. In the classroom with the glass ceiling, Chancellor West quickly recaps where we left off on mine walls and windows. Before we move on to the next lesson, any questions? Gregors asks, I have questions. Only about 1,000,000. Before I can prioritize them, I narrow it down to 2. If my witchery has to be protected, why assign me to be a spy? West doesn't hesitate to answer. Because they won't suspect the witch they seek to be right under their noses. That doesn't make me feel comfortable. Anything else before we move on? West asks. I blurt, there's been talk on campus about a secret society. His eyebrows lift and he steeples his fingers. This probably wasn't what he had in mind. Nevertheless, he answers, ah yes. I've heard murmurings. It does seem a contingent of this group might have found its way onto our campus. West's mouth forms a thin but reassuring smile. I tell him about the cloaked figures that I saw in the woods. The problem is the magical world is largely hidden from the non-magical world. We are in the global minority. Some are afraid of magic becoming a dying art, but they're also afraid of change and the unknown, so they'd seek to eradicate the non-full-blood magicals and rule. Do you think that could be happening here? Fear disguised as self-righteousness and superiority is a dangerous thing. West gazes through the glass ceiling. I sneak a look at JJ, whose attention doesn't seem to be in the room. What can we do? Silence spreads frustratingly between us until West says, JJ, you've been unusually quiet. What are your thoughts on the matter? I interject, I saw you in the woods trailing them. JJ continues to look distant, a frayed piece of thread, a faded photograph, a boy who'd rather be anywhere but here. Mysterious, moody, and misunderstood? No, just infuriating. A dry laugh escapes my lips. West lifts his eyebrows as though to ask what's so funny. I shake my head, feeling like I'm spinning loose in the face of JJ's quiet. The night after my last birthday, I was at the beach. In the sky, I saw my name. Another laugh cuts itself loose like a howling wind. Then he shows up. I thumb JJ. Knows my name and says he saw it written in the stars. I bust into a full-on fit of laughter. With each stomach-clenching laugh, something splits inside me, like I'm actually cracking up. West looks on with his characteristic seriousness. JJ is a snapshot of composure, revealing neither irritation nor amusement. Through my laughter, I repeat, I asked him how he knew my name. He said it was written in the stars. I've asked him about a dozen questions since. I shake my head, coming to the end of my roll. Good luck getting an answer out of him. JJ glares at me, his gray eyes on the edge of inflicting wounds. West nods slightly and folds his hands together. Maija, only wish witches get their names in the stars. JJ's jaw tightens and then he mutters, told you. I turn on him. That's the thing, you haven't told me anything, I retort. I'm having a bit of a hard time understanding all this, especially the part about being a witch. At the words witch, JJ twitches. He opens his mouth to say something, but West cuts him off. Maija, you have a gift, but that's not to say you can't give it away, or perhaps, given an unfortunate set of circumstances, have someone take it away. As your teacher, since I learned about your talent, I've struggled with whether to let you discover it on your own or instruct you. Is that why you let me set half the campus on fire with a wooden wand? West chuckles. Not quite half the campus. You see, our magic develops best when we learn how to use it through direct experience. Yes, we need schools. He gestures around us. But there are details that come through us organically. I'd like to know more. Learn more. I keep hearing all about Imogen Hawks and my witchery, and then this prophecy and the secret society. It's like I have a role in it all, but I'm not sure what or even how to help. That's understandable, West says. I cut right to the point. So if I'm an important witch, how do I grant wishes and which ones? JJ gets up and storms off. West says, witchery is a sore subject for some. To his back I call, if you hate me so much you should just wish to never have met me. It's easily the meanest thing ever to fall from my mouth. I instantly regret it. I turn to West and say, what if I try to wish that All Hallows Eve never happened? That was the beginning of all this craziness with the demons, and... No, not the beginning, Maija. This started long before Hallows Eve. I make a tiny gasp of surprise. Ah yes, I'm well aware this group is trying to use demons to put a stop to integration. I'm also aware your friend Yassi freed a cinder beast just recently. Trust me, I have thwarted several plans that are far more insidious. If our friend JJ were here, he'd have more to say on the subject. Yeah, but getting it out of him isn't going to be easy. You've mentioned. It's just that he doesn't like me, I say more to the glass ceiling and stars above than to West because I can't make sense of how I feel. On that matter, I think you're mistaken. JJ Thorne is a complicated young man, but it's my hope that soon will change. And you, Maija, play an important role in that. My eyes flash to West, searching for a hint of amusement, but he's as serious as my dead grandmother. 47. Curiosity cements me to the spot. Chancellor, with all due respect, could you please elaborate? On which subject? West asks slowly. All of the above. If you know there's a sinister plot by the Hive, Stork, or anyone else, why haven't you done anything? He leans in. With all due respect, Maija, I've done many things. The attack on Pierpont was most unfortunate. I say this with great care, but he was out of his dorm at night, late at night. He knew the consequences with demons on the loose. Why was he out? We're inquiring. What about the missing building? The Cinder Beast? There are layers to what is going on. There's the group on campus. Then the larger umbrella group, the source of this mayhem, the Hive. We're uncertain whether an individual or several leads it. To get to the root of the problem, I've found it best to let matters unfold as best we can without causing undue harm. I'm deeply involved and would like to see this resolved as quickly as possible. And my role? You are a wish witch. You've mentioned. Ah, we arrive here. Well, here goes. No sense in keeping it from you any longer. West folds his hands together and draws a deep breath. Imogen Hawks performed a grim magic called an ad infinitum. It's a classification of spellwork that cannot be reversed except by another witch of her kind. However, she performed this magic on all witches of her kind, eradicating them, including her son. Well, almost. She worried that because he was her son, he had a greater chance of being a wish witch as well. However, her worry was misplaced. Because of his magic, he didn't quite meet the same end as the wish witches. Am I correct in thinking Imogen Hawks is JJ's mother? I ask. West nods. And she tried to kill JJ? I ask aghast. That she did. But he's not a wish witch? Quite the opposite. One of our early lessons in Seminole Seminar returns. The opposite of a wish in the magical world is a curse. He can perform curses, I say on an exhale. Isn't that risky? What if he curses someone here or me? My eyes widen. How has he not cursed me when clearly he hates me? West shakes his head. Firstly, he wouldn't. He's from another time and is very skilled in his abilities and talents. You, on the other hand, are the danger. Me? West nods. In the wrong hands, your wish-granting ability is a weapon. Isn't a curse a greater threat? JJ's mind is a fortress. Yours, I trust, is better fortified than it was before, but your mind walls aren't quite as solid as they should be. It's then I feel the threads of energy surrounding us shift. I sense West nearer to my thoughts than he was before, even without eye contact. I put up walls, tucking thoughts behind doors and closing windows of perception. Good, Maija. Continue to work on that. Never leave your mind unguarded. Your wishes are yours to grant. Be sure to choose wisely. Now, I think a young man is downstairs waiting to walk you back to your dorm. If you mean the Coven Constabulary, I hardly think he's young. With that tunic, he's from the Middle Ages, I'm sure of it. West chuckles and says, "Good night, Maija." Keep your eyes on the stars and magic at your fingertips. Wait. I pause by the door. I saw the prophecy. I repeat what I learned. 2 stars shining light. 1 dim. 1 bright. What came before cannot be undone unless the latter frees the sun. Ah yes. 2 stars. West smiles and says nothing more. In the following days, I replay the conversation with West until Spirit Week sweeps me into distraction. The rumpus game on Friday is against Tate, our biggest rival. On Monday, the dining hall serves apple pie, the official school dessert, and doubly delicious. On Tuesday, the dorms compete for most decorated, with red and apples being the theme. Stonebird Windsong, one of the girls' dorms across campus, wins because they used red glitter. This is all to Stork's consternation. But rebel in the face of reform school, we will. On Wednesday, the choir sings during breakfast, the orchestra plays during lunch, and a band made up of a cyclops, a werguy, and centaur play rock music at dinner. They're named One-Eyed Wolf Hoof. They all get sent to detention and demoted to the red class. Rumor has it a vamp is 1 infraction away from being sent to the Iron Tower. Me too. Thursday, we wear hats, and I swear everyone goes for the top hat, girls and guys alike. JJ keeps a low profile. They're all magicked, obviously. Friday, the big day, we wear casual dress instead of our uniforms as long as it's gold to show our support for the team. I wear a pair of goldish cheetah print pants. When Yassie, Winnie, Audra, the other girls from Penny House, and I step outside, a thin layer of snow covers the ground. It continues to fall, making the rest of the world feel like a secret. When we reach the field, the school band plays loudly and the fans are already wild in the stands. I quickly spot number 13 brooding on the sidelines. Everyone gathers around Bobby doing their pre-game warm-up, and then the coach talks to them. Minutes later, a woman wearing a sequined gold dress steps to the middle of the field. If the crowd was crazy before, it's nothing to the thunderous clapping when she waves and beams at the audience. That's Felicity Fox, Yassie says. That's Felicity Fox, Audra repeats. The name fills the stadium like an echo in a canyon. Dewey stares at her googly-eyed. Felicity Fox, he whispers. The most amazing singer ever. She sings the school song impeccably. After the last note rings out, she smiles and says, "Now, let the rumpus begin," but her voice isn't the melodious sound I'd expect. It almost reminds me of when I had the boreworm jinx last month and started barking on the very same field. Everyone seems to have understood what she said, but her voice was deep and frog-like if frogs could talk. Her cheeks turn as red as the flags blowing in the wind. The crowd is silent. Then little whispers and chortles chase her off the field. Dewey whispers, "Gregor's axe." The ref's whistle blows, signaling the start of the game. The first half is a blur of fast passes, fouls, goals, cheering, and popcorn exploding from the stands like confetti. During halftime, the school band plays again, and then the Fae and elves put on a show involving acrobatic feats and lots of shimmery light. I wait expectantly for an explanation about Felicity Fox's voice or foible. Yassie shakes her head. We shall not speak of it. Was it a jinx like what happened to me? I ask. Likely, Audra says. I guess I don't feel so singled out, I say. Someone will pay, Dewey says, as though ready to take vengeance. No one messes with the fox. However, they do end up speaking of it and speculating for the next while. I'm sure it will be all over the Daily Vine, the magical newspaper, tomorrow. But so will our win when it comes down to the final seconds of the game. It's a narrow shave by 3 points, but we pull ahead despite the now thickly falling snow. JJ scores the winning points, making him the MVP. The crowd goes nuts. This time he can't escape the excitement. The team hoists him onto their shoulders. The crowd showers him with popcorn as they parade around the stadium and across campus. By the time I arrive in the dining hall, a group of girls giggle and grope JJ. A bunch of guys wearing top hats clap him on the back when they pass, congratulating him. Others sing the school song in frog voices. I get a slice of apple pie and sit with my friends who excitedly replay the win, claiming it never would have happened with Pierpont. They compare JJ to some of the rumpus greats whose names I'm starting to recognize. The room is warm and filled with the kind of mirth that comes from being on the winning side. The snow continues to fall past the dining hall's round windows. I sneak a peek at JJ's reflection. He doesn't smile or frown, he's as impassive as ever. The subtle wrinkle of his brows tells me the attention makes him uncomfortable. I want to spirit him away to someplace quiet, maybe where we can watch the snow dance in the sky. A warm figure drops onto the bench beside me. Bobby Gold smothers me with his smolder. "Hey, what are you doing over here all by yourself?" I waggle my empty plate and then point at the snow. "It's beautiful." "Did you see the game?" "I saw the win," I say with a smile. I can't resist smiling at Bobby Gold. But it feels forced, not quite my own. "It was tight, but as usual we came out on top," he says with confidence. "You can thank the captain." He goes on to narrate his plays. Then, as if noticing that I can hardly tear myself from the mesmerizing scene outside, he says, "Do you want to take a walk?" It's dark. He snaps his fingers. "Oh right. I'm always forgetting. Stupid rule." He glances at the group gathered around JJ. "I wonder if they'll cancel the sweetheart dance. Lots of couples can't resist sneaking away. I suppose that would be dangerous." Audra appears with a rosy-cheeked Winnie at her side. "They can't cancel the sweetheart dance," she squeaks. "I sure hope not," Bobby says, letting his eyes linger on me. Then he winks. "Better go say hi to the guys." "See you later, Maija." The girls and I coo and cluck over Bobby and what that look might have meant. "What look?" Yassie asks, taking Bobby's spot beside me. Audra goes on to describe the smolder, the wink, the look, all the Bobby Gold moves. They agree that he's sure to ask me to the sweetheart dance next month, leaving me feeling rather rosy myself. Stork suddenly storms in, rounds up the nearest 10 students. Some cower and others glower. "Rule breakers. The lot. Let this be an example. All of you are going to the Iron Tower." She glares at me and then shoves them roughly out the door, and that's the last we see of them. Nervousness winds down my spine like a snake or dragon about to strike. 48. I wake up with a honking sneeze. Then another. I worry I've been jinxed again, but my nose starts running and my head spins when I stand up. Bells ring in the distance. I overslept. I quickly get dressed, skip the dining hall, and rush to my first class. I have an exam with Popperwell. Although he's quirky and doddering, he takes test administering seriously. I catch up with Dewey in Hawthorne Hall. "Any idea what he'll have us up to today?" he asks. I shake my head slowly because it throbs. Last exam we had to bring magic alive on the spot, role-playing and acting out the answers. Wasn't expecting that. I sneeze. "Remember the time he had us pair off into groups and go around campus finding the answers?" "That was kind of fun," I say in a nasal voice. "Are you sick?" he asks. Trying not to be on an exam day. Naturally, we have to go out in the cold, hike through the orchard, and perform a series of bidding and dispelling patterns involving hidden magical objects, including in the cemetery, for the entire period. By the time the class is over, I shiver, and it's not only because of the memory of being attacked by demon wraiths in this very spot last October. As we trudge back to the main campus, I consider going to the infirmary, but a nap would probably do the trick. Plus, I can't miss Darrington's class after lunch. I drag myself back to Hawthorne to get my bag and books for the next period. When I pass the statue of Imogen Hawks, I recall the map I found in her diary when I was in the infirmary. I think about JJ and what Wes told me. Knowing about the prophecy now, I should take a closer look at the diary. I'm deep in thought when I reach the statue of Professor Aerosmith, my original seminal seminar teacher. She's not simply a work of art, but underneath the stone, petrifaction from a Gorgon spell. I stand there as if she has answers. 2 stars shining light. One dim. One bright. What came before cannot be undone unless the latter frees the sun. I'm meant to free JJ, but how? How do I use my wish witchery? Is it as simple as waving my wand and chanting "Be free"? If I really truly were a wish witch, couldn't I do great things like get my homework done with a flick of my wand? Or get rid of this cold? What about sending the cinder beast to safety or dispelling the demons? If I were a wish witch, couldn't I just make everything right with magic? A rock hits the tile floor with a little ping, as though punctuating my questions. I turn to the statue of Professor Aerosmith and gaze into her empty stone eyes. If I'm a wish witch, I wish for you to be released from your stone bonds. I lift my chin and nothing happens. I exhale, and when I breathe again, I feel the threads of magical energy winding and swimming invisibly around me. I energetically connect with one thread and then another, drawing the energy closer before having the sense that I should wrap it around the statue. I weave the threads together, like covering the stone with a magical quilt. To my surprise, a crack runs down the center. As the stone continues to split, a figure dressed in orange, red, and gold pushes through like a chick out of an egg. My mouth hangs open. Aerosmith's hair is a storm of frizz, but I don't think that's due to her being encased in stone for months. She coughs a few times and looks around as though coming out of a daze. In a gravelly voice she says, "Dear, you don't look quite well." Her weak hand rises toward my forehead and then falls away. "You should go to the nurse." "Maybe we both should." She lifts her skirt slightly when trying to step out from the stone, and she stumbles. I catch her elbow and help her forward. "Please, Professor, sit down." "Trapped. Free. Trading. Magicals," she mutters. She tilts to the left, then right, as though getting off a ship. She grips my arm, then stiffens, and her eyes go fuzzy. "Professor Aerosmith, are you okay?" I ask, and then sneeze from the stone dust or my cold, I'm not sure. She leans close, nearly resting her chin on my shoulder, and says, "I told them. I warned them. Snatching is a dangerous business. They came and went. She survived and they will not stop." "Who? What?" I asked, confused. She seemed relatively fine, despite her circumstances only a moment ago, but now she's muttering and staggering. "Screven, Veda, Valerius," she exclaims. "They're growing, amassing, consuming, destroying." I sneeze again, and Professor Aerosmith collapses. The bells toll as I rush to the nearest classroom for help. In moments, several teachers gather around Aerosmith as the hall floods with students during the passing period. Professor Frickman dismisses the crowd before presumably bringing Aerosmith to the infirmary. I'm in shock. I still have classes left, but now I could really use a nap. Mostly, though, I want answers. 49. Darrington sweeps past me as I walk in the opposite direction of my next class. I pause on the sidewalk, pull my hat lower over my ears, and sigh. I have to shake off what happened with Aerosmith, this cold I'm coming down with, and carry on. The fresh air helps, and I make myself a deal. I'll go to the dining hall and get some tea. I need something soothing for my throat. The stop will make me tardy for spell work, but that's better than absent, especially because I'll have notes to make up. They're hardest to take for a class that's largely abstract, and I'll finish the day with Darrington, with the promise of that much-needed nap afterward as a reward. I square my shoulders and take a roundabout way toward the dining hall, passing Claremont Chapel, a fieldstone building on top of a small hill. I've never been inside, but candles glow invitingly in the stained glass window. Since I'll already be late for my next class, popping my head in for a minute won't hurt. When I push open the thick wooden door, the scent of fir, candles, and honeyed resin greet my nose. Wooden pews, like the kind in a church, line the candlelit space. I step inside and feel suddenly lighter, almost like I could float. I hope I don't have a fever. I grip the back of the pew, and then lower to sitting. My mind feels clear, yet almost disconnected from something vital. Perhaps I should have gone to the infirmary. My eyes flutter shut, and I enter peaceful, dreamless sleep. When I wake up, the slant of the winter sun through the stained glass window suggests I missed Darrington's class after all. I draw a deep breath and feel slightly refreshed, but now my nose is stuffed up. Maybe it's from the air in the chapel, close, waxy, and warm. As I shuffle toward the door, one of the candles flickers and then goes out. I have the sense I should relight it, so I draw my wand and use the one chant I'm expert at: fire. It doesn't work. In fact, instead of feeling the pulsation of magical energy in my wand, it merely feels like a piece of stone in my hands. My confidence plummets, but perhaps being sick affects my talents. Popperwell has never mentioned anything like that, but I could have caught a magic on hold cold. Stranger things have happened. I pad to the front of the chapel, where I find a box of matches. When the candle comes back to life, it illuminates a note propped up against the brass candle holder. I unfold it and read, "You'll find your strength in your vulnerabilities. Don't be afraid to shine." The signature is the same as the others. I glance around the small space, but I'm alone. This one is less affectionate than the others were. Strength in my vulnerabilities? Don't be afraid to shine? The candle flame grows for a moment and then goes out again. I exit the chapel. Someone wearing a top hat rounds the side of a hedge on the path a measure away. My heart revs and then stalls. Given our school uniforms and the fact that loads of boys are now sporting the prominent accessory, it could have been anyone. The rest of the day is one long string of fails, including me feeling better. I feel worse. So much so, I wish I could go home for the weekend. I wonder what would happen if I said this aloud. I wish I could go home, I whisper. Nothing happens. My head feels like a balloon stuffed with snot. Gross, I know. My body aches as though I've been stuck in stone for months. I'm hungry but have no appetite except for one of my mom's chocolate chip cookies. My throat is swollen with what feels like shards of glass, and my mind swims between images of Aerosmith emerging from her stone prison, JJ's gray gimlet eyes, and the note I found in the chapel. Then it all combines and morphs and doesn't make any sense, not that any of it does in real life either. I'm in bed for a full day. I eat 2 bites of a cookie thanks to Miss Mayweather's secret stash. If you know me at all, only taking 2 bites of anything means something is dreadfully wrong. The 3 thoughts linger and loiter in my head. I dream of eating a grilled cheese sandwich and tomato soup, watching movies, and snuggling with Filbert. It's kind of heaven. The dream shifts to Gurgloaf riddled with maggots, the vision I had of students fleeing the campus during the Hallows' Eve party, and instead of the cat, I cuddle with the cinder beast. It bites me, leaving me in a pain that doesn't so much come from the gashes, but as if it took something vital from me. Then I wake up, sweaty but clear-headed, minus the stuffy nose. The fever must be gone. I don't think about all my homework. I don't think about how I couldn't make a simple fire spell in the chapel. I don't think about life outside the 4 walls of my dorm room. I'm starting to feel better when a familiar voice carries from the hall. Yassie fills the doorway, her shining hair like she feels great. Nurse Yassie is here to cure what ails you. I have good news and bad news. Which do you want first? No joke, every time I hear the word which I think which. Or maybe I still have a fever. Good? I ask. I've never been overly enthusiastic about this question. Is there a right answer? Inevitably, I will have to hear the bad news, and nobody likes bad news. The good news it is, I think Wyatt is going to ask me to the sweetheart dance. I raise my eyebrows, which is about all I can muster. She bounces on her toes. Which makes me wonder who's going to ask you. She waggles her eyebrows. We talk about boys for a few minutes. For once, I don't gripe about JJ, because I don't even want to think about him. But I quickly tire and rest on my pillows. Yassie eyes the window. The bad news, she asks. Let me have it. Quince has also been asking about you. My stomach flip-flops, but I know it's not because of the virus. You little heartbreaker. But you have nothing to worry about. Yassie lights up with a flash of inspiration. I'm going to set him up with someone. I appreciate that she's going along as if everything is fine, like we're at regular magic school. However, I have a feeling the world is about to implode. With her sight talent, she should know this. But I can't tell her I'm not concerned about having broken his heart. Rather, having broken magical law if I follow through with what Stork asked of me. If I don't, I'm toast. What do I do? 50. Wearing a clean uniform, my hair freshly done, and confidence in my step, I return to classes feeling much better than I did before the weekend. I also have a stash of cookies from Miss Mayweather, who took pity on me, that I look forward to digging into, while I spend what's likely to be the rest of the month catching up on homework and studying after missing classes. I wait in the lunch line and chat with Reese about the sweetheart dance. She's hoping Parker, who's in our futurism class, asks her. I think about the note I found in the chapel, and the look Bobby gave me after the rumpus game. A boy in a top hat juggles apples, but it isn't JJ. I spot someone in a top hat sneaking to the front of the line, but it isn't JJ. Top hats dot the dining hall, but none of them belong to Imogen Hawk's son. With the dance less than a month away, the girls at my table talk about what they want to wear. I learn that a formal floor-length dress is typical. If they hold it, I don't have anything that I could wear. A deep voice interrupts me mid-sentence. Is this seat taken? Bobby Gold lowers himself beside me without waiting for an answer. What are we talking about? He looks to me. The sweetheart dance, Winnie blurts, her cheeks blistering. She's been spending time with a guy named Louis Porter, but no one can resist Bobby, well, except the nymphs it seems. Bobby says, as though the dance is delicious. His golden tiger eyes linger on me before he takes a lazy sip from his drink and slings his arm across the back of my chair. I think we're all drooling, and it's not from the scent of the pecan pie baking in the kitchen. After us girls get over our moment of being slightly starstruck, it is Bobby Gold, after all. The conversation shifts to last year's sweetheart dance. I'm not feverish, so I know I'm not imagining it, but Bobby inches closer and closer to me. I feel his warmth radiating. Just before the bells ring, signaling lunch period is over, I find his arm hanging loosely over my shoulder. I stare at my lunch tray, not sure what to do. I can't be late for class, not after missing all afternoon on Friday. I turn my head in Bobby's direction. He licks his lips, smiles, and says, "See you at dinner." I stay there for a full minute before thawing. For someone who glows so bright, he sure knows how to freeze a girl in her tracks. Then, as if we were all entranced, the other girls at my table say, "Bobby Gold," around a swoony sigh. When I finally stand up, JJ stalks past and his shoulder brushes against me, jostling neither his top hat nor his scowl. But it riles me up, that's for sure. When I turn to ask what his problem is, he's gone. Throughout the day, each of my teachers piles on loads more homework. When I get to Gould for futurism, there's a note on the door. I cross my fingers, hoping it's to cancel the class. Someone calls, "We're meeting in the library." This can only mean one thing. Research. Everyone grumbles as we file out of the building and down the path to the library. There, Professor Collini meets us in good spirits, exclaiming this is the most fun we'll have all year. A few rounds of dissent follow. Collini goes on to describe a creative biography, where we research someone famous from history and rewrite their story during the present time, with current laws and cultural practices in place. I call Hawks, Dewey says, rushing over to me. I did a project on her for another class, so I can cut my research time in half using the notes I already have. He bounces on his toes, pleased with his resourcefulness. A list of historical figures goes around. Many of them have already been selected by other students ahead of me, so I scroll until I reach the bottom. Bingo. Ivanka Stormanoff. The detective who famously tried to take down Imogen Hawks. I elbow Dewey and say, "It's on." I spend the rest of the period deep in a stack of books, taking notes. Dewey and I play to the legendary rivalry, roasting our respective subjects in hushed tones. Then Dewey says, "Hey, check this out." He holds a magazine called The Modern Magician, open to an article titled Famous Family Trees. I see that Felicity Fox is related to a prominent magical politician. Also, the relationship between several actresses, rumpus players, and other magical celebrities. Then my gaze lands on a pair of tiger eyes. I read the caption. That's Bobby Gold's mom. They share that golden glow and distinct eyes. Dewey adds Ulasha Stormanoff, meaning she's related to Ivanka. We remain in the library after the bells ring, signaling the end of class, fervently researching and competing over our findings, also laughing because Dewey's a goofball, until dinner time. Yassi trails in after the rest of us, opening her mouth to say something, but either decides not to say it or someone interrupts her. I can't quite tell. I try to invite her to speak, but am interrupted. The first time, Quince starts droning on about lava stone composition. The second time, Wyatt distracts her with his mere presence and offers to get her some tea. And the third time, the kitchen staff announces the pecan pie is ready. Yassi, were you going to tell us something? I ask, unable to contain my interest. Finally, around a mouthful, she says, do you want the good news or bad news? Is this your new way to start a conversation? I ask around a laugh. There's a lot of both lately. The good news, they caught several demons. The bad news, apparently there were more than they originally thought. At least one demon is still on the loose. Maybe more. The news, both good and bad, settles over us, and then everyone asks questions at once. Where did you hear this? Who caught them? Where? What happened? She starts to answer when a woman wearing a thick leather coat over a fitted brown uniform looms over the table, meets my eyes, and says, Maija Wessels, come with me. The last time this happened, I went to Seminole Seminar, but by her grave expression, I have a feeling this is bad news. February 51. When someone uses your full name and says, come with me, it usually isn't a good thing like a trip to Disney or being nominated VIW, very important witch, or access to unlimited pie coming out of the oven in the dining hall kitchen. The woman wearing the fitted brown uniform under a thick leather jacket, obviously Coven Constabulary, the magical police, leads me across campus to the administration building. Bad news for sure. I wait for what feels like an eternity. Well, any amount of time seems like an eternity when I could have been eating a slice of pecan pie. Then Ms. Stork marches in. In cartoons, when people have smoke coming out of their ears, it's a funny thing. When the head of admin, a dragon shifter, does it, I feel like I might get cooked. Is this about her request to assassinate a ghost? The deadline is getting closer, Maija. Don't forget what you agreed to do. She hitches the worst kind of smile, then brings me to an empty room with bright lights shining overhead. Am I going to be interrogated? I didn't do anything wrong. Maybe it was the accidental use of magic when I fell down the bleacher stands at the rumpus game? I have a feeling whoever used the boarwork jinx on me was behind it. With a stern look at me, Ms. Stork marches away. I listen to the heating system gurgling in the walls. And my breathing. And stare at the ceiling. And twiddle my thumbs. Bored yet? Yeah, me too. I still and wait and wait. I start to fidget, curl a piece of hair around my finger, pick at my nails, anything not to completely obsess about why I was ushered out of the dining hall, away from the pie and brought here. Finally, after waiting forever, seriously, the kitchen staff had just brought out the pecan pie. People. Priorities, the door opens. I brace myself for an interrogation like in the movies, but it's only Chancellor West, the head of school. When I say only, I mean that most respectfully, because I've gathered he's one of the most powerful wizards alive. He's my Seminole Seminar professor, or was, considering Professor Aerosmith hatched like a baby chick from the Medusa-like stone statue that she'd been trapped inside since the beginning of the school year. I've spent enough time with West that the intimidation factor has dialed down a notch. Just a notch. His silver robes and silver-streaked hair billow behind him as he crosses the room in a few strides. He sits down opposite me and produces a slice of pecan pie. Then another plus 2 forks and napkins. I prickle, unsure of his angle. Conversations are always best had over pie, don't you think? He asks, taking a bite. And in private. A ripple moves through the air as though he muted anyone from hearing what we might say. I take a bite of pie. As the rich cinnamon pecan goodness gives way on my tongue, my edges soften. It was well worth the wait. He looks around. Ah, I see the problem. He snaps his fingers and the room transforms with decor that would fit right in at Penny House, my dorm. A few overstuffed chairs materialize in the corner. The light is low. Framed cross-stitch notions cover the walls. There's a round, woven rug underfoot, and a wooden table wedges itself between us. I set my plate on top and take another bite of pie. Almost as good as birthday cake. Though I do prefer the apple pie. Wes sets down his fork. We have a matter to discuss, Maija. At the birthday cake reminder, I panic. Around a mouthful, I ask, I never mentioned this, but is this about the wish I made on my birthday cake candles? He shakes his head. Those are not the same as wishes. Relief sweeps through me but leaves just as quickly. What about performing magic? Are you saying someone saw you perform magic? I'm not sure. My curtain was open. I lift my shoulder to shrug but don't lower it as I wince. It depends on the intention. No ill intent. I was in my bedroom at home practicing some spell work. You see, my dead grandmother showed up and... an accidental infraction. We have more important matters on our hands, so we'll just see how that pans out, shall we? He says, folding his arms across his chest. Or when I skipped class last week. I was sick. I swear. Unfortunately, that happens to the best of us, West says patiently. Also, I fell asleep in Claremont Chapel. It's as nice a place as any for a nap. It wasn't me who jinxed Felicity Fox, I blurt. I know. West settles into an exhaled breath. Also, I don't know anything more than I told you about the Marauders. Thank you for your confessions, Maija. My apologies for your detainment. He leans in. I assure you this is a formality and insisted I question you rather than stork. He winks. Unfortunately, as a witness to Aerosmith's return, the Coven insisted we get your story. I thought it best we speak first, and if they have further questions, they can follow up. Oh. I loosen my white-knuckled grip on the fork. Tell me about Aerosmith. Exactly what happened? I was walking past the statue and she hatched. Well, I kind of wished she could explain things to me, I say nervously. Relax, Maija. There was no evidence you wished her back into being. Sadly, you cannot claim responsibility. Anything else? She said something about vanilla, Veda. I don't remember exactly. Then she was saying things like growing, consuming, and destroying. I think. I'm sorry. It happened fast and I was sick, flu or something, and kind of in shock to tell you the truth. It's not every day you see a teacher emerge from a stone shell or be under a Gorgon spell to begin with. Ah yes, petrifaction. Complicated magic. Few witches and wizards are capable of performing it. The Gorgons, of course. Oh, he tilts his head and his eyebrows lift as though he's just realized something. Ah. Funny thing, family trees and the magic that comes through them. I recall the article one read in the magazine when I was studying with Dewey. Ivanka Stormanoff, the renowned detective who tried and failed to bring Imogen Hawks to justice, is related to none other than Bobby Gold. Maybe he has some old letters or stories about her I could use in my report. This thread of thought leads me to Imogen's diary, which I possess, thanks to JJ. I deliberate about whether to share it with Dewey. I'm not sure if it's an official record, and since we're kind of competing with this assignment. Good pie, West says, as though realizing my thoughts are racing a minute away from the current conversation. Did he read them? Great pie, I emphasize, taking another bite. I'm glad you agree. There have been many changes here this year. They can take away many things, but not the pie. You were saying about Gorgons? He moves on with a dismissive wave of his hand. Since you're here, there's another matter related to what we spoke about at your last seminal seminar class. The Marauders. The secret society. Not exactly. They're secret, sure, but they're more like a student group trying to make inroads with a secret society. The Hive? I ask. Exactly. You heard several of the demons were apprehended. West waves his fork. Not all of them. It seems the Hive has moved into the snatching business. I shiver. Does that mean they're employing the demons? In a matter of words, yes. Is that as bad as it sounds? Quite. As you know, when someone dies, they take a ghostly form before traveling on. I chase back another shiver. Ghosts aren't my slice of pie or cup of tea, as it were. Last autumn, during the ritual to ferry them to the beyond, the circle was broken and they transformed into demon wraiths hungry for magical essence. That wasn't an accident. It was a test. I was under the impression the Hive rejected the student group who called themselves the Marauders. In reality, they've been toying with their admission into the secret society by giving them various tasks to test their allegiance and how far they'll go to further their cause, as well as do their dirty work. I shift uncomfortably. Is this public knowledge? West gives a subtle shake of his head. Then stop them. It's not that simple. I believe the Hive is attempting to raise an army. My head jerks back. A demon army? Or a student army? Why would they? What for? To gain power, primarily, and eradicate our world of mixed magicals. He folds his hands together. Why are you telling me this? Because the prophecy in which you're involved points directly to the source of their largest opportunity to grow their numbers, thereby gaining unstable ghosts to create demons. His voice is low, grave. My understanding falls into place with a thud in my stomach. The Hive wants to use my wish to kill mixed magicals and non-magicals to obtain their ghosts and turn them into demons? Wes lifts and lowers his head in a single swift nod. 52. The chills I get after hearing Chancellor West's theory don't leave me. Not even when I take my last bite of pecan pie. Ghosts are bad enough, but murder? An army of demons? Then a feverish thought rushes through me and I blurt, but if the Hive kills all of what they call mixed magicals, why do they need an army? To eradicate the world of non-magicals using an army made up of mixed magical demons. If you know who the Marauders are, why not stop them and prevent the Hive from raising the army? He pushes his plate away and politely wipes his mouth. This brings me to my point. I know who the students associating with the Golden Hive are. However, I don't know who they answer to. The Marauders must. Yes and no. They have a contact within the society, but no one knows the identities of the leader, or leaders plural as it may be. I thought perhaps it was one of our very own, Stork. She is what they call a true magical. In my opinion, we're all true magicals, but they prefer to divide us up by purity of blood. I swallow thickly. I'm guessing I am not a true magical. West raises a finger. You are. We all are. However, your magic is rare. There aren't many wish witches left in the world. Some of my friends say I remind them of Imogen Hawks. You certainly don't look like her. Magic leaves traces. It has a unique signature, much like how you can tell one artist's work from another. In the case of wish witches, it's distinct. In the eyes mostly, but few know what they're noticing, so they may resort to saying you remind them of her, or look like her. Best to keep it that way. I ask about Margaret, the official from the OMM who helped me get away from Stork. Yes, she's with us. Turns out she didn't recognize the djinn that was transporting you by broom until it had blocked her with a spell. By then it was too late to get help. It seems like my wish witchery has become somewhat common knowledge when it seems like it's a hidden thing. It's not like I have a tattoo with the words wish witch across my forehead. Wes tilts his head as though taking a moment to process my joke. His eyes crinkle. No, I suppose not. As you know, magic can leave traces, but I think someone leaked the information or is more perceptive than I thought. He pauses as if trying to figure out who. Then it dawns on me. When the members of the OMM came to my house, my mother mentioned that I might be a wish witch. She probably thought it was safe to say in front of Dina and Margaret. Only it turns out Dina was actually a djinn. He taps the air with his finger. Very astute. Yes, I imagine that is exactly how it was discovered. Jinn aren't known for discretion. If you're curious, the real Dina was discovered in Holland. Of course, we have JJ to thank for that. West folds his arms in front of his chest. Why does everyone end up there? West chuckles. Back to the hive. We know very little about them except that we recently confirmed they go by the names Screven, Veda, and Valerius. Thanks to Professor Aerosmith, I say, recalling those were the names she said after she emerged from the stone. I thought she was muttering nonsense. He nods. She's recovering now, and we're hoping to speak in greater depth with her soon. Although she was trapped in stone, Aerosmith can leave this reality and enter the astral plane, precisely why she was targeted, and why an attempt was made to prevent her from instructing you in seminal seminar. Fortunately, I'm a proficient teacher and recognized something was amiss. That's I've been so adamant about you, blocking your thoughts and memories. Wait, you lost me. Astral. We are embodied beings, he gestures to himself and pats his arm, but some of us are also of the stars. We can communicate and travel within energy, the intangible and between the realms, among the living and dead, immortal and other less defined states of being. My mind swims with all of this information. What did they want with the professor? I'm still putting that together, but she must have had a powerful encounter, especially to confirm those three names. I have theories, and I'm tracking the marauders closely to find out as much as I can before taking action. I sit in silence, trying to sum up everything he said, but my mind is sluggish from the long day catching up after being sick, the fright when I encountered Aerosmith, and trying to put together the pieces of a sinister puzzle. It's getting on, and I expect you have homework, West says. And keep up with your studies. He winks, and I take this to mean spying on Bobby. Will the Coven want to talk to me? I ask. They get a little carried away with procedures and protocols sometimes. Our conversation will suffice. It's well past dorm curfew when I return to Penny House. My head crashes on my pillow and I dream of clouds and stars and floating free. For the next week, I put my nose down and focus on not flunking my classes or landing in the Iron Tower. After my most recent visit to the administration building, I see Stork everywhere as if she really is watching me. I leave the questions and speculation about everything else till late at night when I lay in bed, unable to sleep. I replay the conversations with West, what I witnessed, and different moments with JJ. They whirl in my mind, forming a confusing knot I can't untangle. However, during the daylight hours that follow, I'm more concerned with not finishing or reading the Realms report for Darrington. She's been on a tear lately, keeping half the class for detention at times. So far, I've evaded her wrath, but Dewey says that it's only a matter of time. He has a theory that she's involved in a conspiracy, not the marauder or demon one, though it has occurred to me, but in smuggling rare artifacts and tokens used for dark magic. She certainly seems the type with her stony, smileless face and a keen interest in the arcane, so I wouldn't put it past her, but I don't want to be involved in any more plots and trouble. Speaking of which, I spot JJ across the dining hall. A changeling with whiskers and a tail leans in close to him while he doesn't eat his dinner. He rakes a pale hand through his dark hair. His gray eyes don't focus on anything in particular. I ignore the yearning within that wishes they'd land on me. Then again, it seems each night a different girl or group of girls joins him, Yassi says, startling me out of my skin. I turn from the scene and back to my slop that I tell myself almost looks like mashed potatoes, except for the gray bits. Do you think he secretly loves the attention and just puts on the moody, bored look because girls like playing the game? She asks, using air quotes around the last couple of words. I wouldn't know. You wouldn't? She asks with a lifted eyebrow. JJ and I are back to hating each other. She starts to delve deeper, but Dewey and Wyatt appear. The conversation detours to Rumpus, reminding me of JJ again. I gaze across the room to the boy with the top hat, a faded photograph. He's no longer alone like he was much of the first semester, but looks just as miserable and moody as ever, despite the newfound attention. Playing with your food, a coppery voice asks. I look from the mound of food in front of me forming a star shape, and to the golden boy by my side. Bobby's at our table again, which is becoming more common. After the big Rumpus win, he seems to be dropping by more often. Aside from being gorgeous, I've noticed Bobby has two temperature settings. Warm, when he's the center of attention, all eyes are on him, he's leading the conversation and gracing us with his presence. And hot. This is when he sits next to me and gets closer until the edges of our thighs or arms are touching. He leans as if he's going to share a secret. His smolder intensifies, and his focus is entirely on me at the moment. I let the heat radiate through me as the bells ring, signaling it's time to return to our dorms. Bobby grips my hand as we cross campus with the chaperones, the heat of his palm presses against mine. When the lights of Penny House come into view, he squeezes tighter. I've never had a real boyfriend, and someone like Bobby is irresistible. I don't think any girl at Riptovic would pass him up. A strange thought floats in and out of my mind. Maybe they couldn't resist him. I certainly can't. It almost seems like an unnatural pull, like invisible glue. The strange thoughts dissolve when he smiles at me. He's just charming and magnetic and perfect. And close. He's so close, he whispers in my ear, it's too bad we can't meet up after hours. With a glance at the chaperones, he says, things being as they are, why don't you come to the library Friday evening? Don't worry. No work, just leave room for dessert. He shrugs and smirks and leaves the rest to my imagination. What feels like a hot wind tints my cheeks as I rush inside the dorm. I have to tell Yassi, Winnie, anyone. Miss Mayweather, head of the dorm, intercepts me, and my stomach plummets at the sight of a note in her hand. I worry I'm being summoned back to the administration building for questioning, or by the coven for breaking magical law, during the little spellwork incident in the Rumpus stands. He did mention the coven is particular about their protocols. This was left for you, Maija, Miss Mayweather says, and drops the note in my hand. A chill chases away the heat of Bobby's hand in mine. I blink a few times as though coming out of a daze. 53. The handwriting is familiar. Relief floods me, further dousing the fire of excitement from when Bobby asked me to meet him Friday, and the chill that followed. I read this note. I will never give up on you. As long as we're under the same sky, swimming in this sea of stars, you're my point of stillness in the chaos. Someone plucks it from my hand. What do we have here? Yassi's familiar voice says from behind me. She scans the creamy paper. Another love note. My question is, will he ask you to the sweetheart dance? I follow her laughter to the common room, trying to get the note back as she passes it from hand to hand and keeping it out of my reach. I say, don't get me wrong, notes from secret admirers are sweet, but Bobby had the courage to ask me outright. This distracts her, and I grab the note as she whirls around. Bobby asked you to the sweetheart dance, she says too loudly. I hedge. No, not exactly. He asked me to meet him Friday night. Given the circumstances on campus, it has to be in the library, but it's kind of like a... Even louder than before, she says, a date? A date with Bobby Gold. She grips my hands and jumps up and down. The most important thing is, what are you going to wear? She steers me from the common room where some of my friends gather and toward the stairs, but not before I spot Honey, whose mouth curls into a snarl. Yassi takes notice and says, we don't have time for that. Come on, getting ready will be the best part. But it's not tonight. We need to prepare you, she says. Audra, Winnie, and even Reese join up and cluck with excitement. After pulling out the contents of 3 closets, I'm closest in size to Yassi and Audra, we settle on 3 outfit options. Number 1, depending on the weather, a chunky sweater with leggings or a denim skirt. Number 2, depending on my mood, a pair of skinny jeans and a slouchy t-shirt or button-down blouse. Number 3, depends on whether the remaining demon is captured and the curfew is lifted, in which case the girls invent a scenario where Bobby takes me on a moonlit picnic. In this situation, I'd wear a little red dress, Yassie's outfit from the sweetheart dance last year. While she experiments with my hair, the note goes around the circle of my friends, each one speculating about the sender. I'm ruling out Bobby. He's direct, Audra says. I agree. It could be anyone. Quince always tries to sit next to you at breakfast, Winnie points out. If Quince wrote the note, it would be a complicated formula involving wickets and progarithms, Reese says with a laugh. He wouldn't stop going on about progarithms yesterday, Audra says, falling back onto Yassie's bed as though she's faint. Winnie's right. It could be anyone, I say. Anyone? Yassie asks. You sure you don't mean someone? Well, yes, someone. Anyone. Same thing, I reply. Anyone is general. Someone is specific, Yassie says pointedly. Either I'm tired, she has my hair in too tight a braid, or I'm missing something. Do you know who it might be? Audra asks, brightening. Yassie shrugs. I have an idea. Well, we all say it once. I may not be able to read everyone's mind, but body language speaks volumes. We all lean in, waiting. Then she shrugs. Let's see if he asks you to the sweetheart dance. If I'm right, you'll do my conservation homework for a week. And if you're wrong, I get your pie and you do my conservation homework. Yassie considers this and then says, pie for pie. Homework for homework. Deal. She writes the name on indelible paper, magics it into a butternote, and sends it fluttering to her topmost shelf. Friday can't come fast enough. I get through as much homework as I can, focusing in class, taking notes, and studying every night. I watch Bobby and JJ dominate on the rumpus field. The latter is better, much better, but Bobby is the captain and gets the most field time. I do everything I can to distract myself, but by my final period at the end of the week, the stubborn bells refuse to ring. Professor Noureddin drones on about the impact of technology on magical energy. I wish I had my phone. I wish Bobby and I could go somewhere cooler than the library. I wish. I clap my hand over my mouth even though I haven't spoken aloud. My pen goes flying, hitting a bowl of something green and gooey with a clang. Miss Wessel's no spellcasting in class. I wasn't spellcasting, I stopped myself and retrieved my pen, feeling red-faced and foolish. I still don't know exactly how wish-witchery works. I assure myself I've thought loads of wishes, things I wanted for Christmas, a pony when I was 9 and that didn't happen, to know the answers to the last alchemy exam, I got 5 wrong. And that everyone on campus would just get along. Apparently the fights in the boys' dorms between different magical beings have gotten so out of hand several more vamps were sent to the Iron Tower. When the bells finally toll, I rush from the building and back to my dorm, eager to get out of my uniform. I like plaid, just not every day, and into the red dress. But no, when night settles in, the curfew is still on. The girls meet me in my room for clothes, hair, and makeup. Each one advising Yassie, our resident makeover queen. A smoky eye, Audra says. At least if she's wearing the blouse. It says serious yet mysterious, alluring. She waggles her eyebrows. Yassie waves her wand, painting my face as instructed. I wrinkle my nose and put on the chunky sweater instead. Winnie says, go natural but with a dark lip. Again, Yassie works her magic, literally, and stains my lips red. I shrug and eye my uniform. It does make getting dressed every day easier. No way, they all say at once. In the end, I wear skinny jeans and a chunky sweater with a dusting of eyeshadow and pale pink lipstick. You look darling, Yassie exclaims, proud of herself. I wish we could wear regular clothes every day, Audra says wistfully. Winnie nudges her and says, Dewey is a big fan of the knee socks, just saying. Audra mock rolls her eyes. I am not wearing knee socks to the sweetheart dance. Okay, time is. Yassi stops herself at the same time we all train our eyes on Audra. Does that mean you're going with him to the sweetheart dance? I ask. That depends, she answers. On we ask, holding our collective breath. If he asks me, and more importantly, how. Last year, Alden Medfried walked up to me in the hall and said, "Hey, wanna go to the dance?" Foolishly, I said yes. Not again. Never again. He's cute though, and you had fun, Yassi says. Not really. I'd like a grand, sweeping, romantic gesture. Nothing wrong with that, I say, hoping that after tonight with Bobby I'll soon have the opportunity to wear the little red dress. 54. The Coven constabulary officer missed a pickup at one of the dorms across campus, so hand in hand, 7 of us, including Quince who'd just as soon live in the library, traipsed back the way we came, making me late for my date. Is it a date? Or does Bobby want help with arithmetic? I start to worry and question myself. I hope Bobby doesn't think I've stood him up. My palms sweat. As soon as I see the glow of the library lit up against the night, I want to break loose, but holding hands is a safety measure against the remaining demon. As soon as I'm inside, I rush through the entry and past the librarian desk. When I turn the corner, I crash into a tall, dark figure. I gaze up into a pair of gray eyes. JJ grips my elbows to steady me. Excuse me, I say, shaking him off. As I hurry down the hall to the private study rooms where Bobby indicated I meet him, I feel JJ watching me. I sneak a glance over my shoulder. He's still there when I knock on the door. I try to ignore him. If Bobby is warm, well, hot, JJ is the opposite. Cold, calculating, and cute in a mysterious kind of way. At least, that's what I imagine all the girls who've been drooling and giggling over the Rumpus MVP must think. Bobby steps through the doorway and leans over, pulling me into a hug before kissing me on each cheek. So glad you came. I can't tear my eyes from him as his lips lift into a grin, erasing JJ's scowl etched in my mind. I step inside, feeling rather self-satisfied that JJ saw the whole thing. I hope he's stewing and annoyed and... I stop short, confused. I thought Bobby was asking me on a dessert date. Well, there are cakes, tarts, and fancy chocolates on the table. But there is also Honey, the person, not the sweetener, along with several people I recognize from classes and the dining hall. Also, 2 members of the Rumpus team. Bobby passes me a glass of tan liquid. I take a sip, recognizing the sharp tang as the same kind of drink that flowed freely during the party on Hallows Eve. Spice cider, Bobby says, taking a sip and winking. Let's welcome Maija to our gathering, he adds, leading me to an empty chair. I stare at a layered trifle, but Honey's glare heats my cheeks. Bobby goes around the table and introduces me to Chilton, Rumpus Longfielder, Koa Katayama, alchemy genius, Tucker Block, whose eyes are the same gold as Bobby's, Owen, who's as stony-faced as Darrington, and Griffin. He's remarkably hairy and sounds like he's from the south. Does everyone know Maija? Honey scoffs. The girl who started barking on the Rumpus field? Of course they know her. Who could have missed that humiliating moment? At least it was amusing. I shake my head. Felicity Fox wasn't amused. That was a completely different set of spell work. The boreworm was an experiment and... I interrupt and stab the air with an accusatory finger. It was you who jinxed me? Play nice, Bobby chides Honey. I told you to keep your spells to yourself. Wait, you didn't also jinx Felicity Fox, did you? Koa asks her. Honey's lips curl upward. Tucker whistles low and long. Honey shrugs. A girl has gotta do what a girl has gotta do. My anger flows upward, itching to be released. Bobby purrs, Maija is our guest. Let's welcome her. He eyes Honey. Want a tart, she asks. I'm feeling bitter enough, thank you, I reply sourly. Don't be like that, Honey says. It was a joke. A week of jinxes, causing me to have to spend a ridiculous amount of time in the infirmary? I say, putting it all together. Consider it a favor. At least you got to miss class. I huff, about to lay into her, when Bobby passes me a piece of the chocolate cake and says, "Despite Honey's lack of judgment, we invited you here because we think you're an exceptional witch. Our group is made up of the best, the elite. Those of us who will soon have a lot of power and influence in the magical world." I smile, glad he thinks so highly of me, even though I was hoping for a less casual affair. My thoughts trip over something. Spell. Does Bobby have some kind of spell that he works over girls? Is it the golden glow that radiates from him? I try to shake myself loose from the spiced cider and the Bobby Gold lure. I'm a spy, and am supposed to be gathering information. Most double agents get some training and probably instruction on how not to fall under the spell of their quarry. What are your plans if we ever get released? I ask. The response is a round of chuckling. Griffin says things are changing. I'm going into the military. Is there a magical army? I ask, still unfamiliar with the entirety of magical society beyond Riptovic, and hoping so, if what West said about a demon army is true. There will be, he says. You see, we have to prepare ourselves, Bobby explains. Imagine the unrest on campus on a larger scale. We've grown accustomed to a certain way of life, and we're at risk of losing that to mixed magicals, Tucker says. Bobby must notice the midge of confusion that flits across my face. Our respective families, our kind, have been in prominent positions for years. We have certain privileges and access to certain advantages. You know how it is. With the loss of true blood entering the political sphere, well, that complicates things. She comes from a couple of non-magicals, Honey says. How could she possibly know how it is? But we're talking about being on the inside, Bobby says vaguely. The inner circle, if you will. As far as I'm concerned, one rotten apple has ruined the bunch, Owen says. What do you mean, rotten apple? I ask. Werewolves, centaurs, cyclops. Rotten. 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 West and his ideas about integration. It won't end well, Owen says with distaste. What do you have against? Everyone jumps in, criticizing West and bad-mouthing the various magicals on campus. I try to interject a few times, but they're so strong in their opinions, I feel out of my depth. Instead, I have a bite of cake and then another. I almost feel invisible, golden fingers reaching out for mine, but Bobby's fold behind his head as he reclines in his chair, and Owen, seated on my other side, pounds his fists into the table. They're openly hostile toward the administration, the policies on integration, and talk about how the magical world is better than the non-magical one. Mostly, they seem to disapprove of true-blood magicals mixing with anyone other than their kind. The word hive comes to mind. I cat my head from person to person as they talk over each other, my ears catching on how they believe Imogen Hawks had some solid ideas for social policy and education. You remind us of her, but I can't put my finger on it, Koa says. Heads nod and eyes probe. I feel like they're all looking to me to say something profound or confess we're long-lost cousins. I know my family tree. I had to do an extensive ancestry project in 9th grade, and I'm certain I'm in no way related to Imogen Hawks. We know the prophecy and that you've had private classes with West, Honey says meaningfully. I lift my shoulders in a non-committal shrug. I certainly should have spoken up moments ago, but this time I have the sense to keep my mouth shut as I gather the information that might prove very useful to the chancellor. Keep it elite, keep the others out of our world, Chilton says with finality. Bobby's mouth quirks and then he claps his hands together. We didn't invite Maija here to listen to us complain and debate. No, she's here because Pierpont chair is empty, Honey spits. Bobby's jaw twitches. Maija, tell us what you think of the magical world. However, the hour is late, the bells toll, and I'm not so sure they'd like to hear my answer, at least insofar as it relates to their attitudes. Bobby leads me back through the library. While we wait for the chaperone, he eyes his friends and says, don't mind them. They get opinionated when there's cider involved. Honey doesn't like me. She's not sweet, he agrees. But you are in. He grips my hands and looks into my eyes. I'd like to take you to the sweetheart dance. The crowd, waiting with us to return to their dorms, gathers closer as though eager for me to answer. I meet the eyes of girls who'd do anything to be in my position right now, probably including using a boreworm jinx to make me embarrass myself. Bobby squeezes my hand expectantly. Yes, I reply, beaming in his golden glow. 55. Multiple shadows trail me for the next days. The conversation in the library and the way Bobby's friends spoke harshly about the student body and Chancellor West. Along with how JJ's eyes flashed obsidian when I spotted him after I accepted Bobby's sweetheart dance proposal. And of course the demon's still on the loose. This is a problem because anyone caught out of doors after dark risks being snatched, but also because Winnie just came up to my room to let me know JJ is waiting to escort me to Seminole Seminar. I come up with a dozen reasons not to go to class, none of which are reasonable. I consider magicking a dog and using the old "my dog ate my homework" trick, but neither pets nor familiars are permitted on campus. The truth is, I haven't exactly been doing my Seminole Seminar homework, which last I heard was practicing how to block my thoughts and memories. In general, I've been doing a good job of that and keeping everyone, including Yassi, out of my head. But I'm supposed to be practicing with JJ, and I haven't seen him since I was leaving the library last week. Winnie calls my name from downstairs. I sigh, pull on my boots, jacket, and scarf, and leave my room. First, I stop by Yassi's room to drop off my conservation homework. After all, she did lose the bet. She wrote JJ's name on the indelible piece of paper. I feel confident he wouldn't ask me to the dance or even offer to dance with me if it were the only way to break a jinx or win a rumpus game or a curse. Yassi's face falls when she opens the door, and I pass her my notebook. The 5 charters of the Firebird, I say, telling her the assignment. She looks relieved. I know that like the back of my hand, but for your info, just because Bobby got to you first, that doesn't mean JJ wouldn't have asked you to the dance. Her eyebrow lifts at a severe angle. I shush her and rush downstairs, thankful JJ isn't waiting in the entryway. Good, he gave up. I find Winnie in the common room with Reese, Sadie, and Philomena. I'm not comfortable asking a boy to the dance, Reese says. I say ask whoever puts a skip in your step, Sadie says. I agree, I add, joining the conversation. Easy for you to say, you already have a date, Reese says. How exactly did Bobby ask you? Philomena says, stepping closer. We had cake and stuff, and then when we were leaving the library, he took me by the hands, and in front of everyone popped the question. I leave out select parts, like how we spent the evening with a group of idiots drinking cider. But Bobby isn't his friends. I give in to the swoon. Bobby is dreamy. They make a collective coup that's cut short when JJ walks into the room, looking slightly more rumpled than usual. He taps his hat against the side of his leg. Reese's cheeks burn red at his appearance, and I realize her crush is a fellow member of the Rumpus team. I thought you left, I say. Just then, Honey appears around the corner and links her arm in JJ's. His hand stiffens and he presses it against his thigh. Into his ear, she whispers loud enough for us to hear, "Think about what I asked you." She winks. The sweetheart dance will be a night to remember. JJ doesn't reply, then marches out of the room and down the hall. I shrug and then step closer to Reese. Do you want me to, say anything to him about the dance? I shimmy my shoulders in the universal sign for dancing. Reese swallows and glances at her feet. Would you really? Of course, I say with a wink. I'd rather they go together than he go with Honey. JJ stands in the open doorway. He holds out his hand and a gust of wind chills me. His grip is cold and firm, not at all like when we walked under the snowy willows. I picture him and Reese slow dancing and say, "You know Reese, right?" Yeah. Number 32. Midfielder. Wicked kick. She's interested in going to the sweetheart dance with you. He snorts. Her, Honey, and half your dorm. I instinctively try to pull my hand away, but his grip tightens. Less than half, I say pointedly. JJ stops mid-stride and turns to face me. His lips part. I expect him to say something nasty to me, but he merely exhales, looks up at the stars, and mutters. This is getting tedious. We pass through the halls of Nightingale in silence until we reach the seminal seminar room, where I expect West to be waiting for us. A group of students gathered. 2 second years I've seen around, a girl from my alchemy class, a vamp I saw in the infirmary with Belgrave blisters, and another girl I don't recognize. West claps his hands together and says, "Glad to see you made it." I glance at JJ, whose face is as unreadable as ever. We all take various cushions and seats around the circle in the center of the room. West paces as usual. I gathered the 7 of you here because you all have something in common. Namely, that you're all different. You each possess unique magical talents. Some of them quite developed and others less so. I'm pretty sure he directs that last part to me. I thought you might like the opportunity to get to know one another. West has us go around and introduce ourselves. I meet Misha, a giant, Althea, a shifter, Nia, a cyclops, Kyler, Phi, Manolo, vamp, and of course JJ, a mystery. I brought you all here tonight because you each have strengths held in high esteem at Riptovic Magical Academy. But it's a reform school. A veritable jail, Kyler says. West nods solemnly. I'm afraid that the leaders in the magical government have been compromised. Do you mean corrupt? I ask. Seems so, West says. Dewey would have a field day with knowing one of his conspiracy theories isn't far from the mark. There are problems on campus, Nia says. Yeah, I heard about a group like a secret society, Althea says. Manolo laughs. It's all just big talk. Maija, your thoughts? West asks. I get the sense he knows about the meeting in the library, but he couldn't possibly know that I didn't voice my opinion and objections about what they were saying about mixed magicals. JJ eyes me carefully as if he too knows, but I've blocked my mind. I've had a few unpleasant encounters with Stork, and the official who brought me here was a djinn. I return JJ's glare. West nods. Long ago, Riptovic and the other magical academies prepared our kind to be warriors and guardians. A few nod as if they know this. After the rift, we settled quietly into peace. As years passed, there was unrest, growing difficulty among magicals. They came out of hiding, and then there was the wicked war. We were prepared. We fought valiantly and protected our kind. Things settled down, and then demons began to appear. It was a dreadful time filled fear and the rending of 5 shadows to build an army. Kyler gazes at his hands. The false kings were destroyed along with Count Vlad. West sighs. We're up against something again. The demon wraiths. There is an entity that I believe is trying to eradicate magic, and another altogether, with the intent of weeding out the mixed magicals and then overthrowing the non-magicals. My stomach sink, and the looks on everyone's faces ranging from fear to concern to shock suggest they feel much the same. My friends, the time has come for us to align, to prepare as warriors and guardians of our kind once more. I'd like you all to meet me in this challenge. It also means reclaiming Riptovic as a school and not whatever Stork is trying to turn it into. There may likely come a time when I have to ask much of you. To stand up for your school, the realm, and each other. There's a murmur of assent, dotted with lingering shock. As the nearly full moon crests the glass ceiling, the conversation spins round and round as we discuss these grave matters. My thoughts repeatedly return to the table in the library. How my silence was a passive agreement. I should have spoken up because West is trying to do the right thing, a difficult thing, but I understand his intentions. The bells toll 11 and a chaperone appears to escort us back to our dorms, but West divides us into 2 groups, sending Nia, Kyler, and me with JJ. We leave them at their respective dorms first, and then it's just JJ and me, hand in hand. His is cold. Mine is clammy. When we're in front of Penny House, JJ says, "Why didn't you tell West about dinner with Bobby and the others?" "What's to tell?" I ask. "Maija," he says squarely. "What?" That they were drinking cider? I'm not a snitch. A muscle in his jaw ticks. After seeing him protect me in Tippleton with magic and crush it on the rumpus field, I have no doubt that he can also protect me the old-fashioned way with fists and fighting. But he can't protect me from this strange welling of feelings. He shakes his head and walks away, leaving me standing under the stark porch light with guilt and something more. Regret? Or maybe longing. 56. Sweetheart dance preparations are in full swing. The campus is atwitter with excitement and gossip about who asked who, the yes, the no's, the maybes, and the secret hopes kindling in timid hearts. I was going to wear the red dress Yassi thought would look great on me if I were going on a picnic with Bobby. As I strike a pose, she stares at me like I have two heads. I double-check in the mirror on the back of her door. You can never be too sure here at Riptovic. It's not out of the realm of possibility for me to have sprouted a second head. I turn to glimpse various angles. The red fabric clings to you in all the right places, but she taps her chin, deep in thought. No. You look like a tomato. I thought the theme is red, white, and pink. Take it off, she says, leveling me with her gaze. We can do better. Her tone is that of determination, as though we're scaling a mountain, writing a masterpiece, or on a great quest with valuable treasure. I take the dress off and start to put my uniform back on. I would love to go to the mall, I say absently when I feel a whoosh and a tug, a snug and a push. I look down and I'm wearing a dress made of delicate pale pink fabric woven with the finest beads, like miniature pearls. Yassi lowers her wand and takes me in. Now that is what I call a dress. I spin in a circle, and she performs the wand work to expand her mirror so I can see from every angle without having to move. When I do, the dress moves with me like sunshine glistening on water. It's beautiful, I whisper. If I do say so myself, Yassi breathes, as astonished as I am. You sure you want to go into beast protection and rehabilitation? You'd be a successful fashion designer. She smiles. My heart belongs to creatures big and small, but you, my friend, belong on the cover of a magazine. You look stunning. You're going to knock Bobby out. I can't help but smile at Yassi, my version of a fairy or rather nymph godmother. Will I turn into a pumpkin at the stroke of midnight? I ask her. She gives me an odd sideways look. Cinderella. It's a fairy tale. Yassi shakes her head, unfamiliar with the classic story. Now what am I going to wear? Not red again. Maybe white with red lips, she says as her grin widens with inspiration. Just wait. This is going to be spectacular. The next couple of days make everyone fizzy with anticipation. It's hard to focus on taking notes and assignments when all I can think about is me in that dress and dancing with Bobby Gold. I'm between classes, standing on the stairs of Hawthorne with Audra and Winnie, when from across the lawn someone calls, Audra. Dewey rushes toward us holding what looks like a bundle of candy wrappers. Audra, he repeats, catching his breath. He extends a bouquet of candy bars he must have got from the vending machine in the basement of his dorm. She looks at him expectantly. He nods at the chocolate bars and says, Will you go to the sweetheart dance with me? She breaks into a grin, reaches an arm around the candy bouquet and hugs him. Yes, Dewey Dunkle. I'll go to the sweetheart dance with you. The three of us bounce up and down excitedly while he stands there, grinning happily. Okay, Winnie. You're next, I say, letting the lovebirds bask in the moment. She shrugs. It's okay if no one asks me. I'm a modern dwarf. I'll go by myself and still have fun. We'll still be there, silly. I nudge her. Is the sweetheart dance a Riptovic tradition, or? I ask. Dewey already stands a little more proudly and returns to the conversation. You don't know the story? Imogen Hawks, yes, the Imogen Hawks I'm doing my project on. He chuckles at our ongoing rivalry. She was the spirit director back in her day. Well, she heard about proms at non-magical schools and wanted to have something special for everyone here. She also had someone special here, Audra asks, gazing warmly at Dewey. She assembled a committee and they put on the first dance. From there, it evolved into something extraordinary. I find it fascinating how Imogen was beloved and spirited, but also supposedly had a dark, sinister side. Early on, Wes said the two energies must always coexist, but I wonder why Imogen couldn't solely dwell in her light. The bells chime and we begrudgingly disperse to our classes. On my way, I overhear multiple sweetheart asks between a vamp and a changeling. She says no. A fae and a pixie, double no. A vamp and a weary girl, she says yes, and a shifter, it's a maybe. I spot JJ walking away from a girl with long flowing red hair who's in tears. I wonder who he's going with. Later in the day, during arithmetic, gazing at Bobby, I remember my birthday wish. I wished that I'd fall in love, but I also sensed that I might have my heart broken. I remember feeling the fullness of it in my entire body. It smelled like mint, tasted sweet, and turned my tummy over in a fluttery kind of way. I also remember feeling my heart skip a beat like it risked shattering and that love, true love, could come at a great cost. It's possible I was being dramatic, that I'd read too many books and watched too many movies. But with the sweetheart dance a day away and a date who makes me swoon, I think again about how Wes taught that in magic there are always multiple sides, paradox, contrast, and often multiple unknowns. 57. It's the morning of the sweetheart dance, and I wake to a loud cry coming from the hallway. I rush out to find Winnie, Sadie, Audra, and others gathered around someone. They're all chattering at once, their voices rising and falling with panic and reassurance. What's going on? I ask. They fall silent and their eyes land on me. What? I ask. Audra says, well, I've seen worse. Sadie's forehead wrinkles as if she doesn't quite agree. Yassi can fix this, Winnie says confidently. Fix what? I ask. She's better at broad strokes, not fine details, Audra says, disagreeing. I gather she means makeovers. She did a great job on my makeup when I met with Bobby before, I say, confused. That's adding, not subtracting. Audra shakes her head and exhales. What are you talking about? I ask, trying to see who they're gathered round, but before I do, Audra steers me back into my room and stops me in front of the mirror. Gregor's axe, I say, bringing my hand to my mouth. My fingers travel up to the ginormous pimple that planted a flag on my face overnight. It's the skyscraper of pimples, the Mount Vesuvius, the King Kong. I collapse on my bed. What am I going to do? Winnie calls Audra from the hall. I get back in bed and pull the covers up to my eyes. Please send help, I mutter as she rushes from my room. Voices continue to rise and fall out in the hallway, but minutes later Yassi appears with her wand drawn. Where is it? Let me at it, she says. It's awful, I say, still concealing myself under the blankets. It can't be that bad. I have sisters and live in a dorm with a bunch of girls. I can handle a little pimple. In the same breath, she pulls the covers off me. Her eyes widen. Oh, it's bad. But I can fix it. We're going to need to prepare it first. She exits, and I take a moment to peek in the mirror again. There's nothing that can defeat this thing other than time. Yassi comes back saying, clear the way, coming through. I have an emergency here. I manage to squeak a laugh. That's more like it, she says. Pimples like this are no laughing matter. Actually, that's not a pimple. She plants one hand on her hip and the other grips her wand. What? Yes, it is. She shakes her head. No, it's a stressimpolis. Is that the magical word for acne? Or a jinx? I ask, thinking of honey. No, it's a very small, sesame seed-sized creature that seeks out stress. You're joking. Ha ha. There, I laughed. Now please take care of it. We have to be very careful because when you stress, your body releases certain chemicals, and this little guy feeds off of those. So really, laughter is the best medicine in this case. Yassi. Come on. We all have to get ready. Big night tonight. There's no time to. She sticks out her tongue at me. Then she puts on a pair of oversized glasses and starts tickling me. Yassi, what are you doing? De-stressing you. It's the only way to cut off the Stressimpolis's food supply. Then there's the matter of extracting it, but don't worry, I know the spell. I'm about to argue, but it's no use. Yassi is a good tickler. Laughter pours out of me. She also tells corny jokes, which distracts me. What's the problem with twin witches? She asks. You never know which witch is which. I giggle. What do you call a witch at the beach? A sandwich, I reply, remembering that one from a candy wrapper. She tells a few more, keeps me rolling with laughter, and then aims her wand. Don't move an inch. She chants a spell. I suddenly feel my face swelling like I was stung by a bee. Oops. She bites her lip. Oops. You're not supposed to say oops. She tries again. I feel like I'm going to burst from my skin. Yassi, I don't think it's working. She looks strained, grips my shoulders, and says, whatever you do, don't look in the mirror. I've almost dislodged it. She does the spell one more time, and I flinch, catching a glimpse of myself in the mirror. I'm horrifying. My face is swollen like a balloon, like I have the worst case of hives ever, but at the same time I register this, something comes loose and very quickly there's a deflating sensation. Yassi moves her wand in a complicated flourish and then says, I got the little bugger. Suspended in the air between us is an itty-bitty, teeny-tiny, very angry impulse. I'm sorry I didn't warn you. Sometimes things have to get worse before they get better. I brush my hand over my cheek. It's still a bit red, but nothing like when I woke up. So are you stressed? She asks after she stores the creature in a jar. I stutter a breath. No, of course not. I only have a date with the cutest boy at Riptovic. But the words are hollow, then fill with uncertainty because there's his strange lure, a pending prophecy, knowledge about the marauders, and the fringe group building an undead army. No, nothing to stress about. Good. You're going to stun in that dress. Yassi and I go out to the hall, where a few girls still gather around someone. They're deep in conversation when Yassi interrupts. I just defeated a Stressimpolis. There's nothing I can't handle, she says boldly. We've tried everything, Winnie says. The small crowd parts to reveal Rhys, seated on the floor with her knees tucked to her chest and rocking back and forth. She repeats, he loves me not. He loves me not. Audra confides, she tried to make a love potion using Gerbera daisies when it called for regular daisies. Now she's stuck. Rhys, I say. She doesn't reply. She can't hear you. The love potion was supposed to catch his eye, and when it did, he'd realize he loves her. Who? I ask. Winnie shrugs. We don't know. If we did, we could break the spell. Then I realize exactly who. I crouch down and wave my hand in front of Rhys's face. She doesn't respond. Rhys, my friend. I don't think JJ is capable of loving anyone. JJ? Audra asks. She has a crush on JJ? I shrug. They're on the Rumpus team together. Have you noticed all the girls chasing after him? I have. Audra rolls up her sleeves and pulls out her wand. It can't hurt to try. She says a long spell that's almost poetic, mentioning JJ and incants for Rhys to be free of him. Yeah, how about both of us? The air in the room seems to ripple as we watch and wait. Rhys goes still and slowly her eyes refocus. She looks up at us and says, what happened? Audra launches into her. I'm all for sweet romance but no love potions. They're for the wicked. Rhys's shoulders climb up toward her ears sheepishly. Yassi, a sweetheart dance veteran, places her hands on her hips and says, 2 crises averted. Anyone else have a problem, or can we get ready for the dance? I still don't have anything to wear, Winnie says. Yassi places her arm around Winnie's back and says, that's an easy fix. Hours later, and I do mean hours, plus several outfit and makeup adjustments, not me but the rest of the girls, once more, we gather in the hall. Perfume and excitement scents the air. Yassi is gorgeous in her white gown, and with her hair braided into a crown on top of her head. Audra wears a shade of pink that's almost purple. Her hair is piled high and studded with little shimmery clips. Winnie wears a plum-colored dress with her hair straightened and smooth, Reese is in bright pink, and Riley in reddish-orange that complements her green eyes. The three of them don't have dates, but are going together. Bree flutters by wearing a tiny white dress that reminds me of feathers and says, "You look gorgeous, babes." Gotta fly. She's little more than a puff of twinkle when we reach the bottom of the stairs. "Girls, it's showtime," Yassi whispers as our dates turn to greet us in the entryway. 58. Bobby steps forward from the crowd of dates gathered at the foot of the stairs. He wears a light gray, almost white suit, highlighting his glow. He's a golden vision to behold. "You look beautiful," he says in a low voice, and then holds up a small pink flower with white edges. "It's a stargazer," he says, attaching it to my wrist. "Thank you," I say, nearly breathless. Dewey gives Audra a piece of candy. To his credit, she peels the wrapper to reveal a chocolate rose. Wyatt and Yassi stand close as though whispering poetry to each other. I think they might kiss right here, they're so much in each other's business. A chaperone waits to escort our group across campus. Bobby holds out his elbow and I link my arm through and grip his hand. The full moon lifts over the mountains in the distance. It's tinted red as if agreeing to contribute to the sweetheart dance decor. I'm not sure what to say to Bobby. The night is chilly, but his hand is warm in mine. Heat climbs slowly from our hands and up my arm. Thinking about him breaks me out in a full-body flush. I've never been on a real date before or gone to a dance with a guy. Riley, the boy next door, asked me freshman and sophomore years, but he only ever talks about baseball. I'm about to ask Bobby a question when I hear Yassi say, "Nymphs call it the blood moon." "I like blush moon better," Winnie says. Wyatt says, "It's called the blush moon because it's a night for love." Winnie giggles. I expect Yassi to reply with a lyrical line of verse, professing her undying love for him, but in a grave tone she says, "We call it the blood moon because it's an omen." An omen for what? Winnie asks, glancing up at the red-hued moon. Bloodshed, violence. I don't hear the rest because Bobby says, "Did you see that play at the Rumpus game yesterday? Brockman from Thistle cannot rob from this gold." He spends the remainder of the walk talking about Rumpus. We reach a white tent in the moors down by the lake. From the outside, it looks like a regular covered tent used for events like weddings. But when I step through, the scene is enchanted, literally. Tiny lights twinkle, but they move around like fireflies and in and out of the gossamer fabric draping the ceiling. Sparkly chandeliers suspend from above like clusters of stars. Flowers scent the air and bloom before my eyes. Balloon-like orbs silently pop, emitting little puffs of sparkly confetti. Heart-shaped butterflies flutter through the air. One lands on my nose, and I'm pretty sure it kisses me before flying away. There are fountains of chocolate, strawberries, and whipped cream, heaps and piles of cakes and sweets, and the famed Riptovic chocolate caramel sweetheart pie. Students already make their way to the dance floor in the center. I spot Misha from the meeting with West along with her date, the wereboy from the library. Bree is with Kyler, also from the meeting with West. A couple of Bobby's friends approach, each with a girl on their arm, Honey's minions Elisha and Polly. I see Sage, Bobby's sister, with Parker. The Fae are mostly with vamps, the vamps with changelings, and a lot of the elves with other elves, but I'm happy to see so much love in the air. The band starts a new song that gets everyone cheering. I'm about to ask Bobby if he'd like to dance when I spot JJ walking off the dance floor with Honey. My heart craters. "I think I'm going to get a slice of pie," I tell Bobby. My tone is flatter than I mean for it to be. He wraps his arm around my bare shoulder, and I feel that warmth penetrating me once more. "After that, we're going to dance, so don't wander off," he says, wagging his finger between us. My steps falter as I walk away, recalling the last time I danced with Bobby Gold and had that disturbing vision. I find the biggest slice of chocolate caramel sweetheart pie on the table and take a bite. I close my eyes. It's almost as delicious as my birthday cake, also chocolate with a layer of caramel in the middle. This brings to mind my wish and my original crush, Carter. I'm over him, but not the idea of falling in love. The song changes again to a slow tune. Wyatt and Yassie sway on the dance floor. Other couples move together, sweetly falling for each other on this special night. I look for Bobby. He's deep in conversation with his friends, probably about Rumpus and boring Elisha and Poppy, their dates, to the point where they start thinking about homework assignments due. Oh wait, that's me. I suppose what he lacks in personality, he makes up in good looks. I take the last bite of pie and make my way over to him. His smile lights me up. There you are. Ready to dance? He asks, bringing me out to the dance floor. The song is fast now, and we fall into a rhythm. I may not have the best singing voice, but I do have moves. Winnie, Reese, and Sadie also dance nearby, and we all groove in and out of each other's beat, as one song turns into another and then another. When the band brings it down with a slow song, Bobby plants one hand on my shoulder and the other on my waist. May I have this dance? He asks formally. I meet his tiger eyes and feel his radiance burning through me. Having fun? He asks. We make small talk about how lovely the night is. I do well to direct him away from Rumpus and more toward collecting information that might be useful to West. Despite the strange hold he has on me, that is why I'm here. Then he says, I was hoping we'd be able to sneak away later. Find somewhere quiet. Just you and me, he says, eyeing the crowd. Sure, I say. That would be nice. The dance is great, but it's so crowded. Last year there were only half as many students. Before they made Riptovic a reform school? It was different then. He shrugs and leans in meaningfully. More intimate. My mind tells me to roll my eyes and say something snappy. However, my body responds with what sounds almost like a purr. How embarrassing. When the song ends, Bobby leads me off the dance floor and past the dessert tables where students gather for sweets and punch. Tables for two dot the perimeter of the space, but most of them are taken. We reach the back of the tent, and a couple giggles in the near darkness. Bobby crouches and lifts the edge of the tent flap to exit when a cold hand grasps my wrist. I follow the hand to see it belongs to JJ. Two boys tug me in two different directions. JJ's eyes flash. Maija, I have to talk to you for a minute. The guys exchange a steely glare. I incline my head, waiting for JJ to speak. He says, privately. Bobby sighs with irritation. I stutter. Bobby, I'll be right back. I follow JJ back toward the crowd, but he stops abruptly and I bump into him. He hisses, Where were you going? None of your business. It is my business. There's still a demon on the loose. If you must know, we were going to find somewhere quiet. Outside the safety of the tent with him? He asks, aghast. My brow wrinkles. Is that a problem? You're here with Honey. I'm not. I came alone. I roll my eyes. Always playing the loner card, huh? Tall, dark, and handsome. His lips quirk. I freeze, catching my slip-up. I meant mysterious. I cross my arms in front of my chest. There were loads of girls who wanted to go with you. A couple, walking arm in arm and laughing, brush into us. JJ looks around as though seeking a match to light his fuse. Anyone but him, Maija. Why do you even care? He gazes up at the ceiling and lets out a low growl. You hate me, JJ. It shouldn't make any difference who I go to the sweetheart dance with. And if it makes any difference, I'm supposed to be spying on him. I don't want you to get hurt, JJ says through gritted teeth. I bark a laugh at the irony. Then you of all people should try to be nice to me. A couple I notice drifting from the dance floor makes the remainder of the tent their ballroom and glide through the tables, not paying attention to the chairs or people. The girl steps on my foot. Ow, I say, hopping up and down. JJ grips my waist, steadying me. His hand is cold. I don't want you to get hurt by Bobby Gold, he corrects. So it's okay for you to be a jerk to me, but no one else? What about her? I say, pointing to the girl who just trampled me. I don't wait for him to answer. JJ, just leave me alone. I rush away from him and scan the crowd as I make my way back toward the tent flap. Then I see Bobby disappear through with someone else. A familiar female face leaves me with a smirk as the tent flap closes. Honey Oaks. My breath catches, and there's a little fissure in my chest. Gregor's axe. JJ's cold hand circles my wrist. It's then I realize that Bobby's grip on girls is unnatural. It's the gold hold, something having to do with his magic, I'm sure of it. I almost feel feverish around him, out of control. If Bobby meant anything to me, my shoulders would quake and tears would fall. Instead, anger ices me over. Or maybe it's just the cold figure that comes closer. Maija, we have a job to do. I have a job for Stork, and I could never bring myself to do it. But if I don't, this is my last night at Riptovic. Possibly my last night alive. 59. JJ's voice cuts through the music in the tent and the noise in my head that repeatedly asks why would he leave with Honey. JJ's presence is a point of stillness in the chaos inside my head and heart. There's a demon out there, he reminds me in his smug and accented voice. So you've said, I mumble, pulling away from him. It's not safe. But I'm somehow safe with you? I scoff. Unfortunately, he mumbles. Anger builds on top of anger, and I feel like punching something. Did you learn anything more about Bobby? JJ asks. You have the nerve to ask me questions? You think I'll talk to you? Believe it or not, I'm a good listener, he says in a low voice, brushing off my irritation. The last couple of days leading up to this, I let myself think I was normal, well, magical, but normal within this world. Getting excited with Yassi and my friends, planning our outfits, doing our makeup, the stress and pull notwithstanding made it easy for me to forget that I'm at the middle of a prophecy, trapped at a reform school, and Stork and Bobby's target because of the kind of witch I am. I glance back at the party in full fun mode, sigh at what I'm leaving behind, and follow JJ to the tent flap. Bobby and Honey are long gone. Probably off somewhere making out. Once outside and under the full reddish moon, the music from the dance fades away. I shiver. Without a word, JJ drapes his coat over my shoulders. We walk, hand in hand, until we reach the knoll where Claremont Chapel sits aglow. As soon as we're inside, I snatch my hand away and sit down on a bench. Really, I'd rather be alone than with him of all people. He seems to sense this and gives me space. I'm quiet as I collect my thoughts. JJ lights a few more candles with an ordinary match. He closes his eyes and holds his hands over the flame as though warming them in front of a wood fire. I tried to light a candle in here once with my wand, and it wouldn't work. He lifts his head slowly and says, "That's because this is a sanctuary. No magic inside the walls. It's a relief, really." He seems dimmer in here, less boy and more shadow. He passes his hand into the flame and his skin brightens, like the difference between watching a black and white or color television. I get to my feet and take my hand in his, turning it over. His skin is colder. I look into his gray eyes. You scare me, JJ. I scare myself sometimes, he replies faintly before drawing me down to sit beside him. My mother, in her desire to remain youthful, took something vital from me because she was afraid I might share her talent as a wish witch. I was a threat. Ad infinitum. Wes told me. Did he tell you my talent is the inverse? JJ's eyes meet mine. Instead of stormy, they're sad. I'm twice cursed. Once by my mother who left me in this half-life state, part man and part ghost. I dwell in a liminal space. In between. And twice because my talent is to curse, to destroy instead of create. His words fall dully, regretfully between us. I don't say anything because what does someone say after that? Gosh, that sucks. Or well, the good news is you haven't demolished the school or started a war, so that's a relief. I stopped aging when I reached 18 and have been stuck here ever since, moving through time, but never getting older. Instead, it's as though I'm fading. Each year I feel less myself and more like, he shrugs. Instead of the swell of fear that usually rises inside any time I so much as about ghosts, I truly do feel safe with JJ, not that I'd ever admit that to him. It's like I have an expiration date, and without that vital part of myself, without breaking my mother's curse, I'll continue to diminish, getting colder and less alive until I truly cease to exist. I'm able to resist the demons because she took a vital part of me. Every day I fight, resist giving in and disappearing. Here again is the contrast, the two sides of the same magical energy. The one his mother couldn't resist, in the end. I part my lips and say the only thing I can, I'm sorry, JJ. I'm sorry you have to carry that burden. I'm sorry I've been mean to you. I'm sorry I don't know how to help. The corners of his lips twitch as if long ago he smiled easily. He squeezes my hand and says, we should probably head back to the dance. When we step outside, I feel threads of his energy wrap protectively around me like a blanket. Maija, you never have to speak to me again, but despite what West asked you to do, all I ask is that you stay away from Bobby. The energy between us gets stronger, and I sense a door in JJ's mind open. He nods, and I step into one of his memories. A golden figure, a man, glows so brightly my eyes burn. We're in a small, dank room. The man says, let me in. His voice is a vaguely familiar echo, but I can't discern the source. A less faded version of JJ replies, I won't, but even if I did, you won't find what you're looking for. You're Imogen's son. Surely you carry her power. It doesn't work that way. I can't grant a wish, he grinds out. We'll see about that, the voice says, and then heat radiates from the man like invisible flames, licking everything in the room, including young JJ. He recoils as though being burned. He cries out in agony, twisting on the ground in pain. I feel the heat licking my skin, trying to get in. It broadens, deepens, surges harder. Give me the wish, the man says. JJ writhes in agony but doesn't answer. The magic intensifies once more, but JJ still doesn't give anything away. Shortly after, the golden man grunts, steps over JJ and leaves him crumpled on the floor of the empty room. The scene dissolves and we're back on the moor. The music from the dance plays faintly in the background. You resisted. In a low voice, JJ says, I don't have a wish to give. Some people will try to infiltrate your thoughts and steal your wish. No one can know about my magic because if they tried to channel my ability, that could be disastrous. So I let him think I was a wish witch. Who was that? I ask. JJ draws a deep breath. The father of your sweetheart dance date, years ago. I jerk my head back as a chill lifts the hairs on my neck. Unfairy. Fallen angels. They want a wish. What are fallen angels? JJ snorts. Some say they're unnatural, like vampires. Subject to a curse. Sounds harsh. What do you think? I ask. Like anyone, they're governed by free will. It comes down to the choices they make. Much like Seelie and Unseelie Phi. Much like all of us. But they're dangerous? They lean more toward the shadow side ruled by greed, power, lust, and pride. Do you ever feel like he's trying to get into your head, but instead of threads of energy, it's heat, white-hot light burning its way in? I felt it in your memory. My shoulders fall. And yes, I have. Fear washes through me at the thought of Bobby trying to access my magic. JJ's eyes anchor mine in a way that makes my ears turn pink despite the cold, full moon night. West should have told you everything, but he feared because you weren't yet strong in blocking access to your mind, they'd find out about you. They being Bobby and other fallen angels? I thought he was a mage, an alchemist. I've seen him shirtless and sweaty on the rumpus field, and he doesn't have wings. JJ's nostrils flare as the words plunge from his lips. Exactly. Fallen angels. They can entrance you, cause infatuations, desire, and trick you into thinking you want them. They're like a walking, talking love potion. I'm certain there is animosity between the two guys, but do I detect jealousy? And what about you, JJ Thorne? Why didn't you tell me any of this? I ask. JJ scrubs his hand down his face. I didn't tell you all this because I'm fading, disappearing. Of course, I want my life back. But that's not likely to happen. I wanted you to know the truth because when I'm with you, it's the only time I feel complete and like there might be hope for me. It's like you amplify all the good remaining inside of me. His fingers brush my jawline. Because I'm meant to break the curse. Because I have the wish, I say part question and part statement. JJ shakes his head and then leans in. No, Maija, that's not the reason. I want to protect you from myself. You know what I am now. A ghost? That doesn't change the way I feel, I whisper. Cursed, he says. We're just a breath apart. His lips land on mine. I feel the trueness of him in my entire body. His mouth is surprisingly soft, sweet, and he tastes faintly like mint. My tummy tumbles. I stretch onto my tiptoes to get closer. Unlike the first kiss, which was filled with desperate hunger, this kiss extends past everything I thought I knew about JJ Thorne. He circles his arms around me, squeezing me against his chest. Instead of feeling cold, a flare of heat rushes through me. My fingers tangle in his hair, press against his neck, and then find the muscles of his back, surprisingly toned, hidden under his jacket. Magic, unlike anything I've ever felt, crackles between us like miniature lightning strikes. If it weren't for the clear sky, I'd fear a storm. But this is the opposite. This is languid summer nights, this is dreamy lazy afternoons, and mornings relaxing in the muzzy place of sleep. JJ inhales sharply, gripping my jaw with one hand and the other pressing against my low back. I curl into him and the kiss deepens. Tingles turn into torrents as my desire grows. He growls slightly and the kiss continues as my pulse races. When we part, JJ's fingers still lace tightly around mine. We look at each other, and then I follow his gaze up. It's as though the stars wink at us. He kisses me again, and I feel a welcome warmth ignite something in my heart. His hands gently cradle my jaw, and mine find their way back into his hair. I'm weak in the knees, but it's as though I'm drawing my strength from him, and he from me as the kiss stretches into the corners of the night. It flies well past the moon and toward the stars. At last, he takes a deep breath, and I lower onto my heels. That's why I don't have a date tonight, he says. I'm left breathless. However, standing on the moor all of a sudden, I get very, very cold, and it's not because of JJ or the February night. An altogether different kind of chill works its way through me. Someone wearing a pink dress streaks by the edge of the tent, unescorted by a coven constabulary chaperone. A shadow crosses her, dyeing her dress the same color as the moon. The energy and air surrounding us tightens, darkens, and I feel cold in my bones. JJ orders, "Get inside." Then he rushes toward the girl and the demon. Instead, I grip his hand and draw my wand. I cast a flare into the sky, hoping a CC professor or someone who can help seize it. The demon looms over the student, a spectral mass drawing energy and life force from her. Strands of her blonde hair conceal her face, but I recognize Honeyoaks. No question. Magic issues from JJ's wand, warding off the demon, but it's too late. Honey lies limply on the ground, the color gone from her except for the pink of her dress. The demon turns on us, but JJ repels it as we dash to the tent. Someone else must have already raised the alarm or seen mine. What was an enchanted, lovely school dance is now pandemonium. I call, "Keep calm." The demon is outside. We have to stay in here until it's safe. However, everyone races for the exits. JJ spins in a circle, sealing the tent. The screaming continues, and then I spot 6 figures standing back to back in the center of the space at evenly spaced intervals. Magic issues from their wands as they take aim at various intermagical couples, Yassi and Wyatt, Audra and Dewey, and numerous others. They fly apart, landing roughly on the ground. I take several steps backward, unable to understand how the marauders could do this and harm my friends. I take another step back, my wand still lifted. I bump into JJ. "This has to stop," JJ says, taking aim at a chandelier over one of the marauders' heads with his wand and loosening it from the ceiling. It lands on top of the marauder, who collapses to the ground. Meanwhile, the tension that's been brewing on campus since the beginning of the year between the various magicals from different backgrounds spills over. 2 giants take on 4 vampires, a cyclops and a shifter go head-to-head, 5 elves and dwarves are in a tussle. A marauder creeps near the dessert table, stalking a changeling. I send up a wave from the chocolate fountain, dousing the black-cloaked figure. JJ moves his arm overhead as if he's holding a lasso and draws all of the butterflies into a swarm before casting them at another marauder. Meanwhile, students grapple with the exits, confused and alarmed. The 3 marauders who we disarmed are now bound with magic. The 3 remaining marauders make their way toward us, the source of their impending defeat. I send the cookies and cakes in the direction of another marauder, and then use an adherate spell to affix them to his black cloak. JJ raises the bass drum from the band into the air, along with several cymbals. They chase, and then smash and clang into another marauder while I contend with the last one. "We could still be great, you know," the figure hisses. My heart sinks when I meet Bobby's tiger eyes, peeking out from the low hood. "You and me. What about you and Honey? Do you know what happened to her?" I ask. "She tried to interfere with our plans tonight. I told her to leave if she didn't want a part in it. And a demon got her." He scoffs. "Right outside the tent," I add. "Nonsense. She had a metal token to ward them off." JJ rushes over. "The same way it did Pierpont?" JJ's sarcasm is like a blade. Using a metal ward as protection doesn't work against demons. The only thing to protect someone from a demon is someone who's been fractured, who carries a curse. Someone like JJ. Just then, I feel an unpleasant heat surge toward me. I sense Bobby trying to pry into my thoughts, into the source of my witchery. I block my mind like the exits to the tent. I don't even know where exactly my magic resides within, but my one aim is to keep it safe. Bobby's energy probes as though trying to find a weak spot. I resist, remembering the searing glow from JJ's memory. Bobby's father must be far more powerful, but his begins to singe and I feel the pain. My pulse pounds in my ears. JJ glances over at my flushed face as I continue to try to resist. He lays a cold hand on my arm. The pain lessens. "JJ, you're a has-been, washed up, little more than a shadow in this world. And soon I will become the most powerful, and you will be no more. I'll destroy you along with the mixed magicals and non-magicals in this realm. Once again the Anfairy will rule." At the threat, red flashes behind my eyes, untapped heat belonging to me buried deep within. A treasure not yet discovered. I dip into it and raise my wand. Fiery energy issues forth, sending Bobby flying backward and into the remains of the dessert table. I levitate the punch bowl and let it douse him, just as teachers and several other members of the administration enter the tent. JJ and I are alone in the middle of the disarray as fingers point in our direction. Then chaos erupts once more as everyone tries to flee. Darrington is nearest and I rush over to her. Honey Oaks was taken by a demon. But she doesn't listen to me. She casts spells in every direction, presumably protective measures. JJ's hand finds mine and he says, "We better get out of here." Like earlier, we sneak through the flap in the back of the tent. As we step into the chill night, the moon is redder than ever. 60. A massive dragon stands on the moor outside the tent. Her amber eyes gleam in the low light. She snorts and a plume of smoke rises into the sky. I belatedly realize that it was strange that Stork didn't show up to defend the students when the marauders went off the map and attacked. Well, not strange, completely in character for the dragon shifter but not for the head of administration. JJ and I keep our wands lifted. I notice that the more I use my magic, the stronger it becomes. I feel it crackling on my fingertips, eager to be let out. A low growl comes from Stork. Either you defied me and didn't carry out my order, or you waited to impress me with your skill, and do it now. I have to admit that it's really weird that a dragon is talking to me right now, but it's not the time to reflect on this not-so-normal life of mine. I bite my lip and glance at JJ. His brow creases in confusion, but the rest of his face remains stony. I have no intention of doing what you asked me to, I reply in a voice as strong as I can muster. Stork stomps the ground and steam rises from her as if she's stoking her inner fire. You gave me your word. Then I guess my word is no good. There are worse things, such as being a murderer. My anger comes at me red hot again. I wonder what my magic against her flame will be like. I have a feeling I'm about to find out. I made you a promise, witch, Stork says. Then I will face it, but not before you tell me why you wanted me to assassinate. The dragon laughs. For real. It's low and smoky, menacing and quite frankly spooky. If I didn't have my wand as a weapon or know that I can do some damage with it, I'd be shaking right now. Well, I am a little, but the girl I was last summer would have run away. I stand my ground. We made a deal. Last chance. Do it now and the Iron Tower will not be your fate, Stork says. I shake my head as I brace myself for her roar and flame. I don't imagine she'll send me to jail without toasting me a bit first. Then I will have to do it myself. She stalks toward JJ. What did she want you to do, Maija? JJ asks. I was afraid he'd ask. She asked me to assassinate a ghost. Apart from not knowing how to do that and having a deathly fear of ghosts, when I realized it was you, there was no chance I'd follow through. Not that I would have anyway. This is the part where I ought to hang my head in shame, but I don't dare tear my gaze from Stork. She laughs again, moving closer. JJ's wand doesn't lower. Stork's scales gleam and her eyes flash as heat emanates from the flames building within. She's going to torch him. I have no idea what a ghost and dragon doing battle would look like. I don't want to know. I'd like to be a hardcore butt-kicking witch that wields her power like nobody's business, slaying demons all night and setting everything right in the magical world. So that is what I will become. Starting now. I summon the depths of my energy, tugging at ribbons of power that had previously been almost out of my reach. I open windows in my mind, drawing on magic. Stork says, goodbye, cursed ghost boy. Without you, the wish witch will no longer have your counter protection. She will be vulnerable and her wish will be exposed. JJ flinches as though this was a truth he was avoiding. I'm not sure you can set a ghost on fire, but as Stork rears up, we're not going to find out. Summoning all my magic, I throw myself between the dragon and JJ as she emits a scorching blast of fire. My magic acts as a shield, and we both fly back onto the snow-covered ground. I blink my eyes a few times. Stork has turned as dark and crispy as a marshmallow, the kind Chelsea makes that are completely burnt. She's also completely still, stunned perhaps. Good. Her scales are matte black, her eyes covered in ash. It seems my magic caused her fire to rebound, but I don't think that can kill a dragon, not that I was intending to do so. Just maim and harm. Show her that she may be a fierce shifter, but I'm a witch and am not to be threatened or messed with. Not anymore. JJ helps me to my feet. His eyes show shock, but his lips reveal the hint of a smile. You protected me. We can talk about how awesome I am later. I'm not sure how long she's going to remain stunned. A chilling silver stream of magic shoots from JJ's wand and encapsulates the dragon in a snare. Long enough for the Coven Constabulary or West to get here and handle this. I lower my voice. I trust West, but I'm afraid our magical authorities have been compromised, corrupted. Not all. At that, the CC in the moto jacket and a few others appear along with Darrington. I eye her warily, afraid that I might still find my way to the Iron Tower per Stork's orders. I take a deep breath of the soot-scented air, prepared to fight again if I have to. JJ takes control and explains what happened, the assassination order, and how Stork attacked. I don't expect them to believe him. A female CC with thick braids and a violet and brown jacket takes the lead. The only way Stork would end up like this is if she fired first and you blocked. It wasn't me, it was Maija, JJ says. Well done, she says in a low voice. Of course, there will be an investigation, but for now, you are free to go. Well, back to your dorms. She lifts her voice to the remaining students gathered around. I didn't realize we had an audience. Everyone find a chaperone and return to your dorms immediately. JJ's hand finds mine and grips tight. I don't think of you as a chaperone, you know. That would be kind of weird. I can't keep a smile out of my voice. Yes, despite the life-threatening near-death experience we just had, there's a flutter in my belly being so close to JJ, especially after our kiss outside the chapel. What do you think of me as? He asks. At that moment, Sage, Bobby's sister, approaches. Her shoulders are hunched and she looks bashful. I didn't realize he was this far gone. Her tiger eyes, which are much like Bobby's but darker, meet mine. I didn't know it was so bad. I nod, feeling the sting of her betrayal when she went to Stork last fall, claiming that I was the one who ruined the Hallows Eve ceremony, caused the demons to come into our realm, and broke the school and magical law. For the record, I didn't do it. I say this more to JJ than to her. I crack open the window to my mind and show him the memory of Bobby whispering the spell into my ear, and then the moments in the cemetery when things went so wrong. Sage continues, I know that. I overheard him telling his friends that he was going to have you do it. He caught me, threatened me. I was afraid of what would happen to me if he got in trouble. It was selfish. I should have just told the truth. I'm sorry. There probably isn't anything I can do to make it better, but I'd like to try. If you ever need my help, or if there's anything I can do, please don't hesitate to ask. Find out who your brother is working with. I want names. It's bold, but other than going to the Iron Tower, at this point, I don't have much to lose. Sure, she says. The chaperones are calling the stragglers. Without another word, Sage hurries off. Strangely, that doesn't make me feel particularly better, considering Bobby attacked half the student body tonight, I say as we begin to walk toward the dorm. I have a feeling that it isn't over, JJ says. Not even if Stork and Bobby get in trouble. I've learned a lesson. When people I'm meant to be spying on ask me to do something that seems weird, tell someone. Trust in others to help. I'm used to doing things on my own and proving myself. I shrug, not sure where I'm going with this. We're just outside the rumpus pitch. The flags hang limply under the blood moon. But the stars twinkle brightly. I wonder what would happen if I made a wish on one. I'm not going to try it now. JJ pauses in the shadow of the stands. You don't have to prove yourself. But thank you for not assassinating me. His lips quirk. How do you, kill a ghost anyway? The question feels wrong on my lips. He gives me a wary side eye, and then the corners crinkle with a smile. There are ways. But if I told you I'd have to, he trails off. You saved me once. Now you've saved me. We're even. Truce? I ask. His voice is low and husky when he says, I think we're well past a truce. Do you mean we're at war? Not with each other. But a war if hearts are involved. His gaze snags mine and holds. Maija, I will fight for you. Whatever comes, I am on your side. The way this makes my heart stutter and my stomach flutter almost causes me to tear my eyes away. Almost. What did Stork mean when she said if you're out of the picture, I'd feel vulnerable? Because that's precisely how I feel right now. It has to do with us being complementary opposites. The wish-curse connection. We were really good at hating each other. I'm glad you didn't follow Stork's orders. Should we keep hating each other? Did you really hate me? JJ asks with a sly note of knowing in his voice. Some of the time. I tease him with a smirk. It's then that it becomes crystal clear that I was pretending to like Bobby and pretending to hate JJ when really, it's the other way around. He shakes his head. We have two enemies, Stork, who's connected to the corrupt Office of Magical Management. I believe, and West agrees, that they're working with non-magicals and moving to control us or eradicate us from the realm. There's also the Golden Hive, who are in the opposite position, trying to fortify their power and do away with mixed magicals and non-magicals. But for now, we don't have to worry about her. At least not directly. Then there are people like us caught in the middle, and correction, we have 3 enemies if we count each other. I want to know where we stand. Let's not be enemies. Let's be allies. I was supposed to kill you. I need to know where we stand. I need to be sure of things between us. Instead, you kissed me. You kissed me, I correct. He waves his hand in the air dismissively. Tomatoes, tomatoes, he says in his dreamy accent. Potatoes, I start to reply and was going to add po-ta-toes, but his mouth lands on mine and we kiss under the blood moon and the stars. It's cold and warm, forbidden and filled with desire. JJ's hands find their way to my neck and then down my back, pulling me closer. I don't have to pretend or question any longer. I've definitely fallen for him. I'm certain there is more danger to come, but also a wish to make that might just save the day, as soon as I figure out how to do that. Book 3, Mayhem and Magic. March 61. I'm feeling a little stir-crazy, I say to Yassi, my best friend, nymph, and bearer of a slice of pie that she snuck from the dining hall. Like stirring up the cauldron and making a potion? She asks. I take a bite of the banana cream pie. Is that a witch joke? She laughs. Stir-crazy, like I'd like to break out of this reform school and have a normal day. Describe a normal day. I take it nymphs and non-magicals have a very different idea of what that's like. I think about this. The thing is, I'm no longer a non-magical. I'm a wish witch, and can never go back to normal. I sigh. I'd probably wake up, snuggle with my cat Filbert, and then scroll on my phone for a while. Then my mom's sweet voice would filter from downstairs where she and my dad make pancakes. That's if it was a weekend. Or if it was a school day, she'd probably have to throw open my curtains and yell at me to wake up. Phone. Pancakes? Yassi asks. Explain. Pancakes are delicious and best served with maple syrup. She nods. That's the critical info. A phone is, a device. I try to explain the miniature handheld computer that's also a camera, a calendar, and basically does all the things. Can't live without it. But you are. I snort a laugh. I suppose so. Anyway, if I had my phone, I'd probably go on social, see what my friends have been up to. We'd chat. I'd tell them that I have bad news and more bad news. Yassi takes a bite of pie, knowing exactly what I'm referring to. Honeyoaks is now a demon wraith, meaning she's out to snatch magical essence, basically a magical soul. It sounds harsh, but at least if she were dead, she could rest in peace. Instead, she's cursed to hunt and haunt, seek souls, and enslave others to be like her. What's almost worse is JJ abruptly left campus. Ghosted. Poof. Gone. At first, I thought he was abducted. I brought his absence to Chancellor West's attention, the head of Riptovic Magical Academy or Reform School, depending on who you ask. West informed me that JJ is on an errand. The running out to get a carton of milk, be back in 10 minutes kind of errand? If so, he can come back with cookies and a kiss. Thanks, that would be great. But that scenario is doubtful. Joking aside, it should be no surprise one of the most powerful magicals ever to live has his secrets. Still, it's been days with no sign of JJ. I have to admit I got used his moody presence. I might even like it a little bit. Okay, a lot. But over the last few months, he's fading. It's like he's becoming invisible. When I'm alone in the corridors, I whisper, JJ, just in case his absence is merely a matter of no one being able to see him. But this whole enemies to not enemies thing is new, and kind of a secret. Shiz. Don't tell anyone. After the melee at the sweetheart dance, there was yet another all-school assembly, followed by a special moment of silence in Honey's memory. Half the girls were crying. The other half wore stricken expressions of terror on their faces. As for Bobby Gold, the leader of the Marauders, aka the school's secret society behind the attacks, he sat there silent and smug. I happen to know Chancellor West is biding his time and hoping that by allowing the Marauders to remain at school, he'll uncover their leader. We do know they answer to the Golden Hive, a fringe group bent on gaining power by possibly raising an undead army, aka Demon Snatchers. But the identity of who is behind it is a great unknown. That's the plan, but at what cost? I like and respect the head of our school, but if JJ and I hadn't been there that night, what would have happened? How far would the secret society go, pursuing their hatred and attempting to elevate what they call true magicals, eliminate mixed magicals along with non-magicals? Would there have been more attacks? Yassi waves her hand in front of my face. You were spaced out there for a second. Are you going to finish that pie? Yeah, lost in thought. I probably should get some fresh air. Do it while you can. I heard, she clears her throat, they're talking about putting us on lockdown. By heard, she meant see with her ability to read thoughts and memories. I contemplate all that's happened in the last months as I pass under the whispering willows. There's a chill in the air even with spring coming. Snow lingers in the shady spots, but the wide swaths of lawn lay brown and eager for the new season. I've always loved the sunset and the in-between time when the stars come out. But in this strange and unexpected moment, I want the sun to linger in the sky a little longer, so I can try to find answers. It's almost as if I expect the light of day to offer a bit more clarity about this new turn my life has taken. But it sinks behind the mountains in the distance, leaving me feeling uncertain about how and where I fit into all of this, and what the future brings. What happened to Honey is tragic. Along with the rest of us on campus, she knew better than to be out after dark unescorted by a member of the coven. We weren't friends, more like the opposite, but I'd never wish for something as devastating as becoming a demon snatcher on her. Wish. I stop mid-stride. I am a wish witch. Could I wish her back? Could I wish for peace among all magical beings? Could I wish to know the identities of the hive, so we can stop the marauders? So all this craziness can end? There are rules to wish witchery. At least I think so. I sense the truth of these things. There have been so few witch wishes in history, nothing definitive has been recorded. Trust me, I've looked. I can't wish things that don't exist into being. Like flying cars. Well, that might be a bad example. For all I know, they could exist, secret government conspiracies and stuff. Dewey Dunkel probably knows. I can't violate the laws of nature or magic like Imogen did, essentially what landed me in this predicament, what with the prophecy and all. If someone wants a wish, they have to ask, and I have to choose whether to grant it. The wish has to be made pure of heart. Like someone can't wish that I hurt someone else. That's JJ's territory as a curse maker, which it would seem to me would make him a more desirable target by the marauders. Unless they don't know about his talent. Stork did. She wanted me to assassinate JJ, which would leave my wish vulnerable. This wasn't only because West ordered him to protect me, but our magic is linked. The best way I can describe it is we are two sides of the same coin. I also know my wish witchery only arranges things to happen. People still have free will. So even if I wished something, it wouldn't be absolute. Someone could come along and interfere. I'm more of an aligner and an influencer than a straight-up genie. I tap my finger against my chin, deep in thought. But even if I could wish some of those things, I don't know how, which leaves me exactly where I started, feeling helpless. I lean against the trunk of a whispering willow and sigh. A breeze rustles the leaves. Funny, they didn't shed their leaves for winter. Some things change, and yet others remain strangely the same. Stork hasn't returned to campus yet. However, we don't know who in the OMM is corrupt or what she's involved in. For now, we're focusing on the hive, which seems like the more imminent threat. I haven't quite figured out this secret magical world hidden within the one I knew all my life. The one where the stars spelled out my name. And where things that are meant to stay put, well, stay put, unlike the backpack that just flew up into the sky and vanished like a balloon across the lawn in front of Hawthorne Hall. A droplet of water plonks me on the nose. I look up again and something shimmers. I tilt my head, narrow my eyes, and try to see between the branches. Bree? I call as softly as the rustling leaves. A twig shifts and my roommate flutters down. Don't you dare tell a soul, she hisses. What are you talking about? What are you doing up there? Skipping. Skipping what? A very important pixie meeting at the other end of the lane. I glance back the way I came, and all the way to the end of the expansive line of trees. It's longer than the rumpus pitch at least. I doubt anyone can hear us. Then again, pixies aren't just anyone. What are you doing? She asks. Thinking. Wait a second. Is this where you spend your time when you're not in class? And most nights? I'm sorry. I know you tried to make the dorm room nice for me, but I can't sleep indoors. It's unnatural. Fair enough. Do a lot of pixies spend their time here? They're not called the Whispering Willows for nothing. Long before Hawthorne Hall, Nightingale, and they built all these buildings on campus, before there was even a school here, this is where we dwelled. She gazes into the distance, as though visualizing it before. So there have always been pixies at Riptovic? As residents, yes. As students, this is the first year and I hope the last. Yassi told me the trees talk. Gossip is more like it. They're really nosy, but she settles on the branch closest to me. I'd tell you not to share your secrets, but I guess it's too late. My witchery isn't a secret. Not anymore. These trees blab, but they're home. I'd rather not be enrolled at Riptovic, but I'm not going to lie, the pie here is really good. I crack a giggle. Did you have some of that chocolate caramel pie at the dance? She asks. I nod. Before the chaos broke out. You were really brave, Maija. Her tone is slightly timid, as though she underestimated me. You saw. I see almost everything. Like I've said, being small when I want to has its advantages. She winks. I wish I could have done more. Be careful what you wish for. She winks. Ha. Well, I am a witch, but I don't know how to use my talent to help people. To stop all this violence. I just want us all to be free and happy. You know? She gazes at me for a long time. Then, as soft as baby's breath, she says, My roommate is a Brixta? I repeat the word Brixta, including the question mark, because I have no idea what she means or if I heard her right. Witches are super rare, but Brixta is one of the rarest forms of witchery and magic. Do you know about the prophecy? Of course I do, but I'm helpless, Bree. A witch who doesn't know how to wish. A witch who doesn't know how to help her fellow magicals. A girl still very confused about a boy named JJ Thorne. I rest my head on my knees. A low hum comes from down the lane. I expect a car, but a swarm of pixies disperses from the farthest tree. Gregor's axe, I better go. You'll figure it out. Good luck, Maija. She pauses and then adds, but magic isn't about luck, is it? I remain under the trees a moment longer, my mind filled with that life-changing moment when I learned I was a witch. I've been told that in order to access my powers, I have to believe. How do I learn to believe? I say aloud. The leaves overhead rustle and a whisper on the wind says, belief is a choice. At least that's what I think I hear. 62. The sun dips toward the west and my fingers and toes start to chill. I make my way to the dining hall. Bree is right about one thing, the food at Riptovic is delicious. It's Tuesday, and if I were at home, it would mean taco night with Chelsea. I imagine that I fill my plate with 2 bean and cheese tacos plus gobs of guacamole, salsa, and lime-infused tortilla chips instead of the slop that looks like cooked cottage cheese. Audra and Winnie are already at our table with Dewey, who also has a piece of pie. Flavor of the month, banana cream, he says when he sees me eyeing it. I already had a slice thanks to Yassi. As the others join us, we talk about everything except the sweetheart dance. I suppose the fright caused by the violence that broke out and learning Honey was taken by the demon snatchers, followed by the assembly, keeps everyone mum. It leaves me feeling uneasy and once more helpless. I try to interject a few times, but the conversation repeatedly shifts away from the dance disaster. Audra asks us if we think she should cut her hair. It's long and dark with caramel-colored ends. It's a unanimous no, Yassi says without waiting for the rest of us to answer. Winnie, along with the rest of the school, complains about Darrington. I vote we stage a protest. 200 pages of reading in one night is ridiculous. It's a unanimous yes, Yassi says, again not waiting for anyone else to answer. Sadie goes on and on about Peter, she's in love with a vampire. I vote you two make it official, I tell her. Speaking of official, I scan the dining hall for JJ, but since the fateful night last month, he's been on that mysterious errand. I haven't been able to talk to him about the kiss, and obviously we haven't kissed again. I've never kissed a boy caught between 2 curses, and I've never kissed anyone like I did with JJ. Something between a frustrated and contented sigh escapes. This catches Yassi's attention and she lifts one crescent eyebrow. I steal the last bite of Dewey's pie. Back at the dorm, I dig into homework, which has only gotten worse despite the tumult on campus. When I'm well into a complicated multi-step arithmetic problem, someone raps lightly on my door. I jolt, wondering if it's JJ to resume our mind walls and windows lessons for seminal seminar. Yassi doesn't wait for me to answer and struggles to let herself in with an armful of books. Explain why Elchino's algorithm is mandatory learning? I ask, shaking my textbook with frustration. Yassi makes room on the end of my bed and says, if you ever need to measure the radius of sun spheres relative to topographical landmarks during a lunar eclipse, well, only if it's the 3rd one of the year, during years ending in odd numbers, of course, then it'll come in handy. Seriously? I ask. No, I just made that up. I toss a balled-up piece of paper at her. What's up? Don't you have a boyfriend to study with tonight? I say, referring to her and Wyatt's flourishing romance. I wanted to study with my best friend for a change. Oh. Cool, I say with a shrug, returning to my problem. I have to erase half the page because I made an operations error. I grumble. A few minutes later, Yassi says, Maija, has something been on your mind lately? Have the whispering willows been blabbing? I ask. Or have you been poking around in my head? That's the only problem with being friends with Yassi. She has the habit of overseeing my thoughts. She snorts. No and no. I just had the sense that something's up, well, since the sweetheart dance. In her defense, it was only a week ago, so she hasn't been a neglectful friend, and it's true that I have been preoccupied with things. Yeah. I guess I've been preoccupied with everything about that night. There was a lot of energy. It was the night of a blood moon. The energy was, I shake my head because I have no words to describe the anger and fear as students were attacked, never mind the face-off with Stork. I wouldn't have been able to do a thing if it weren't for our time spent practicing magic in secret. It was that and your quick thinking, courage, and compassion. You were a hero, and I hate to say it, JJ too. They don't exactly get along. That said, he doesn't really get along with anyone. Including me most of the time. If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. JJ Thorne is moody, mysterious, and maddening. But everyone's acting like none of it happened. Maija, everyone is scared. A demon wraith took Honey. She's probably won now. We were all trapped in the tent and then attacked by our fellow students. Then people in cloaks appeared. They're the Marauders. Dewey was right about there being a campus secret society. And I was wrong about Bobby. I tell her all about how he revealed his identity. Her mouth hangs open, and then she claps her hand over it. That's intense, but it makes sense. I thought he was a mage, but he must be a fallen angel. I nod. She takes a deep breath and her lips soften into a smile. At least JJ isn't the bad guy. You guys make a good team. I saw you there, standing back to back casting spells. That's the thing, he's a curse maker. He's definitely a bad guy, if he used his magic in that way. You guys left the dance for a little while, didn't you? Supernatural mind-reading abilities or not, I can't hide anything from you, can I? Oh girl, you better tell me everything, she says, leaning in and eager for more. I tell her about going to the chapel, chatting, and then our kiss before everything went wrong. I leave out the part about him sharing a memory about Bobby's dad, and the private things he told me. She leaps from my bed. I knew it. I knew it all along. Knew what? That you and JJ were meant to be. The truth is, I don't know how I feel about it. Any of it, really. In fact, I feel confused and helpless. No, you are powerful. I think that's why it might seem like people are keeping their distance. You were on fire. I was just wandless. I make a lazy flourish with my hand in the air. The light bulb in my desk lamp pops and explodes. Oops. Yassie's mouth had dropped before. Now her eyes widen. Did you just perform wandless magic? No, I think it's a bad circuit. You know, these old buildings. I laugh it off. Maija, before when I said you were on fire, I meant it literally. Your magic is fiery. I dare say more powerful than most students at Riptovic. It probably has something to do with your talent, and the fact that you can do magic without a wand. I don't want to make a big deal of it. I know you don't want to make a deal of it, she says, repeating my thoughts back to me almost verbatim. I really need to get better about using mind walls, I mutter. Yes, you do, and honing your spellcasting skills. Maija, this is huge. She grips my hands and then jolts back. Did I do something? Did I hurt you? See? That's what I meant. I feel helpless. No, you didn't hurt me. I just realized that you are no ordinary witch. Her vision goes cloudy for a moment, as if she's seeing a thought or memory. Yeah, about that. I was talking to Bree and she mentioned the word Brixta. Yassie's head snaps in my direction and her eyes come into focus. Do you believe you're a Brixta? She asks in awe. I don't know what a Brixta is, I say, tossing my hands up in the air. It's an ancient gibberish word for witch. Well, a certain classification. A revolutionary would be the most direct translation. A changemaker. The word itself has power. It's the kind of magic that comes from within, but also that can be summoned. Like from the stars. That's where astral magic originates anyway. I shiver. I pull an old Riptovic sweatshirt I spotted in the lost and found over my head. Okay, it was in the boys' dorm when I went to see if JJ was there. I thought maybe it was his, not that he'd ever wear anything as common as a sweatshirt, but I bet he'd look cute in it. Yassie bursts into laughter. I narrow my eyes. Yassie, out of my head. Sorry, she says, pulling herself together. Anyway, I was chilly. I think the heat is broken again. No, they just fixed it, she says, looking me over carefully and perhaps seeing my ambivalence. About magic, not my choice of clothing or the heat. Maija, your talent is rare. You need to learn to understand and access it, and believe in it. How? I ask, still uncertain. My mother taught us the ABCs. First align, then believe, and then connect. So align with your magic. Get quiet. Feel what it's like. Know without a doubt that it's there for you, and then connect with it. Like you would a friend, like us talking right now. You make it sound so easy. It's only as difficult as you make it. As difficult as these arithmetic equations, I mutter, sighing and smoothing a new page in my notebook. Jessie laughs. It's about empowerment, she says, turning the page in her book and bringing pen to paper. My gaze floats over my textbook, not quite focusing as my thoughts drift. Then I get an idea. A dangerous, rebellious, and revolutionary idea. 63. My mother is a woman of many talents. She's an Olympic runner, an accomplished singer, and amazing in the kitchen. The pie at Riptovic is delicious, but it's nothing to my mom's recipes. Her coconut cream pie comes to mind. Everything from fish, potatoes, and asparagus, or even a pasta dish, are noteworthy when they come from her kitchen. Yumminess that can't be beaten. She started teaching me how to cook when I was still short enough that I needed to stand on a stool to reach the kitchen counter. She insists that a person needs to know how to nourish themselves, take pleasure in food, and gather people around the table for a meal. Thankfully, my father has her because he's a failure in the kitchen. I'm no whiz, but I've learned a thing or two. For instance, quick and easy meals are essential during the week. Takeout on Friday night and a movie is pretty much perfect. Saturdays are for enjoying food with friends at a restaurant, and then there's Sunday. My mother reserves Sunday afternoons for church and spending in the kitchen. She makes muffins, cookies, and lunches for the week ahead. But her favorite part is trying a new recipe for dinner, or one that requires her time and attention. She says Sunday meals take time to marinate, develop layers of flavor, cook, and then, of course, there's the presentation. Erie Wessels isn't a member of a single social media site, but if she were, she'd have millions of followers and a cookbook deal. My dad takes photos of Sunday dinners just so he doesn't forget how beautiful they are before we devour them. I could let the spark of inspiration I had after I talked with Jessie about the ABCs burst forth, but it feels much like the Sunday meal. I have to let the plan develop, marinate, and then we'll get cooking, symbolically speaking, of course. Also, if I never eat a plate of slop from the dining hall or a slice of Gurg loaf again, I won't regret it. As I walk from the dining hall back to the dorm, I keep my eyes on the shadows. All week, I've been listening carefully to conversations in passing. I pay attention to who goes where and when. I learn the campus shortcuts, locked doors, and more shortcuts. I'm gathering the ingredients I'll need, one at a time, to create a recipe for revolution. But first, studying and homework. It isn't my ideal priority, obviously, but flunking out of Riptovic and landing myself at the Iron Tower would put the kibosh on the whole operation. I haven't seen Stork, but likely she made a note to her replacement to watch me carefully. She had me shortlisted for the magical prison because I refused to assassinate a ghost, aka JJ. Not sorry. A witch has to do what a witch has to do. All the while, I calculate, consider options, and gather intel, starting with my teachers. Popperwell is my first period teacher for creation, aka Magical Foundations, which he reviews for us today at great length. He stands in front of the blackboard, patting his ample belly while his piece of chalk, suspended in the air, this is a magical school after all, scrawls the words belief, intention, action, reminding me of Yassie's ABCs. Boys and girls, describe your typical day, he says. Hands shoot up because for once, he's asking an easy question. An elfette with long hair the color the corn silk says, wake up, get ready, breakfast, classes, lunch, classes, rumpus, there's a cheer, dinner, homework, there's a groan, sleep. Popperwell nods. Anyone want to add anything? Hands fly to the sky and various people answer, hang out with friends, clean their dorm room, serve detention, read, floss, etc. Well and good. Well and good, Popperwell says. I can tell by the glint in his eye that we missed something crucial. Of course, there are the finer details of any given day. Changing light bulbs, eating pie, kissing boys named JJ Thorne. You know, life. None of you mentioned assessing your belief system, the professor says. Blank expressions of confusion meet Popperwell's round, ready face. You are magicals. One of your daily tasks is to assess your belief system, evaluate your intentions, and take action. That's the business of creating and of doing magic. Belief, intention, evaluation. You must be in constant awareness of these three things, not only as required by magical law, but by the very laws of magic itself. Awareness must precede action, and intention is the energy that creates your desired outcome. In other words, your ability to successfully perform magic hinges on these three key principles. He elaborates in his usual style, telling stories for the rest of the period about our duty to create and bring goodness into the world before giving us an assignment for the rest of the semester. We're to check in with ourselves 3 times a day and journal with a status update, belief, intention, and actions taken as they relate to our magical lives. I think of my description of social media to Yassi. Chelsea wouldn't believe me. Then again, she's Chelsea, maybe she would. Great, more homework, Dewey says, catching up with me while I walk to our next class. This on top of our futurism projects. Want to meet in the library later? I ask, since we're in a mock competition about who can finish their research first. Yeah, Imogen Hawks awaits. For Ivanka Stormanoff to take her down, I counter. Burn. Dewey laughs because we both know that even though Ivanka was intent on bringing Imogen to justice, she died before she succeeded. By the time we get to Darrington's class, Dewey and I have roasted our respective historical figures and could probably get extra credit if we presented it as a skit. However, I don't think Professor Noureddin would appreciate some of the words Dewey used to insult Imogen's enemy. Without any preamble, Darrington says, imagine you wake up to bleak skies. Your access to food and water is regulated, so you ration what little you have. Sirens wail through the broken window. You scuffle across the floor and your body aches from laboring day and night for a cruel ruler. It's winter and there's no heat, so you pull your threadbare shirt closer around you. Then someone bursts through your door, the 3rd time this week, demanding all your money at one point. You give what you have and then they sack your apartment, knocking you out for good measure. You wake the next day to repeat this nightmare. Darrington's strident voice peals like a bell, but this is just the beginning of the period. I shiver. The classroom is called Darrington's dungeon for a good reason. I think she purposefully makes us uncomfortable in the lessons and by keeping the temperature in the classroom sub-zero. How many of you wake up grateful this isn't the reality you live in? No one dares to say a word. Gracious Tibby is our school motto. She scoffs as if she'd prefer it to be something else, but goes on. If you've forgotten, it means thank you. Be thankful you don't live in a world where there are no laws, where chaos reigns, where magic has gone awry. She paces the aisles, bringing her own brand of terror to each of us as she passes. Without the magical responsibility of conservation, there would be mayhem. Conservation, in other words, everything that you learn in this room, is meant to teach you how to live in service of protection. Of the world in general, and the magical world specifically. She goes on to discuss the danger of the demon snatchers and other grim magical creatures and curses. She talks about street magic, menace, and the ever-looming threat of exposure of magic to the rest of the world. From the back of the room, Tucker Block, who has the same tiger eyes as Bobby Gold, says, and what's wrong with us lording over the non-magicals for a change? But Darrington doesn't hear him over the bells, mercifully signaling the end of the period. 64. I linger after class, not because I'm a glutton for punishment, but because I want to ask Darrington an important question about offensive versus defensive magical strategies. As everyone filters out, she whisks into an adjoining room before I can flag her down. Figures. A couple of other students and I wait impatiently. Tommy Stump plays his wand and a pencil like a pair of drumsticks to a beat no one else can hear. Astrid, one of Yassi's friends, scowls and jitters her leg as if she'd rather be anywhere but here. I wait by Darrington's desk, rubbing my arms and bouncing on my toes because I'm so cold. From behind the closed door comes the indistinct rise and fall of voices. Then laughter, but not the buoyant, just heard a joke kind. I didn't know Darrington was capable of laughing, as severe as she is. I exhale my irritation as my patience wears thin. Waiting is cutting into my lunch period. There is pie to be eaten, people. I consider coming back later, but then a thud of something large and solid hitting the floor, possibly even alive, comes from the adjacent room. The door slowly creaks open several inches, and Darrington's hand flops to the ground. Another door slams nearby. Tommy doesn't lose his beat, lost in his own world. Astrid gasps and hops back. Gregor's axe, I mutter as I rush over to find Darrington on the ground and unconscious. She grips a small empty vial. It's uncovered, and if I didn't know better, I'd think she was poisoned. Stay with her, I say, and rush to the nearest classroom, calling for help. The Coven constabulary arrive and question the three of us. I thank my lucky stars that Stork is not involved. She'd skip the interrogation and send me directly to the Iron Tower. I've missed lunch and the rest of my classes for the day. I have rumpus practice, emphasis on practice. I'm awful at play but am a great runner, so they put me in the outfield should the ball miraculously come my way. Coach Niffenidler is confident I'll get it back to the more important players in a jiffy, mostly because I don't want them attacking me. It's a rough sport. I have the assignments you missed, Dewey says when I exit the locker room, starving and sweaty. I'd like to join you at dinner, but I have a feeling everyone is going to want to know what happened with Darrington. Since I have double-duty homework, I think I might sneak off to the library. This might sound weird because we're talking about Darrington, but do you think she'll be okay? He asks. The Coven thinks she was poisoned and sent her to Cryers. I saw the vial in her hand. It was empty. I don't know if she'll be okay. I hope so. That's odd. Do you have any idea who she was talking to? Dewey asks. None. But I did hear her, or it could have been the other person, laugh. This is the truth and exactly what I told the Coven. Dewey says, I'm not a betting kind of dwarf, but I'd place my odds on Darrington not being capable of laughter. I nod in agreement and laugh a little myself. In addition to my homework, do you think you could bring some food to the library for me, please? An hour later, Dewey finds me in a quiet corner on the third floor, with a feast fit for a student who's had a very long day. 3 slices of pie. At his heels, Yassi, Wyatt, Audra, and Winnie appear. We're not here to interrogate you, Yassi says quickly. But if you need to talk also, we want to make sure you're okay. I take a break from my heaps of homework to eat dinner and fill them in. It definitely sounds like foul play. Yassi closes her eyes as though filtering through thoughts and memories she's heard recently around campus. But who would do something like that? Apart from it being awful, I'd be afraid Darrington would retaliate, Winnie says. We all nod. She's wicked with the obstructate spells, I say. Cessate altori spells. Yassi frowns. Talon gate barfy spells. Dewey swallows thickly. I heard the demon snatchers are multiplying, Audra says. With no thanks to honey. Dewey scowls. There was a fight on our way over, Wyatt says. Some of the elves have been talking about finding a way to escape the walls and enchantment for our safety. Don't you think West should do something? The attacks, honey, and now Darrington? Winnie wrings her hands nervously. I nod, mentally adding ingredients to my recipe, but I have just one problem. Where can I set up my kitchen? My friends spend the next few minutes speculating but have their own studying to do, and soon leave Dewey and me to work on our futurism projects. I'm reading about the changes in magical law between Ivanka's time and the present when Dewey says, Hey, check this out. You know Imogen's statue in Hawthorne Hall? I reply, only half listening. It's there because she's a prominent witch and benefactor for Riptovic, he says, stating the obvious. Common knowledge. Along with her husband, she donated the funds for the construction of the building. So generous of them, I say, trying to find my place on the page after the repeated interruptions. They combined their last names. Hawks and Thorn. I slam my book closed. Thorn? Yeah, Tree and Thorn. Her husband. You know how she's missing her wand. It says here, legend has it after it became clear Hawks was dabbling in grim magic, Thorn absconded with her wand. Dewey reads from the book. My mouth hangs open. Thorn? I repeat. Yes, Maija. Trehan Thorn. Imogen's husband. It says he was a pirate before settling down on land. Englishman. He's long dead, but supposedly he made off with her wand. Probably buried it somewhere like a treasure. X marks the spot and all that. Thorn as in JJ Thorne. I have to find him. I have to take action. Now. I gather up my materials and rush to the library lobby as Dewey calls after me. A group of students escorted by a coven chaperone passes under the lamplight toward the dorms. While I wait for the next trip back, I look around the lobby. The library itself is built like a bookshelf with the main level at the bottom and each of the 4 floors stacked on top but open on 4 sides. When I look up, the reference floor is visible, followed by the fiction section, the rare and reserved collection, and the top with study areas. Numerous hallways and sections branch off, making for an enormous and centralized area for the study of magic. Yassi told me of all the magical academies, we have the most extensive assortment of material. Or I should say reform schools, of which there is one in the world. I'm studying a placard on the wall with a map of the building when Bobby approaches. I can't deny that my pulse skips because he's undeniably attractive and there's something about his magic that traps all girls like a spider in a net, but when I look at him now, all I see is deceit, violence, and ugliness within. Shame about Darrington, he says casually. Yeah. And honey. I turn to him. And us. About that. This is bigger than you and me, Maija. Things are going on that you don't understand. He reaches out for me. His heated energy tries to wrap itself around me like a noose. I now understand that the first night at Seminole Seminar when I ran into Bobby, and every time since, JJ was trying to protect me. I may need his help, but I refuse to be helpless. I glance back at the map of the library affixed to the wall. Books rearrange themselves on the shelves, except in one room. I think I found my kitchen. West should be doing something to protect us magicals. Maybe he is. But in the meantime, I can too. 65. Unlike my mother's Sunday recipes, mine takes a few more days to put together. On Friday evening, instead of staying in the dorm for dinner and a movie, Miss Mayweather breaks reform school rules and she gives us cookies. I go to the library to prepare. When the bells toll 7, Dewey comes down the hall with an armload of books. What's wrong with our other study spot upstairs? At least there, I don't have to schlep all these books around. Tonight's study group is a little different, I say, ushering him into the storage space. While I wait for the others, a crash and thump, thump, thump comes from inside the room. Dewey calls, Maija, where's the light switch? He must have dropped his books. Use your wand, I hiss, wishing he'd keep it down. Yassi and Audra appear next, deep in conversation. I send them inside, and the others soon follow. Well, everyone except JJ. I still haven't seen him. If he weren't a ghost who can use magic, I'd be very worried. As it is, I'm just worried. There's a difference. West has him on that special errand or assignment or whatever, presumably for Seminole Seminar. Meanwhile, my lessons are suspended until Aerosmith recovers, at least I assume so. I haven't seen the chancellor either. Everyone crowds into the storage room with their wands lit. A broom, not the flying kind, hangs from the wall along with a dustpan and other cleaning materials line a shelf. Maija, this is kind of weird, Dewey says. I shake my head and make my way through an aisle of boxes and discarded desks and chairs until I reach a bookshelf on the interior wall. I move a lamp and what looks like a gnome lawn ornament the size of a Dalmatian to make room. I visualize the map in the lobby and then scan the shelf for the classic novel, The Secret Garden. Inside, instead of the regular text, there are instructions for spellwork. At my back, the others take turns asking what's going on and what we're doing, locked in a closet looking at old non-magical books. Shush, I say, concentrating. Align, believe, connect. Belief, intention, action. I chant the spell, and then the bookshelf loosens itself, sending out clouds of dust and disentangling cobwebs before sliding back to reveal a passageway. The library has secrets of its own, I say, leading the way through the dank passage, which doesn't look like it has been accessed for years. All my snooping has paid off. We reach a wooden door, and I open it to reveal a large room with torches and tapestries on the walls. We light the torches and take in the space, more cobwebs and spiders, moldering books, melted candles, and a large round wooden table. I knew it, Dewey exclaims. This is secret society stuff. We all chuckle because Dewey is known for his theories. Audra holds his hand. She's not a fan of the dark. I signal for everyone to take a seat. First, I introduce Yassi, Winnie, Wyatt, Audra, Dewey, Reese, and Sadie to Misha, Althea, Kyler, Manolo, and Nia. I asked each of you here tonight because I don't want us to live in fear. We can feel helpless in the face of everything that's happened on campus this year. The events on Hallows Eve, the demon snatchers, the tension between different magicals, the sweetheart dance. I draw a deep breath. There's a connection between these events and a group that calls themselves the Marauders. I let the words settle before continuing. Instead of being afraid, I thought we should create our own group. I go on to tell them all about the Marauders, sharing everything I know. The room we're meeting in may be a secret, but there's power in knowledge. They were behind the breaking of the circle on Hallows Eve, the Cinder Beast, and the events at the Sweetheart Dance. They're instigating the tension on campus, trying to create instability between magic and mayhem. No one was expelled after the Sweetheart Dance, Sadia says. That means they're still here on campus. I nod. And now Darrington has been poisoned. Is that really a bad thing? Dewey asks. Dewey, Audra scolds. He angles his palms upward and shrugs. Fine, but she hasn't made an effort to avoid making enemies. You have to admit I have a point. Ignoring him, Althea asks. Why are they doing this? I brace myself as I reveal all the pieces of the puzzle I've put together. The Marauders answer to the Hive, a group of at least 3 people by the names of Screven, Veda, and Valerius. No one knows their true identities, but they're using the Marauders to create an army of demon wraiths. Several people ask questions at once. Over the din and looking at me, Wyatt says, the prophecy in which you're involved leads them directly to a source for unstable ghosts to create the demon wraiths. Everyone has the same response I did when I learned this information, shock. Mouths hang open, someone gasps, and they murmur opinions and concerns. When everyone quiets down, I say, it's believed they're trying to create an army of demon snatchers in a quest for power to overtake the mixed magicals and eliminate the non-magicals. How do you know? What about the administration? The coven? Nia asks with disbelief. Wes knows. He's the one who told me, I answer. They're not our only enemy. I tell them what West explained when he gathered Misha, Althea, Nia, Kyler, Manolo, JJ, and me together. My heart skips every time I say JJ's name. The OMM is corrupt, and traitors want to eradicate magic from the inside out. There is the other group that I mentioned, trying to eliminate mixed magicals and non-magicals. Then why isn't West doing anything? At least 3 people say at once. He's trying to get to the Hive via the Marauders. If he can identify Veda, Valerius, and Screven, placing the names with actual people, he can stop them once and for all. I start to pace with nervous energy. Dangerous business, Sadie says. Risky, Audra and Dewey say at the same time. You're my friends. I could have kept this secret, but why? We're stronger together. I clear my throat, prepared to make my confession in case anyone still has doubts. Bobby Gold invited me to meet him here, in the library, several weeks ago. I thought we were having a date. I roll my eyes at how gullible I had been. No one can resist the Goldhold, Yassi says, using the term I coined about his alluring magic. It turns out I was seated around a table with the Marauders themselves. I kept quiet while they said disparaging things about our magical community. In many ways, my silence was an agreement, complicity. Well, no more. Yassi, Winnie, Audra, and a few others started to practice magic in secret. I don't add that after our last meeting, Stork asked me to assassinate JJ. I want us to prepare ourselves with offensive and defensive skills. We can use our magic to put a stop to this. I'm in, Wyatt says. Me too, Yassi and several others agree all at once. Misha and Althea shift nervously. We can be afraid or we can be prepared, I say. We can choose fear or freedom. It's up to us. Misha nods and then says, yeah. You're right. Althea swallows and says, I choose freedom. I didn't commit a crime. I didn't sign up for reform school, Wyatt adds. Wes said that long ago, the academies were used to train magicals to become warriors and guardians. It's time we step into the roles of the magicals that came before us, so that there will be magicals that come after us. Kyler nods, likely recalling West's call to action. Change requires courage. It won't be easy, standing up to the marauders, but we can't shrink or silence ourselves. It might be difficult, get messy, but I glance at Yassi, recalling what she told me last month when dealing with my stressimpolis, although it was more of a molehill compared to this mountain. Sometimes things get worse before they get better. There's a rumbling of tentative agreement. It's often on the darkest nights that the stars shine brightest, Yassi says with a twinkle in her eye. If we're taking a stand against the marauders, what will we call ourselves? Dewey asks. Several murmur and shrug. The Mavericks. We're doing things our way, I say as my recipe for revolution finally comes together. We discuss whether to invite more people, how to prepare, and when next to meet. When the bells ring far above this hidden room and across campus, chairs slide out from the table and the door opens. JJ steps through. I miss the excitement, he says, looking as pale and as dapper as ever in his top hat and old-fashioned coat. No, it's just beginning, I say before rushing up to him and wrapping my arms around his neck. Where have you been? I whisper. 66. To say JJ and everyone else is surprised at my reaction is an understatement. I step back, the most shocked of all. But the hour is late, and without another word they all race back through the passageway to make the last trip across campus with the coven chaperone. JJ and I lag behind because he can escort me back to my dorm, and we're long overdue for a conversation. But when the silence stretches between us and in every direction, my relief at seeing him and I don't know what to call it. Affection? Warmth? Joy? Well, whatever it is dies in the dark. I stop in the hidden passageway. So, I say, folding my arms in front of my chest and semi-scowling. I thought you were happy to see me. By the way, that's a first. He almost but not quite smiles. The little spark inside of me reignites. If you must know, I was worried, I whisper. He chuckles in the dark. Then we're both quiet. Me, waiting for his reply. Him, probably thinking, plotting, doing whatever it is moody boys do. Me, I wish he'd share his thoughts with me. Him, nothing. When we're back in the room with the secret bookshelf, I say, how did you find us? Remember how I mentioned the part about how it feels like I'm slowly fading and trapped between this life and what comes next? Turns out that my magical abilities are as strong as ever. I found that out while on West's errand. A little bulb of light blooms from the tip of his wand, illuminating the cobwebs and his handsome features, ones that never fail to make me think that he was sculpted from another time in history. Because he was. Where did you go? He shakes his head as though it was foolish. To answer your first question, I bounce a little on my heels as if I've won a prize. I like this. You're going to answer one of my questions? He smirks. Magic leaves imprints to those looking. I happen to be very keen on your particular signature, Maija Wessels. We're close in the cluttered room. His coldness meets my relative warmth, though I am kind of chilly, and I lean in, wanting to wrap my arms around him again, but the bells toll for curfew. We rush out of the library and back onto campus. Fog rolled in while we were in the library, revealing only the immediate space surrounding us. The twin lamplights flicker when we pass Hawthorne Hall, and I stop abruptly. A flash of recognition crosses JJ's face and then quickly disappears. Did you forget your homework? No, but I learned the identity of your father. Where I expect him to change the subject and urge me on, he confirms, Trehan John Thorne. That's what JJ stands for? I shiver. You're John Jr.? He nods. Minus the T for Trehan. My father was a swarthy fellow. No need for there to be two Trehans. I could never live up to him anyway. I recognize the sadness in his voice. My parents are not at all swarthy, but I've lived in the shadow of their success, their happiness, and their larger-than-life personalities my entire life. We continue walking, and he goes on. He was a good man, died too young. I would have been 24 when he left this realm, but seeing as I've been 18 for a century plus, it's a tough call. JJ takes a deep breath and says, his body was never found, but I visited his grave while I was gone. Wes thought perhaps he was still alive and sent me searching. Like I said, magic leaves traces and all that. I hear a mite of disappointment in his voice. Dewey mentioned a legend that your dad might have taken Imogen's wand. That's what Wes thought. Maybe he hid it somewhere or destroyed it. Who knows? I tried tracing it, but time washes away even powerful imprints. Mostly the errand was a reminder of how much I've lost. This little glimpse past JJ's tough exterior makes me squeeze his hand tight, trying to warm it through. Why find the wand, though? We're in front of Penny House now, and in the diffuse light of the foggy night, JJ's lips quirk. So many questions. It's brilliant that you banded together with the others, inspiring us all. It gives hope. How long were you standing there? I ask. Long enough to remember why I'll always come back. His gray eyes meet mine and my breath catches at the intensity of his gaze. What I once thought was burning hatred is something else. The fire kindles inside of me as I recall our kiss. So you call yourselves the Mavericks, he says. I like that. Everything about the sweetheart dance was awful. Everyone is afraid, I whisper. I had to do something. JJ brushes his thumb on my chin. Every part of me tingles. I shiver, and it's not because he's perpetually cold. Must be a part ghost thing. Everything was awful except this, he says, and leans in and kisses me again. I think I see stars. I think I shoot over the moon. I think I'm orbiting in space, somewhere far from my worries, campus, the tension, and everything else as his lips press against mine. I feel infinite. From within Penny House, I hear Miss Mayweather checking everyone in for curfew. JJ and I say a lingering goodnight. Despite the warmth of his kiss, a chill follows me into the dorm and through the next days. I can't seem to shake it. I feel cold inside, watched, worried. I can hardly focus and find myself making simple arithmetic errors, reading the same line repeatedly in my textbooks, and setting everything nearby aflame, even with the wand upgrade. I've fallen so far behind in my studies, I bring my homework to the dining hall. I push my tray of food away and struggle to make sense of feedback loops for the escalation and of death spirals in monoculture reactions. We still have conservation work despite Darrington's absence. This can't happen here, Dewey says, setting his tray down and closing my book. I can't fail, I counter. Didn't we designate our table as a work-free zone? I have to pass this in today. But you're not even eating, Dewey says. If you keep quiet and let me focus, you can have my pie, I bargain. Your banana cream pie, he says, eyeing it. I pass it to him and go back to my assignment. I've only written 2 measly responses when a butter note lands on my shoulder. Seminole Seminar is back on. That night, as a coven constabulary chaperones me across campus, I expect the uniquely eccentric but recovered Professor Aerosmith to be waiting for me in the classroom. Instead, Wes paces, gazing up at the glass ceiling and beyond to the half-moon. Where's JJ? I ask after greeting him. Tonight you're taking a test. But I didn't prepare, I protest. Did I miss the assignment or? I fret because I've struggled to keep up with homework and studying these last few days. There is nothing you could have done to prepare. I've exhausted my other options, and now it's time for you to move on in your studies. He waves his hand vaguely. How is Professor Aerosmith? I ask, delaying the inevitable. Chancellor West takes a seat on one of the cushions in the middle of the room and gestures for me to do the same. As quirky as ever, but she'll make a recovery in time. And Darrington? Professor Darrington, he corrects. As for her, we have yet to see. But take heart, she's as tough as they come. I have a feeling she'll pull through. Any idea who poisoned her? We're investigating. JJ told me magic leaves traces. He nods. And skilled magicals can just as easily hide the residue. He tosses his hands in the air and then lets them fall into his lap. Now, time for your exam. I would like you to block your memories. This I have no problem with, having become adept at keeping JJ out of my head for so many months. The energy between West and I shifts. It becomes present, active. I easily block the head of Riptovic from my bank of memories, feeling rather satisfied at my newly developed skill. Maija. West's voice comes to me from what feels like in my own mind. Now please block your thoughts. A memory wall proves to be no problem, but thoughts are another matter entirely. Like earlier, my focus is spotty. It's like my brain has too many computer tabs open. You must see my frustration. Piles of awaiting homework pop into my mind. Then our talk about how magic leaves traces makes me wonder if I should learn how to hide it, because meeting in a secret room in the library likely breaks a rule or 10. Maija, West's voice comes again, bringing me back into focus. I don't want to pry into your thoughts, but it's imperative you block them. I try again, using the same wall method I did with blocking memories, but current thoughts aren't stored in boxes in the attic of my mind. They're more like a river or sea, flowing right through the center with waves crashing this way and that. West's voice filters into my awareness. You are the master. Your thoughts are the beast. Who is in charge? Who captains the ship in your ocean of thought? I do, I say vaguely. If I'm in your mind, I'm on your boat. Where will you take me? To shore, I say swiftly, carrying his energy away from my own, until I feel a sensation like I've just landed on solid ground. Awareness of West in my mind vanishes, and he says, well done. Now, we're going to practice until you learn how to keep stowaways off your ship. He winks. A short time later, the bells toll 12, indicating it's midnight. You must be tired, West says. I shake my head. On top of my chill and inability to focus, I haven't been sleeping well, so like a good little owl, I fluff my feathers and indicate we continue. Yet inside, I shiver. West shifts as though he too feels a draft. He scans the room before we continue. After I successfully block him a dozen times at last, he claps his hands together as though we're done. He's easily one of the most powerful magicals in our world, and I feel like clapping because I successfully kept him out of my thoughts. However, I doubt he's using his full strength and ability. You did an outstanding job. That's good to hear. I wasn't expecting a test. Trial by fire, as they say. You, Maija, are very fiery. From now on, we're going to focus on witchery. I stop myself from saying, finally. At last, I get to learn more about my obscure talent. Before we go, can you tell me what a brickster is? I ask, hoping he'll elaborate on what Bree and Yassi mentioned. West's mouth curves into a subtle smile. You, Maija, are a brickster. But to be clear, magic isn't about luck. It's learning to believe. Trust is a choice. You must choose to trust your magical talents. You must seek the stars within and connect them to the stars above. I gaze up at the glass ceiling in the classroom, seeking understanding. Then he says, you have my permission. For what? I'm not sure if he means I have permission to seek the stars within, whatever that means, or something else. He gets to his feet, leading me toward the door. The Secret Garden was always one of my favorite books when I was a boy. I stop abruptly. Gregor's axe. He means he knows about our group. I'm sorry that you can't use a wish to fix things. However, it seems you're on the right track. No, I can't use magic to force people to get along and stop fighting, but I can be an ally, a Brixta. 67. At last, after the long seminal seminar exam, I'm officially exhausted. On our way out of the building, I excuse myself to the bathroom to splash water on my face. West instructs me to meet him outside Nightingale Hall. I expect a chaperone to bring me back to my dorm. When I get outside, I don't see anyone waiting. I look to West for an explanation, and he glances over his shoulder. Then he stiffens and goes still as though listening, sensing. Clouds creep across the sky and the moon glows for a moment before disappearing. The campus is quiet. Everyone at Riptovic is asleep, it would seem, except Chancellor West and me. He takes a deep breath and says, "Did you know it's the spring equinox? It's a night when magical energy is naturally magnified." I didn't know about either. Did the chaperone forget? I ask, hoping I don't have to spend the night in Nightingale. West scans our immediate area, and his eyes narrow slightly as he peers into the darkness. Slight detour. Change of plans. An extension of your exam, if you will. He ushers me toward the middle of the sloping lawn in front of Nightingale and away from Penny House. I shiver. I regret the cold water in the bathroom, but I needed to stay alert on the way back to my dorm. Maybe he knows a shortcut. "Professor," I say, hastening to catch up to him. I extend my arm, reaching for his silver robe, but it vanishes between my fingers. I stop. My pulse quickens. "Professor?" I call. My voice is soft but sounds altogether too loud considering I'm alone, in the dark, long past curfew. There are demon snatchers on the loose, including Honey, who I don't expect would have a problem making me ghost meat. I glance around, but all I see are the dim lights along the path. A waft of cold air, too cold to breathe, freezes me in place. A shadow with ribbons of opaque hair and an angry look of determination approaches. I know, without it coming into focus, that Honey is about to attack. On Hallows Eve, I had the vague sense of a menacing presence, but this time I'm altogether too aware of what it is and has the potential to do. "Leave me alone," I command as the demon wraith's vaporous body nears me. I feel it drawing my remaining warmth. I repeat, "Leave me alone. Go away." I hear a swishing sound like a distant whisper. Why would West leave me out here? Then I realize he must have walked right into the demon's trap. There was no time for him to act. My heart sinks. My stomach lurches with anxiety. He's gone. The demon snatcher's dark obsidian energy cuts into mine. I resist, blocking memories and thoughts. I want to block my energy, but the demon snatcher is more powerful. I feel myself slipping as if I'm in a tunnel, and the world is getting smaller and smaller. Then a flash of white light jolts the demon once and then again. I blink my eyes several times. West and JJ come into view like a pair of apparitions, each casting spells, thrusting the demon snatcher backward. JJ's magic streaks blue and aligns with West's silver stream of power. To my surprise, JJ almost rivals the chancellor. Although, given how long he's been trapped in a half-life, he's had plenty of time to study and refine his magic. I'm ready to run, but get colder, freezing to the spot. I can't move. Multiple demon snatchers surround me. There must be 6 at least. The magic continues to blast them when Darrington appears, as fierce as ever. Her green-hued magic rockets toward the demon snatcher closest to me, driving it away. She forces the circle wider, giving me more room. JJ rushes over to me, casting a net of what looks like bluish ice around us. I've never been so cold in my life, but never so relieved. JJ keeps the demon snatchers at bay while West and Darrington cast spell after spell, temporarily immobilizing them, but not destroying them. I see you're feeling in fine fettle, West says to the professor. Nothing like an imminent danger to get someone out of bed, Darrington replies. West chuckles. You always like to be in the center of the action, Augustina. Yes, well, I have my own ideas of how miscreants should be handled. Seeing how members of our trusted law enforcement squad aren't here, I say they made a grave error denying me a position, with no thanks to your letter of recommendation, which was more of a disapproval. They continue to whip the demons with their magic, but they have grim power of their own that flies toward the chancellor and professor. You're still sore about that? West asks as he uses both hands with open palms to drive the demons' snatching energy away. Of course, I thought your talents were better served here at Riptovic. She scoffs. They banter, all the while casting the demon snatchers back, but not dispelling them. Several more demons appear and Darrington suddenly becomes very still. Augustina, West says in a measured tone. It's nearly upon her, capturing her energy. I recognize her expression of fear as the same one I had minutes ago. I close my eyes, hoping to wish this moment away, wish her to safety, anything. West blasts the demon, but as he forces one away, another appears. I gaze up to the sky, digging deep, begging and pleading for this to stop. Where is the coven? Since October, there are always several on campus. I seek the stars within. Something sparks. It's a tiny glow at first, and hardly warm enough to burn. Then I choose to believe in it, in myself. I tap into a source of heat, of fire, and then I make a wish. Warmth floods through me and my eyes snap open as a red-orange-yellow glow pours forth. It's the color of flaming stars and fills the gloomy night with a radius of light, casting the demon snatchers from the lawn in front of Nightingale and into the darkness. When it reaches beyond where we can see, I realize I'm breathing heavily as though I just ran a race. In the distance, flashes of blue flare and then disappear. 1, 2, 3, 10. West says, I see the coven finished the job for us. Where were they? I ask. Where did you go? You were walking ahead of me one moment and then gone the next. My questions come rapid fire. West lifts an eyebrow and grips my shoulder. You were being hunted, Maija. Likely for weeks now. Although you were ultimately successful in blocking your memories and thoughts, I saw traces of magic, dark magic, trailing you. One particular demon snatcher was wearing you down, waiting for the right moment for you to be weak enough, unfocused enough to slip up, to wander off and fall into its trap. JJ scowls at this news. Had you been feeling not quite yourself lately? The way his accent and the anger on my behalf solidifies the words brings the answer to my lips. I had been feeling cold and rather dreadful lately, I say, putting it together. Chancellor, if you knew that, why'd you leave me on the lawn alone at night? JJ stiffens beside me and growls. Did you use Maija as bait, West? He doesn't wait for a reply. Don't put her in that kind of danger again, he warns. Danger, yes, but more dangerous than to leave them loose. However, I do apologize. I believe there to be 1, 2 at most. Not 10. Thank you, I say. Not for using me as bait, but for, well, getting rid of the demon snatchers. No, I think the thanks lies with you, Maija. It seems you passed your exam. If I'm not mistaken, you summoned a wish. He looks me over carefully. Remember to believe in your magic, Brixta. JJ puts one arm around my shoulder and pulls me close. And thank you, Professor Darrington, I say. Ah yes, Professor, thank you for rising to the occasion, West says. May I ask what put you out of commission in the first place? Darrington's expression is as sharp as a blade. Winslow, you kept me from operating within the law as a member of the coven. However, that disappointment didn't quell my desire to seek justice. You can be sure I will take measures to ensure the person who poisoned me gets what's coming to them. West raises an eyebrow in her direction before saying, JJ, will you see to it Maija returns safely to Penny Legion House? I believe the imminent danger has passed. Then he mutters, I have to make sure our professor here doesn't do anything foolish. JJ and I walk back to my dorm, hand in hand. I am warm, grateful, and at last ready for bed. 68. Pulled from a dream, I wake up, and my heavy eyelids hardly open. Nonetheless, I make out some of my friends and head of dorm, all wearing concerned expressions filling the room. Memories trickle back. Even Bree flits overhead as though flustered and tinkles, "We could try cold water or ice under the sheets." Why won't she wake? Was it a sleeping spell? I thought she stopped breathing for a second. Asleep for 19 hours, another voice says. I wonder what she was saying. Someone else whispers, "I think she's awake now, look." I rub my eyes and push onto my elbows. What are you all doing here? My voice is rusty. You weren't at breakfast, lunch, or dinner yesterday. Dewey said you missed classes. At daybreak, we were going to form a search party, but then we found you tucked snugly into your bed, Yassi says. The window reflects the night sky. I sit up and several of my friends say that they're relieved, but have to get back to their homework. Yassi sits down by my feet. You slept for 19 hours and had what sounded like an ongoing conversation with someone for the last 30 minutes. Winnie takes the chair at my desk. Audra, Reese, and Bree sit on her bed. Miss Mayweather says, "We're glad you're okay. I'll go get you something to eat. West informed me about your trial." She sweeps from the room, leaving my friends asking questions all at once. But what I want to know is why I saw JJ Thorne leaving the dorm at dawn. Yassi's eyebrow pitches toward disapproval. Miss Mayweather said trial, but were you sneaking around with JJ? After the battle with the demon snatchers, he guided me up the stairs as I willed myself to stay awake. Winnie shifts in the chair. I recall him tucking me in and then sitting there until I drifted off. I tell them everything that happened, answering their many questions until Miss Mayweather brings me soup, bread, and a plate of cookies. Greedy fingers reach for them, but the head of my dorm says, "Ah. Those are for Maija. Let her eat and you girls come down to the common room." I made a double batch. Everyone except Yassi leaves. I share my cookies with her. I was joking about that thing with JJ. Sort of. She winks as if she knows the hatred between us morphed into something else. I'm so glad you're safe, but through that horrible experience it sounds like you accessed your witchery. I try to grasp the threads of what I did to perform such powerful magic, but I collapse back on the pillow, exhausted all over again. It's common for magicals new to their talent to be depleted afterward. That on top of being hunted by a demon snatcher. I shiver at the memory. Yeah, you weren't yourself the last few days. Was it honey? She asks. I nod. And several others. Was she extinguished? If that's a fancy way of saying killed, I frown. Well, actually, since she's already dead, I don't know. Yeah, I think she and the others are gone. When I made my wish, they were forced too far away to know for sure, but I believe so. But I think the coven extinguished them, as you said. I described the blue sparks of light. JJ's magic was blue too. Only the most powerful spells cast by powerful witches and wizards have pigmented magic. Mine was the color of fire. I didn't even use my wand, I say, still stunned. You made a wish in a life-threatening circumstance. You summoned more power than you probably would have if making an ordinary wish. I exhale the air I've been holding. I don't think any wishes are ordinary. Yessie laughs. No, I suppose not. Unless you're throwing a coin in a fountain or making a wish on birthday candles. Yassi raises an eyebrow, having seen my memory of the birthday wish about falling in love. You sure about that? She leaves the question in the air long enough for JJ's image of ferocity as he protected me blazes into my mind. And the kisses. And his hand in mine. I keep these to myself, now adept at blocking Yassi from my mind. She says, he didn't leave your side until the sun came up. You were talking in your sleep a ton. Gibberish mostly. I didn't know you could speak gibberish. I didn't know I could speak gibberish, I counter. It's the oldest language in the magical world. Our school song is in gibberish. I thought that was Latin. She laughs. We're supposed to learn it so it doesn't die out. I only know a few basic words, please Talik. You're welcome Talsmead. Yeah, that's about it. Are you teasing? Because if you are, spare me. I've had a long few days and nights. I'm not joking. I think West is fluent in gibberish, ask him about it. So what was your dream about? I try to get it back, but only glimpse a guy around my age who looks remarkably like JJ but with different eyes, and his lips are thinner. Unbelievably, he's more serious than the moody and mysterious guy who prefers top hats as he leads me through the orchard on a sunny day before pushing me over the edge of the world and plunging me into the night sky. Dreams are strange. It wasn't JJ. It must have been his brother, I whisper. Remember, dreams and visions can be meaningless, wrong, or misguided. You have homework to do. She points to a pile twice as big as before on my desk. And I should finish an essay for alchemy. Thank you, Yassi, I say as she exits. Of course, she says with a smile. I roll over, not at all interested in the mountain of homework waiting for me. My thoughts filter through the close call on the lawn outside Nightingale. It's hard to believe I missed the entire day. I want to talk to JJ, but it's past curfew. Do I dare sneak out? Probably not in this state. I wonder about my dream, JJ's brother, and the strange sensation of falling into the sky. More importantly, there's still the issue of the marauders and the very big concern that there were so many demon snatchers on campus. It must mean they're multiplying. If there are magical enchantments to keep us in, presumably it also keeps others out. Then how are the demons here? If it's true that Imogen Hawks used the essence of young magicals to maintain her youthfulness, which the Hive then plans to use after they've been turned into ghosts to create an undead army, I have to stop her. It's a prophecy for goodness sakes. But what can I do? Now that I know I'm actually capable of using my magic in this powerful way, I'm more desperate than ever to do something. My hand lands on Imogen's journal at my bedside. I wonder if JJ was reading it last night. My heart aches for the suffering he's endured. His mother cursed him, his father disappeared or died or both, and he's stuck in between and in the in-between. My heart also aches because I wouldn't mind kissing him again. Hey, he's likely also had a long time to practice his smooching skills. I'm not complaining. I read a couple of passages in the journal, but don't find anything else that might be helpful related to how she used her last wish for immortality. I sigh, about to close it when I spot what looks like the edge of a compass rose poking out from the pocket in the back. I'd forgotten about seeing it when I dropped the diary in the infirmary. I unfold the paper, recalling JJ's parents are both immortalized on campus in a way, making them present for JJ and of course very, very absent. It must be strange knowing they were here, young and in love once. I recall Dewey mentioning Thorn was a pirate. I smooth the crisp old sheet of paper. Sure enough, it's a map. I bolt upright, never so desperate for dawn to come. 69. A new day arrives, but so does the reality of life at a reform school for the magically delinquent, which means a full day of classes. Darrington is back and as contentious as ever. Then a big rumpus game. We win against the Rudbury rebels, making JJ scarce until the celebration in the dining hall. I try numerous times to cross the sea of people, most of them in line for the banana cream pie or in line to get a chance to congratulate him. Just before I sit at our usual table, he and I exchange a look of, I wish I was over there and I wish you were over here. However, as the star player on the team and despite his moody manner, he can no longer deny his role or his fans. In stark contrast, Bobby sulks nearby, surrounded by a few loyal friends aka marauders. Below the din, Chilton says, I told you not to mess with Darrington. If you're wondering, she didn't curse me to become the worst player on the team, Bobby snipes. Don't be too sure about that, Owen says as stony-faced as Darrington. In his southern drawl, Griffin says, these teachers are tougher than they look. First the Gorgon curse failed and Aerosmith came back. Now Darrington is going to make our lives a living nightmare. Speak for yourself, Bobby says. But you're the one who did it. Aren't you disappointed? Just a delay. Not a denial. Be patient, he says, and for a moment our eyes meet. I quickly glance away, afraid he realized I overheard every word. No, when it comes to Bobby Gold, I shouldn't have anything to be afraid of. Except that he's incredibly attractive and evil. A lethal combination. Also, the matter of leading the Marauders and working for the Golden Hive, who are desperate enough for power, they're willing to try to build an undead army. No, nothing to worry about at all. Ha! For one fleeting moment it all seems so surreal I could laugh. But I don't. Dewey sits down with a sigh. They're out of the banana cream pie. He eyes my slice. I push it toward him. You can have it, I say before he has the chance to ask. Around a mouthful, he says, Gold's probably upset that he didn't make a single play for the team. The only thing keeping him on the field is the fact you can't fire the captain. But knowing what I do now, maybe he can be impeached. Voted off the island. He should be shaking in his boots right about now. Yes, he should, I mutter. Despite the celebratory mood on campus at the win, the teachers, mostly Darrington, are unrelenting with homework, keeping me occupied for the next few days as I finally catch up. When the end of the month arrives, the air is warm enough that I only wear a light sweater, with the riptovic emblem over the blouse of my uniform. I exchange the knit tights for tall socks, dress code. The boys drape their coats over one shoulder between classes. After the final bells ring at an ordinary boarding school, students would gather on the lawn. Some would toss a frisbee, others would soak up the lingering sun, and all around there'd be chatter and laughter. Instead, everyone is steely-eyed and wary. The restrictions here are stacked pretty high, even without Stork around. She was dismissed, but the reform school rules she enforced stand. I still haven't had a private moment to speak with JJ. We haven't been alone since he stayed by my side through the night after the demon snatcher attack. And I was asleep, so. I returned to my dorm room to leave my books and go back outside to meet Yassi and the others before nightfall. A note tucked into the frame of my door flutters to the floor when I push it open. I don't dread seminal seminar like I used to, but if I'm honest, I'm still recovering from West's exam and the demons. However, the embers that were burning within when I cast my magic are still aglow and fuel me to find a solution to the marauder problem. As I rush back down the stairs, I read the note. Instead of a request for me to be at Nightingale later, I read it and the glow brightens. You're beautiful, your hair, your eyes, and your wild will. All of it makes me feel something buoyant, free, like the world has depths untold, like our story will be infinite. It's signed by the same hand that wrote the other ones. It's not Bobby. That much I'm sure of. Thank goodness. I wonder if there's someone out there less complicated than JJ. Then I see him walking up the hill toward Claremont Chapel. He stops outside the door and smells a rose, the first bloom of the season. I have a funny thought that nature always wins, despite obstacles, weather, and human hands. And so does love, the fire that kindles and ignites within. I tuck the note into the pocket of someone's discarded jacket in the corridor, hoping it will give them the little thrill of having an admirer. I rush up the hill, away from the leisurely afternoon and toward the chapel, toward something complicated, yes, but also that fills my heart in a way nothing else ever has. I'm panting when I step through the door. JJ is a whisper and a shadow. His form is so faded that the glow of a lit candle shines through him. It must be that this space is warded against magic. Panic grows inside of me at what this could mean. I rush over and hug him. He instantly brightens. Thank you for sitting by my side that night, I say, inhaling his fresh air scent. Of course, he says, holding me by the shoulders and looking at me with his strange, sad gray eyes. Moody, mysterious, misunderstood, I say, planting a kiss on his lips. I'll take it. I'll take it all. Just please don't disappear. JJ leads me over to one of the wooden benches, and we sit down. He doesn't need to read my thoughts to see the plea in my expression. It can't be helped. My mother wished not to age anymore. I've been stuck here for a long, long time. His voice is strained. We have to break the curse. I was afraid to like you. I wanted your help but feared you'd think I was using you for a wish. I was afraid you'd see that I'm your inverse. I worried you wouldn't trust me. Sometimes I don't trust myself. I squeeze his hand, shake my head, and nestle against his chest. Tell me what it was like before the curse. Time expands for us in the quiet chapel as he tells me about his home in England, the acres of open space, the flowers, roses are his favorite, and his younger brother. He was born after our mother started to mess with her youth. Before my father found out. He was born like I am now, already fading. She was selfish and foolish. I don't want her to die, but to be at peace. Now here I am trapped between worlds. Anyway, I don't think there's much left of the original Imogen Hawks. Could I wish you back to this side? I ask as my mind races with possibilities. That's messing with life and death, no better than her. When my brother was born, that was the last straw for my father. They had a big fight, yelling, casting spells, the whole bit. She chanted a complicated spell, it sounded like gibberish, and then he walked out. Did you ever see him again? No, and believe me, I've had plenty of time to look. I was stateside for a long time, but then learned he'd passed away back in England. But they never recovered his body. His family tried to keep that quiet. Probably out to sea somewhere. Heaviness presses against JJ with every word. And your brother? He wasn't a twin? I recall Chelsea's theories. No, but we looked alike. He came of age and stopped aging, so we were the same age. Easy mistake to make. People thought we were twins. For ages, one of us was always at Scary Street, though he was most afraid of non-magicals. Me, the other brother, was out traveling the world trying to figure things out. To fix things. To find you. Strange that you were right there all along. You must have sensed my magic. He nods. You're right. I must have known even before I saw your name written in the stars, drawing me to you. I remember the map and pull it from my wand pocket where I've kept it rolled up for the last few days, hoping we'd have a private moment. Have you ever seen this? I ask. He takes the old piece of paper lightly in his hands, and his face brightens. I recognize this handwriting. It's my father's. Where'd you find this? In Imogen's journal. The one you gave me. I pass it to him. I was flipping through it while you were sleeping. Searching for answers. I didn't spot it. It was in a hidden pocket. I found the journal in his library on Scary Street long after everything happened. JJ, I think this is a treasure map, I say. He brings it over to the candlelight and studies it. It's the Riptovic campus, he says. I nod. Isn't it strange how some things in it just end though? As if he got tired of drawing the details. I point to where the orchard dissolves. Surely, he would have included the cemetery. Some of the most important magicals rest there. JJ holds it up to the candlelight, and as if imprinted between the paper, right in the middle of the cemetery, is the letter X. It is a treasure map. I exclaim. That old pirate, JJ says fondly, shaking his head. Do you think he buried the wand there? I squirm because I never want to go to the cemetery again, no less dig up a wand. JJ almost smiles. Just as quickly as the corners of his mouth tease upward, the expression slides off his face as though he realizes something much worse than digging up a wand. April 70. Considering the tumultuous year so far at Riptovic reform, demon snatchers, attacks on teachers and students, and some very humiliating jinxes I'd rather not mention, everyone on campus is surprisingly chipper. Perhaps it's the longer days of sunlight, the scent of the earth now that the ground has thawed from winter, and the birds chorusing each morning. Spring is unmistakably here. See it? Yassi asks excitedly. She points at the grand sweeping lawn in the center of campus. Yeah. The grass is finally green. No more snow. Yay. I mock cheer. It's great, but my own mood is heavy, like part of me lingers in the chapel with JJ, where I saw the extent of how he's fading, heard his sad story, and learned about his feelings for me. That last part isn't bad, but I feel like there's so much at stake it's overwhelming. Also, there's all of that on top of the fact that I'm trapped at reform school. Yassi shakes me from my thoughts by actually cheering. No, Maija, the Jubilee. Officially, the Night Jubilee, Wyatt says smartly, sidling up beside us as we walk to class. The what? I ask. Every spring, the Night Jubilee tours the countryside and pays a special one-night visit to Riptovic. She goes on to tell us about a levitating spectacle last year that involved flips and other acrobatic feats using audience participants. It's kind of like a circus, Wyatt says helpfully, taking Yassi's hand. A magical circus, but even better. Yassi pauses as if looking at a big top tent in awe. Don't tell me you don't see it, she says when I shrug. I have a feeling they're putting me on, trying to shake me from my funk. Wyatt says, do you see the shimmering light there? He points toward the lawn. It's a portal. The Jubilee comes to campus but doesn't travel here and then set up like a regular circus. It's a clever bit of magic, if you ask me. It's in a fixed location, somewhere in Canada, I think. But every spring, the door arrives that leads us there. Yassi grips me by the shoulders and adjusts my position so a massive pine tree is in my line of sight. Does it look like the tree is moving? Wavering, sort of, I reply. Oh wait, I see it now. Almost like a big, semi-invisible sheet is blowing in the wind. Something like that. I smile for real. I take it this isn't a stork-approved activity. Definitely not. She probably didn't even know about it before she was sent packing. Good riddance too. So when can we go? I ask. At sunset. The door is only accessible to enter at sunset and exit at sunrise. Wait a second, Dewey says, appearing from I don't know where. You guys walk too fast. What's this about sunset and sunrise? Tonight we go to the Jubilee, Yassi says with glee. Dewey cocks his head in disbelief. All night? Does that mean no homework? Oh no, you can be sure they'll pile it on, Yassi says, quickening her pace. And they'll give you extra if you don't finish it for tomorrow. At that, we race across the lawn toward our next classes. Mercifully, I don't get nearly as much homework as I expect. The teachers probably need a break too. When the twilight sky turns the gray of JJ's eyes with a hint of purple, all the girls in Penny House march down to the lawn accompanied by the chaperones and toward the shimmering door. Those who've been to the Jubilee talk about it with excitement and wonder. Other girls, whose siblings, cousins, or friends return home from school describing the magical event, speculate and anticipate. A line stretches all the way back to the sidewalk as students wait for entry. As we dip down a slight hill, I spot several students step forward and then disappear through the portal. Does it hurt? Winnie asks Yassi. What? To enter the portal? No. It's kind of like stepping through. In her pause, Audra says, it's like stepping through gelatin. You know, the non-magical kind in those snack packs. How do you know about Jell-O? I ask. She is a nymph, after all. A family friend brought it over once. She sticks out her tongue. It's all jiggly and wiggly. Kind of gross if you ask me. When we reach the front of the line, Winnie grips my hand tightly. A woman wearing a purple and silver shirt ushers us to a golden line on the ground. She asks, First Jubilee? We both nod. You're in for the time of your life. Before we hear what else she says, we whisk through the portal. Sure enough, it feels like walking into a bowl of gelatin. Not that I've never immersed myself in the substance, but that is indeed what comes to mind. When my surroundings feel normal again, I turn in a circle. The silver and purple tent stretches high above, and the top looks like it's open to the night sky, but with a magnified starscape. The constellations seem closer, brighter. All around there is action. 3 women with their wand arms outstretched draw illuminated caricatures of 3 changelings who keep changing their appearance. With a flick of the wrist, the witches change the drawing to match. Repeat. Girls in poofy skirts sail through the sky, tumbling as though gripping invisible wires. A man breathes fire as though he's going to incinerate a woman opposite. Her mouth hangs open in mock terror. At the last moment, she closes it, then opens again and breathes the fire. Someone juggles little balls the size of limes, 3, 6, 9, 12. He tops off at 24. There's sparkle, shimmer, and wonder everywhere. Where's the food? Dewey says. Where's Wyatt? Yessie asks. I keep my eyes out for JJ as we pass trinket stalls. Everything about the Jubilee is grander, brighter, and more fantastical than anything I've ever experienced in the non-magical world. The scent of something salty sweet reaches my nose. Dewey sniffs the air, smelling it too. Don't even tell me they have exploding corn, he exclaims. That doesn't sound too good, I say. Oh, but it tastes good, he replies, following his nose into the crowd. We follow him to a stall advertising corn that pops in your mouth. Dewey orders a bag and then holds it out to me. I let him take the first mouthful. His cheeks puff up as the kernels pop, pop, pop in his mouth. He insists I try one. It's an unusual sensation, but the best kettle corn I've ever had. Naturally, I help myself to another handful. Yassie blows bubbles with gum she bought, and Wyatt has to hold her hand so she doesn't float away. Audra and Winnie each have ice cream cones that change flavor with every lick. We pass game booths. The barkers advertise a variety of prizes from the strange and bizarre anti-quacking ducks, whatever those are, to an all-expenses-paid trip to the moon. I'm not sure they really mean the one high above, peeking out from the walls of the tent. In addition to the food, games, and prizes, we watch feats of valor, feed several beasts, including a baby dragon, the cutest little fella I've ever seen. I can't imagine Stork was once at all adorable. And of course there are contests. When we reach the end of the thoroughfare that loops around the oval tent, 2 vamps I've seen around campus engage in a duel. Yassie says, typical. Those 2 were here last year and promised a rematch. Show-offs, Dewey mutters as light zips from their outstretched wands, forming rude symbols in the air. There are loads of opportunities for us to use our magic though, Audra says. My favorite is the elements table, Yassie says, grabbing my hand and hurrying me through the crowd. The others follow, and we reach a large wooden table covered in purple and silver cloths. The idea is to guess the element, earth, wind, fire, etc., under the cloth. But it's hidden, I say, starting to understand. Exactly. Use your energy to determine what it is. Dewey scoffs. Seems like something a wood nymph would enjoy. I'm going to check out the horrible hoops. Sounds horrible, I say with a laugh as he disappears into the crowd. I remain and watch, cheering on the girls as they correctly select each element. Winnie still works on her ice cream cone, exclaiming each new flavor with delight. When Yassie and Audra agree to do the best 2 out of 3, I wander back toward the entrance, hoping to spot JJ. When I reach the dueling area, I find him and Bobby Gold with their wands aloft. 71. JJ and Bobby stand toe-to-toe at the foot of the dueling strip. Their muscles are tense. If I'm not mistaken, it looks like they're about to fight, not with wands like the duel but with fists. Go on, get up there, Owen urges, knocking his shoulder aggressively against JJ's. Or maybe they'll duel too. Yeah, not so tough off the field, are you? Another one of Bobby's friends says. JJ subtly stiffens. Come on, show me what you're made of, Thorn, Bobby prods. The others goad them onto the elevated staging set up for magical dueling. It seemed more playful when the vamps were up there, firing relatively harmless and goofy spells. Nonetheless, Bobby climbs the steps and JJ follows. He looks mad, miserable, and downright mean. He's also noticeably brighter than he's been lately, more like a social media filter and less like a photo taken 100 years ago. I wonder if he draws energy from all the magic concentrated under the Jubilee tent. JJ steps to his side of the staging and then trips. He extends his hands as though to catch himself but doesn't hit the ground. Without touching the stage and defying gravity, he pushes himself away from the floor and back to standing. He draws his wand and spins to face Bobby, ready to retaliate. "Slip on a banana peel, JJ?" Bobby asks, chuckling. JJ scowls, unamused. "Let's get this over with," he says. A woman in a purple and silver shirt confers with the two of them, likely reviewing the rules before each boy retreats to one end of the stage. They face away from each other, and then the woman gives the whistle. Bobby turns and fires first, casting a dull golden spell toward JJ. He blocks and advances a few paces. Bobby strides forward, shooting spell after spell. JJ avoids each one. They continue in this way until the woman blows the whistle again. "Round 1, she says. A shimmering scoreboard appears over her head, showing they both have 0 points. I hear a pop-pop crunch-crunch and find Dewey by my side. "It was only a matter of time," he says, indicating the two on the stage. The duel resumes after the whistle blows again. JJ quickly scores 3 points to Bobby's 0. If Bobby can't be the top man on the rumpus field, he'll find a way to take his biggest rival down. "To be honest, JJ looks bored," Dewey says between mouthfuls. "I've seen JJ spellcast and Dewey is right, he's not even trying. Either that or he's weakened. However, his movements to block Bobby's spells are quick, so I imagine he's holding back." Midway through the third round, JJ flinches, but Bobby didn't cast a spell. Then he hops from foot to foot, as if he's standing on hot sand. He belches and looks greenish like he's ill. People all around chuckle except for the pair in front of me, Chilton and Tucker, two of Bobby's friends and marauders. Dewey must notice too because he nudges me and juts his chin in their direction. I slide my wand out of my pocket, whisper a spell as I twist it just so, and then the two of them reach for their backsides and start squealing. They race from the crowd. "Was that you?" Dewey asks. "Pigs. You gave them each a piggy tail? Serves them right." "That was classic. I owe you a lemonade," he says. "You can thank Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone," I say, inspired by a scene from the movie. With 1 round remaining, JJ wins, 9-2. While I wait to press through the crowd to reach JJ, Dewey hands me a large cup with a curly straw and filled with something purple. Or silver. Or yellow. Maybe it's pink, no it's blue. "Color-changing galaxy lemonade," Dewey says. "The best stuff there is." JJ presses through the crush of the crowd and silently slips his hand in mine. Dewey congratulates him. "You'll have to show me your moves." Dewey turns to me. "Do you see this guy? He's not winded or sweating. He doesn't look like he was just in a duel." He shakes his head in awe of his new hero. "I don't have time for that nonsense." JJ's English accent is clipped. "You put on a good show. So did Maija. She gave those two that were jinxing you corkscrew pigs' tails. They ran off squealing." Dewey laughs. JJ smirks and squeezes my hand. Dewey notices and his eyebrows lift. Then he clinks his cup of lemonade against mine and says, "Well, cheers. I'm off to win a game of thunder snow." I turn to look for the others when the nearby crowd swells as if being pushed forward. Screams abruptly follow. Everyone stampedes toward the shimmering exit. We're pressed body to body. I don't let go of JJ's hand. An elbow jabs into my ribs. Someone steps on my toe, and everyone yells in panic. Then all of a sudden, I'm sucked forward, floating for a moment, and then sailing through what feels like jello. I land hard on the grassy lawn at Riptovic under the night sky. JJ stands beside me and extends his hand to help me to my feet. "Sorry about the landing." "What happened? How'd we get here? Is everyone trapped at the Jubilee?" JJ gazes at the sky and exhales a deep breath. "I don't know what happened, but whatever caused that stampede wasn't good. I transportated us out." "You can do that?" I recall Yassi mentioning dusk and dawn are the only times the door is passable. I've been around a while and learned an exception spell or two. He winks. Were you even trying when you were dueling with Bobby? Not even a little. His lips quirk in what I assume is his version of a self-satisfied smile. So does that also mean you can leave Riptovic whenever you want? He nods like this is obvious. Then what are we doing here? You're safest here. Safe, I exclaim. 4 words. Bobby Stork, marauders, demons. Yes, but what's out there, he gestures vaguely, is much worse. Before I can protest, he says, what was your other question? Oh yeah, is everyone trapped at the Jubilee? Yes, I think so. Are they stuck there until dawn? That depends on where West is. As far as I know, he's the only one who has the authority to override the portal. But you did. He nods. That's not exactly high school level magic or authorized for that matter. Nor can I magic them all out of there. Wait. Can I make a? Only I can answer that question. The night is silent, but the screams from moments before echo in my mind. We have to do something. I close my eyes and focus my energy on the ground beneath my feet, the vault of stars above, and the energy surrounding me. I tap into the flame within. I reach deep, believing, trusting, and focusing on my power. Then I make a wish. Students fall through the portal, and then those behind them pour through in a massive chaos. I didn't exactly think through providing a stable re-entry. You could have wished for an orderly queue, JJ says as we both help those who've fallen to their feet. Then he adds, I recommend you keep your wand at the ready. Who knows what caused this? Probably not what, but who, I mutter, thinking about Bobby. He's not only a sore loser but also a marauder. Everyone stampedes across the lawn toward the dorms. Eventually, the flow of students slows. A few more limp out, like the last kernels of popcorn popping in a bag, or mouth as is the case with Dewey's exploding corn. JJ and I look at each other before transportating back into the tent. Instead of lively magical activity, the tent is wrecked and quiet except for a whimpering sound. We creep toward it, careful not to step on the decorations torn from the booths and stalls or the food wrappers strewn on the ground. A ribbon waves from behind an overturned table. It's a snodgrass, JJ whispers. We exchange a nod and we quietly each approach from opposite ends. When I peek around the corner, a girl from my creation class cowers under the hulking mass of a scaly beast. Its breath gusts the debris on the floor. She shields her face. I raise my wand, not quite sure what spell to use. The creature scrapes the ground with its clawed foot. Nice beastie, I say gently. We're just leaving. From somewhere nearby comes low laughter. Nothing nice about this thing as froth fills its mouth. He scratches the ground again and snorts. I'm reminded of a certain dragon shifter. The creature steps closer. If I extend my arm, I could touch its horns. I swallow hard and am about to give it a pig's snout. It's the first thing that came to mind, probably to go along with the pig's tails, in place of its snout filled with sharp teeth. Before I can make a move, a stark blue light fills the tent and is met with a golden flare. JJ and Bobby resume their duel. It distracts the snodgrass who roars and then charges at me. My frame is just narrow enough that it scoops me up between its horns. Its hot breath is on my stomach as it pins me against an ever-blooming flower stand with a jerk. My shoulder and head instantly ache from the hard slam. I wiggle and writhe, kicking out, gripping its horns and trying to shake free. I panic and start screaming when I remember my magic. I don't even need my wand. I close my eyes, summoning the fire-like energy that dwells deep inside. It swells within, ready to fire. However, when I blink open, a lasso of blue light encircles the beast. JJ must have broken loose from Bobby. He gently tames the beast backward, dropping me onto the ground. The creature stiffens as though frozen. Then, a half-dozen people dressed in the purple and silver of the Jubilee emerge from behind a door. They rush to the creature, taking over for JJ. With the situation in hand, JJ hurries over to me, his expression streaked with concern. I'm okay, I assure him as he helps me to my feet. Shaken but mostly fine. Mostly glad one of those horns didn't impale me. That was close. I'm sorry that I let Bobby distract me. It won't happen again. His tone is flat, as though he's angry at himself more than anything. It's kind of sweet. Next time, I'd like a go dueling against him. Bobby and I got beef, I say in my toughest voice. JJ laughs a slow laugh. We pass back through the portal to the lawn at Riptovic, where we belong. Several figures, cloaked in black, dash across campus, filling the night with their wicked laughter. What happened to Bobby anyway? I ask as we hurry across the moor. I let him win so I could deal with the snodgrass. You what? My voice echoes in the darkness as I turn to him, stopping in my tracks. A long list of all the spells I would have been happy to use against him roll through my mind. Just this once. JJ's voice is low, dangerous. It won't happen again either. His hand slips into mine and I realize he's the real winner as we walk away together. 72. After Bobby's reappearance and second duel with JJ, I'm sure the Marauders were behind the chaos at the Night Jubilee. There was no way Bobby stuck around just to try to best him. As Chancellor West said, everything in magic has a positive and negative energy. Good and evil. Contrasts. What was a fun and exciting event, not to mention time off from studying, turned into a night streaked with fear and danger. The scaly creature was a rare and deadly snodgrass. The girl, Emily, who it almost attacked, is relatively fine and escaped with only a few scratches, mostly due to the stampede, rather than a gnashing by the animal's sharp teeth. Unlike me, whose entire body aches from when it slammed me into the wall. This disaster prompts me to call a Mavericks meeting as soon as possible because I don't want to see my friends, or anyone at Riptovic for that matter, helpless when under attack. It's not so much that we don't know which spells to use. Rather, the issue is we don't have practice or, for many of us, the confidence to use our magic. More than ever, I feel an urgency to fulfill the prophecy and end this madness and mayhem once and for all. However, a week passes before the original members of the group are able to gather in the hidden room below the library. The upside is they've each brought someone, a friend or roommate, doubling our size. I take a few minutes to talk about our purpose and intentions, then explain what happened at the Jubilee after everyone was magicked out. After the events at the Jubilee, I feel like this is more important than ever, I conclude. I don't expect we'll find snodgrasses roaming around campus, a boy with a pointy face says. Don't be so sure about that, Yassie says. We faced a cinder beast a few months ago. She crosses her arms in front of her chest. Someone else adds, my mom said they shouldn't have had a dangerous animal like that at the Jubilee. You're missing the point, Yassie replies. I press my lips together and inhale. It was the Marauders, proving that they're the ones who've been creating or inviting danger onto our campus lately. I then go on to explain what else I know to the newcomers. In a way, it's like the Marauders replaced the Demon Snatchers, Nia says. They may be gone for now, but not forever. We have to be vigilant, aware, prepared, Dewey adds. It's up to us to learn how to stay safe, look out for one another, and to be on the defensive, Yassie says. But they don't teach us how to do that in any of our classes, the boy with the pointy face says. That's why we're here, Doofus, Dewey says. I raise an eyebrow, surprised at the insult. Dewey shrugs. What? That's his name. Honest. Doofus? Doofus nods. Doofus Bringle. I start to explain what the word means in the non-magical world but cut myself off, realizing I'm off topic. They used to teach defensive skills, Manolo the vamp says smoothly. The last administration decided to axe it from the curriculum. That's what my aunt told me anyway. They may not teach us these skills at Riptovic anymore, but we have someone who can help us with the basics. JJ? I call. The crowd parts for him, from where he'd been sitting in the back. He shifts and gives me a "you didn't just ask me to teach defensive magic" look. I reply with a look that says, even if I did ask, you never answer my questions anyway. His look is touché, I think. Or it could be we're going to talk about this later. Or it could be all right, I'll do it. Sometimes it's hard to read his shades of gray expressions. When the lesson concludes about an hour later, I say, listen everyone, we'll meet again next week. Same time and same place. For now, practice together, don't go anywhere alone, and watch out for the marauders. Can we bring others to the meeting? One of the newcomers asks. The more in our number, the stronger we'll be, I answer. Wait, Doofus says. Everyone turns to him. How do we know what she says is true? What if this is a waste of time? I sigh, not having anticipated any doubters because of everything I've seen with my own eyes. Why would I lie? I ask. JJ steps forward and without a word waves his wand. Memories of my experiences play like a slideshow on the bare wall of the room, starting with the incident in the orchard on Hallows Eve and leading up to the night of the Jubilee. The room spins, and I feel increasingly dizzy until my memories return to my head. Gregor's axe, that was weird. Why wasn't that in West's seminal seminar lessons? I give JJ an admonishing look that says, you didn't ask if you could broadcast my memories. He returns with a you weren't blocking them tilt of his head. Touché. That night I'm up late, unable to sleep. Like the slideshow at the meeting, I replay the night of the Jubilee. Rumor has it the organizers are convinced someone tampered with the Snodgrass enclosure. I go over the same information and details until my mind spins, and not because I'm dizzy. The moon crests the night sky, repeatedly drawing me to the window. I gaze into the endless firmament of stars, but don't find any answers. But I do find something else. Comfort. Connection. The feeling that I'm teeny tiny, but also vast with possibility. After I do a few assignments to catch up, I still can't sleep. I pace. I try counting sheep. I take deep, relaxing breaths. #triple fail. I study the map from Imogen's journal. As long as I'm awake, I may as well figure it out. The quadrants of the campus are like a puzzle that doesn't quite fit together. Well, the central area does, but several of what would be the edge pieces fade like whoever drew the map wasn't sure what was there, which is odd because if it was JJ's father who created it, many of the buildings were already constructed. I leaf through the journal, trying to put pieces together. It makes sense now that JJ would have this, knowing Imogen is his mother. Either his father had it before that and put the map in it, or Imogen did. What's it for and why? Yeah. Me and my questions. I dig through my desk to find the map of campus I received from Yassi at the beginning of the year. Thankfully, I never needed it because she showed me around, but I gathered it was a holdover from when Riptovic was an academy and not a reform school. Although Stork has lost her hold, so hopefully things will change back to the way they were sooner rather than later. I compare the two maps. There's the central campus with the dining hall, Lindholm Auditorium, the dorms, the woods, the lake house, and Nightingale Hall. There's also a path to the orchard and beyond that the cemetery. I find another part that sort of dissolves where the library should be. It's like there's a missing piece. Strangely, Gould Hall is on the north side of campus and the administration building toward the east by the lake. It's almost like an alternate version of Riptovic. I hold it up to the dim light in my room, revealing the X that JJ and I found. I lie back on my pillow, pondering, and then slip into sleep. Finally, JJ's brother, as faded and ghostly as him, leads me across the lawn where the Jubilee was. The house I grew up in, Hamilton High School, buildings from my town, the Jubilee tent, a pumpkin pyramid, and the regular buildings clutter the Riptovic campus. He urges me to keep going, through walls, obstacles, and obviously solid objects. Then the ground disappears beneath me, and I'm falling through the night sky. He looks at me imploringly over what could very well be the edge of the earth. I continue to free fall. His expression changes as if he's suggesting I'm dense and don't get it. My eyes blink open. It's still night. I look at the map again, gleaning that he was trying to lead me forward, and perhaps tell or show me something about where I was going. I wonder if the faded buildings are like portals, like the shimmering door we passed through to reach the Jubilee. When we were in the chapel and saw the X by candlelight, it was as though JJ knew something. Maybe this is where the wand is located, hidden behind a magic door in the building named after his parents. Now that the demon snatchers are likely gone, probably hopefully, fingers crossed but not likely, I could go over there right now and ask him. We've hardly had a moment alone since that afternoon. The moon is bright and the night clear. My room is over the entryway to Penny House, and the little roof isn't that far from the porch rails. I could easily shimmy down. If I encounter a demon snatcher since I wished them away once, I could do it again, right? It's a risk I'm willing to take. 73. I scurry so quickly between my dorm and JJ's, even if a demon snatcher was on the prowl, it would have to catch lightning. Thankfully, I still have my soccer speed. I pick up a rock and ping it at his window. I think. The room remains dark, and then I notice a dim, flickering light from a window on the backside of the building. JJ crosses the room and then sits at the desk under the window. Bingo. I toss another pebble. He looks up abruptly. The window slides open. Surprise flashes across his face. Did you miss me? Well, yeah, I say. I look around for a ladder or something to use to get up. Clearly, I didn't think this through. We're breaking several school rules right now. Obviously. Amusement plays in his eyes. Could I have a ladder or sheet or Rapunzel? Could you let down your hair? I say with a giggle. Without preamble, I lift into the sky and then through the oversized window. I am flying. I catch myself on the chair as my feet hit the floor. Still working on landings, JJ says with a wink. It melts me. Shows me there's a side to him that I'm only now seeing. I want to hold on and not let go. But I also can't help but tease him. That wouldn't be true to us. Show off. His lips quirk. What are you doing awake? I ask. What are you doing here? He counters. I asked first. He sits down on the still-made bed and rests his elbows on his knees. I haven't slept since my 18th birthday. Remember when you said that I'm moody and miserable? Lack of sleep could be why. I sit down next to him, not sure how much space to leave, but bank on not much. Are you still moody and miserable? His fingers twine with mine and rest on the bed between us. Not so much. Not like this. Like a light bulb warming up, he brightens a shade or two. I pull out the map and rest it across our laps. I brought this. I try to explain the oddities to him, and then the dream where his brother appeared. He chuckles lightly. Sounds exactly like something he'd do. Perhaps these buildings weren't constructed yet. Or maybe this was an alternative for the architects when they were planning the campus, I say, as possibilities of what it could be and how we can figure it out take shape. Yeah, an alternate, I say. Without letting go of his hand, I get to my feet. It will make more sense if I show you. At least I hope. After he reluctantly agrees, we steal across campus in the night. Every whisper of the wind and every sound in the distance raises the hairs on the back of my neck. Demon snatchers, guards, and coven constabulary are on patrol. Chancellor West, professors, the marauders, and given the strange topsy-turvy world it turns out I live in, any manner of other creatures might also prowl the night. Cinderbeasts, dragons, and snodgrasses, just to name a few. JJ squeezes my hand assuringly. Don't get lazy about blocking your thoughts, he says, as though he just read my mind. Don't go poking around in my head. He waggles his eyebrows. I like to know what you're thinking. I give him one quick glimpse of our first kiss before locking the door of my thoughts and memories. Either he chuckles or I kicked a pebble. Either way, it's an unfamiliar sound. When we reach Hawthorne Hall, I lead him to the lamplight. This is one of the significant places on the map that kind of disappears. See how it gets foggy, blurry. Almost like it was erased. I was thinking there might be a portal, like at the Jubilee. I tilt the map, angling to catch the lamplight and the paper shimmers. Did you see that? I say too loudly. JJ raises an eyebrow and takes the map from my hand. He says, I'll indulge you. Let's go have a look around. I can't imagine the administration would leave a portal lying open in a heavily used building, but I pull on the heavy wooden door, but it's locked. JJ gives me a look that says, you have a wand. Then, like an automatic door at the grocery store, it slides open. We step inside, and our footsteps echo in the dark. I can't see, and it's kind of spooky. Too late, I imagine the dull look he gives me. Oh right. I have a wand. The tip of his wand sends out little balls of light. One hops over the next as we move forward, illuminating our way. Where should we go? I ask faintly. I've spent a lot of time in this building and have never seen anything resembling the door like at the Jubilee, but then again, I didn't see that at first either. I pause outside Popperwell's classroom and have a think. If I were a magic door, where would I be? By Imogen's statue is too obvious, JJ says. I guess a better question is, where do we want to go? Now that is a good question. Are you saying that usually my questions aren't any good? I'd never even imply it, he says sweetly. Where do we want to go? What do we want to do? Exceptional questions as usual, JJ says, humoring me. We want to find the wand. Where did Imogen last have it? JJ shrugs. Where did she like to spend time? In the dim orbs of light from JJ's wand, I see his eyes widen. There used to be a history class at Riptovic before they switched to futurism. Let's see. I've read half the books in the library. I guess not being able to sleep has its benefits. I believe it was in the current alchemy classroom. Since alchemy is the study of transformation, it makes sense to create to make a door where there isn't one. When we enter the alchemy classroom, in the dim shadows, several brews bubble behind the professor's desk. I creep past the long tables, searching for the light switch. Maija? JJ says. Can you hear me? JJ is faint, as if he's talking into a pool of water. I walk toward the sound, and then a hand grips my arm. Nope, it wasn't water. It was jello. I pass through the portal and land in the same room. Only instead of bubbling potions, leather books line the wall behind the teacher's desk. Where are we? I ask. Let's have a look around. We walk the halls of Hawthorne, but instead of reaching Imogen's statue, there's a water fountain in its place. JJ grunts. Strange. There's only one way to figure out if we're in a different time or place, JJ says confidently. Our footsteps echo in the hall. I worry Darrington is going to glide around the corner at any moment, but not even an errant piece of paper stirs. When we step outside, the campus seems quieter than when we were out here before, and somehow more still. Where to? I ask. He leads me back toward the dorms. The door to Penny House is unlocked when I try it. Usually it smells like cookies and perfume, but tonight I detect something else beneath that, mothballs. I can't tell if this is a different version of our campus, since it's night and everything is relatively the same, or if we're outside my bedroom door. JJ nods for me to open it. I'm not asleep in my bed, which isn't weird because I'm awake. The quilt is purple, I point out. Mine is yellow. Bree's side of the room has posters of cute rumpus players, and the lights Yassie strung up aren't there. It's my room, but it isn't. Should we check yours? I ask JJ. When we step back outside, the sky pales from black to gray. Dawn is coming. The hair on the back of my neck lifts. We rush over to his dorm, but he doesn't recognize anything overly unusual or belonging to him either. He checks the door to the room next to his, and it's empty. Spencer Kari lives there, but it's storage space. Odd. JJ, we should go. I don't like it here. It feels lonely, deserted, forgotten. Several of the lantern-lit pathways are missing, namely the one that goes to the lake house. I also notice a bench where there's usually a statue. The tree everyone likes to sit under on sunny days is considerably smaller. We rush back through Hawthorne just as the first rays of sunlight stream through the stained glass windows, embedded with pieces of mirror. I stop mid-stride and my mouth falls open. I'm not there at all. No reflection. I swallow hard and grip JJ's hand, leading him to the bathroom. We stand in front of the mirror. He reaches his hand to his cheek. JJ is no longer a black and white photograph, at least not here. He's intense, full color. I lace my fingers through his, and his hand isn't cold at all. We should go, he says. But you seem brighter. What if? No, this isn't right. We shouldn't be here. The bells in the chapel toll. We pass through the history classroom toward the door. JJ stops in front of the teacher's desk. A tidy stack of the Daily Vine newspapers sits in the corner. His voice is low when he says, "We didn't travel through space but time. This is the year before my mother cursed me." He pulls me back through the shimmering door and into the dawn of the time, back where we belong. 74. JJ and I exit the alchemy classroom as the last bell rings. I roll up the magical map and put it back in my wand pocket. So we traveled through time? I whisper. JJ keeps his hand in mine. I know that you're really asking why I didn't want to be there. I figured you wouldn't answer. Even if he'd tell me, he doesn't have the chance because just then Darrington glides around the corner. A little late-night rendezvous, she snarls. With all due respect, Professor, it's morning. I wouldn't expect this from you, Thorn. However, this isn't the first time I've caught Maija sneaking around. Detention this afternoon. Both of you. I guess sharing a near-death experience didn't endear me to her. Chancellor West strides toward us from the other end of the hall. I'll take care of this, he says to Darrington. I've caught them out before hours. The professor purses her lips. Yes, they have an assignment for seminal seminar that required them to study together. West turns to me and his eyebrow lifts. Maija, you look like you've seen a ghost. Yeah, something like that. West politely dismisses Darrington and leads us into an empty classroom. Should I ask what you're doing? West's brow lifts higher. JJ inhales. We found a portal in the alchemy classroom. Ah yes. The time continuum. I've encountered many of them, but not that one. Some years ago, a particularly advanced student thought it would be amusing to install portals to different time periods. Where'd you wind up? JJ holds up the newspaper that I didn't realize he'd grabbed. Breaking more than one rule, I see. He turns to me. Maija, you look like you saw a ghost because in that era you weren't, well, anything. A spirit, perhaps, although little is known about what happens before we come into being. I suspect while there, that version of here drained your energy. And JJ, were you brighter? Did you feel more robust? Fully alive, perhaps? We both nod. Well, good thing you came back. We've had enough disappearances this school year. Close shave with Darrington as well. I caution you against sneaking around, at least on the main campus. I think he winks, or perhaps he has something in his eye, and then he vanishes. Poof. I stand there for a solid minute before JJ walks me back to my dorm. He kisses me gently on the lips, then I turn to go inside. He grips my arm, halting me. You're brave, you know that, Maija? His voice is as soft as the early morning light. A grin teases my lips. You're better brighter, but I like you just the way you are, JJ Thorne. His lips quirk. I'm certain he's fighting off a smile. I twine my fingers in his. We figured out what the blurry parts of the map are portals through time. But we're no closer to figuring out what spot X marks. JJ's eyes darken and he lets go of my hand. Yeah. That's pirate business. Dirty, grim business. He swallows hard and goes heavily down the steps in front of my dorm. I watch until he fades into the distance and can't bear the idea of him actually fading away. Later, exhausted, I practically sleepwalk through classes. The following days bring little improvement. A light spring rain drizzles on and off all week as homework piles up and a question for JJ takes shape. I'm no closer to figuring out what the X in the cemetery means, and no way am I going there at night. Ghosts for starters, but I think JJ knows. However, I don't see him much for the next few days because Coach Nifenidler has the team practicing hard for the final game of the season. According to Dewey and everyone else, it's a really big deal. Even though there's no definite release for any of us, if our team wins, each second-year player will qualify for the professional Rumpus League's version of the Riptovic Black Team. It's a pool to train and draw the best players. Even if they're stuck here forever, there's the prestige of being selected that they're all hoping for. I do my best to avoid Darrington, but lately she's everywhere, including Gould, Hawthorne, Nightingale. I even spot her in my dorm. I'm early for class and take a detour when her severe silhouette materializes at the end of the hallway. I go back the way I came, cut a right turn, then a left, moving ever deeper into the building. I pass the alchemy classroom and peer inside. There's no evidence of a shimmering door. It must only be visible at night. I find myself in front of the Imogen Hawk statue. Trehan was JJ's father. A pirate. Before he disappeared, he very likely took her wand from her. Presumably, he's dead now. Perhaps his descendants have it. Or maybe he hid it, and we have to follow clues to find it. Possibilities swirl in my mind. I scan my memory for anything in my Ivanka Stormanoff research, pointing to the location of the wand, but come up with nothing. I'm deep in thought when I sit down at my usual desk in the creation classroom to find a note waiting for me. If you let me, I'll call your heart my home. Same handwriting. Same signature. I practically swoon. This is the sweetest, most romantic love letter yet, but the truth is, my heart already belongs to someone. I tuck it in my pocket. That evening, back at Penny House, Audra pops her head into my room and says, "Be down in the common room in 5 minutes." Before I can ask why, she's already moved on. When I get downstairs, the common room is dark. Little bumps creep across my arms until a warm hand grabs it and yanks me down behind a sofa. "Just go with it," a familiar voice says. Footsteps patter down the hall. Suddenly, the lights flick on and everyone yells, "Surprise!" Yassie's hands clap her cheeks and she really truly looks shocked, but in a good way. "No one wished me happy birthday all day, I thought you all forgot." She beams. Audra says, "Today is a special occasion. We'd never forget." There are hugs and laughter as everyone wishes Yassie a happy birthday. Then Audra calls for our attention again. I know pie is Yassie's favorite dessert. Probably why she came to Riptovic instead of going to Tate, just saying. But I couldn't decide on a birthday pie. There are so many delicious flavors. I consulted the kitchen witches and in the end I made one of each, with a little help. Audra smiles at Miss Mayweather as they present lemon chiffon, cherry, apple, peach, and a few others. No two are alike. Some have woven crusts, others cutouts of flowers, leaves, braids, and butterflies. Another has a crumble. The only thing missing is my mom's coconut cream pie, but otherwise it's all perfect and delicious. I make it through slivers of 4 flavors and then collapse on the couch. Meanwhile, Yassie opens gifts and receives spellwork cards, in much the same fashion as the caricature artwork at the Jubilee. The birthday wishes appear in the air as if written with a sparkler, before vanishing. Later, most of the girls reluctantly disperse because of homework. Yassie sits down with me. "I thought everyone forgot," she repeats, nearly as surprised as before. I sit up and swallow a little bit of guilt. I'd let you read my mind, but I'll just tell you the truth. I've been so wrapped up in trying to save the campus from the marauders and the known world from the hive and demon snatchers that I did forget. Also, JJ. I've been a bit wrapped up in him too. Her lips rumple into something like understanding and resignation. "Thanks for being honest about it." I shake my head. I have no excuse. You're my best friend and I haven't been acting that way. Don't worry. I understand. I'd like to make it up to you. She bounces on the chair, apology accepted. Great, you'll let me test my latest makeup and hairstyles on you. Oh, and I have an outfit you'd look great in. Just in time for the weekend. She goes on to describe her very own version of playing dress-up. We skip homework and have a girly night, reminding me what I love so much about our friendship. It doesn't take any magic at all. Then again, the eyeshadow she applies doesn't come from a store, so a little bit of twinkle and sparkle doesn't hurt either. 75. The guy they first have a crush on isn't a ghost. This is what I tell myself every day. He's tall and substantial and kicks butt on the rumpus field. This is what I tell myself when I spot him in the team huddle. It's the final game of the season as well as the kickoff to the Gold and Red Games. An annual event I've gleaned is a lot like Field Day back home but with magic. JJ is different from other guys. Partly because he was cursed to exist in the in-between. He's more of a shadow than the other pink-cheeked players dressed in red and gold uniforms. He's also incredibly sweet once you get to know him. Actually, maybe sweet isn't the right word, but less moody and mysterious than he was when we first met. The stands are packed and all the teachers show up too. The opposing team, the Tate Terrors, line up on the far side of the field. Their matte black uniforms remind me of soldiers gearing up for battle. Even though we're locked up here, they still allow rumpus to continue. As Dewey has said, the game must go on. I wonder if we could alert any of them that we're practically prisoners on campus. Gregor's axe. Nunez is wicked, Dewey says, plopping down beside me with a bag of popcorn, already popped unlike the kind at the Jubilee. Who's that? I ask, forever clueless about rumpus, the official game of the magical world. Number 66. Fast. Ruthless. Plays dirty. Dewey points to a player who stands a head taller than the others, and whose dark hair reminds me of a raven's wing. Don't they all play dirty? I ask, having gathered that at least. Not our boy JJ. I've never seen anyone like him. Well, not since Lou Weber in 1924, Alistair Annaville in 1911, and Ainge Cullen in 1899. They were legends, Dewey says, and proceeds to give me a biography of each of the historic rumpus players. I slide over as my other friends gather, thankful for the interruption. Our team's fans are all dressed in gold, some even having magicked their hair and skin to support the team. Thanks for saving seats, Yassi says. I came down earlier with JJ, I say. I've been trying to figure out the map, but he's remained quiet, usually changing the subject or saying he needs to focus on rumpus. I'm sure he could win the game single-handedly with his eyes closed. Yes, he's that good. Yassi bats her eyelashes suggestively. The other night I told her that I felt stirrings somewhere deep inside. She warned me to be careful. Not only because the prophecy directs us to break the curse his mother put on him, but also because there's no knowing what'll happen then. Will he rapidly age and then disappear? Will he simply vanish? Is he already disappearing like he said, albeit slowly? She said she doesn't want to see me with a broken heart. I tell myself not to think about this or my birthday wish. A cheer goes up from the crowd as the announcer welcomes the fans and then introduces each of the visiting team's players. Their scowls are visible even behind their helmets, and our team, overall a friendly bunch, though Bobby looks more menacing than hot these days. When the whistle blows, the checkerboard crowd falls into silence, everyone intent to find out who gets the ball first. The gold half us boos when the Tate Terrors gain control. That was the last bit of quiet as the game, sort of like rugby, moves swiftly into play. Nelson, number 72, runs down the field to be intercepted by a Tate player. Then Nunez gets the ball and they score the first point. But then it's on. I've never seen our team so intent and violent, if I'm being honest, as they jump, throw, and yes, even play dirty, casting spells. There are only some permitted, but as the ball accelerates toward JJ, I know there's magic at play. Nonetheless, he catches it and scores. We're on our feet, cheering. Rumpus games tend to be long because of the sheer number of fouls, but the refs seem to be letting a lot slip today. A Tate terror punched one of our players in the gut while throwing the ball to her teammate with the other hand. A pair of guys on our side clotheslined two Tates. At halftime, the game ties up at 23-23. The elf dance troupe puts on a spectacular show, as usual. There's music and the spirit team, mercifully not ghosts, toss apples into the audience. No one leaves the stadium lest they miss the action. When play resumes, JJ is all over the ball, racking up 12 additional points, putting us in the lead. The grin on my face couldn't be bigger, that is, until he falls. The refs and medic rush to him and I want to as well, but Dewey puts a hand on my sleeve and says, "Don't worry. He's tough." He is tough. In fact, I've never heard him cough or sneeze. He's never complained of a stomachache. He doesn't sleep. I've never seen him eat. It could be argued that he's not made entirely of flesh and blood. Can he even get hurt? I watch carefully as he gets to his feet, looking a little dazed but unscathed. Play resumes. Tate takes the lead by a point, and when JJ gets the ball back, it's suddenly like he's on a treadmill. He's running but not going anywhere. In fact, I'm not sure his feet are even on the ground. Our fans roar with calls to the ref about illegal spellwork, but a Tate player snags the ball and JJ's back in motion. "Haven't seen Bobby with the ball once," Dewey shouts into my ear. Not the all-star he makes himself out to be. But JJ is. He has the ball again and passes it to the clinchman before blocking several of Tate's players from intercepting it. Reese is open, gets the ball, and scores us another point. I scan for Bobby again, but don't see him on the field. Maybe the coach took him out? Then I spot him, shielded by two Tate players. Chilton, a long fielder, nabs the ball. JJ still can't move. He ordinarily has a gray hue, but right now he looks blue. I'm on my feet. Dewey and I exchange a look of concern. The refs are on the other end of the field. JJ clutches his throat. "Someone help him," I shout, pointing. But no one on the field does. Meanwhile, Bobby scores a point. Misha, Manolo, and a few other members of the Mavericks look to me for direction. Yassi, Audra, Wyatt, Winnie, and the others exchange worried expressions. Surely, we're not the only ones not watching the gameplay, rather focusing on what's going wrong. "It looks like someone is jinxing him," Yassi says. "We're not allowed to bring wands into the stadium," Althea says. My cheeks warm, I have mine. You can never be too careful. Someone must have snuck one in. We have to find the source. I'm already pushing my way toward the stairs. Half of us go to the top of the stands and the others below. "It could be coming from anywhere," Dewey says, as everyone springs into action. I don't care that I'm about to break the no spectators on the field rule. My goal is to reach JJ, but when I get to the sideline marked in white paint, I bounce off it. I try again and sail backward into an elder staff member. She shakes her fist and shouts, "You fool!" She turns to me and says, "Not you, dear." I rush toward the field again but can't get through. The woman says, "Enchanted barrier. They haven't used those in years." The lines around her eyes lift in surprise. How do I unenchant it? I ask over the booing crowd. You don't. Someone doesn't want you on the field, dear. But my friend, I say, pointing at JJ. Great Gregor's mighty axe. He looks like he's having a spellergic reaction. She gets to her feet, waves her arms, and in a bellowing voice shouts, "Ref, some attention please." At the same time, the final whistle blows, signaling the end of the game. The ref spins to look at us, but he's suddenly in slow motion. The cheering, shouting, and applauding crowd sounds as if they're underwater. I feel suspended, like I'm stuck in jello, rather than passing through it. The volume and speed of the fists pumping the air, the fans jumping up and down, and the mouths open wide shouting in victory are turned down like the volume on a television. I look to the lady for an explanation just as an amplified voice says, "The Riptovic campus is now under our control. No one is to leave this arena unless we say so." 76. Someone holds us hostage. I'm not frozen, but movement takes a lot of effort and is a slow process. Wanting to move and not truly being able to is a claustrophobic, suffocating feeling. The players on the field appear mid-stride, like action shots for the daily vine. It takes ages for arms to lower, for mouths to close, and for me to pivot in JJ's direction. He's not there anymore. Did the Mavericks release him from the Jinx in time? Was he taken captive? In contrast to my physical body, my thoughts race. The amplified voice commands, "We warn Chancellor West." Now the magical community can witness the outcome and consider it a cautionary tale. I scan the field but don't see Bobby Gold or Chilton, both marauders. Then, as if invisible hands drop from above, numerous known mixed magicals rise from their seats and are herded onto the field. "Riptovic isn't a place for the likes of you, dirty, dumb, and undeserving to be among us," the voice says. This cannot be happening. I close my eyes and try to send thoughts to Yassi. We have to do something. But what? What can we do? It's time to dispose of this trash unless West shows himself and agrees to send them back to where they came from. A silver star streaks overhead, and West lands on the field among the students. He moves easily, not at all like the spell touches him. I try to send a message to him, knowing he can read my mind. Like a radio, I send out a call, "Mayday, Mayday, we need to put a stop to this. SOS. Then darkness falls behind my eyes, like a shadow crossing my inner flame. I feel cold and empty. They must have demons here to do their bidding. Then it's as if a white-hot poker prods me, trying to find a way into my mind. I quickly block my memories and thoughts. Someone, likely Bobby, is trying to access a wish. A wish. But the control over me is so dense I can't access my power either. I try, struggling against grim, murky energy that seems to be clouding my magic. West's voice breaks into my concentration. "Now I warn you. End this immediately and the consequences will be less severe than if you continue. I assure you, you will not get away with this. Watch us," the voice says. Then West starts to turn silver, his expression almost like JJ's as he struggled on the field. This cannot be happening. Not JJ and West. Fear turns into fuel. I push past the invisible mass within, obstructing me from my inner flame. I throw open doors in my mind. I light fires, igniting my magic. I seek and destroy. Nothing will keep me from my power. No one and no spell will stop me from helping my friends and the other students at Riptovic. I summon my wish, and it erupts out of me like a volcano. Then all at once my body catches up with my racing mind as I dash onto the field. The spell is broken. Just as quickly, West disappears. Poof! In the following moments, it's pandemonium as everyone panics, bumping into each other, trying to get to safety. My wish may have worked, but note to self, next time be more specific about an exit strategy, starting with orderly lines. A buzzing sound grows louder. Members of the Coven Constabulary rise up and over the brim of the stadium on moto brooms. Dewey is hoping for one after graduation. I call out my friends' names, search for JJ, and help people to their feet and to the exits. When I finally make it out myself, I meet up with Yassi, Audra, and Winnie. I'm calling an emergency Mavericks meeting. Let's split up. Tell as many members as you can. They look uncertain, like perhaps we'd be safer back in our dorms. Think about Wyatt, Dewey, Parker, and Bree. All of our friends, especially the ones who were targeted. Until we stop the marauders, no one is truly safe. With that, we dash in different directions. I find Nia, Reese, Sadie, and tell Wyatt to find others. Less than an hour after the stadium was taken, most of the Mavericks meet in the secret room in the library. I try to get everyone's attention, but they're all talking at once, afraid for their friends, questioning what happened and who did it. Some are angry. Most feel betrayed by West. Yassi whistles and says, "Listen up. Maija wants to say something, but first, you need to chill out. We're not helpless. This isn't hopeless. We're going to do something." She looks to me as if to say, "But what?" To be honest, I'm not sure. This is what we know. The Marauders jinxed JJ, but I don't know where he is. They held everyone in the stadium hostage, gathered several groups of magicals, and threatened to. I think the word used was dispose, Reese says bitterly. Dufus says, then West did a disappearing act and deserted us. Someone interrupts, I thought they attacked him, killed him maybe. An argument follows debating what happened to West. Some say he died, others that he left, all are upset. I trust he has his reasons, I try to interject. Someone says, he betrayed us. Another counters, no, we just saw the head of school get vaporized. He's dead and gone. I throw up my hands. He's too powerful for them to defeat him, I say, trying to convince them, and maybe myself too. From the crowd, Bobby's sister, Sage, steps forward. You asked for names? I have them. Yassi eyes me as if asking, can we trust her? Letting her into my mind, I reply, I'm not sure we have a choice. She starts with her brother's name and then gives up Koa Katayama, Tucker Block, Owen, and Griffin. This confirms what I already knew, but now everyone else knows too. Just then, the door opens. It's Dewey. The coven has everything under control and more are on their way. What do you mean? I ask. To escort us home. The campus is being evacuated. Everyone starts talking at once. I take my time walking back to Penny House. Not because I'm not concerned about my safety, but now I do feel helpless. It's like by sending us away, we're giving up, and they win by dividing us. I start down the path toward JJ's dorm. A member of the coven stands guard outside the door, so I turn back to Penny House. I find some of my friends in the common room, already waiting with their bags. Elisha and Polly, Honey's minions, talk in low voices. It's not worth it. I, for one, don't want to have my life ruined because there are a bunch of mixed magicals that don't belong here. They should just go back to wherever they came from. Riptovic was better before. You two are so ignorant. I huff. And you're so. I raise my eyebrows, waiting for her insult. Yes, Riptovic was probably better before it became a reform school. It's true, we may have differences, but we're all part of the magical community. Why not contribute to making things better? Why try to cut others down? Aren't we stronger together? I don't wait to hear their response. I rush up to Yassi's room to find her and Audra comforting Winnie, Philomena, and a few other first years. Do you think they'll let us come back? Winnie asks, wiping away a tear. When it's safe, I answer, announcing my arrival. If they're actually sending us home. Did you find JJ? Audra asks. I shake my head. Coven are posted outside the dorms. I didn't think I'd be allowed in. What are we going to do? Philomena asks. I draw a deep breath. I don't know. I get to my feet, ready to pack. I feel the sadness, disappointment, and helplessness descending upon us like a curtain. Like the shadow within me when I was trying to resist my wish being taken. Fire surges within me. No. We won't be defeated. Not even on the cloudiest night can the stars completely disappear. Before I exit, I add, whatever happens, we will be back. 77. It was hard saying goodbye to my besties, but even more difficult not being able to say goodbye to JJ or know what happened to him. Officers from the OMM wait by the enchanted gates and the barbed wire with brooms in hand. Can I trust them? Last time I boarded a broom, the driver turned into a djinn. Who's to say we're not going to get dropped off at the Iron Tower? At the last minute, I hurry over to Yassi. What we need is a solution. My voice edges toward frustration. What about West? Did you find out what happened to him? I shake my head. I've been thinking a lot about what happened on the field. It went fast, but I think it was incubate spellwork. What's that? I ask. Grim magic. It's the inverse of warming something, like draining the energy or magic from someone by slowly freezing them. But a warm witch or wizard would need to perform the magic, she says. What's a warm witch or wizard? Darrington is one. I have seen some of her thoughts. She gets distracted sometimes and lets down her walls. She went to Riptovic and I guess she had a thing for making people have dog traits. Sounds an awful lot like the boreworm jinx. That's because it was. Darrington was clever, I'll give her that. I guess it wasn't until the second year that she started truly applying her genius. Turns out she had a rough home life and had to learn to operate from the offensive starting on day one. It was a shame. The Coven raided her home after allegations of inappropriate use of magical artifacts when she was 12. This is juicy. And you're telling me all of this now? Chancellor West always saw her potential. He tends to see and bring out the best in students, don't you think? I nod. But he's gone now. Where'd he go? I can't even bring myself to say JJ's name. Where is he? A smile appears on Yassie's lips. We have to believe he'll be back. There's nothing that can stop Winslow West. It's a well-known fact. She winks and gets on the broom to take her home or wherever we're going. I can't help but think this is some kind of hoax. I watch as everyone leaves and await the CC who's going to take me home. From nearby, there's laughter, and I suddenly feel like it's directed at me. My stomach quakes. I remember the time Honey tripped me in the very stands in the recently vacated arena at my back, and the other times when I had the boreworm jinx and humiliated myself. Shame tingles through my body and I want to run and hide. There are a few lingering students, but mostly everyone has already departed. Already the campus feels empty. A man with ashen skin emerges from a nearby building. As he moves closer, he seems to sniff the air. I've spent plenty of time in cities, and am wary of car service drivers. My sketchy radar goes off, but I tell myself this is a member of the Coven. They're all kind of weird and intimidating. I try to get a good look at his face in case I have to identify him in a lineup later, but he moves quickly, and in the descending light, I don't get a good make on him. He mounts the motobroom and instructs I do the same. There's a cinching sensation like an invisible safety belt tightening around my lap. Too bad about the gold and red games, I say, making small talk. Maybe he knows something helpful about what happened, who was behind it, and where West is now. His chuckle is low, smoky as we lift off the ground. Welcome to the first task of the gold and red games. It is a test of skill, cunning, and strength. Before I can ask what is going on, we're whizzing through the sky. Gold and red class students would be entering a maze to find the girl with 1,000 goats. If they successfully answer her riddle, they'll be given the golden apple. I can do that. No, you will be facing Magog, he says over the wind. I don't understand. I'm a red class student. No, you are a delinquent. He puts speed on the broom and soon a dark tower that I recognize pierces the sky. I want to understand and process what just happened. Is this all part of the games? You'd think Yassie or JJ would have warned me about these games. Why am I being singled out? I'm not a delinquent. Can they do this? Is it legal? Never mind, the Office of Magical Management is corrupt, and that's not my battle to fight. But facing a Magog, whatever that is, will be part of this test. The broom drops inside the walls of the iron tower. I swallow thickly as we touch down. Something isn't right. The CC, if he even is, leads me through an entry at the back. He turns swiftly and wraps my wrists in cuffs and chains that burn my skin like ice. They spark bluish silver as I press my magic against them, trying to break free. This is my last chance. But my magic stops before it can make its way out of my palms. The CC chuckles. Nice try. He shoves me through the door, and I don't even have a chance to glance over my shoulder before the door closes solidly, forebodingly. Unlike jails I've seen on TV, this one is dungeon-like as we move lower into the ground. Maybe the regular cells are in the tower. There is no metal detector, body search, or phone call offered. The air smells dank, reminding me of the secret room I found in the library. I'd rather be there. I'd rather be anywhere. Water drips, chains rattle, and in the distance, someone screams in what could only be pain. My limbs tingle, almost numb with fear. Torches on the wall blaze as we wind farther down into the depths of the tower. Eventually, the staircase widens to an indoor arena with stone seats lining the round walls. In the center is sandy ground, blotted dark in some places. I have the sudden and dire feeling I'm going to be inside it, facing the Magog. The CC shoves me in a cell with iron bars. They clink shut, reminding me of when I arrived at Riptovic. I'd give anything to be back there now. I immediately moved to the back as tears pierced the corners of my eyes. I didn't buy into being a witch at first. I thought it was nonsense. A trick. Then I accepted it, even if a bit reluctantly. Stork terrified me, reform school was the pits, JJ infuriated me, but there were so many bright spots. Silent tears now track freely from my eyes. I press my fists to them, unwilling to cry. The squeaking of a rat pulls my attention back to the focus at hand. Survival. Except for the flickering torchlight, it's dark down here. Who knows how big the rats are or what else awaits me? I'm not sure how much time passes, but soon the echo of footfalls stomp from the stairwell. Many footfalls. I peer through the bars of the cell, and inmates filter into the seats. They're all grimy, sallow, and alternate between looking completely haggard and threatening. I recognize some of them from Riptovic. My stomach churns. My limbs go numb. They appear comfortable down here, as though they know what to expect. I wish I did. Wandless and weaponless guards move them along. I study the scene, trying to make sense of it all. If only I had Yassi's ability to read minds. I'm the kind of person who is curious and keen to learn. I'm certain none of my questions will be answered here. I pace behind the cell bars. Maybe this part of the gold and red games. Perhaps it's an initiation for all new inmates to the tower. It could be a bad dream. A nightmare. Probably not. Well, hello Maija. Funny to meet you here. Stork appears from the mass of people coming from the stairs. Her amber dragon eyes flash in the low light. Gregor's axe, I stutter. You thought you'd seen the last of me. She chortles. A dragon as old as me isn't gotten rid of that easily. A slap on the wrist. A new posting at the Iron Tower. I bided my time. Waiting for the right moment. Got word students at Riptovic were being sent home. Shame. Were you behind it? Her expression is smug. The events in the Rumpus Arena? Sadly, I cannot take credit. But what's going to happen in this arena? Oh yes. This is all me. And just what is that? I ask, thinking of what the CC said about the Magog. Long ago, there was the Dragon Guard. Humans abused us. Killed us. Witches and other magicals discovered our power and caused us great suffering. They oppressed us. So this is about revenge? Somewhat. It's also about restoring what's right. Sounds a lot like the aims of the Hive. The fallen angels are just that, fallen. They go against the natural order. They aren't meant to rule. And dragons are. We used to have a great empire. However, that time has passed. No, Maija, Stork breathes in her smoky voice. It's too late for that. But I have nothing against watching all of you ruin yourselves. I step back. That's wicked. She shrugs. No worse than what your kind and the humans did to us. I say it's justice. What's fair is fair. Are you serious? I didn't do anything. She snorts and a little plume of smoke wafts from her nostrils. I suppose not. But you have something both the humans and magicals want. I'm merely helping them move closer to their aims. And what are your aims? Her laugh is deep and throaty as she stalks away. I'm no closer to answers, but at least I know who's behind this. As to what's to come, the cell door opens, and I'm certain I'm about to find out. A guard wearing black leads me to the sandy floor of the arena. The stands are now full. Even though the rules for rumpus are confusing, I take that over this vast empty space surrounded by sneering and jeering convicts. Another guard in an announcer's box calls for everyone's attention. We have a special treat for you tonight. Many of you know about the famed dragon guard of old. Once there were fire breathers. The announcer nods, and I follow his subtle gaze over to Stork. She's definitely a fire breather. And there were the fire eaters. The crowd makes a low booing sound. From another but much large cell, there's a thrashing and growling noise. When it's relatively quiet again, the announcer continues. The fire eaters had the unique ability to consume the power magicals among us who hail from the astral plane. The fiery ones. He chuckles. The guard standing beside me lifts the chain around my wrists, and it sparks blue, clearly restraining my magic. Yes, you have it right. Tonight we will see an astral witch contend with Magog, the fire eater. If she's unsuccessful, you will see him consume her for himself, including her magic. I glance at Stork, and her plan comes together. She must control the dragon Magog, and if it consumes my magic, she will have control over my wishes. The crowd cheers, clearly anticipating the violence that's to come. Another cell opens, and out walks a large beast with oil-slick black scales, as if it's secreting something poisonous. Its forked tongue flicks, and its nostrils flare wide as if it's breathing me in as it approaches, measuring me up. Dude, I hate to say this, but you're going to win. My chest craters at this reality. What about my family? My friends? I'm dragon meat, and they'll never know what happened to me. Dread makes me want to curl into a ball. Winning the fight against Stork was mostly luck. I don't stand a chance. And if I did win? Then what? Would Stork, the guards, or the CC just let me go, walk free? I hang my head as defeat crushes me before the fight even begins. The crowd continues to cheer and chant as the dragon stops a few paces away. Unlike Stork, I don't smell fire or ash. Instead, it's something sharp, acrid. The guard holding my chains and the one with the fire eater remove the chains holding us both fast and then take their leave to someplace safe. I can't convince myself that this isn't happening, so I do what any sensible person would do. I take several steps back with my hands lifted in a sign of peace. I'm not here to hurt you or anything. I just want to go. The dragon roars. Shut your mouth, foul witch. I don't want to hear your lies. I'm not lying. I've seen the insides of cells, been sworn into service, and suffered greatly at the hands of your kind. It's time you feel my wrath. Instead of flames shooting from the dragon's mouth, I feel a sudden suctioning, like it's drawing me in on an invisible wave. With my hands still lifted, I dig in my heels and realize I can use my magic now. I use a spell to stop my progress toward the dragon. Frustrated, it roars and snaps at me. I jump back, dropping into the sand. The crowd boos. Yeah, guys, I know that I'm weak. I know I don't stand a chance against this thing. No need to rub it in. I use several simple spells to curb Magog's approach, but the dragon's slick scales seem to repel my magic. I glance at Stork watching, and she seems all too self-satisfied. She could have just tossed me in a cell with the dragon. No need to make it a public spectacle. The dragon stalks toward me. Its eyes are clouded, and I realize it can't see, or if it can, not very well. It's going by scent. It won't hurt much, little witch. Its sharp teeth drip with the same inky substance as its scales. I feel the reverse energy drawing my magic toward it and roll out of the way. The dragon doesn't miss a trick. Its senses must be honed, and it's still towering over me. Why don't we give them a show? Prove yourself worthy as a foe. I press to my feet. I've been trying to prove myself my whole life. Why stop now? I throw my magic across the arena, but add another spell to make it ricochet in multiple directions. My intention is to throw off the dragon from knowing my exact location. I dash to the far side, throw some more, and then to another part of the arena. It's a massive, hulking creature, and I don't imagine it's built for speed. But I am. I have my parents to thank for that. Adding another little nuance to my spells, I allow them to float like the orbs of light used on campus around the holidays. My magic hangs in the arena as I knit more and more of it like a net overhead. The dragon sniffs the air, jerking its head in all directions as it tries to figure out the origin. I whisper, "Come and get me," but use magic to throw my voice. The inmates gathered make an odd sound as I continue to create the net and the echo, moving as fast as I can. Distracted by the fanfare, I'm too late when the dragon pounces on me, mouth open, its reverse flame like a tractor beam sucking me in. Frustrated, it roars and swipes me with its tail. I trip and slam hard on the ground. The suctioning feeling increases and I grasp the sand, unable to get a handhold as it draws me closer. "Say goodbye, wicked witch," the dragon says. I kick and thrash, trying to get myself free. Magog's fang pierces my shoe, and a searing pain paralyzes me and I go limp. I blink a few times, and the last thing I see is the reflection of my terror in the dragon's eyes. 78. I wake up to a snuffling and a grunt. The air isn't dank, but not fresh either. I seem to be covered in something sticky, nasty, fetid. Pain racks my body and moving is impossible. Then I recall the arena, the battle, and the death blow. Am I dead? I blink a few times only to see stone walls and ceiling. Is this a cave? My breath comes shallow, and I feel panicky at my immobility. Then someone or something grips my ankle. I have the vague sensation that they're doing something to my foot. But the pain is so intense I get nauseous and pass out. When I wake up again, the light is slightly brighter than before. It must be daytime. I am in a cave, but with who and why, alive or dead, I have no idea. Leave it to me to still wonder and ask questions, even when my status is uncertain. I try to press up to sitting, but my body is heavy and I sense my magic is restrained again. Maybe I'm still in the Iron Tower. I try to call out, but my throat is dry. I feel so weak, I give in to sleep once more. The third time I wake up, I fight to stay that way and find out where I am. It's still somewhat bright in the cave, and my senses slowly return to me. I smell something sharp in the air and again, someone grabs my ankle. It's a strong hold, unyielding even as I try to get free. "If you want to live, you'll have to trust me," a voice hisses. It's a voice from my nightmares. From the arena. Magog. I sit up and instantly feel dizzy. I'm on uneven stone. At my feet is the fire eater, only instead of dragon form, he's shifted. His eyes are still cloudy, but his hair is black, his skin naturally tan, and his movements agile. "What are you doing?" "Trying to help you." "I thought you were going to eat me." He snorts. Wouldn't Stork have liked that? "Where are we? How did we get here?" He examines my foot as he continues. "I told you I endured much hardship at the hands of your kind and humans alike. When it became clear that among the last of my kind was doing the same thing, using me for her own ends, I decided it was time to control my future." "What happened?" I ask. "So many questions," he huffs. "Stork kept me captive and stuck in dragon form for decades. She had me do her bidding in the Iron Tower, amassing power while she aligned with the humans who hurt us, who she claimed to despise. I think she intended to overthrow them from the inside out," I say, recalling our recent conversation. "How'd you get away?" "The simplest way possible. I burst through the walls," he says simply. "Were they enchanted?" "Of course. As I said, I've amassed all kinds of magic in the arena. She didn't count on me not using it to my own ends." He sets my foot down. "It should feel better soon. Think of it as a prize. A fire eater bit you, and you live to tell the tale." "Thank you," I say, filled with uncertainty. He looks at me for a long minute, as though surprised by my comment. I sit all the way up and gaze around. There's nothing to see other than a small fire and a pile of what looks like herbs he must have used to help heal the wound. Now what? I ask. Magog surveys me closely. Tell me what I've missed. Tell me the truth of what I face out there. He gestures to the mouth of the cave. What am I up against? I explain that I'm new to magic and probably know about as much as he does, but explain about Riptovic and how Stork made it into a reform school. To eradicate magic from the world, he says slowly as if he's known this all along. The human, non-magicals probably believe they'll be left to rule. Just as they did after the rift. He chuckles. Shame on them for not learning about the nature of power. What starts as a little seed always leads to the desire of more. Magog's eyes flash. She'd overthrow them with my help. She'd claimed I'd rule with her, but I know Stork better than that. She's greedy. I've heard that dragons are in general, but don't mention this. Probably not the best time. That's not all. There's another group called the Golden Hive. I go on to tell him about their aims. They summon demon wraiths. Spirits who were prevented from moving onto the next realm. Now trapped here, they're snatching magicals, getting stronger and multiplying. Magog fixes me with a hard stare. Stork and the Hive want to use you as a weapon. You are a pawn in a deadly game. On one side there is the fire-breather Stork, intent on overthrowing the humans and magicals alike. On the other is the fallen angels who'd prefer they lord over us all, he recaps. I nod, realizing more than ever how complicated the magical world is. He blinks his sly eyes a few times before going on. Maija, all it would take is one wish. One wish to rule them all. You could use it for yourself. All at once, a vision blazes across the cave wall. I wear a crown and a gown in a shade of red as bright as fire, or as deep as blood. I look pretty dang good. If you could see me now, Carter. Laughter bubbles up inside as the vision consumes me. A voice whispers in my ear. You are an astral. It could all be yours. All of the magical kingdoms, houses, and packs. The land, the sea, and the sky. In the vision, I raise my wand, ready to pronounce it so. Then I realize that I don't feel good. It doesn't feel good. I shake my head, pulling myself free of the vision. Does it not suit you? Magog asks, reminding me of where I am in space and time. No. I catch my breath. All it would take is one wish from you to end it. End them all. My father taught me how to play chess and to always stay a few moves ahead. This game is deadly, involves lives and an entire realm. I have to be the master of the board. I have to rise to this occasion. Magog smiles as though he sees the resolution in my expression. I could end them all, or I could do the right thing. I get to my feet and limp toward the entrance to the cave. We're deep in the mountains. Is it still Concordia? I have no idea. The dragon shifter approaches on silent feet. What do you want, Maija? It's rare that people ask me a question, and lately even rarer that I'm given a choice. Rather, I realize I have to take it. I want freedom, and I will take it. Will you bring me home? I need to play a game of chess. Magog's expression is one of puzzlement, either because he doesn't know what it is and how to play, or is confused about why I'd want to play a board game right now. Very well. I bow slightly because that seems like the polite thing to do. Thank you for freeing me. For showing me kindness when you could have done the opposite, eaten me or whatever. I still may. He shows his teeth but wears a smile. I am in your debt. I would like to offer you a wish. I hope it's one I can grant. Is this a trick? No, I say with a genuine smile. Think of it as a treat. A repayment for what witches have done to you, and how you've helped me. He shifts from foot to foot, as though not expecting my kindness. I certainly didn't expect him not to kill me. Anything, he asks. As I told you, I'm relatively new at this, but if I can perform the wish, then yes. I'll do it. But I won't hurt others. That's a rule. Well, unless it involves stork. I can make an exception. No, no. Nothing like that. And leave stork to me. She will soon meet her end. He paces the short length of the cave myth. I would like a place to retire. Like Florida? An island where it's warm, secluded. Somewhere I can lay in the sand with the sun on my scales and no one will ever find me. I wrinkle my nose. That sounds kind of lonely. Dragons live for many ages. My life is coming to a close in about 400 years. I'd like to conclude things in peace and maybe coconuts. I love those. Eat 'em whole. He goes on to tell me about his trip to a tropical island once as I rack my brain, trying to think of a secluded and warm place he could go. A place big enough for a dragon. I doubt there's any place that would be suitable and where humans wouldn't be involved, even for scientific and preservation purposes. Then I recall one of Darrington's lessons. She said there was a way around every conceivable problem. She said you can go around, over, under, or through. In this instance, I'll have to go upward, as in creating a new island. Hawaii, I blurt. Magog lifts his eyebrows. You get a brand new island in the vicinity of Hawaii. I go on to explain how the island chain was created out of cooling magma. Spoken like a true astral, fiery, hot, molten. What is an astral? I ask. Your magic is of the stars, Magog answers. Some magicals get their magic from the sea, the sky, the earth, and other elements. That matches what Wes told me. I glance toward the darkening sky, blinking slowly as we formulate a plan for wishing Magog's island into being. To my wondrous description, he goes on to tell me how he's going to destroy stork one scale at a time. I swallow thickly. Sounds grisly. He laughs as though delighted by my assessment. I thought the hundreds of years in the service of magicals and humans were horrible. No, she was the worst. She cursed me to be blind. I'm sorry. He shakes his head. No, now I can see. I did something kind and so did you. We should go. In a matter of minutes, Magog shifts, and I'm cruising on his back over the Atlantic. The stars seem close enough to touch. I recall one of Popperwell's lessons, explaining the difference between being brave and courageous. Now is the time to be courageous. I may be afraid, feel helpless, and not know exactly how to fix the problems in the magical world, but I have to try and do what's right anyway, one step and one spell at a time. After I'm dropped off at home on Broom Street, I notice that my dad's car isn't in the driveway. My mom's car is in the garage, but no one is here. I find the hidden key under the mat and let myself in. It smells like home, chocolate, coconut, and my dad's aftershave. I inhale deeply. After unpacking and having a snack, I plug my cell phone in. It's been ages since I've gone on a device, and even longer since I've used social media. I have at least a few days to catch up on things. First, I call my mom. The ring sounds hollow and far away. Hello, Maija, she asks, sounding breathless. What are you doing? Where are you? Are you okay? I'm fine. Before I left Riptovic, I decided not to tell my parents what happened. I'm at home for the week. I checked the school calendar before we left. I didn't see any vacations listed. Wait. Where are you? I ask. Home. Well, Jamaica. You're in Jamaica? I ask, shocked. She goes back once or twice a year, but usually I go too. Your father had a business trip and Grandma, well, she's getting on okay, but I think she means she's getting old. I picture them on the wooden deck, under the Caribbean sun. Waves wash onto the beach in the background, and I picture the palms swaying in the breeze. I will get the first flight back. You shouldn't be home by yourself. Mom, I'll be fine. If I can handle myself at Riptovic, trust me, I'll be fine. Plus, I could use a break. You know, living in a dorm, constantly being around people. A little peace and quiet are welcome. I'll see if your father can cut his trip short. After his presentation in Antwerp, he was going to visit the McCangus family, remember them, in Edinburgh? But he can catch them next time. Mom, there's no need to change plans. I'm going to take a bath, read, paint my toenails. Don't forget to drain the tub. I won't. I'll also bake some cookies. Be sure to remember to turn off the oven. Don't burn the second batch, she says, recalling a time I forgot I added another sheet to the oven while I devoured the first. I'll catch up with my friends. Don't stay out late. Don't lock yourself out. Don't. Mom, I say, exasperated. If I can be trusted with a wand, I think I can handle being home. I mean, probably. As long as my ghost grandmother doesn't show up. As long as I'm not under attack. Don't forget that I love you. I smile. I love you too. I'll check in every day, and I'll tell the Nelsons across the street they don't need to look after Filbert. There's cash in the coffee can over the stove for groceries. She goes on, but I'm already checking that we have the ingredients for baking some cookies. Priorities. Plus, I need sustenance before I go save the magical world. 79. After my mom and I get off the phone, I go up to my room, feeling strange, like I'm a visitor rather than a resident, and still in shock of the events of the last hours. It's safe to assume the students at Riptovic were sent home, but I was detoured, much like I had been when I first left home with Dina, who was actually a djinn. Who was actually hired by JJ. Ironic how I ended up at the Iron Tower anyway. I can hardly shake off the experience and can't rightly play chess by myself. I wish my parents were here, even though I couldn't tell them the truth. Voice vow and everything. I lived in this house for 16 years up until last September, but my room in Penny House is also very much home. Right now, I'd like to be with Yassi and tell her everything, the confusion, the fear, the redemption. Whoever thought I'd find an ally in a fire eater, the dragon stork thought would be my undoing. If Yassi were here, my primary question would be about being an astral. I should have asked Magog. Too late now. Glancing around at my room, all I see are artifacts of my old life. Treasures too, but I am not the person I once was. I can't go back. Or rather, come back here. I mean, I am here. It's also a lot tidier. But I can make quick work of cleaning up. Still in my uniform, I whip out my wand and say the spell to put everything in its place. I cross my arms in front of my chest, look around, and am satisfied. My gaze lands on the figure in the window in the house across from mine. Riley Miller, the boy next door, stands there with his mouth hanging open. Gregor's axe, I hiss. Hurrying out of my room, I get to the landing at the bottom of the stairs at the same time the doorbell rings. Do I answer? I pace back and forth. He saw. I know he saw. What do I do? I answer the door. Hi, Riley. His mop of floppy hair is shorter, and he slouches a little less than I remember. We exchange awkward pleasantries. This is the kid I grew up with, playing in the mud before he developed a crush on me. We've farted in front of each other. But I suppose we've both grown up. I didn't know you were coming home, he says. Me neither. I also didn't expect to be sent to supernatural prison, thrown into an arena to battle a cutthroat dragon, or almost die. Your parents are away. He tries to look into the house behind me. I know. Do you want to come in? I ask. Acting normal is probably the quickest way to smooth this over. Is anyone else here? Riley peers over my shoulder. No, just me, I say, wrinkling my nose. I never knew him to pry. I step out from in front of the doorway, but he doesn't move to come inside. Are you sure? Because I thought I saw, he scratches his head. Never mind. You thought you saw my grandmother's ghost. I make my tone slightly eerie, like when we used to tell each other ghost stories. For the record, that was before Mamu visited, died, and haunted me. His eyes bug for real. I nod, thinking fast. Yeah, remember when Mamu visited a long time ago and then she died? Remember I said I saw her sitting on the end of my bed? He whispers, yeah. Well, she never left. Been haunting our house ever since. She's a real pain in the butt. Makes creepy noises, makes things levitate. She's particularly fond of my room, I add, covering my tracks. It's really annoying. Are you serious? As serious as a dragon breathing fire. Or eating fire, as the case may be. Well, you would not want to be caught. I stop myself when Riley breaks into laughter. You are always so funny, Maija, he says, catching his breath. Hey, my girlfriend Jessie and I are getting pizza and a movie tonight, if you want to come over. I release my breath. Thanks for the offer, but I have plans with a ghost. Also, a bath to take after being in the pit at the Iron Tower, then in a cave. Oh, and cookies to bake. Riley laughs again and crosses the small yard between our houses with a wave in my direction. Note to self, remember to close the curtains. A much-needed bath leaves me feeling relaxed. My mom has the best essential oils. It's almost dark, and I'm starting to regret the little fib I told Riley about my grandmother's ghost because there was some truth to it. Mamu has haunted us, but hopefully, Aunt Ida sent her away for good at Christmas time. Next, I turn on all of the lights in the house in order to be ready and whip up a batch of cookies. While they're baking, the sun sets, painting the kitchen gray and purple. The ghost I was hoping to see was JJ. Well, technically he's a liminal being. Even though I faced a fire-eating dragon and escaped the Iron Tower, there's no way I'm going to Scary Street in the dark. While the cookies cool, yes, I turned off the oven, I text Chelsea. She comes over with Logan, Keiko, Reggie, and even Carter, accompanied by his latest girlfriend, Morgan. We have pizza, yes, I invite Riley and Jessie to join us, play salad bowl, my favorite version of charades, and eat ice cream cookie sandwiches, of course I share. My bestie notices my limp, but I play it off as a soccer injury. I should have asked Magog when I should expect it to heal. In a strange way, I'd almost like Magog to be here with us. I get the idea he'd like ice cream cookie sandwiches and my friends, even though he's old enough to be our great-great-grandfather times 10. We talk about prom, the Hamilton High School Hippos, apparently the track team is going to the state championships including Chelsea, and plans for the summer. It's our last summer before college, Chelsea says. I think we should take a road trip. I'll dye my hair red, white, and blue. Currently, it's a light shade of green for spring. I'm getting a car in May for my birthday, Keiko exclaims. What kind? A Fiat. How am I going to fit in a Fiat? Asks Reggie, her boyfriend. He's as tall as she is short. We'll fold you up like origami. The two of them banter back and forth, laughing and ending it with a kiss. What about camping? That would be fun, Logan suggests. I prefer glamping, Chelsea says. We could go to a resort. A few others toss out suggestions. Or we could stay home, I say. Surrounded by my friends, I finally feel like I belong back here. For one night, I forget about magic, ghosts, and the uncertain future. But that's all I allow myself. I have a magical world to help save. AD. The next day I put on my favorite pair of jeans, a striped t-shirt, and grab a sweater I knitted ages ago, just in case. The house on Scary Street seems drafty. My old friends were talking about taking a trip over the summer, but I have a treasure map in hand, and I'm going to see where it leads. First, I have to try to find JJ. I walk the few blocks to Scary and get butterflies at the sight of the old house at the end of the street. It isn't haunted per se, but it is occupied, I suppose. Well, hopefully, these little butterflies in my belly will bring me to their cause. A tall boy with messy dark hair, alluring gray eyes, and a personality that isn't everyone's cup of tea. But I'll gladly drink it. I knock. No answer. Courage later. Bravery now. I push the door open. It creaks just as I expect it would. The sunshine through the windows casts dusty squares of light on the wooden floor. The corners hide in the shadow. Cold sweat pricks my forehead. It's likely the ice cream sandwich is melting in my bag. JJ, I call. The front door slams shut. I am a witch. I can handle this. My hand lands on my wand in my bag and I pull it out. JJ, I say more loudly. I seriously hope this house isn't actually haunted, and I'm not getting instant karma for stretching the truth to Riley. It's Maija. I walk through the main room to the kitchen. There, I find a faint figure seated at the table with his head in his hands. A top hat sits by his bent elbows. JJ? I whisper. I gently put my hand on his shoulder. He's hardly solid. He slowly looks up at me as though pulled from a trance, or as though waking from a dream. His eyes search mine for recognition, then snap into focus. I take his hand in mine and he brightens. Where have you been? What happened? I ask. He gets to his feet, wrapping me in a hug and pecking me on the lips in quick, relieved bursts. Then he kisses my cheek, my jaw, my neck, in between each saying, I, then moves to my ear and says, missed, then my forehead and finishes with, you. He pulls me even closer before settling into a longer, much longer kiss. Despite how cold JJ is, it's like little stars spark to life all over my skin. Where there was once so much animosity and frustration, now I feel something else entirely. Warmth. Care. Maybe something more. I let myself drift in and out of it like when stargazing, trying to focus on each individual star and then letting them blur and taking in the vast expanse, something so infinite it's almost impossible to grasp. His hands grasp my shoulders like I'm his anchor, holding him to this life. Then his palm caresses the soft part of my neck before sliding into my hair. JJ squeezes me close to him, breathing deep. I imagine he doesn't want to let go and slip away. I was hoping you would come, he says when we part. He guides me to the main room. In a patch of sunlight, he magics a picnic blanket. He waves his wand and a board with grapes, cheese, crackers, and other snacks appear. I pass him the melting ice cream cookie sandwich. He shakes his head. I can't. I'm fading. Fast. My time is nearly up. I lick the edges and then take a big bite. He's staring at me, the intensity usually in his eyes replaced with sadness. What happened? I ask, hoping he'll answer my question. If not, I'll use a wish to find out if I have to. I've never seen someone trying so hard to keep from falling apart. He describes how he was repeatedly jinxed at the rumpus game. Then he confirms the incubate spell that Dina mentioned. I managed to fend it off using a particularly difficult spell Chancellor West taught me. I vanished myself, just barely. He did too, I presume, I say. JJ nods. Presumably. Did you magic yourself here? Yeah. Turns out I made it for my brother's last moments. It was as if he was waiting for me. This was our father's house in the States. My parents lived here for a long time. My brother liked it best because it smelled like the sea on a summer day. He liked roaming through the rooms and imagining adventures. You mentioned your brother was born like you, liminal. JJ gazes into the distance. If he were physically capable of crying, I'm convinced he would. Born already fading, he was stuck here in this house all these years, slowly disappearing. Now he's gone. But you're not, I say, rallying. Our school needs us. We have a prophecy to fulfill. This isn't only about what happened on campus and Imogen Hawks using grim magic. They're related, but it goes deeper. It comes down to power. The Golden Hive is using the Marauders. They're trying to take over and restore things to the way they believe things were in the beginning. We can't go back. We can only go forward. I'm afraid it's too late for me. I take his hand, and he brightens noticeably. 2 stars shining light. One dim. One bright. What came before cannot be undone unless the latter frees the sun, I say, repeating the prophecy. We can do this. Together. But first, will you play a game of chess with me? JJ gives me a straight-up quizzical look. It's his turn to ask questions. I explain what happened since I left campus, telling him all about the Iron Tower, Magog, and then the cave. JJ pulls me against his chest, hugging me closely. Maija, he breathes as though between when I told him and now he stopped believing that I'm still here, alive. He asks a dozen questions. I answer all of them because I want him to know the full story and because I'm demonstrating in real time what it's like to answer questions, something he needs a lesson in, and I mean that in the most loving way. His hand rests gently on my ankle. Is your foot okay? He asks. Dragon fangs are notoriously poisonous. Magog helped me heal. Should be good as new sometime. JJ wraps me in another hug. For the first time since I was locked in the dungeon of the Iron Tower, I let myself feel how close I came to dying. Then again when Magog, in dragon form, got carried away spinning loop-the-loops over the Atlantic. I caught sight of how fragile life is when I had a close encounter with some giant waves. I sink into JJ, diffusing the fear and feeling safe at last. As we play chess, I recall the vision Magog showed me and the other one I had when dancing with Bobby at the party before the Hallows Eve ceremony. I don't crave power. I crave peace. How to obtain it is another story. JJ has my pieces surrounded. It looks like I'm going to lose. I realize he's probably had many years to perfect his game. I go through each of my pieces, outlining moves that could get me out of this fix. My father taught me to plan ahead, but I have nothing. Then JJ moves his knight. I blink once, twice, not sure if he realizes how he left himself vulnerable. Then I move my queen and put his king in check. His mouth falls and I smile as I realize I may not have a plan, but sometimes one is revealed in the nick of time. Of course, I gloat for a few minutes, but then take out the map and hold it up to the window, revealing the X. He looks at it and says, I didn't want it to come to this. Whatever it is, let's get going. Time is wasting. I can only travel at night under stellar or lunar power, JJ says. Even with my energy helping you? He nods. I tried to reach you to get back to campus, but he holds his hand up in front of the window like the map. I can practically see through it. We'll leave as soon as the moon rises, he says. We recline on the picnic blanket, gazing upward. I ask JJ to tell me about his brother and his life before he realized the curse kept him in the liminal space. I listen to stories of high seas adventures with his father, afternoons spent imagining adventures with his brother, and what would have been a professional rumpus career if it weren't for the fact that he stopped aging and no one wanted a cursed teammate. Again, I take this moment to ground myself in reality and not the madness that's become my life. What about a cursed boyfriend? How do I handle that? We're going to do something about that curse, I say. When the stars and moon finally rise, JJ and I set forth. He makes a temporary portal back to campus. For once, we make a gentle landing. The whispering willows remain quiet as we pass through the gate and along the lane. No one guards the gate. It's as though the campus itself is asleep. The lamplight casts eerie halos along the footpaths. When we reach the orchard, JJ's brother, who first appeared in my dreams, waits for us. Hi, I say, pinching myself to test if I'm actually dreaming. Is this a dream? I ask anyway. No, silly. But you sure do have a hard time figuring things out. Come on this way. He gestures in his faint, ghostly way. He leads us through the orchard to the cemetery. I stop outside the wrought iron gate. Do we really have to? It's dark, there are likely ghosts or at least spirits, and we all know the outcome last time we were hanging out in a graveyard. What you're looking for is through there, says the guy that looks remarkably like JJ. The wand? I ask. He nods. What's your name? I ask. Willem, he replies. Nice to meet you. Thank you for helping us. He nods and glances at JJ. They exchange a sad smile. Then he dissolves into the surrounding dark. A year ago, heck even last summer, I would have been freaking out, searching for the guy, concerned that he disappeared, but at this point I've seen stranger things. JJ says he's an izzard. A lizard? I ask. No, a very rare form of magical that can detect sources of magical energy. He just disappeared himself, I say as the surprise catches up to me. Nothing about magic is regular. He visits my dreams. In fact, I think he's been guiding me here all school year long. I guess my subconscious didn't want anything to do with the cemetery. JJ laughs. We're looking for where X marks the spot. Maybe a treasure? Then it occurs to me with a sharp jolt. Imogen's wand must be buried here. Isn't digging things up in a graveyard wrong? Wait. Don't answer that. It's a definite no. JJ's hand lands on my shoulder. Even though it's cold, I warm through, but not the same way Bobby practically makes me feel feverish. We're not digging up anything. We're taking a trip. Gregor's axe? Do you really think it's in there? I hope so, JJ answers. His face is as flinty as the headstones. We have to go to the other side. On the ground is a stone carved with 2 crossed wands to form the letter X. More like do not enter, but as a shimmering door appears much like the Jubilee portal, I take it JJ isn't going to heed the warning, and no way am I letting him go there by himself. He may not be able to return. May 81. It's not as bad as you think, JJ says as we pass through the cemetery gate. I'm not entirely reassured. I'm still limping slightly, but it's not as bad as before. Have you ever been? I ask. To the other side. I swallow thickly. Well, no, he replies at a whisper. So it could very well be worse than I imagine. I shiver even though it's a mild spring night. JJ steps in front of the shimmering portal that leads to another place or time. Am I correct in understanding that the other side, as you called it, is another word for the underworld? He nods gravely. Let me get this straight. To get the wand, we need to travel to another realm, I clarify. That's about the size of it, JJ says. But it's not quite the same as Borea. Hopefully, we'll be able to visit there someday. I stumble, but not because of my foot, or because I tripped over a root. Instead, I tripped on his word we. Us. A future together. I tuck it inside a pocket in my heart. You okay? Nope. Not at all, but not for the reasons he thinks. I nod slowly. To my list of portal destinations, namely the Jubilee and Riptovic in another time long ago, now I add the undead realm as well. Not exactly where I'd like to travel. Have you ever been to Jamaica? That's more my style when it comes to traveling to exotic destinations. JJ's eyes sparkle in the dim light. Do we really need the wand? He nods slowly. My brow wrinkles. What are the chances it'll fix things? JJ shrugs. Just a hunch. We're going to visit the underworld on a hunch? Considering he hasn't stepped through the shimmering door yet, I don't get the sense he's overly enthusiastic either. JJ asks, do you have any better ideas? On how to undo the curse? No, I do not. All I know is the statue of Imogen Hawks in Hawthorne Hall is missing her wand. Legend has it the extremely powerful magical tool went missing long ago. Some say her actual wand was once part of the statue. Others claim it was stolen before she was immortalized in stone. Either way, it's gone and might need to be recovered, maybe, possibly. Like you, she could perform magic without a wand, but possessing it would have amplified her power. I can't imagine she's much more than a withered old hag at this point, hanging on to whatever is left of her youth with a death grip. JJ didn't paint the nicest picture of his mother, but then again, she did curse him to exist in the in-between, half spirit, half boy. I clear my throat. But she could have her wand. I suppose she could, but if she did, she'd have more power. We'd have heard from her because the world would be a demon-infested nightmare. Instead, she disappeared. JJ sighs. So we're going to assume she doesn't have her wand, it's not here in the living world, and instead jump headfirst into the land of the dead? I don't hide the trepidation in my voice. I back up a few steps. This is getting a bit too real. We'll step. There's no need to jump. JJ's lips quirk. I roll my eyes before closing them and mustering my courage. It's just the realm of the dead. I got this. When I open my eyes, the edge of his top hat disappears. I grab JJ's hand as he leaves this world and follow him through the shimmering door. We don't leap, but we do fall. Hand in hand, we fall for what feels like forever. I get the idea that maybe that's what we're passing through, forever, the place that separates here from there. What was shimmering, fluid light as we entered the portal becomes almost too blinding to look at. It's as if we're falling through the stars. Then it slowly fades as we fall to reveal a starry sky, pinpricks of light dotting an otherwise black canvas. As usual, the landing is hard. But so is the ground, made of dark rock. I quickly get to my feet and brush off. JJ straightens, replaces his top hat and says, this is interesting. Interesting isn't the word on my tongue, so I ask, what do you mean? I feel different. Less dead, if that makes sense. It doesn't make any sense at all, actually, and yet it does. Still hand in hand, we spin in a circle. Wide open spaciousness stretches in every direction. What is this place? I whisper. Nothing. The other side is the absence of things as we know them. It's more of an energetic state, if I understand correctly. Immaterial. Expansion in all directions and everywhere. We're looking for a wand in a place absent of things. It seems like a fool's errand. No, we're looking for my father. Gregor's axe, I say as if that's any easier. JJ closes his eyes. Not a good time to take a nap, I say, gripping his hand tighter. My thoughts are loud, surrounded by so much silence. It's the inverse of sound. Even though his eyes are closed, I swear he rolls them. I inch closer to him. I'm sorry. I'm just nervous. Remember? I'm not a big fan of ghosts. His eyes blink open, and I can't help but gaze into those mesmerizing gray pools of his. He cups my cheek. Maija, you have nothing to worry about. Those sound like famous last words, but I reply, right. You're part ghost. And going to the underworld with a ghost who you have a crush on makes it totally safe. Makes sense. But I don't say that. Ghost? I'm a liminal being if we're talking in technical terms. I didn't say my thoughts aloud, but he read them in my mind anyway. I immediately put up my mind walls. Good idea. I don't think we'll run into trouble, but best to be prepared. I'm trying to sense my father's energy. He turns in a half circle, then points. I think we need to go that way. We're in the middle of a desert made of rock, where everything is empty and barren except for the stars above, but I follow him anyway because I have the strange feeling we could get lost here forever. I wouldn't mind forever with him. But not here. We reach a crest with a valley below. There, the air there moves as though it's a vaporous cloud of shadows. Oddly, the energy I feel is heavy, dense, and not at all airy, even though amorphous forms are all I see. I tremble because one ghost who happens to be cute, even if moody at times, I can handle, but down there are what look like many ghosts. Lots. Too many. My spine tingles. This should be interesting, JJ says as he starts to descend the hill. Define interesting for me, because it's starting to seem like you and I have a different understanding of that word. But he remains as silent as our surroundings, and we dip into the cloud of shadows. I blink a few times, hardly believing my eyes. I visualize Jamaica with all its vibrancy, warmth, and food. I feel so empty in this place, all I can focus on is what I'm going to eat when we get through this. With each step, I have to convince myself to move my feet right into the Valley of Ghosts. 82. Like a slow creeping fog, the sound of whispering comes from the shadows. It reminds me of walking beneath the willows at Riptovic, except for way creepier. What's that noise? I ask. The spirits of the dead. What are they saying? They're inviting us to stay. That's what I was afraid of. I swallow hard. I don't want to be impolite, but I'm going to decline the invitation if that's all the same to you. I mean, I have a life to live, places to go, magic to learn. We go a measure farther, and then JJ stops abruptly. Father. I squint into the shadowy murk as a form emerges. It's a stooped man who once must have been about JJ's height. He has a trim beard and lines from squinting at the sun crinkle around his eyes. His father. JJ Thorne. The two embrace in their half-invisible, ethereal kind of way and look pleased to see each other, though this relative appearance of happy on JJ is merely the absence of a scowl. You came looking for the wand? JJ says. From the folds of a coat with brass buttons, he removes a smooth, reddish wand made of crystal. The interior glows like it contains fire. I guess he's a man who gets straight to the point. Wow, I breathe. We did come for that, JJ says. We? JJ's dad asks, glancing around and right through me. Without missing a beat, JJ corrects himself, presumably to protect me and cover his tracks. There's no knowing if he'll give JJ the wand without a long explanation as to my involvement. He says, I feel as though Willem is still with me. But he'll be here with you soon. He's not ready. As you should be. It's not yet my time, father. JJ's tone is one of steely lament, as though part of him wants to continue living, and the other part is very much at home in the underworld. I get the sense JJ doesn't recognize that I'm beside JJ. I shrink behind him, keeping hold of the tail of his jacket. You left the map to lead me to you, and I came for the wand to set things right. It's futile. You don't belong there. The world has moved on. You should be here with us. Stay. There's a plea in his voice, and I suddenly think of my parents, missing them so much my heart actually aches. Is that why you brought the wand here? To lead me to you? JJ asks without the anger of accusation in his voice. JJ shakes his head. I didn't know where else it would be safe. Imogen would have gone completely mad had I not concealed it. A tricky bit of magic that, not just any wizard can bring an object to the other side. Pays to be a pirate. Yo-ho, JJ says fondly. His father smiles, and for a moment I can imagine the same expression on JJ's lips. Your mother is not here. That much I know. Have you seen her? JJ shakes his head. His father scoffs. Greedy for youth, for a time that had passed and she couldn't get back. It aggrieved me to know she'd stop at nothing, including destroying our family, to obtain her ends. I'd like to have my boys back, to sail the seas and go on adventures. In the distance, the shore of a sparkling blue ocean appears, and the silhouette of a boat with open sails comes into view. JJ's father must have been an extremely accomplished magical to conceal the wand here, manifest in his earthly form, and create this beautiful vision. The Queen's breath. As sturdy as ever, JJ says, admiring the boat. Sunlight shines off the polished wood and metal. I'd like to sail with you again someday, but I must undo the curse, father. You have no idea where she is now? JJ asks. Regretfully, no. He gazes toward the sea until it fades into the nothingness. When he looks back at his son, his face is hard and his eyes empty. Bumps pebble my skin. Father? JJ asks. Just then, the shadows envelop JJ, and I lose my grip on his coat. JJ, I call, but he's gone. The gloom darkens around me. I let out an unsteady breath and back out of the canyon the way we came, scrambling up the rocks, desperate to get away from the spectral energy. At the top, I perch on the rim of the canyon, scanning for JJ somewhere below. I try to figure out what happened. JJ's father was friendly, helpful, and then suddenly the opposite. JJ was there and then he wasn't. I'm not sure how much time passes, but nothing changes. The stars still sparkle overhead, the ground is still hard, the shadows still gather in the valley. I'm still afraid, still uncertain, but suddenly very, very sleepy. I fight to keep my eyes open, but chilled, I curl up into a ball and drift off. The guy from my dreams, aka JJ's brother, peeks over the edge of the sky looking down at me. He blinks as though trying to figure out if I'm still alive. I get to my feet and wave. He points at the stars. Some night. Is it still night? I don't see the moon. Is there day here? I ask. He shakes his head as if I'm hopeless. Thank you for your help. I need to find the portal, but even if I knew where the door was, I'm not leaving without JJ. He continues to point at the stars. I search for constellations I recognize, but they're scattered in unfamiliar arrangements. Willem throws his hands up in frustration and disappears. I exhale, turning my attention back to the canyon. Like a wink, warmth shoots through me, igniting the fire in my core. I realize what JJ's brother was trying to tell me. I'm astral. The stars are the source of my power. Could a wish work here? Maybe the rules are different. I won't know unless I try. I close my eyes, envisioning JJ and I passing through the shimmering door and back to the cemetery. Never thought I'd hold that place in my mind with a feeling of hope and happiness. The flame within flickers to life. I picture him with 2 feet on the ground, whole solid, and wearing a smile. Hey, it's my imagination. I hold onto the fire within, summoning my energy, drawing from the stars, and calling JJ back to me. The whispers from the shadows get louder as though moving closer, the more I try to work with my magic. I fight the urge to open my eyes, afraid I attracted them and they're surrounding me. I focus on the flame, the source of my power. I grow it larger, stoking the fires of desire, of my wish to return JJ to his state, albeit liminal. I repeat my wish until the words blur together in my mind and stop making sense. Let JJ go. Let JJ go so we can return to the land of the living. I hold strong, feeling a surge of energy rush through me, and then hear a solid thud land beside me. I blink my eyes open. I have to work on my landings too, I say to JJ. If he were anyone other than JJ Thorne, he'd laugh. Instead, he gets to his feet and straightens his coat. With one hand, he passes me the wand like a baton, and with the other laces my fingers between his. This would be a good time to run. He takes off as I tuck the wand in my jacket and race alongside him. The air stirs, but not from wind or our forward motion. Something is coming. I glance over my shoulder as a dark blot rushes up from the ravine. I get the sense your father doesn't want you to leave. It's the will of the ghosts to keep their own, he says over his shoulder as we rush across the plain of rock. A dark cloud follows us, growing larger the farther we get from the canyon. I had just enough energy to still exist and resist. The shimmering portal is ahead. The ghosts make chase. Their grim energy grasps like outstretched fingers, eager for JJ. Without pausing, we cross into the portal. We somehow fall upward. It's an odd sensation as the stars diminish, the darkness turns bright, and then we land back in the cemetery. It's nearly dawn, and in the low velvety light, JJ is fainter than ever. Also, there's a troll in the cemetery. 83. The massive, warty, and hairy back of a troll faces JJ and me, as it grunts, pulling something gnarly apart and stuffing pieces of it into its mouth. Ghosts I'm not a big fan of, but a cinderbeast and now a troll? I can handle them no problem. In all cases, the solution is the same. Run. I whisper shout. I don't even bother to look back. To be honest, I could use a break from all of the beasts, creatures, and spirits. I'm thinking of a relaxing hammock on a Jamaican beach. The waves lapping softly, the gulls cawing, the palms swaying. I'd read a good book or 3, eat my grandmother's delicious cooking, play cards, and go shopping. Maybe forget all my cares in the world. But that's impossible, mostly because I care so very much. And because I'm suddenly lifted into the air. The troll has me by the shoulder, shaking me like a rag doll. Let me down, I holler. Each time I almost catch a glimpse of JJ, the troll waves me in the other direction. It's pulling my hair out and my shoe is about to fall off. Also, the stench is worse than a swamp full of rotten eggs. I dig the wand out of my pocket. Last chance, buddy. Put me down. He lifts me higher and we're eye to eye. Or eye to mouth as he opens it wide. His teeth are rotten and he drools. But the smell is the worst. I'm afraid that alone will kill me. Imagine, no, never mind. Don't. I wouldn't wish experiencing this rank smell on anyone. You need to see a dentist, buddy. The troll belches and dangles me closer to its mouth. Nope. You're not going to eat me. I raise the wand and say, here goes nothing. A streak of red lightning zips from the wand, blasting the troll back. I fly in the other direction, landing hard on the ground. Again, I don't look back or offer to help the troll up. It was going to eat me. Of greatest concern at the moment is the fact that the farther we get from the cemetery, the fainter JJ becomes. He's like an instant camera photo, but in reverse. Or perhaps it's the coming dawn, lightening the sky around the edges along with him. The ground doesn't shake and the troll doesn't grunt in pursuit, so I stop in the orchard, recalling when JJ rescued me from the clutches of the demons. What can I do to help? I ask. He blinks at me as though he doesn't quite see me. JJ, do you have enough energy to bring us back to Scary Street? He doesn't answer. It's as though he's slipping away. Even though we've stopped running, my breath comes quick. There's only one thing to do. Carry him back to campus myself. If I can get him that far, I'll figure out what to do next. Thankfully, he's as light as a feather, given that he's a ghost, though awkward given his size. I pop his top hat back on his head and sort of drag him. I'll have to apologize for getting his coat muddy later. Because there will be a later. I didn't just go to the other side underworld for nothing. Also, I like JJ, maybe more than like. My heart stutters a beat. I take a deep breath and use all my will to get us both back to campus. Without the usual bustle of students in uniforms, performing simple magic along the paths, and the scent of pie baking from the dining hall, Riptovic seems abandoned, almost like a relic from a time long past. A worrisome thought flits through my mind. I hope we return to the same time we left because campus seems a lot like when we went back in time via the portal in the alchemy classroom. Worry turns into anxiety. Although I didn't know about magic, a school for the magically talented, or that vampires, nymphs, and changelings were real, no less existed, up until last fall, I can't and don't want to imagine it ceasing to exist. What's more, I never expected helping save it would rest on my shoulders, or that I'd have the weight of a liminal being resting on my shoulders, sort of. I reach the main path winding through campus and take another deep breath while I consider going to the infirmary or the administration building and West's office. After the hostage situation at the last rumpus game, everyone was evacuated, but surely someone must be here. Then a little light in the woods flickers like a beacon. West's cottage. Using my last bit of strength, I trudge up the hill and knock on the door. A man with silver-streaked hair and a long robe answers. You're back? I ask when Chancellor West steps back from the door. Last I saw him was at said rumpus game, right before he vanished. Poof. Without a word and with great haste, he helps me bring JJ inside. We rest him on a bed in the back room. West swiftly closes the door behind him, leaving me standing alone in the hall. Flashes of silver brighten the cracks along the edge of the door, as West mutters low incantations that I can't make out. He must be using some hardcore magic. Moments later, he steps outside and puts his finger to his lips in the universal symbol for quiet. I'm not sure if he means because JJ is recovering, or that I shouldn't ask questions. Tea? He asks when beckons me to the kitchen of the cottage, which looks exactly as one would expect a wizard's cottage to look, like an IKEA showroom with modern, clean, and sleek lines along with plenty of storage space. Just kidding. It's exactly as it was on my first visit, rustic yet open and airy. There are still loads of books, papers, glass objects, metal devices, cauldrons, snow globes, and other ephemera covering every available surface. West passes me a cup of tea. You asked if I'm back. Not officially. He looks me over carefully. However, I see we've both made recent journeys. Glad you and JJ returned safely. I used a wish. My last wish. All my wishes. I tell him about our trip to the other side, the encounter with JJ's father, and our escape. West takes a slow sip of tea. Don't be too sure of that. Most witches only have 3 wishes, but of course there can be exceptions. Magicals evolve and things change. There's no knowing the extent of our purpose in this life. Perhaps another wish or 2 will be summoned. That doesn't seem overly likely. Maija, remember your power rests in your belief. Will he be okay? I ask, glancing toward the other room. For now, but you must reverse the curse. I pull out the wand and set it on the table between us. West's eyebrows lift as he rolls it in his hands. He closes his fingers around it, lowers his eyelids, makes a low sound of affirmation, and then says, "It is indeed made of a rare stone from a comet that came to Earth." He holds it up to the light. And contains elemental fire. That's different than the regular 12 forms of carbon-based fire. Typically, that course of study begins 2nd year, which will prove very helpful to you and your witchery. He sets the wand back on the table. Now that this is back in this realm, I assume she'll be along any time to collect it. Who? Imogen. He nods. Magicals are joined with their wands. If separated, they will always seek each other out. Kind of like a built-in homing device. Laughter drowns in my sudden anxiety. What if she gets the wand? She's really powerful. West cocks an eyebrow. Aren't you as well? The question gives me pause. I never thought of that. Not yet. I haven't studied enough. I don't know. You just rescued JJ Thorne from the underworld. I'd say you're plenty powerful. People often get caught up in preparation, studying, accumulating the gear. Often experience is our greatest teacher. But I used my last wish. Maija, what have I mentioned about believing? I sigh. It all feels so big. Maybe even impossible. Who am I to undo a curse and potentially battle with some batty old witch who'd like nothing more than my youthful energy? Maija? West says plainly. Who are you not to? Mic drop. Silence passes between us. You are welcome to stay here the night. Everyone will be returning to campus tomorrow. Did you catch the marauders? I ask. He shakes his head. Not just yet. Their services are still needed. What do you mean? They held everyone in the arena hostage. They did something to you. I saw you flash silver and then disappear. They tried to incubate me and failed. Same as JJ. West looks fondly toward the door behind which JJ rests. He's an immensely strong, determined, and bright boy. Well, young man, the world needs him. I blush because I might need him too. West nods as if he understands. Now, I have some business. Wait, shouldn't the marauders be held accountable? They will be. He's not making sense. It's not adding up. With all due respect, Chancellor West, what's going on? What are you hiding? What do you know? He counters, I've made no attempt to hide the fact that I'm using the marauders to get to the hive. Then why not confront them? Penalize them? There are magical laws, right? Give them an ultimatum, like, if they don't reveal the identities of Veda, Valerius, and whoever, they'll go to the Iron Tower? My voice is pleading. Then again, it probably has a giant hole in the side. He holds up 3 fingers and says, Screven is the 3rd leader of the Golden Hive. I've resisted doing the obvious for that very reason. It's obvious. I have to think about this a moment. Clever. But what if there are more attacks? What if things get worse? He nods at the wand. In this instance, I thought it best not to do what was expected of me. However, I believe we'll soon find matters resolving. Furthermore, our meeting here should be kept secret for now. I can no longer keep my secret. I tell West everything except for the wish I granted Magog. You're turning the tide, Maija. Well done. But there are still trials ahead of us. Like exams? Do classes resume tomorrow? Do we have seminal seminar? I ask rapid fire. West chuckles. Not just yet. He gets up and puts his hand on the door. Are you leaving? As I said, officially, I've not yet returned. But what about the rumors that you abandoned us, or that the marauders defeated you? What about protecting the campus? Poof. Again, West is gone. Just then, a groan comes from the other room. 84. I sit by JJ's bed, keeping watch, just as he did for me the night I used my first wish. He's brighter than he was when we returned from the other side, and slightly silvery as though imbued with some of West's energy. I take JJ's hand and he brightens more. However, he doesn't stir when the bells on campus toll midday, so I nestle in beside him and fall fast asleep. I wake to the scent of toasted bread, butter, and eggs. The bed beside me is cold and empty. I find JJ in the kitchen with the table set for one. I think you slept longer than me, he says, gesturing that I sit down. As if on cue, my stomach grumbles. I didn't know you knew how to cook. His lips quirk. Remember, I've been around a while. You pick things up, even things that aren't necessary. Like speaking gibberish, for instance. I remember Yassi mentioning, after the ordeal with the demon snatchers and honey, that I was speaking gibberish in my sleep. I didn't know you were also fluent. It's an ancient magical language, the same one you used to call me back when we were on the other side. I used a wish, I say, correcting him. I'm not so sure you can do that in the underworld. But magic listens, and when certain ancient spells are used, it obeys. Apparently, the spirits of the dead do as well. I just wanted you to come back. I didn't say anything in gibberish. That makes zero sense. You answered their whispers. I heard your voice. You ordered they release me. I shake my head in disbelief. The point is, you made it back here. Does that mean I didn't use a wish? I've been so focused on figuring out witchery, I've neglected to explore the rest of my magic. Thank you, he says, sitting down opposite me. You're welcome. Thank you for this meal. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to... I don't finish the sentence, but dig in. I'm starved. The plate is empty in 3 minutes flat. I politely wipe my mouth and say, travel builds up the appetite. Glad to help. We talk about the other side, and I tell JJ about the wand. Then I ask, why couldn't your father see me? When there, ghosts only recognize their kind, and in place of possessions, their desire is singular, to keep their kind. You're not entirely their kind. Not entirely, not for now, his eyes dip sadly. I think of the words that he doesn't say. He's fading. What's the difference between the other side and the Sea of Dreams? I ask, recalling what we learned on Hallows Eve. Magicals go to the Sea of Dreams. Humans, I suppose, the other side. So your father was human? He'd tell you that he's a pirate. His very own species, a mage too. JJ winks. I take another bite, thinking. We have the wand. Surely Imogen will come for it. Then we'll reverse the curse. I make it sound so simple, when in reality, I have no idea what we're supposed to do. JJ takes my hand and squeezes. Let's hope so. I tell him about how West came to his aid, and how the chancellor is not officially back at Riptovic. We have class tomorrow, I say, feeling suddenly sad, anxious, and like time moves too fast, like JJ slips away. As if he can't stand the feeling of what could happen if we don't reverse the curse, he gets to his feet, examining the unusual magical objects before stopping in front of a mirror. He makes a low grunt sound. Hum? I gasp when I don't see his reflection. Where are you? I ask. Then turning to the mirror, my mouth falls open and I add, why can't I see my reflection either? I pat my cheeks. I'm looking at what appears to be an ordinary mirror, but nothing, not even the objects in the room, reflect back. Are you sure we're in the right time and place? Because this seems like the mirror through the portal. It's a querer, JJ says, mystified. I've never actually seen one of these. He gazes into it, and then at me as though equally transfixed. I push down my smile, not that it would be reflected in the mirror anyway. A what? A querer, a query or question, mirror. Sounds sinister. You ask it a question. It answers. Like a magic mirror, I say, understanding. Will it solve the mystery of you? Will it explain why you don't answer my questions? I tease. He absently twirls a piece of my hair and then kisses my neck. Nope. I chuckle. Of course not. Look deeply into it, cast your energy into the glass, and ask away. Does it answer things like what should I eat for lunch, who's going to win the World Series, or bigger, more complicated things? JJ snorts a laugh and then reclines on the nearby sofa. Ask and find out. I close my eyes, summoning the threads of energy within me and surrounding me. I open my eyes, gaze as instructed, and cast my magic in while asking the most burning question in my mind. The answer comes to me in a blast of song that leaves me breathless. It's the Riptovic school song. The experience was so powerful that I sit beside JJ, stunned for a moment. But then I realize it was meaningless. What did you ask? I say after I catch my breath. JJ's lips quirk, but he doesn't reply. Then I'm not telling either. The following day, JJ and I leave the cozy cottage and return to campus proper. Rumors instantly reach my ears about the teachers threatening to go on strike, a mass descent of trolls from the mountains and into the area, and a new rule outlawing pie in the dining hall. I'm most eager to determine whether the last one is true, wondering if Stork somehow found her way back. No way would Wes let that happen, or Magog, or quite frankly, me. If she shows her scaly face here, she's going to face the sharp tip of my wand. Dewey approaches our usual table with his arms laden with plates. The kitchen staff welcome us back with chocolate chip cookie pie. He passes them out to Yassie, Wyatt, Winnie, Audra, and me. I smile with relief, leaving me with the bigger issues at hand. But first pie. I take a bite of the still warm, buttery, gooey deliciousness. All isn't quite right in the world, but the contentment that a good piece of pie brings nudges us a bit closer to peace, or something like it. Apparently, in the case of Riptovic, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Or perhaps it was the traumatic experience at the last rumpus game, seeing so many magicals attacked. At the surrounding tables in the dining hall, almost everyone eats pie and gibbers about the hostage situation at the rumpus game and their time home. Everyone except for the known marauders, Bobby Gold, Koa Katayama, Tucker Block, Owen, and Griffin, because they're not here. My mind races with possibilities. They met off campus and planned their most devious plot yet. They're at Riptovic somewhere, preparing to take us under siege. They're with the Hive, hatching something evil and diabolical to dominate the non-magical world. I take my last bite of pie and then take action. I call an emergency Mavericks meeting at 7, pass it on, I whisper in Dewey's ear. He leans into the cascade of Audra's hair and whispers the message. I notice he steals a kiss on her cheek. She cups her hand around her mouth and tells Winnie, and so it continues, the message carried to ears beyond our table and all around the dining hall. Eager for the meeting, I finish dinner quickly, but not before I help myself to a second piece of pie. I'm going to ride the trip to the underworld as an excuse for my increased appetite for as long as possible. When I arrive at the library, several Mavericks already wait in the little room with the movable bookcase. I pull out the copy of The Secret Garden and enter the passageway. The meeting chamber echoes with everyone talking at once. They have information to report, are worried that we're not safe, and have heard rumors about West, the Marauder's next plot, and that a prince is coming. Royalty from afar, I hear, Doofus says, jutting his pointy chin at me. News to me, but to the matter at hand, I say, calling order. We review everything that happened at the Rumpus game, go over details, and discuss ways to protect ourselves and each other. The conversation turns heated because those gathered are evenly divided into taking defensive action, offensive action, or just bagging the whole thing, raiding the kitchen for all the pie that remains, and returning home. If the hive gets their way, home will no longer exist, I say, recalling the horrible image Darrington painted in conservation class not too long ago. We're not here to give up. This is our fight for what's right for each other and for our school. We can't let them win. Do we have a choice? Mira, a pixie, asks. Not long ago, Chancellor West and I were talking about a powerful witch. One that intimidates me. Then he said something that changed me forever. I was terrified of her, and I said, but she's really powerful. Then he asked, aren't you as well? I let my gaze drift slowly over all of the Mavericks. Aren't we as well? From the corner of the room, a deep voice says, it's true. At least I believe it to be. And magic is merely a matter of belief. Everyone except JJ startles. I spin in the direction of the voice. West sits in the corner, reading the copy of The Secret Garden. Glad to hear you were listening carefully, Maija, he says, closing the book. All of you, so bravely gathered here, you're talented and uniquely magical. Your power and ability reside in what you believe. He pauses meaningfully before adding, and there's an all-school assembly at 8 bells. Each one of you is needed, whether you want to approach this with wands blazing or peacefully. Then he disappears. Poof. 85. The room erupts in exclamations of shock. Dewey says, he's so cool. There's a chorus of, where'd he go? And several others stare in wide-eyed wonder. At last, Yassi whistles to get everyone's attention. See? He didn't abandon us, and the marauders didn't defeat him. So with that sorted, we'd better go to Lindholm Auditorium, I say, lowering my hands from my hips. I almost called him back to tell them about Stork, but stopped myself. That story is better left for my closest friends. I have Yassi, Audra, Wyatt, Dewey, and Winnie hang back. You know how you guys went home after the hive invaded the Rumpus arena? I click my tongue. Well, as it turns out, I got to pay a visit to the Iron Tower. Yassi gasps. After I tell them what happened, again leaving the part out about Magog's wish, they all say a collective, by Great Gregor's mighty axe. True story. I show the scar on my foot, which is as black as Magog's scales. It was an accident. He's not a bad guy. A fire eater? They're the stuff of legends. I nod. Yup. Especially now that he's on his own private island, living the good life. Dragon days behind him. And he promised to put an end to Stork interfering. This time there's a collective cheer. After that, they all look at me differently. Maybe I proved myself down there in that dungeon, but as Wes said, there are still trials ahead. Stork might be out of the picture, but the OMM is still corrupt and the hive is still bent on power, and the guy they first like is cursed. I have to pick my battles, and those last two are very much worth fighting for. The setting sun takes with it the final, fiery rays of daylight. Dusk settles over the campus all at once, like a wool blanket. The details on the exterior of Lindholm Auditorium, an ornate structure my father, an architect, would argue is a bit showy, disappears against the dark backdrop. It seems hard to believe that it was only last September I arrived here for the first time. So much has changed, my friendships have strengthened, I inhabit my magic as a wish witch, and I don't hate JJ Thorne. But a lot has remained the same. The tension between the students on campus hasn't resolved entirely. I'm still in awe of there being magic in the world, and I still love confetti. Mrs. Birdwell, the administrative assistant who stepped in after Stork's departure, dressed in a raven black dress, perches behind the podium on the stage. Her eyes are watchful and her expression cautionary. Her voice rises over the clamor of everyone settling in. Students, I welcome you back after a rather unpredicted turn of events, but not entirely unexpected. It seems there are some among us with an entirely different set of values than of the model riptovic student. If it were up to me, they'd be expelled and subject to the Coven's strict set of punishments. However, that's up to our chancellor, and without further ado. She extends her arm and West materializes, an inverse of his usual disappearing act. It's more of a foop than a poof. A collective gasp ripples through the assembly, a surprise that wipes away all the rumors that the hive vanquished him. Thank you, Mrs. Birdwell. No, I was not defeated, arrested, or otherwise incapacitated. I left. Questioning murmurs ripple through the crowd. You are likely wondering why I left. Let me ask you this, West says as he paces. For those of you who value Riptovic and would like to see it restored to an academy, the place you once knew and loved, how did you feel when you saw me disappear on the rumpus field? Voices ring out, causing a clamor. I hear the words shocked, impressed, betrayed. Yes. That last one, betrayed. Please know I would never turn my back on you or our school. My hope is that after this meeting, I can say the same for each of you. I may be the head of Riptovic, but you, girls and boys, are equally important. Each one of you. You are the body. You are vital. The foundation of this place and our future. Everyone cheers. He paces and goes on. There's no telling which one of you will fill my shoes one day. Or become a professor, a member of the coven, a healer, seer, caretaker. You see, it would be easy for us to lock up the gates and say we're done here. It's too dangerous, what with these attacks and such. We could retreat. Cower in fear. Live in regret. He lets the words sink in before continuing. Like me, each one of you is important. If any one of you were to leave, it would be an act of betrayal, and I wanted to demonstrate that so you'd know the feeling and never be the source of it. To indicate how very important each of our roles is. Dewey whispers, so cool. So clever. West gazes at all of those assembled as he crosses the stage. Magic comes down to belief, yes. But life in general comes down to choice. Do we stand up, speak out, and do what's right? Or do we, he snaps his fingers, disappear? His figure vanishes, and yet another murmur spreads through the auditorium. Moments later, West's voice comes from behind, much like it did in the library meeting room. He strides down the aisle and mounts the stage once more. The room goes wild, cheering. When the ruckus dies down, he says, soon you will have to make a choice. It won't be easy. But it will determine the future of our school and the magical and non-magical world alike. If you'll indulge me, we're going to do a little exercise that might aid you in making your decision when the time comes. West pulls a long silver wand from the folds of his robe, makes a circling motion, and says something that could only be gibberish. The stage dissolves before my eyes. Students are running, frantic. I try to comfort, direct, and help them. I assure a girl in tears that it's going to be okay, but fiery magic issues from nearby, and I'm not quite sure I believe my own words. The black hoods and wands of droves of marauders stab the sky as they cast spells. Students flee for safety. Over the fearful screams, laughter crackles in the air. It's exactly like the vision I had at the party before the ceremony on Hallows' Eve. Familiar faces, including Winnie, Misha, and others, race by me. They're covered in soot and ash, tears streak their cheeks, and the fear in their eyes mimics my own. Yet I don't move, but I'm not chasing them either, unlike the original vision. Something heavy weighs in my hand, but I don't do anything. West's voice echoes in my ears. What do you decide? Fear or freedom? Flight or fight? The vision dissolves. Yassi and Dewey are on either side of me. The auditorium is intact, and there's no violence, mayhem, or fire. Standing in the center of the stage, West says, you saw a version of the story, the end is up to you. Mrs. Birdwell dismisses us, and an unusual hush follows everyone outside. My friends and I are quiet until we're well clear of the auditorium. Dewey repeats, West is my hero. I can't imagine a world so desolate, Yassi says. The demon snatchers are returning, Wyatt says. I should have known. Audra says, do you guys know how to swim? Then Sadie adds, all those children. We've reached the entryway to Penny House when, confused about the last few comments, I ask, wait. What did you all see? They all talk at once, and I hear things like decimation by ice, a flood, where children rounded up and punished for their magic, and other terrible things. I saw fire, the marauders, and all of you running. Then I recall the other possibility that I saw in the vision on Hallows Eve, the one Magog tempted me with, testing me. I could succumb to greed, power, and use my magic to put myself into the position to rule, but there's one problem. It's the thing that villains in stories never think about. Then what? What happens after they've amassed untold control? Have they ever considered the one-sidedness of it? The loneliness? The emptiness? Well, I have. It's not a future I want. Not by a long shot. Nonetheless, we stand there in confused silence. Then it dawns on me. Have any of you ever read Choose Your Own Adventure books? The answer from everyone is a resounding no. Of course not, they grew up in the magical world. When I was a kid, there were these short novels that started the same, but then depending on the choice you made as the main character, you'd skip to a page with that particular outcome, then you'd make another choice after another event, and so on. I think Wes just Choose Your Own adventured us. Except it was more like a nightmare, Audra says. Yeah. It's what could happen if we don't use our talents to stand up to, I start. If we don't make choices that lead to the opposite of those outcomes. Stand up to what? Winnie asks with a slight tremble in her voice. I get it. This isn't what any of us expected when we came here. Well, I certainly didn't, but here we are. This is what we have to deal with. If we don't choose to align, unite, and be each other's ally, there will be no future. But is that going to really happen? Is our campus going to go up in flames? An explosion rocks the dorm, and we all scream. Maybe this wasn't the best time for my pep talk. 86. Miss Mayweather emerges from the common room with a tray of cookies and milk. Nothing to worry about. It seems they have recovered the lake house. That sound you heard was it being reunited with its foundation. Where was it? Yassi asks. Holland. It took a good portion of the magical monitoring, regulating, and recovery task force to retrieve it. My mother works for them, Audra says. I bet he was on that project. I nibble on a cookie, wondering and worrying about all the things. Miss Mayweather goes on. They'll have to reinforce the building with spell work to protect students and professors from the demon snatchers, which will take some time. Even though it's part of the campus, it must be refortified. She yawns as though exhausted merely by the idea of the task. I was in the engineer division before I came to Riptovic, she says by way of explanation. Winnie asks, weren't all the demon snatchers apprehended though? Just a precaution, I'm sure, Miss Mayweather says, passing her a glass of milk. It's been a long day and you're back to classes tomorrow. Best to get some rest. On up you go, she says, gesturing toward the stairs. Though the tone in Miss Mayweather's voice and my knowledge suggests that she's not confident in her response. I say goodnight to the girls, shut my bedroom door behind me, and sigh. I'm glad to be back in the comfort of my dorm after Scary Street, the underworld, and then West Cottage. I pull out my wand to set it on my dresser as I flick on the light. Before I reach the switch, a hand forcefully closes over my mouth. Strong arms wrap around my body as I struggle to break loose. Let me go, I garble. The grip tightens and a male voice says, stop struggling and don't scream. If you do, I'll neutralate you, he hisses. That's illegal, I say. I may be unfamiliar with many spells, but that one is a big no-no. I never said I abide by the law. He grips my hands behind my back and binds them with a magic rope. Then he grabs my wand and tosses it onto the bed out of my reach. He spins me around to face him. Bobby Gold. I fight the urge to gape. I shouldn't be surprised. We could have been great together, Maija. An Anfairy and an Astral, an incredibly unique and powerful combination. And you're going to wish you never messed with me. His eyes flash dark with grim desire. I shake my head. There's so much you don't know. You have so much potential. You don't even realize, Maija, he says, stroking my cheek. I jerk my head away. A wish which, he adds hungrily. Heat rushes toward me as I sense Bobby prying and seeking my energy. What do you want? I ask, although I know it's a wish. I just need to stall him, hoping someone will hear us and knock on my door. A low laugh spills from his lips. What do I want? You, namely. He paces a slow circle around me like he's stalking prey. Under no circumstances, I hiss. I can think of some exceptions you might consider making. He gazes into my eyes. It's like looking into the sun, dangerous and blinding. I glance away. Why are you doing this? So many questions. So many reasons. I'm Anfairy, a rightful ruler of the earthly realm. Unfortunately, this place you call home has been polluted by mixed magicals. Fae mating with vamps, dwarves and changelings, and elf scum with non-magicals, he says with bitter distaste. That's such a horrible thing to say. No, that's a fact. You're new to the magical world, and you'll soon see all of your mixed magical friends are second class. They get in the way, have wants and demands, and think there are equals. Blah blah blah. He shakes his head. I've formed an alliance with other like-minded individuals. Yes, you can credit us with the Hallows Eve incident, the Cinder Beast on campus, though your little friend thwarted us there, the Sweetheart Dance, the Jubilee, the Rumpus Final. Did you sense me there, seeking you? His voice slithers in my ears. I recall the shadow that overtook everyone on the field, and the way it made me feel like I was suffocating. I hate everything you stand for. Hate, you say? Then we're not so different, are we then? He lets out a low laugh. My cheeks burn with embarrassment. That's not what I meant, and you know it. No matter. I'm sure I can get you to come around and see things as they are, because we're unstoppable now. They formed a secondary alliance with the Hive. His tone suggests I should be impressed. You're new to our world. The Hive consists of the 3 most powerful Anfairy in all of history. They're in a position to dominate. All we need is you. What about your family? What about them? They're also part of the Golden Hive. And your sister? I think of Sage betraying me and then helping. What about her? She's useless. He scoffs. Bobby sends another volley of heat in my direction, trying to melt the barriers I've constructed to keep him away from my magic. You want a wish, I taunt. That would make things easier. Are you offering? Never. Why's that? Why are you unwilling to help our cause? It will only make your life better, give you power and access to anything you want. Sorry, not sorry. I used my 3 wishes. Sorry, all gone. Used up. No more. I raise a defiant eyebrow. White-hot rage flashes across his face. Is that so? He grabs me aggressively, and then says the same camouflage spell Yassi used to hide the Cinder Beast before pushing me into the hall. Don't make a sound, he breathes into my ear. Silent tape. A muffling sensation surrounds us, and the floor doesn't squeak. I have to distract him, buy time, and act fast. I take my time walking down the stairs. It's actually surprisingly difficult to keep balanced without the use of my arms, or at least that's what I make it look like. When we get outside, I say, "You're abducting me?" I can't quite believe this is happening. Where are we going? To the Hive. And who are they? I ask. Screven, Veda, and Valerius. Where? Stop asking questions, he says, thrusting me forward. I'll never stop asking questions. And I will always get answers. I fake a stumble and break away. I regain my balance and spin around while at the same time whipping out Imogen's wand to break my bonds. Bobby, I'm not subject to your power-hungry game. I'm a wish witch and an astral, but I'm also a bricksta. Bricksta? It's an ancient gibberish word for a revolutionary. Things are going to change, but not according to your plan. With that, I slice the air with the wand, tie him to the lamppost, and run toward the light on the hill. Not the cottage this time, but the chapel. 87. A soft drizzle from the sky coats everything in a fine mist. Halos form around the lantern lights. Electric energy, like there's a storm on the way, infuses the air in my bones. My thoughts chase me up the hill and to Claremont Chapel. Just as I'm about to throw the door open, I find my breath. I inhale deeply, remembering this is a place of reverence, a sanctuary, and devoid of magic. A place for me to escape to collect myself and plot my next steps. I'm thinking chess moves here. Also, it's the last place Bobby would expect me to go. More than likely, he'd bet that I'd go to JJ, West, or even the administration building for help. I'm thankful that help is available, but I've been tasked with this mission, and I need to figure out what to do and who to go to for help, because it's not all created equal. Also, even though I'm grateful for my magic, I need a moment alone with my thoughts, free of it in order to get clarity and regain my bearings. I open the door slowly to find a shadowy figure wearing a top hat seated on a bench toward the front. A woman with long dark hair sits beside him. Their postures and gestures are similar. It appears as if they're talking amicably. She tilts her head back in laughter. I exhale. I pad toward the front, not wanting to interrupt, but alarmed because Bobby Gold almost abducted me, and unless I'm mistaken, Imogen Hawks sits next to her son at the front of the room. No biggie. Just a regular evening at Riptovic. I clear my throat. JJ turns and his eyes flash with delight. Maija, I want you to meet my mother. She's as young-looking as I expect someone to be, who's supposedly drawn youthful energy from people for decades now. I extend my hand and offer a curt nod. I flinch at her touch. To JJ's extreme cold, she's like magma. JJ was just telling me about you. I feel like I know you already, she purrs. Likewise. I'm not paranoid like Dewey, constantly going on about conspiracy theories, but my parents raised me to have common sense. Everything about this woman seems wrong. She's too young, too bright, and too energetic to be a couple of 100 years old. She's gone too long on too little of her own energy to be so, well, alive. However, given the scene I walked into, JJ seems almost happy, which says a lot because he'd win the yearbook superlative for most miserable. My mother was telling me how sorry she is for everything that happened. JJ's usual tough exterior softens as though he's relieved to know this. I regret so much from the past, and I'm so thankful you forgive me. She hugs JJ. I study the embrace carefully, searching for deceit. But it looks so genuine and warm, I suddenly long for my mother. They pull apart and she pats him fondly on the shoulder. My attention darts to a creak from the old building and a rattle of the windows in the breeze. Maija, are you okay? JJ asks. Not especially. Bobby Gold was waiting for me in my dorm room. He attacked me. Anger darkens his features. Did he hurt you? What did he want? He asks rapidly before realization dawns just as quickly. Did he get the wand? I shake my head. My wand? She's keeping it safe. Under Imogen's surprise, I sense disapproval, like she's upset I'd be the one to have it. I reveal nothing. JJ nods. It's been so long. May I see it? It could be the dim light or the adrenaline still coursing through me, but her eyes flash with longing. A surge of suspicion and protectiveness comes over me. I don't know if that's a good idea, I stutter, even though I mean to say it with confidence. She turns to JJ. I merely want to hold it again. It's not like I can do anything anyway. We're in Claremont Chapel. Remember, magic can't be performed within these walls. JJ says, we retrieved the wand so Maija could undo the curse. My son, I've apologized for that and explained I can reverse it as well. I just need my wand. There's a slippery plea in her voice. A question brews in my mind, and I repeat the prophecy as if that will provide an answer. But the prophecy says 2 stars shining light. One dim. One bright. What came before cannot be undone unless the latter frees the sun. She rounds on me and then catches herself. My dear, I'm sure you're an excellent witch, but did it ever occur to you I'm the bright star? Look at me. She beams. I'm meant to free my son. I swear she admires herself in the reflection of a shiny, metal candle holder. JJ's expression is as soft as the rain now falling outside. He wants to believe his mother's apology was sincere. On the other hand, I'm more than skeptical. Imogen stalks toward me. All these years, I've been holding on to hope that I'd get my wand back so I could undo my wrongs and free my son from this curse. Beneath her fragrant rosewater perfume, I smell something old and musty like the penny house basement. I take a step backward for every one that she takes closer to me. If you care about JJ as he does for you, you'll understand that this is what must be done. You don't want to see him suffer. Her lips form a thin line. You violated the laws of nature. You're the one who caused his suffering, I accuse. I steal a glance at JJ, whose lips curl to the side as if apologetic. Maybe she's right, he whispers to me. See? I'm here to make it right. Imogen barely conceals a smug smile. Why haven't you sought him out before? I narrow my eyes. I told you I didn't have my wand, and without it I could do nothing. JJ looks significantly less moody than usual. I say, at least you could have apologized sooner. That's something. You could have tried to make it right. It wasn't that simple. Imogen exhales as though I'm trying her patience. JJ comes to my side. Yes, mother, where have you been all of these years? I've been waiting for the right moment to return to you, my boy. She caresses his arm, and he melts a little more as though he's longed for little more than her warmth. My back is against the wooden door to the chapel. On the other side, the rain patters softly. But where were you? He repeats, regaining his sensibility. She sighs. In the astral plane. How'd you get back? I ask. Her lips part into a smile. Your very own Professor Aerosmith. But Professor Aerosmith was turned to stone. The pieces come together as suddenly as Aerosmith's stone prison fell apart. The hive trapped Aerosmith's physical body and used her energy to retrieve Imogen from the astral plane. Distracted by my sudden epiphany, Imogen throws the door to the chapel open, and JJ and I stumble through and into the rain. 88. Imogen's wand is snugly in my pocket, but it pulses as though activated now that we're out of the magic-less chapel zone and is eager to return to its owner. The sidewalk is slick with rain. I fumble as I try to get up, keeping my hand securely over my pocket. Give me my wand. Imogen looms over us and imperiously extends her hand. JJ slips. His elbow and knee knock into me hard, and I also slip, sliding down the hill. The rain drowns my cries. At the bottom, sodden and covered in mud, I get to my feet. That's going to hurt tomorrow. In front of the chapel, JJ and his mother confer closely. I can't tell if they're upset or in agreement. I have the urge to run up the hill and get him away from Imogen because I don't want to leave him here. We have the opportunity to undo the curse, but how? As the seconds pass, doubt worms its way into my thoughts. Is Imogen right? Is it up to her? Is she the other star? Then dread slides in. Why didn't he come to my aid when he knocked into me and sent me sailing downhill? Did he do it on purpose? Has he been using me all along? The dread knots inside. I'm not clearer on what I was meant to do than an hour ago, a day ago, or a week ago. All I know is that I have to do something. From either side of the chapel, several figures emerge from the gloom, all cloaked. I cup my hands around my mouth and shout as JJ falls to the ground and slides down the hill, leaving Imogen and what can only be the hive along with the marauders at the top. Other figures, also cloaked, gather. There must be hundreds of Golden Hive followers amassing on campus. How did they get here? I rush over to JJ when he lands at the bottom of the hill. Part of me wants to reach out to help, but I shrink back, unsure of his intentions. I'm sorry I pushed you, he says, removing a clod of muddy grass from his shoulder and righting his hat. You pushed me? I ask, appalled. To get you away from her, he says, as though it's obvious. To keep the wand safe. You don't trust her. I don't know. At least he's being honest. At first, yes, her apology seemed sincere. Then when I saw her fervor for the wand, no. That's why I pushed you. Then when they appeared. He gestures toward the chapel. She pushed me to get me away from them. At least I think so. Questions form on my lips when a flash of yellow light blasts from the top of the hill, reaching us before we have a chance to flee. It holds us to the spot as the cloaked figures descend. 2 of the people in black cloaks hold Imogen's arms. 3 of the figures wearing the black cloaks emerge from the rest. The one in the front of a triangle formation addresses her. You have the wand. You know what you need to do. His voice is oily, a sound bidden from the darkness. I open my mouth to speak, to say she doesn't have the wand, but think better of it. Imogen also hesitates. Did she tell them she has the wand? If so, why? He says, we brought you back from the astral plane for this purpose. We had an agreement. Who are you? I ask, knowing they're members of the Golden Hive. His attention jerks to me. Some call me Valerius, the one with the oily voice says. The others echo in the same voice, almost as if they're the same person. Veda. Then Skrevin. Imogen says, they're using you for your wish, Maija. Just as they've used me to gain unstable ghosts to create demon wraiths. Why? I ask. Too many stupid questions, Bobby Gold says, his unmistakable glow coming from under his black cloak. When I was young, I remember some of my school teachers would discourage us from asking what they referred to as stupid questions, while others would say there was no such thing as a stupid question. I just thought it was a comment made so those of us curious types wouldn't feel ashamed. Now, I realize the wisdom in always pursuing more knowledge, especially now. Valerius holds up a hand to silence Bobby. In a few short moments you will no longer exist, Maija Wessels, so I suppose it can't hurt to answer. We are one, me, Veda, and Skrevin. We linked our energy to become more powerful. But unfortunately for them, the magic centralized inside of me, so it largely resides in me. They're little more than puppets to do my bidding. That's grim magic evil, I say. I prefer ingenious, he says with a laugh. We're Inferi, fallen angels, the most powerful of all magicals, the fathers of witches and all that came after. To say I regret some of my brethren spreading their seed is an understatement. We'd prefer things to go back the way they were. We're here to destroy all of you with thanks to the marauders who've proved their value, to a degree. His gaze slides to them. Then again, I could always use more power. He laughs again. I see his plan plainly. Much like Imogen striving to remain young and capture the youthful energy of people who admired her, Valerius convinces people to join him and then seizes their energy to gain more power for himself, likely also the marauders. You preyed on Imogen's greed to be young, and her regret over cursing her son to get her to return, so you could gain unstable souls to create more demon snatchers. Very astute, young lady, Valerius says. I'm generating an army of demon wraiths, or snatchers as you call them, to overtake the earthly populations. We were the ultimate and most powerful angels that fell to this forsaken place. We seek to establish dominion over this entire realm and ultimately regain our power. He gestures to the sky, the stars, or wherever it is they were originally cast away from. Lofty goals, JJ sneers. You can't dominate entire populations. No one will let you. Ah, you're mistaken. My dear old friend Winslow West had the brilliant idea to unite the magical world, bringing together the elves, the centaurs, the dwarves, all the mixed magical beings that interfere with me establishing rule. If they're all in one place, at least over time, I can easily make them disappear. I shake my head at the wrongness of it. He continues as though self-satisfied at his cleverness. First, I assigned the Marauders to relocate a family. That was a moderate success. However, we had to work out a few glitches since they're magical, put them in a container, like a structure or building, and invert the protections so they can't use their magic, much like that chapel there. He points up the hill. The Marauders vanished a building for just that reason. He slowly applauds. All we need to do is put you all on this campus in the building and say goodbye to the nuisance. I have everything in place now. He casts a shadowed gaze at those gathered, Imogen, JJ, the Marauders, and me. The power I desire shall be mine. Something Valerius said before echoes in my mind, and I find a weak spot, a way in. You're using the Marauders because you plan on taking their energy for power, just as Imogen took the vitality from so many people to preserve her youth. Valerius claps his hands together. Bright again. You're a bright young lady. What a shame you'll soon be a memory, and so will they. Wait. What do you want with me? Why do you want my wish? That's quite simple. He leans in, almost whispering to JJ and me. It's a wish and a curse, actually. Together, they can create a loophole, and that is just what I'll need to defeat, well, all of you. He cackles. Maija, I'll just need you to get a curse out of JJ and then kill him, Valerius says as though he's ordering a hamburger. That's a no. I was already asked to kill my one true. A powerful and strident voice bellows like it controls the air, the wind, and time itself. Not a chance. The magical ring holding us fast dissolves. Chancellor West stretches his arms wide as though gathering energy, and then he directs a silver surge of power directly to Valerius's chest. It's been so long, Valerius exclaims, resisting the momentum. I thought you'd have a more pleasant greeting for an old friend. West says, Valerius? No, you're Arnie Kimball and you're no friend of mine. You meddled in magic you shouldn't have. It's destroyed your sense of what's right. The Marauders, perhaps not knowing whom to trust, erupt into confused mayhem. Valerius strikes back with yellow magic, stunning West for half a moment. Pay attention, this is just the beginning of my reign of power. At the same time, a chorus of voices calls from the shadows, no, it's the end. The Mavericks and easily half the student population, including professors, appear with wands outstretched, ready to defend each other, our school, and our future. Chaos erupts. West and Valerius continue the battle as elves troop the lawn, clotheslining a couple of marauders. 5 dwarves, vamps, and changelings use complicated spellwork to ward off Veda and Screven, whose power, even if largely concentrated in Valerius's body, is still strong. The marauders' hoods fall back, revealing their identities to all. Yassi takes on Chilton, Audra wields her wand against Koa, Dewey, and Winnie round on Tucker. Meanwhile, other mavericks, including Doofus, fight the unnamed followers of the Hive. JJ rushes toward his mother. In my moment of distraction, sudden, sickly, and unwelcome heat warms me from the cool rain. It doesn't have to be like this, Bobby's voice whispers in my ear. Once again, he holds me fast as I struggle to push him off. His wand is against my throat like a blade. You'll cooperate or you can say goodbye. I'm pretty sure that's Valerius's plan anyway. Not if I tell him not to. Are you dense? I ask. Don't you see he's using you? Not me. I'm the most powerful of the marauders, he says confidently. He may be using the others, but not me. I grip his forearm with both hands, trying to peel him away. If you're the most powerful, that's exactly why he's using you. He'll take your magic, leaving you little more than a shell to do his dirty work, just as he did Screven and Veda. The truth of this disturbs Bobby for the flash of an instant, and I use the momentary distraction to wriggle free. He rushes after me as I reach for the wand in my pocket. We both fall to the damp ground as I struggle to keep hold of it and summon a spell to use against him. However, his grip covers mine. I push my energy out against him as his furnace-like heat presses hard against me, locking me in place. I close my eyes, center myself, and use my most forceful dispensate spell to get free. As it heaves him off me, I lose my grip on the wand, the one JJ and I return from the other side. It sails through the air, wet with rain, and lands in Imogen's hand. 89. I scramble toward Imogen, losing my footing in the slick mud. Give it back. I made a promise, she says gravely. To Valerius? That's no promise, it's a death sentence. Please, Imogen, reconsider what you're doing. I put up all my blocks, hoping I have enough magic to resist her taking my remaining wish from me. She leans close and says, my boy is cursed, and if a wish answers a person's deepest desire, then a curse is the inverse. It can be taken it away. I shake my head, confused. It doesn't have to be this way. I plead, but she has the wand. My wand is on my bed where Bobby tossed it. I'm out of options. We can figure something out. It isn't over. Oh, but it is. She lifts her arm and aims the wand, but not at me. The red crystal glints in the lamplight, directed at JJ. She chants words I cannot hear over the roar of the rain and battle in the background. Imogen's magic thrusts her son backward and into the mud. I don't even spare her the wrath of my glare as I rush toward him, too late to block it. Then, as if enough damage weren't done already, the spell rebounds, or perhaps Imogen retrieved her energy. I can't be sure as I jump out of the way, then dive in his direction, shouting, no. I drop to my knees, clutching JJ in my arms. This cannot be happening. We were so close and now he's so cold. Cold forever. Tears form in the corners of my eyes and fall along with the rain. I sob, and a sympathetic hand rests on my shoulder. I imagine it's Yassi or one of my friends, witnessing Imogen's cruelty. The cruelty and betrayal that I will avenge. I knew better than to trust someone who cursed her son. We must get her, I say, standing up and turning around to rejoin the fight. I don't need a wand. I will summon my magic and cast spells without it. Anger temporarily replaces the sadness. There will be time to deal with grief later. Only it's Imogen standing before me. She places the wand in my hand. My deepest desire is to be young forever, immortal. But I understand now. That's not the way of nature. Her form flickers. I don't know what to say. Should I risk believing her? I know JJ would never use one of his curses against me, so I took it from him, cursed myself. Ironic, but necessary. Doing so knocked him out. Now, it's up to you to fulfill the prophecy. Please tell him I'm sorry. She lifts the wand in my hand, aiming it at JJ to undo the curse from the prophecy, her curse. Imogen flickers again and begins to fade like he has been all year, but in fast forward. It can't hurt worse than knowing of all the wrong I did. Maija, please make things right. It's time for me to say goodbye. Her voice sounds far away even though she stands before me. I swallow hard and tears pierce my eyes again. I trust you know gibberish. All Brixta do. Please undo his curse. Restore him to life. I don't know the spell. You could make a wish, she says, and dissolves into nothing. But I use 3. This is all happening so fast, and I'm not sure who or what to believe. She places her hand on my heart. You are Brixta, a revolutionary, a change maker, but also a caretaker, a life mender. Trust yourself. Believe in your magic. I gaze up at the stars. It's then I understand where my magic comes from. Those silver gold balls of light above. The childhood rhyme I've known all my life floats into my mind. That's where wishes come from. Above. Starlight, star bright. The first star I see tonight. I wish I may, I wish I might. Have the wish I wish tonight. So I do. I summon all of my fiery energy into a ball in my center. It pulses and throbs as true as my heartbeat. I cast my wish among the stars, and then the words to undo the curse come to me in the form of a song. They're the same one from the Quarrer. The one Imogen starts humming. It's the Riptovic school song. Gibberish. The song Imogen dedicated to the school when she was spirit director. She created a failsafe that had been right here all along. I sing the familiar words, funneling my energy through Imogen's wand and direct it at JJ to undo the curse. Magic, the purest color of fire, flashes from the wand enveloping JJ. I keep it trained on him until it brightens his gray cast figure, bringing color to his cheeks. Then I rush over to him, cradling him in my arms. JJ, I whisper. Please come back. I sob into the rainy night, wishing for him to return to me. However, it didn't work despite the change in his appearance. Maybe it was too much or I was too late. He remains limp in my arms. The battle between members of the Hive, Marauders, Mavericks, and at least half of Riptovic continues around me. However, the rain lets up, and where I expect to feel JJ cold in my arms, warmth finds its way to my fingertips before heat floods in. Hope sparks inside me. His eyes blink open. Maija, he breathes as though for the first time. I laugh with relief. His gray eyes shine, drawing me into the many mysteries in this world. He says, I could really go for a piece of apple pie. I promise you all the apple pie. I'm so glad you're okay. That you're alive. Me too. But they aren't, he says, getting to his feet with renewed strength of no longer existing in the liminal space. JJ and I throw ourselves back into the fray as a thin stream of light winds its way from the main campus toward the lawn. I fend off several Hive followers, mud-streaked and vicious. I get knocked back by a few blasts of golden hot magic. It's blinding and searing, but I battle back with my own power going full stream. Two guys from Bobby's group come at me from both sides. They watch my wand hand as I do a swirly little move before aiming at one of them. The other guy must think I'll need to take a moment, turn, and fire at him, when all I need to do is hold out my palm and fiery magic pours forward, catapulting him over the hedge. Bree, my roommate, swoops in. I blow off my finger like a pistol and pretend to holster it. Then I wipe my hands and say, #bosswitch. I doubt she'll get the reference, but it gives me a chuckle that quickly dies when someone jumps on me from the back. I charge up again and jolt them with more magic firepower. Yassie and Wyatt parry with none other than Mr. Gold, Bobby's dad. The War girls double-team a pair of Hive guys. JJ and I rush to help Chancellor West, who continues to contend with Valerius. This is what the head of Riptovic prepared us for, to be warriors and guardians of this school and all of magic kind. When we reach them, lights flickering like stars fill the moor. Darrington nears us, holding what looks like a lit candle in her hands but is actually her wand. Many others follow her with wands held upright like candles. I may be the fiercest witch on the faculty and a conservation professor, but I believe in peace. Countless students form a line behind her, and she instructs them to make a circle. JJ and I join them. With her wand, she instantly lights each of the students' wands as the circle closes around the Marauders, Veda, Screven, West, and Valerius, much like the one on Hallows' Eve. This time the wands burn as bright as candles as the energy in the middle wanes. It's as though the wands draw the magic from those fighting, especially Valerius and his followers. West joins us. The others soon fall to their knees as the coven swoops in on their moto brooms, taking the Marauders, the Hive, and Veda, Screven, and Valerius into custody. Riptovic students cheer, even louder than they do when we win a rumpus game. 90. Over the weekend, reports appeared in the Daily Vine about how Riptovic students, faculty, and staff overtook the largest secret society of misfits in the magical world. There was also a smaller article about how the academy had temporarily been made into a reform school. Critics outed supposed corruption in the Office of Magical Management, though that didn't get as much page space as the downfall of the Hive. Many of us were treated in the infirmary for minor injuries, while several were sent to Ryjker's clinic. West calls an assembly, commending our courage, assuring us that those who were behind the attack are in custody, and all the demon snatchers were destroyed. Apparently, Imogen took them with her to the other side. All I want to do was sleep, but what do riptovic students do after a major battle for their lives, and essentially save the magical and non-magical worlds from imminent defeat? We take exams, of course. So mostly in the wake of all the craziness, I study. But for the first and probably only time, I'm thankful because I prefer finals to the potential finality of what could have happened if we'd chosen differently and not been courageous and taken action. I'd rather review arithmetic equations than have fallen into Valerius's hands or any of the other dreadful outcomes we envisioned during West's Choose Your Own Adventure activity. On Monday morning, I put on my uniform, gather my books, and go to my first exam of the week. Creation with Popperwell. It's so hard it makes my brain hurt. The rest of the week is a blur. A lot of studying. A little sleep. By Friday, when I walk into seminal seminar, my head swims with spellwork, futurism theories, and alchemy methods. West paces in the center of the room, gazing up at the stars through the glass ceiling. What do you see when you look up there? I ask, having noted his and JJ's tendency to gaze skyward. I see a reflection of the deepest truth. And what's that? I ask. He points upward and says, you'll have to see for yourself. I lift my gaze and see stars, but then again, I'm only finishing my first year of magical education. I still have time to learn. I came to take my final exam. About that. You passed. But I didn't take it yet, I say, noting that JJ isn't here. You did. You were courageous. You learned to access your magic. You saved many, many lives. I also definitely used all of my wishes. As I say this, I realize I want him to assure me that my work as a wish witch isn't done. He grunts and points toward the sky. I suppose that can be your next assignment. Stargazing? I ask, unsure what he means. Call it what you will. How do I? What do you mean? He shrugs and then smiles. That isn't particularly helpful, I say with a laugh. Just as Imogen didn't reveal the totality of her plan, trust that one is at work. I sigh. I guess that didn't turn out too bad. No, I dare say it turned out quite well, all things considered. West sighs too. A thunderous roar comes from outside. Our final official rumpus game of the year, the Jamboree, not to be confused with the Jubilee. I expect your friends saved you a spot on the field. I grimace. Don't tell me that you don't like rumpus? West asks. I don't want to insult the game that every magical except for me loves. No. It doesn't make sense. That's the nature of rumpus. Try to embrace it. It sounds like he's telling me to embrace chaos or herd cats. Both impossible. Thanks for everything, Chancellor West, I say, stepping toward the door. West continues to gaze at the stars and says, No, Maija, thank you. He nods and gestures. I hurry on my way. Oh, one more thing. On the field, don't forget, you can use your wand. Or not. Not everyone out there can do wandless magic. It gives you an advantage, if you ask me. I catch him wink as I hurry off. It's the first truly warm spring, almost summer evening as I rush down toward the rumpus field. Students not playing this match cheer. Some wear red and gold lights bobbling on top of their heads, others blink around their wrists, and there are more in shapes and patterns lighting the night. I slide in next to Yassi, who passes me a red and gold light. I can't help but think of Bobby. I don't want to think about him. I get the gross feeling that his work wasn't done. He seems like the kind of person who'd seek to replace Valerius if given the chance. Fortunately, he'll spend a long time in the Iron Tower. One of my latest ideas, rumpus fan gear, Yassi says as Wyatt trots across the field. I cheer for him and then several of my other friends as the announcer calls out the new lineup for the red team. Yassi, Audra and I get extra loud when Dewey comes out for near fielder, Sadie, a catcher, and none other than JJ Thorne as the captain. The game is a wild mess of running, jumping, throwing, and spellwork, as we cheer no matter which team scores, the red or the gold, because really we're all one big team. I even get out there and block a few passes thanks to West's tip. Afterward, everyone celebrates in the dining hall. At last, the kitchen staff brings out the famed strawberry pie with homemade whipped cream. I inhale deeply, noting a cinnamon scent as well. I smile. JJ joins Yassi, Wyatt, Dewey, Audra, Winnie, me, and a few others. I think we need another table, Dewey says. I eye the empty one where Bobby Gold and his friends used to sit. No sense in wasting space, I say. Sadie and Reese help me push the two tables together. After we sit down and everyone is well into their pie, Yassi eyes JJ and me, who are pieless. Are you both allergic to strawberries? Just then, another member of the kitchen staff appears, holding 2 plates. I rush over to her. Special request for Maija? I confirm. I return to the table and place one of the slices of warm, fresh-baked apple pie in front of JJ. It's been a century at least. His lips quirk and then he takes a bite. Around a mouthful he says, "Thank you. I've been waiting a long time to taste something this good." I didn't know you liked pie, Dewey says. In fact, I've lived in the dorm with you for almost a year, and I've never seen you eat anything. Not even from the vending machines. That's because you managed to keep it empty, JJ jokes. JJ jokes. Dewey's fork clatters onto his empty plate. I didn't know you had a sense of humor either. JJ almost laughs along with the rest of us. He's making progress as he reintegrates with the fully alive world. The following day I wake to birds chirping and bustling coming from the dorm. I poke my head out the door to find Yassi fretting. Audra tries to console her. Yassi says, "I don't know what to wear." "Don't we have to wear our uniforms?" I ask, confused. "It's graduation day. Second years wear whatever we want," Audra explains. "Don't you live for fashion?" I ask, recalling all of the times she's styled me and the other girls in my room. Audra whispers, "I don't think she wants to say goodbye." The 3 of us hug and I say, "You could wear your uniform, one last time." Yassi brightens as though this is the best fashion advice she's ever heard. "I'm going to miss this place." She leans her head on my shoulder. "And you too." I squeeze her hand. After all that, Riptovic Academy is back and better than ever. Graduation lives on. Later, everyone gathers in Lindholm for the commencement of the school year and send-off for the graduates. We sing the school song, reminding me of my wish when I broke the curse. We cheer at the end of speeches, and eyes tear up when friends cross the stage to gather their diplomas, which is actually an apple made of a magical material that looks like glass. Winnie whispers, "Costini crystal." What's that? We won't find out until next May when it's us up there. Grads are sworn to secrecy. I smile, reminded of why I love the magical world so much. There's a surprise around every corner, and I guess that's not always a bad thing. I've also learned that we're stronger together. I make a great ally and can cast spells with the best of them. I also understand the meaning of my original wish, the one I made on my birthday candles. Before I get ready to leave for the summer, I take a walk around campus saying goodbye. I find myself in front of the chapel. Tucked in the handle of the heavy wooden door is a note. It says, "You've asked me many questions, but the one I've yet to hear, the one I want to answer most is this." Confused and curious, I push the door open. JJ stands by the nearest bench. His smile is slightly shaky, but his eyes are brighter than ever. Their eyes I'll gladly get lost in now that I know they'll be around for a long time. "The question you haven't asked is if I love you." "Yes, I love you, Maija." I rush into his arms, throwing mine around his neck. "I love you too." When I say these words, I fall even more deeply in love with him. It's a tingle in my fingers and toes, a zing through my arms and legs, and a shot of warmth straight to the center of my chest. I feel it like the pulse of my heart. "It's always been easier to keep people at a distance, to protect myself or something," he says self-consciously. I shift from foot to foot. I've always felt like I have to prove myself, and I often do things to sabotage myself so I don't have to feel the sting of rejection. Introspective, yeah, but true. JJ brushes a piece of hair from my cheek. I like you the way you are. No need to prove a thing. I can't suppress a smile. When I made the wish on my birthday candles, I knew for sure I'd fall in love. I never expected it to be you. That wish came true, but my heart was broken too, temporarily when I thought you were gone forever. Back when I made that wish, I stopped there, stuck on the idea of heartbreak, but I didn't realize it would go on and mend and you'd return. I will never give up on you. On us. As long as we're under the same sky, swimming in this sea of stars, I'm your point of stillness in the chaos. The words are vaguely familiar and float to me from the past. Were the love notes from you all along? I ask. It was love at first sight. Written in the stars. The truest thing I know, he says with a smirk. When you saw my name? When I saw you, I just knew. His eyes twinkle. I thought you hated me. Never. Why didn't you just tell me from the beginning? I was afraid because of the prophecy. I didn't want you to think I was using you for a wish. But you taught me courage, which I need to summon right now. He clears his throat and in his British accent JJ says, Maija, will you be my girl? If that's an old-fashioned way of asking me to be your girlfriend? My answer is the crush of my lips against his, as my affection for this moody, mysterious, and maddening boy seeps out and lights us up. I pull away only long enough to say, yes, yes I will. At last, JJ Thorne smiles and it's magical. I smile back at him before leaning in for another kiss. The end.
I want to thank you all for listening, watching, and joining Maija and JJ on their adventures. If you would subscribe if you haven't already, you'll find out about new releases and updates. And comment and like on this video. It helps spread the word. And again, thank you all for joining the adventure.